On the Azure planet, the most formidable special forces operative of the Huaxia Empire, Yi Fan, transmigrates into the realm of the 9 provinces. With the acquisition of the celestial captor system, Yi Fan embarks on a journey to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. In the Daxia dynasty, within the East Ping prefecture, in the back hall of the Dingyuan County Government Office, a third-rank constable is diligently washing clothes. This third-rank constable is named Yi Fan, a stowaway from the Azure planet who has arrived in this land. Yi Fan, the most elite soldier of the Huaxia Empire, met his demise during a mission. Subsequently, his soul traversed into a world known as the martial arts continent. Having arrived in this realm for 3 days, Yi Fan has gained a fundamental understanding of his surroundings. The martial arts continent is a world of low martial arts, where everyone has the potential to cultivate internal skills and become martial artists, breaking through their physical limits to attain strength beyond that of ordinary individuals. Martial artists are categorized into 4 tiers: Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. Each tier is further divided into 3 minor realms. The Huang tier comprises the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate martial artists. The Xian tier includes the acquired realm, innate realm, and true martial realm. As for the higher Di and Tian tiers, Yi Fan remains unaware of their specific classifications, as his current status does not grant him access to such advanced information. In the martial arts world, Yi Fan holds the identity of a constable in the Dingyuan County office, specifically a third-rank constable, placing him in a position of considerable insignificance. Lacking any personal power, Yi Fan continues to live as he did before, refraining from any actions that might draw attention. While washing clothes, Yi Fan mutters to himself, "Damn it. Others who transmigrate receive golden fingers. Why am I left empty-handed? Oh heavens, how utterly unfair. After your death, the heavens have granted you a second chance at life. Is that not fair? Do you believe that dying without further opportunity is the true essence of fairness?" A melodious female voice resonates within Yi Fan's consciousness. Instinctively, Yi Fan replies, "If I have been granted the chance to transmigrate, shouldn't I also be equipped with a golden finger? How else can I thrive in a foreign realm? If I fail miserably, it would be quite embarrassing for a transmigrator. Something seems amiss. Who are you, and why does your voice echo in my mind?" The female voice responds, "Did you not lament the absence of a golden finger? I am your golden finger, the auxiliary spirit of the celestial captor system, named Lan Xian." Yi Fan feels a surge of excitement, declaring, "I knew I was the chosen one. How could I not be bestowed with a standard golden finger? The celestial captor system sounds promising. Lan Xian, please enlighten me about the specific functions and capabilities of the celestial captor system." Lan Xin's voice chimes in host. "What would you like to communicate with me? You can directly converse with me through your mind. Speaking aloud during the day may lead others to perceive you as mentally unstable." "Oh, wait. In this world, there are no such conditions. You would merely be seen as a fool." After considering her words, Yi Fan communicates mentally. "Lan Xian, is it truly appropriate for you to refer to your host in such a manner? Moreover, I have been in this world for 3 days. Why have you only now made your appearance?" Lan Xian replies, "It does seem rather inappropriate. The reason I only appeared after 3 days is that guiding your transmigration exhausted my energy. It took me 3 days to recharge before activating my capabilities. Is this explanation satisfactory to you?" Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Yi Fan asks, "Let us not dwell on that. Please, introduce me to the functions of the celestial captor system." Lan Xian responds, "Very well, I shall cease my banter. Now, allow me to inform you about the functions of the celestial captor system. Please listen attentively. The celestial captor system is currently at level 1, with 2 primary functions. The first is to issue system tasks, while the second allows for idle cultivation. In the task function area, the system will assign relevant missions, all centered around capturing heinous criminals. Completing these tasks involves apprehending these malevolent individuals and confining them in the system's prison, after which you will receive corresponding rewards. The idle cultivation area allows you to accumulate energy based on the cultivation progress of the captured criminals. You will receive 1% of the energy they generate while imprisoned. Furthermore, this function is cumulative. The more criminals you capture, the faster your cultivation speed will be. The 2 functions of the system are quite straightforward, and after hearing the introduction, Yi Fan comprehends their implications. Yi Fan inquires mentally, "Lan Xian, you mentioned that the system is currently at level 1. Can it be upgraded? And will new functions become available upon upgrading?" Lan Xian replies, "You are absolutely correct. The system is indeed at level 1. After you complete 9 level 1 tasks, the system will automatically advance to level 2, unlocking additional functions. However, if you fail to complete these tasks, the system will not ascend to level 2, and the functions of the second tier will remain inaccessible. Therefore, I encourage you to strive diligently. Now, I shall generate the first level 1 task. Capture the fugitive, Liu Sandao. Criminal profile. Liu Sandao is a third-rate martial artist, skilled in the internal cultivation technique known as the Fire Cloud Evil Art, and adept in the martial skill 1,000 Spiders, 10,000 Poison's Hand. Liu Sandao has heinously harmed 17 citizens of Dingyuan County, earning a classification as a level 1 fugitive within the Celestial Captor system. Task clue. A small temple 15 miles south of the county, one of Liu Sandao's most frequented hideouts. Task reward. The perfected level of pure yang skill. Yi Fan exclaims, Lon Xian, what kind of task have you generated? Are you asking me to risk my life? I am less than ordinary. How can I capture a third-rate martial artist, especially one who kills without hesitation? Lon Xian responds, that is beyond my purview, and the tasks generated by the system are beyond my control. The most crucial aspect is that there are no penalties for failing to complete the tasks. The worst outcome is merely the inability to unlock subsequent system functions. Yi Fan concedes, very well. I shall do my utmost to complete the system task. Realizing that further negotiation with the system would yield no results, Yi Fan resolves to devise a plan for accomplishing the task at hand. Fortunately, Liu Sandao is a criminal sought by the authorities, and Yi Fan is an official. Within the Dingyuan County office, there are first-rate martial artists utilizing their assistance to apprehend Liu Sandao should pose no significant challenge. The real dilemma lies in how to confine Liu Sandao within the system's prison after capturing him. Chapter 2. The Novice Gift Pack. Yi Fan inquired earnestly with his mind directed towards Lon Xian. Lon Xian. All the other transmigrators have received Novice Gift Packs upon their arrival. Shouldn't you also provide me with one? He lamented, at present, in this martial arts realm, I am even inferior to an ordinary person of robust stature. If I were to perish before even completing my novice phase, would that not bring disgrace to you? The celestial assistant spirit of the divine captor system? In his previous life, Yi Fan had been the strongest special forces operative in Huaxia, possessing remarkable adaptability and combat skills. Though he might not be able to contend against a third-rate martial artist who had undergone rigorous training, he could certainly handle 2 ordinary individuals stronger than himself without difficulty. Nevertheless, in his quest for the Novice Gift Pack, Yi Fan humbly refrained from claiming his inadequacy, instead seeking to elevate the standing of the system's assistant spirit. Lon Xian replied, you make a valid point. If you were to die before even completing your novice phase, it would indeed be a source of shame. Although I could continue to search for a new host, it would tarnish the reputation of the divine captor system. Originally, the system had not prepared a novice gift pack, but to save face, I have taken the liberty of providing you with one. As the novice gift pack was being generated, Lon Xian announced, the novice gift pack has been successfully created. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. It contains the 9 Young True Skills first level, a high-level celestial technique. The 9 Young Divine Skill encompasses 12 levels, with the first level corresponding to a yellow-grade lower-tier technique. Additionally, you have acquired the Ghostly Step Martial Technique, a yellow-grade middle-tier movement skill, and the Water Wave Palm Martial Technique, a yellow-grade middle-tier offensive skill. Furthermore, you have been bestowed with a Black Iron Sword, a yellow-grade lower-tier weapon. All items have been delivered to the system space. Please retrieve them at your earliest convenience. Whether it be techniques, martial skills, or medicinal elixirs, all are categorized into the 4 tiers of heaven and earth, as well as the upper, middle, and lower grades, corresponding to the realms of martial arts cultivation. Yi Fan pondered, Lon Xian, where do these items originate? Does the system possess the ability to create from the void? Lon Xian responded, indeed, the system has the capability of void creation. However, I am unable to utilize this function myself. The rewards I present to you are items left behind by my previous hosts, which I can access within certain limitations. Yi Fan replied, very well. What must I do to utilize the items within the system space? Lon Xian explained, it is quite simple. The host merely needs to mentally articulate the desire to retrieve a specific item from the system space, and it will automatically materialize in your hand. Having grasped this information, Yi Fan chose not to engage further with Lon Xian. Instead, he resolved to return to his room to practice the internal martial arts technique. Previously, Yi Fan had not trained in any martial skills. His official position was largely attributed to his father, a second-rate martial artist and a captain. His father had facilitated his entry into the bureaucracy. Tragically, a month prior, his father had been slain by a notorious bandit while on a mission. In an instant, the already single-parent Yi Fan found himself bereft of any family. His father had once imparted to him a yellow-grade upper-tier internal martial arts technique. Yet Yi Fan had deemed the pursuit of martial arts too arduous and had neglected to learn it. He believed that his father would shelter him for a lifetime, which led him to become a spoiled and arrogant young man. Relying on his father's influence, he offended many individuals within the official circles of Dingyuan County. While his father was alive, those he had wronged dared not retaliate against him. However, once his father departed from this world, he found himself mercilessly bullied by those he had previously tormented. Yi Fan had once been exceedingly arrogant, failing to cultivate any genuine friendships, and thus, in his time of need, he found no one to aid him. His father, too, was a domineering figure who had not forged any true alliances within the political realm, leaving Yi Fan without any formidable protectors after his father's demise. This explains why Yi Fan transitioned from a first-rate errand runner to a third-rate one, forced to take on the entire county office's laundry and sanitation responsibilities. Consequently, by monopolizing these tasks, he rendered the former minor workers of the county office jobless. Upon acquiring a system, Yi Fan resolved to no longer endure the injustices he faced. He prepared to retaliate against those who had bullied him. However, before launching his counterattack, he needed to secure a powerful backing, for only then could he hope to survive after confronting his tormentors. As for whom he would seek as a supporter, Yi Fan had long since devised a plan. He had merely lacked the appropriate credentials to approach that individual. Now, he intended to use the hideout of the fugitive Lu Sandao as his token of allegiance and sought to find a patron utilizing his moderate skills in Huaxia-level martial arts. Yi Fan set aside the garments he was handling and exited the laundry room. Just as he stepped out, he was confronted by two burly men. These men were third-rate errand runners in Dingyuan County. Yi Fan had never bullied them, but he had offended several practitioners of the third-tier martial realm. They had been watching him closely, and while they would not have dared to do so while his father was alive, they had kept a watchful eye on him ever since his father's passing. One of the men sneered at Yi Fan and said, "Hey kid, have you finished washing today's clothes? You think you can just leave the laundry without completing your work? Are you itching for a beating?" Yi Fan replied coolly, "I'm not the one itching for trouble. It seems that you two ruffians are the ones in need of a lesson. Today, I shall teach you how to behave and remind you that some individuals are not to be trifled with." One of the men laughed derisively. "Do you still think you're the young master fan of old? Now you are just a pitiable wretch who has lost his father. How dare you act tough in front of us? If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll change my name." Before the burly man could finish his threat, Yi Fan had already struck. He executed a knee strike and elbow jab, sending the man crashing to the ground, while the other was dispatched with a swift sidekick. In just a few swift moves, both men were left battered and bruised, their speech becoming somewhat slurred. Practitioners of the third-tier martial realm possess an arm strength of 100 pounds, while those of the second tier possess 200 pounds, and first-tier practitioners boast an arm strength of 500 pounds. If one were to encounter a third-rate martial artist, Yi Fan might find himself at a disadvantage even with his skills. However, when faced with two ordinary men who were slightly more robust than himself, Yi Fan effortlessly subdued them. After dispatching the two, Yi Fan calmly remarked, "From this day forth, I do not wish to see either of you again. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance from me. Should we cross paths again, I shall not hesitate to strike. Furthermore, relay this message to those who stand behind you. I have taken note of their bullying during this time, and retribution shall inevitably follow." With that, Yi Fan disregarded the two men and swiftly departed from the laundry room. The bruised and battered duo remained behind, their expressions clouded with frustration. They had previously engaged with Yi Fan, and to find themselves bested by him alone was indeed disheartening. Though they were vexed, the incident had transpired, and they recognized the necessity of reporting Yi Fan's sudden transformation to their superiors. Upon leaving the laundry room, Yi Fan did not return to his dwelling, but rather made his way to the residence of Chief Lu Baisheng. Within the magistrate's office, there existed a hierarchy comprising various ranks: the first, second, and third-class constables, the catchers, the chief catchers, and the head chief. The constables were typically ordinary individuals, while the catchers were generally third-rate martial artists. The chief catchers were usually second-rate martial artists, and the head chief was typically a first-rate martial artist. In Dingyuan County, there was only one head chief, approximately 3 to 5 chief catchers, at least 20 catchers, and over 100 constables. Lu Baisheng was the most formidable chief catcher in Dingyuan County, surpassing the other 3 chief catchers in ability. Lu Baisheng was singularly focused on apprehending criminals, aspiring to accumulate sufficient merit to elevate his rank, embodying an admirable ambition. Conversely, the other 3 chief catchers prioritized personal gain, establishing their own factions within the magistrate's office. These 3 chief catchers were at odds with Yi Fan's father, while Lu Baisheng maintained neither animosity nor connection with him. Thus, Yi Fan chose Lu Baisheng as his ally. Before long, Yi Fan arrived at Chief Liu Baixing's residence, which was unguarded, allowing him to enter with ease. Upon stepping into Liu Baixing's courtyard, Yi Fan sensed an atmosphere of solemnity. At that moment, Liu Baixing was engaged in practicing his sword techniques. Yi Fan opted not to interrupt and patiently awaited the conclusion of Liu Baixing's training. After approximately 15 minutes, Liu Baixing finally sheathed his longsword. He had been aware of Yi Fan's presence, but chose to continue his practice before greeting him. Once finished, Liu Baixing approached Yi Fan and, tapping his head, said, "You must be the son of Yi Xingqian. What was your name again? Yi something?" With respect, Yi Fan replied, "Chief Liu, my name is Yi Fan." Liu Baixing remarked, "Yi Fan, I have heard that your recent experiences at the county office have been rather unfortunate. What brings you to seek my counsel? Let me make it clear from the outset that if you are here to request my assistance or to have me serve as your support, then we need not continue. Although I once collaborated with your father, our relationship was not particularly deep, and thus I have neither the reason nor the obligation to aid you." Yi Fan responded, "Captain Liu, I indeed seek your support at the county office, but not merely because of my father's past association with you. Instead, I wish to propose a transaction." Liu Baixing, maintaining an air of indifference, replied, "What could a destitute and fallen youth like yourself possibly offer me in a transaction?" Yi Fan asserted, "Captain Liu, regardless of circumstance, my father was once a practitioner of the second-tier realm, akin to your own standing. I possess some items he bequeathed to me, and I hope to trade these with you." Liu Baixing asked coolly, "What exactly has your father left behind? Do share, and if it piques my interest, I may be open to a transaction." Being the offspring of a second-tier martial artist, it was only natural for Yi Fan to possess some valuable items. Liu Baixing was indeed inclined to accept a potential boon in exchange for offering Yi Fan protection. Yi Fan stated plainly, "I have 2 martial arts manuals, both at the intermediate level of the yellow tier, which would be quite suitable for a practitioner of your caliber." Liu Baixing mused to himself, realizing that Yi Fan indeed held something of worth. He himself possessed only 1 intermediate yellow tier martial art. It was certainly astonishing that Yi Fan could present 2. Liu Baixing feigned calmness as he inquired, "What types of martial arts do these manuals encompass? Are they offensive techniques, defensive skills, or perhaps agility maneuvers?" Among the various martial techniques, offensive skills were the most abundant, followed by defensive techniques, with agility skills being the rarest. The price of an agility manual often exceeded that of an equivalent offensive manual by 3 to 4 times. Liu Baixing had already resolved that even if Yi Fan only possessed 2 offensive techniques, he would still pursue this transaction. Offering Yi Fan protection was merely a matter of words. As long as he proclaimed, "From this day forward, I shall shield Yi Fan," it would effectively deter anyone from troubling him. The prospect of acquiring 2 intermediate yellow-tier martial arts in exchange for a mere utterance excited Liu Baixing. Yi Fan coolly stated, "One of the manuals is an offensive technique, while the other is an agility skill. The allure of an intermediate yellow-tier agility technique would even entice a first-tier martial artist." Yi Fan was confident that such a significant offer would surely captivate Liu Baixing. The reason Yi Fan chose to negotiate with Liu Baixing rather than the first-tier chief captain was quite simple. The chief captain's sinister disposition led Yi Fan to fear that he might resort to lethal measures to monopolize the agility technique. Liu Baixing is a man of great loyalty and integrity, serving as a righteous captain of the guard. Even if Yi Fan were to bestow upon him a mid-level Huang rank martial art technique for agility, Liu Baixing would not resort to killing to silence him. Liu Baixing remarked, "I find myself quite intrigued by the 2 martial arts you mentioned. How do you propose we conduct this transaction? Or what are the particulars of your deal?" Yi Fan replied with an expression of calm indifference, "I will first provide you with the mid-level Huang rank offensive technique, and in return, you shall protect me within the county office for a period of 3 years. After that, I will grant you the mid-level Huang rank agility technique, and you will then safeguard me for an additional 10 years, at which point our debts will be settled." Chapter 4. A win-win situation. Liu Baixing responded nonchalantly, "I find your proposal acceptable. However, I do have a slight modification to suggest. You should first provide me with the mid-level Huang rank agility technique, and after 3 years of protection, you may then offer me the mid-level Huang rank offensive technique. Following that, I will continue to protect you for another 10 years. The agility technique commands a price 3 to 4 times higher than that of the offensive technique, and while Liu Baixing possesses a mid-level Huang rank offensive technique, he lacks a corresponding agility technique. Under these circumstances, it is only natural for Liu Baixing to wish to acquire the mid-level Huang rank agility technique first. Once he has mastered it, his actual combat capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Yi Fan countered, "That is not acceptable. The agility technique must be provided later, otherwise, I would lack a sense of security." Liu Baixing replied calmly, "Do you truly believe I would fail to uphold my promises? Do you think that once I receive what is owed, I would neglect to fulfill my end of the bargain?" Yi Fan said, I have every confidence in your reputation, Captain Liu. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out for this transaction. The reason I insist on delaying the agility technique is merely to find peace of mind. I trust that you would not abandon me before you acquire the agility technique. Liu Baixing stated, once I have mastered the agility technique, my strength will be greatly augmented, making it far more convenient for me to protect you. Thus, I still wish for you to provide me with the mid-level Huang rank agility technique first. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan slowly responded, Captain Liu, grant me your protection for 3 months. Provide me with sanctuary for that duration. After 3 months, I will deliver the mid-level Huang rank agility technique to you. And 3 years hence, I shall provide you with the mid-level Huang rank offensive technique. Let us consider this a compromise. Liu Baixing pondered for a moment before saying, very well. I can agree to this request, provided that you first demonstrate that you possess both the mid-level Huang rank offensive and agility techniques. 3 months is a wait Liu Baixing is willing to endure. Yifan presented him with the prepared outlines for both the agility technique and the offensive technique. After reviewing the outlines, Liu Baixing remarked, good, I believe you. With Liu Baixing's prowess as a second-tier martial artist, he could naturally discern the authenticity of the mid-level Huang rank martial arts outlines. Since Yifan possesses the outlines, it is evident he has the techniques as well. Liu Baixing handed his captain's token to Yifan, saying, you should know how to utilize this, I presume? Yifan remarked, I understand. Yifan's father had once served as a head constable, and he had bestowed his token upon Yifan. Naturally, Yifan was well aware of how to utilize this item. However, following his father's demise, the county office reclaimed the token. Possessing this token was akin to having a head constable standing behind Yifan. Yifan said, Captain Liu, I wonder if you could assist me with a certain matter. Liu Baixing replied, you little rascal are quite the negotiator, aren't you? You've only just sought my protection and already expect me to help you with your affairs. Pray, enlighten me. If it is a trivial matter, I may be inclined to assist. However, should it prove too challenging, I shall refrain, for our agreement pertains solely to safeguarding your well-being. Yifan responded, the task I require of Captain Liu is exceedingly simple, and in fact, it would also be advantageous for you. Hearing that it would benefit him as well, Liu Baixing's interest was piqued. Yifan had already astonished him today, and he was eager to learn what Yifan deemed beneficial. Yifan continued, Captain Liu, I am aware of the whereabouts of the notorious criminal Liu Sandao, who ranks 3rd on the wanted list in Dingyuan County. If you could assist me in capturing him, I wish to personally execute him, and the merit points awarded by the court shall belong to you. Liu Baixing stated, I shall not inquire how you came to know of Liu Sandao's hiding place. I only wish to understand why you desire me to eliminate him, Yifan explained. I discovered Liu Sandao's location while sorting through my father's belongings. My father had intended to deal with this 3rd-ranked wanted criminal, and I wish to fulfill his last wish. Very well, I shall assist you. I will take care of Liu Sandao, and the merit points will be mine, while you may deal with the criminal as you see fit. Liu Baixing replied with an expression of calm indifference. Yifan expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Captain Liu. From this day forth, I shall follow your lead. Liu Baixing remarked, it seems I have underestimated you in the past. I always believed you to be merely a spoiled child, yet you possess quite an astute mind. Had you exhibited such intellect during your father's lifetime, you would be at least a constable by now. However, it is not too late for you to rise. With my protection, I shall ensure you become a constable in the shortest time possible. Yifan inquired, Captain Liu, when shall we set out to capture Liu Sandao? Liu Baixing replied, you need only provide me with Liu Sandao's location, and I shall apprehend him. There is no need for you to accompany me. Should you come along, I would be distracted by the need to protect you, and it would be unfortunate if Liu Sandao were to escape. Understood. After saying this, Yifan promptly disclosed Liu Sandao's hiding place to Liu Baixing. I wish you great success in your endeavors. Captain Liu. Once Liu Baixing apprehended Liu Sandao, Yifan would confine him within the confines of the system's space. Yifan would then be enlightened by the system and infused with the perfected level of pure yang cultivation, enabling him to master the advanced internal martial arts of Huang Street without any training. Using the internal energy generated from Liu Sandao's cultivation, Yifan would seamlessly break through to the 3rd-tier martial artist realm. By undertaking this course of action, Yifan could significantly alleviate the difficulty of breaking through to the 3rd-tier martial artist level, thereby conserving a considerable amount of his training time. Relying solely on his own cultivation of internal martial arts techniques, it is likely that even with several months dedicated to his practice, he would struggle to achieve such a breakthrough. It is even possible that within 3 months, he might not fully grasp the internal martial arts techniques contained within the novice gift pack provided by the system. Liu Baixing remarked, you may return for now. After I capture Liu Sandao, I shall take you to exact your vengeance upon him. After bidding farewell to Liu Baixing, Yi Fan departed from the courtyard of the captain and returned to his quarters. The environment of Yi Fan's room was rather splendid, as it had been arranged by his father, rivaling even the accommodations of the constables. Furthermore, the county office had allocated the rooms in such a manner that no one was permitted to make unauthorized exchanges. Violations would result in severe penalties. Consequently, after the death of Yi Fan's father, Yi Xingqian, no one harbored intentions to encroach upon his quarters. Upon returning to his room, Yi Fan neither practiced internal martial arts nor honed his combat skills. Instead, he lay down on the bed to rest in the 3 days since his arrival in this new world. Yi Fan had remained in a state of heightened anxiety, fearing that he might inadvertently be eliminated by others. With Liu Baixing's protection, his safety within the county office was now largely assured, allowing him the luxury of a sound sleep. However, before he could fully recuperate, 3 third-tier constables from Dingyuan County arrived at his door, rousing him from his slumber. Stepping outside, Yi Fan greeted the trio with indifference. "Ah, esteemed constables, what an unexpected visit. May I inquire as to the purpose of your presence here?" Tang Xiang responded, "Yi Fan, surely you are aware of the matter at hand? How dare you brazenly assault the officers of the county office? This is a blatant disregard for the rules of the county. We are here today to seek justice for the 2 officers you harmed." Wu Guodong added, "The county office forbids internecine strife among its ranks. Yi Fan, you have injured fellow officers gravely, thus violating the regulations. We are here to enforce the county's disciplinary measures, to break your legs and expel you from the office." Yi Fan replied coldly, "So what if I did strike them? What can you do about it? Are you going to bite my rear end? If you truly wish to do so, I suppose I must sacrifice my behind for your satisfaction." Wu Guodong retorted, "Yi Fan, I had hoped that after a month of reflection, your temperament might have improved. Yet, here we are, a month later, and your disposition remains as foul and stubborn as a rock in a cesspool. If your father were still alive, not only would you not have dared to strike those 2 officers, even if you had assaulted us 3, we would have been powerless to retaliate. But now that your father is deceased, there is no one left to shield you within the county office. Even if the 3 of us were to eliminate you and fabricate a trivial excuse, no one would dare to trouble us." Zhong Huoming remarked, "Killing him would be too lenient. I intend to shatter his legs and feet, then cast him into the streets to beg for alms. I want to witness whether he retains his current arrogance when reduced to that state." All 3 had previously suffered greatly at the hands of Yi Fan, even though he was merely an ordinary individual at the time, while they were martial artists of a lower tier. Even a handful of Yi Fans could not possibly contend with them. However, during the existence of Yi Fan's father, Yi Xingqian, they had refrained from retaliating, let alone seeking vengeance against Yi Fan. Now that Yi Fan's father was deceased, leaving him without support, they resolved to bully and humiliate him as they pleased. Among them, Zhong Huoming had endured the most severe humiliation, having once been compelled by Yi Fan to run naked through the streets. During that period, he had become the subject of gossip throughout Dingyuan County. Thus, Zhong Huoming harbored the deepest animosity towards Yi Fan, who had traversed realms and possessed his body. It was largely due to Zhong Huoming that Yi Fan had met his demise once. Yi Fan, feigning illness, inquired, "Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Have you not pondered why I, who previously accepted all insults, have suddenly grown so bold today? Have these questions not crossed your minds?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Zhong Huoming and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. Zhong Huoming, the most timid among them, fell silent, having once been forced to run naked in public by Yi Fan, and had not dared retaliate while Yi Fan's father was alive. Tang Xiang, the boldest of the trio, pretended to be unfazed and said, "Yi Fan, do you think your words can intimidate us? When your father was alive, he had no friends within the county office and instead amassed numerous enemies. It is already a stroke of fortune that those influential figures have not troubled you. Do you really think you can project an air of authority now?" Yi Fan replied with an expression of indifference, "Intimidate you? You 3 fools hardly warrant my effort in that regard." Yi Fan's composed demeanor only served to further unsettle the trio of lower-tier martial artists. He produced Liu Baixing's badge and waved it before them. "You should be familiar with this, yes? While I am in a good mood, I suggest you depart swiftly. Should my mood sour, you shall come to understand the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue." Upon seeing Yi Fan's badge, Zhong Huoming and the others immediately realized its significance. Zhong Huoming, lacking confidence, stammered, "How did you acquire the badge of Captain Liu? Did you steal it from him?" Yi Fan coldly retorted, "You fools! If I had stolen Captain Liu's badge, I would not require your interference. I would have long since met a grim fate. Present, the token of Liu Butte rests in my possession, and yet I remain unscathed. This can only signify one thing. This token was personally entrusted to me by Liu Butte himself. With Lu Butu having bestowed this token upon me, I trust you comprehend its implications. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall summon Lu Butu to enlighten you on the meaning of paternal authority. Zhong Huoming and his two companions exchanged glances, then promptly offered their apologies to Yi Fan before making their exit. The trio, possessing little courage, could not possibly withstand the intimidation of Yi Fan, an ordinary individual. With Lu Baixing shielding him, they dared not challenge Yi Fan. They sought to ascertain the nature of the relationship between Lu Baixing and Yi Fan. If they were to act, would Lu Baixing retaliate against them? Once they grasped that Lu Baixing bore little connection to Yi Fan, they would undoubtedly continue to trouble him. Conversely, should Yi Fan and Lu Baixing share a close bond, they would remain in a state of stealth, biding their time, and would continue to play the role of subservient. It would not be an issue for Yi Fan to request Lu Baixing to discipline Zhong Huoming and his companions. However, Yi Fan deemed such an action unwarranted. Although there existed a transaction between Yi Fan and Lu Baixing, it did not imply that Yi Fan could command Lu Baixing at will. Chapter 6. The Might of the System. After Zhong Huoming and his associates departed, Yi Fan uttered a remark he considered superfluous before returning to rest. He paid little heed to such ineffectual individuals, confident that once his strength was sufficient, he could effortlessly dispose of these three nuisances. Yi Fan slumbered for half a day, awakening with a vigor magnified several times over. Upon regaining consciousness, he began to contemplate how to swiftly acquire strength, enabling him to navigate this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, with greater ease. Although Yi Fan currently enjoyed the protection of Lu Baixing, he faced no immediate threats. However, Lu Baixing was merely a second-tier warrior, and within Dingyuan County, individuals more formidable than him were not scarce. At least a dozen could be found. There were hundreds who possessed comparable strength, thus Yi Fan could not afford to relax. Only by enhancing his own power and the strength he commanded could he find a measure of security. That night, Lu Baixing successfully captured Lu Sandao, preparing a case at the county office to confirm the apprehension. He then brought Lu Sandao to Yi Fan's quarters. Lu Baixing, with a placid demeanor, addressed Yi Fan. Your intelligence was quite accurate. Upon visiting the location you indicated, I found Lu Sandao engaged in his training. Consequently, I easily retrieved him. He is now in your custody, and I have sealed his dantian, rendering him incapable of posing any threat to you. It is imperative that you deal with him swiftly. Should he escape, it may lead to numerous complications. Yi Fan cast a glance at Lu Sandao, bound upon the ground, secretly pleased within. He assured Lu Baixing, "Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I shall expeditiously attend to this matter and ensure that no complications arise." Lu Baixing remarked, "Upon my return today, I heard that someone has been causing you trouble. Do you require my assistance in teaching those individuals a lesson?" Yi Fan replied, "There is no need for you to concern yourself, uncle. Merely 3 third-rate warriors, and timid ones at that. I can handle them myself. I shall keep them as a sharpening stone for my skills." Lu Baixing continued, "If your father were watching from beyond, knowing that his son possesses such resolve, he would surely rest in peace." "Very well, I shall not detain you further. I have many matters to attend to. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Yi Fan escorted Lu Baixing to the door before returning to his chamber. Once inside, Yi Fan spoke calmly to Lu Sandao. "Lu Sandao, a third-rate warrior, has mastered the nefarious fire cloud evil technique and the deadly thousand spider venomous hands. He has ruthlessly harmed 17 innocent citizens of Dingyuan County, earning himself the status of a third-class fugitive pursued by the local authorities." Lu Sandao looked at Yi Fan and said, "I am fully aware that my actions will eventually lead to my capture, but I did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. Now that your officials have apprehended me, do as you wish, beat or kill me. It matters not." Yi Fan replied coolly. "Lu Sandao, I ask you now, do you wish to live or die? If you desire death, I can grant it to you. However, should you wish to live, I can offer you another chance." Lu Sandao, with a look of disbelief, responded, "I never imagined that after committing such grave sins, there would still be a glimmer of hope for life. When faced with the choice between life and death, I naturally choose to live." Yi Fan stated, "I shall confine you to a special cell. When you attain the level of a second-rate warrior, I will release you. Upon your release, you must serve me henceforth. What say you to this arrangement?" Though Lu Sandao was uncertain of Yi Fan's true intentions, in this pivotal moment between life and death, he quickly opted for survival. "I accept your terms," he declared. Without hesitation, Yi Fan struck Lu Sandao with the palm, rendering him unconscious, and subsequently confined him within the confines of the system's prison space. At that moment, Yi Fan also entered the prison space, dousing Lu Sandao with a bucket of cold water to rouse him. Yi Fan removed the ropes binding Lu Sandao and lifted the seal from his dantian. As Lu Sandao regained consciousness, he immediately felt his strength returning. Observing Yi Fan, who appeared merely as an ordinary person, his thoughts shifted drastically. With only the two of them in the prison, if he could seize control of Yi Fan, he would be safe. Lu Sandao, a man of ruthless resolve, acted without a moment's hesitation, launching an attack against Yi Fan. Witnessing Lu Sandao's aggression, let out a cold laugh. Having dared to release Lu Sandao's Dantian seal and bindings, he naturally possessed the means to counter him. Within the system space, Yi Fan could harness its power. Even a master-level warrior would be no match for him in this realm. Furthermore, it is not merely a trivial matter that Lu Sandao is an inferior third-rate warrior. Within the confines of Yi Fan's shared system space, his movements were effortlessly restricted. Yi Fan remarked coolly, "Have you been rather disobedient? I have only just released you, yet you dare to act against me. I see you possess quite the audacity. Perhaps I should not allow such a menace to remain." Lu Sandao quickly yielded, bowing deeply and imploring, "My lord, I have erred. I shall not dare again. Please grant me clemency this once, and I assure you there will be no next time." Yi Fan responded, "Keeping you is not entirely out of the question, but I must inscribe a mark upon your soul. Henceforth, wherever you may be, should I merely stir my thoughts, you will find yourself in a state of neither living nor dying. If I desire your demise, it shall be but a fleeting thought away. Are you willing to accept this soul imprint?" Lu Sandao hastily acquiesced, "I am willing, I am willing." Lu Sandao was thoroughly intimidated by Yi Fan's mysterious and formidable methods, realizing that Yi Fan could easily control him, stripping him of all power and capability. Yi Fan spoke calmly, "Do not resist. Allow me to plant my means within your soul. Should you dare to defy me again, I will have no choice but to eliminate you without hesitation. Do you understand?" After hearing Yi Fan's words, Lu Sandao dared not entertain the thought of resistance and promptly lowered all defenses within his consciousness. Yi Fan effortlessly inscribed the means within the depths of his soul, thus securing Lu Sandao's complete subjugation. In order to instill a lasting lesson in Lu Sandao, Yi Fan subjected him to an hour of torment that rendered him worse than dead. Yi Fan calmly addressed him, "You must never attempt to fathom my methods, for they are beyond your comprehension. If you obey, I shall ensure your life is filled with glory and wealth. If you disobey, I will make your existence a living hell." Following an hour of excruciating experience, Lu Sandao's demeanor had transformed considerably, and he respectfully declared, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall heed your every command." Having utterly forsaken any notion of resistance, he now referred to Yi Fan as his master. The system space was not merely a prison. It also housed a water park, an Arctic park, and various recreational facilities. Yi Fan understood the reasoning behind such design. Without these diversions, a prisoner confined solely to a cell might succumb to madness or despair. With these entertainment options, coupled with the knowledge that their cultivation could lead to freedom, prisoners would undoubtedly strive diligently in their training, aligning perfectly with the interests of the system's host. After guiding Lu Sandao through all the facilities within the system space, Yi Fan casually inquired, "In such a splendid environment for cultivation, you must feel quite satisfied in this enclosed space. I shall release you once you reach the second-rate warrior realm. However, should you dare to slacken your efforts, you will find no refuge here. I will send you straight to paradise. Oh wait. I shall personally escort you to the depths of the 18th layer of hell." Lu Sandao respectfully declared, "I shall exert every effort in my cultivation. Rest assured, my master, I will never allow myself to be idle. Should I falter in my diligence, I submit myself to your punishment." Yi Fan replied, "Then you may diligently cultivate here. I shall take my leave." With a flash, Yi Fan swiftly exited the system space and returned to his room. The moment he re-entered his chamber, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for capturing Lu Sandao and confining him within the system space. Mainline Task 1 has been completed. Task Reward, Full-Level Pure Yang Skill.to claim the reward. Simply state claim Task 1 reward to receive the Full-Level Pure Yang Skill. The mainline task has been completed, and the system is now generating mainline Task 2. Capture the fugitive, Jiang Bin. Criminal profile, Yi Fan, a third-tier martial artist, practicing the inner strength technique Joyo Gong and the martial skill Tuyan Palm. Jiang Bin has heinously harmed 36 citizens of Dinyuan County, becoming a Class A fugitive as recognized by the Zhutian Divine Catcher System. Task Clues, a key subordinate of the third young master of Bu Lianyun Prefecture. Task Reward, Full-Level Soul Pursuit Sword Technique. Regarding the capture of such a fugitive, Yi Fan has made up his mind. Once he breaks through to the third-tier martial artist level, he shall seek promotion to a constable, which would enable him to independently pursue fugitives. Even if he fails to apprehend the court's fugitive, he can still earn merits from the court. Such merits are immensely valuable. as they can be exchanged for various rare treasures and martial techniques, and are essential for promotion within the yamen. Transitioning from a constable to a captain necessitates not only a breakthrough to the second-tier martial artist level, but also a corresponding merit point from the court. Subsequent promotions within the yamen will require appropriate merit points. Ye Fan communicated with Lan Xian through his mind, claimed the reward for System Task 1. As soon as he uttered these words, an overwhelming force of heaven and earth enveloped him, and a stream of heritage directly infused into his mind. In an instant, Ye Fan mastered the upper-tier pure yang skill of the yellow rank, achieving its perfected state. For the first time, Ye Fan experienced the System's formidable power as it bestowed upon him enlightenment, elevating his regard for the System's capabilities. Ye Fan did nothing. Yet the pure yang skill autonomously began to circulate within him, with an endless stream of celestial and earthly spiritual energy transforming into inner strength and flowing into his being, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Ye Fan inquired of Lan Xian, is this pure yang skill truly so extraordinary? Even without my active cultivation, it operates on its own. Lan Xian replied in a calm tone, Host, do not overthink it. The pure yang skill is merely an ordinary upper-tier skill of the yellow rank. Its ability to operate autonomously is thanks to the System's facilitation of its function. This operational impetus is derived from Lu Sandow, who is diligently cultivating within the system space, allowing you to acquire a portion of his inner strength. This exemplifies the second function of the system, automated cultivation. If the host were to currently engage in the cultivation of their techniques, the speed of their training would be the sum of the system's automatic operational speed and the host's own cultivation pace. Ye Fan remarked, does this mean that if I capture more individuals and confine them within my system space, my cultivation speed will continuously escalate? I could swiftly ascend to profound realms? Lan Xian replied in a calm tone, please refrain from entertaining such fanciful daydreams, host. Firstly, the system does not imprison virtuous individuals. Only those designated by the system's tasks possess the qualification to enter the system space. In essence, apart from the host, no one else is entitled to access the system space. Therefore, it would be prudent for the host to relinquish these fruitless notions and instead focus on diligently cultivating to elevate their own realm, subsequently completing the tasks assigned by the system. Completing the system tasks promptly not only yields rewards from the system but also enhances one's cultivation speed significantly. After absorbing the system's explanation, Ye Fan had no choice but to abandon the plan of capturing hundreds of individuals to enter the system space for cultivation. He chose to disregard the system entirely and earnestly commenced practicing the perfected level of pure yang skill. As Ye Fan activated the perfected level of pure yang skill, his cultivation speed surged by 1/5 immediately. The cultivation speed of a third-rate martial artist distinctly surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Although the system only absorbed 1/5 of the inner strength gained from Lu Sandow's cultivation, this still far exceeded the inner strength Ye Fan could acquire through his own martial techniques. Thus, Ye Fan wholeheartedly devoted himself to the perfected level of pure yang skill, and yet his cultivation speed merely increased by 1/5. Ye Fan did not disdain this increment, for as the saying goes, accumulating earth can form mountains, and gathering streams can create rivers. Chapter 8. Third-rate martial artist time flows unceasingly, and the days pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a day has elapsed. Ye Fan's inner strength has reached the pinnacle attainable by an ordinary individual, and he is now poised to launch an assault on third-rate martial artists. To transcend into the realm of a third-rate martial artist, it is imperative to establish a dantian within the lower abdomen, allowing inner strength to reside there for extended periods without dissipating throughout the body. With a dantian to store inner strength, one may begin to learn martial techniques, which augment one's combat capabilities. A third-rate martial artist devoid of martial techniques stands little chance against one who possesses them. Ye Fan focused intently on his chaotic dantian, channeling his inner strength with all his might to cleanse it. As long as he purges the chaotic energy from the dantian, he will have successfully established it. Should any chaotic energy remain, over time, it could transform the inner strength into chaotic energy as well. At this moment, 2/3 of the chaotic energy within Ye Fan's dantian had been cleansed, leaving only 1/3 remaining. He must continue to exert himself tirelessly in this endeavor. It is believed that it will not be long before he steps into the ranks of third-tier martial artists. Ye Fan has been tirelessly cultivating the perfected pure yang technique without pause. His rapid cleansing of the chaotic energy is not attributed to an extraordinary innate talent or exceptional aptitude for cultivation. Rather, it is due to his mastery of the perfected yellow-grade superior technique, pure yang, which allows him to purify his dantian at a speed several times greater than that of those practicing entry-level yellow-grade superior techniques. If he were employing an entry-level yellow-grade inferior technique, his purification rate would exceed theirs by more than tenfold. Moreover, with the support of Lu Sandow, an ordinary person practicing a yellow-grade inferior technique and reaching the intra-level realm would find that after a month of practice, their results would still pale in comparison to Yifan's single day's effort. Should the cleansing speed falter, the assimilation of chaotic energy would outpace the purification, leaving such individuals with little hope of ever breaking through to the third-tier martial artist realm. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed, and Yifan now finds merely a wisp of chaotic energy remaining in his dantian. This solitary wisp of chaotic energy stands at the center of his dantian, impervious to his relentless efforts to cleanse it away. This wisp, often referred to as the energy of realms, serves as the greatest obstacle for ordinary individuals striving to transcend into third-tier martial artists. It is the very root of all chaotic energy within the dantian as of half a day prior. Yifan had successfully purified all other chaotic energies, leaving only this final remnant. The persistence of this root wisp has thwarted his cleansing attempts for a considerable time. Yet, despite his fruitless endeavors, Yifan remains undeterred, steadfastly continuing his efforts to purge this source of chaotic energy. Meanwhile, Lu Sandow within the system space remains in a constant state of cultivation, unceasing in his practice. This is not a demand from Yifan, but rather a self-driven commitment to improve. He understands that his cultivation must hold some benefit for Yifan, especially after suffering such a dire predicament at Yifan's hands. The torment of feeling worse than death is one he has no desire to endure again. Should he be subjected to that sensation once more, he would willingly choose death over such an experience. As Yifan continues to purify the chaotic energy within his dantian, he reflects inwardly. Indeed, cultivation is no simple endeavor. Despite his unwavering dedication over an extended period, he has yet to break through to the realm of a third-tier martial artist. Were other cultivators to know of Yifan's current thoughts, they would undoubtedly be incensed. For an ordinary person aspiring to transcend into a third-tier martial artist, an uninterrupted cleansing of the chaotic energy in the dantian over the course of 2 to 3 years is essential. Even those with innate gifts for cultivation typically require at least a year or two to achieve such a breakthrough. Only the prodigious scions of prestigious families, endowed with exceptional talents and access to corresponding medicinal resources, can hope to ascend to the realm of third-tier martial artists within a mere few months. Yifan had merely practiced for a span of 2 days, yet he found himself on the precipice of a breakthrough. Astonishingly, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction with such a rapid pace of cultivation. There is indeed a timeless adage that aptly describes this sentiment. The insatiable heart of man is akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. In the blink of an eye, 3 more hours elapsed, and Yifan sensed a subtle loosening of the chaotic energy within his dantian. Observing this stirring of primordial chaos, he resolutely intensified his internal energy. For it is said that one must seize the momentum of a single push, lest it dwindle and fade. Yifan possessed a profound understanding of this principle, and thus, despite his overwhelming fatigue, he pressed on without pause, continuing to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into internal strength to further wash away the chaos. Through his relentless efforts, the chaotic energy within his dantian began its transformation from existence into non-existence. This transformative process persisted for an entire 5 hours, after which Yifan finally succeeded in stepping into the realm of a third-tier martial artist. The chaotic energy within him had wholly dissipated, replaced by pure internal power. With this newfound strength, Yifan's power had increased by at least 100 jin, elevating him from a meager few dozen jin to an impressive 200 jin. It is no wonder that ordinary individuals, regardless of their efforts, find themselves incapable of overcoming a third-tier martial artist. The disparity in strength between the two is indeed vast. To vanquish a third-tier martial artist, an ordinary person would require the coordinated efforts of 5 or 6 individuals, and even then, should their collaboration falter, they might still fall short. Yifan clenched his fist, reveling in his newfound might, and felt an invigorating anticipation for the martial arts realm that lay ahead. He did not cease his cultivation. Instead, he continued to channel the forces of nature into internal power, storing it within his dantian. His ongoing practice was aimed at solidifying the realm he had just breached, for failure to promptly consolidate one's newly attained level could result in an unforeseen regression. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was low, Yifan remained vigilant. An hour passed, and Yifan had firmly established his strength as a third-tier martial artist. He retrieved some bread from the system space and, after consuming it, made his way to the personnel hall of the county office. This hall served as the venue for the advancement of the officers, and Yifan sought to elevate his status from a constable to a catch officer. While Yifan engaged in his post-cultivation activities, Lu Sandow continued to cultivate within the system space, and Yi Fan benefited from Lu Sandow's progress, as his own cultivation steadily advanced. However, the pace of his growth during periods of inactivity was not as rapid as when he was actively cultivating. Upon arriving at the personnel hall, Yi Fan noticed over a dozen catch officers and several dozen constables from Dingyuan County engaged in task assignments. The personnel hall not only facilitated the elevation of ranks, but also provided opportunities to undertake official missions. By completing these tasks, one could earn corresponding merit points. Yi Fan's arrival drew the attention of many, for he held considerable renown in Dingyuan County. Certainly, the reputation referenced here is one of infamy. Yi Fan had previously relied heavily on his father's influence, allowing him to act with impunity. As a result, the majority of the constables and officials harbored a profound disdain for Yi Fan, though those who dared to confront him were particularly filled with animosity. Upon Yi Fan's entrance into the hall, one of the officials loudly remarked to his companion, "What a disgrace it is to have a useless scoundrel like him in the personnel hall. He once boasted of his father's power, but now I wonder whose authority he can possibly invoke. He has truly brought shame upon us, the officials of Dingyuan County." Another official chimed in, "Indeed, I suspect his father may have been driven to ruin by his reckless spirit. Were I in his position, I would have long since sought a way to end my own misery." The first official continued, "What do you suppose this good-for-nothing is here for now?" The second replied, "Isn't it obvious? Without his father, he wishes to prove himself. Yet, given his languid and lethargic nature, who would want him? Do you think any of the esteemed individuals present would choose such a worthless fellow?" The constables could accept assignments, and if they deemed themselves incapable of completing a task, they could collaborate with other constables. Should they not require assistance from their peers, they could recruit a few officials to accompany them. These officials, flocking to the personnel hall, naturally aspired to be noticed by the esteemed constables, hoping to be included in their missions. In doing so, they could earn a modicum of merit points from the court, which could be exchanged for valuable items to aid in their cultivation. The two officials speaking failed to recognize that Yi Fan had already transcended the third-rate martial artist level, which emboldened them to mock him so brazenly. Not only had they overlooked this fact, but even the dozen or so constables nearby remained oblivious. Only Captain Luo Yang, in charge of the personnel hall, discerned that Yi Fan had indeed surpassed the third-rate martial artist level. However, he chose to remain silent, continuing with his task assignments, as he had no personal stake in either Yi Fan or the chattering officials, and thus saw no reason to intervene. As for the constables, they bore no ill will towards Yi Fan, nor did they feel compelled to address the remarks made by the officials. They believed that belittling Yi Fan would only serve to diminish their own status. Such derision was better left to the lesser officials. The third-rate martial artist constables could merely observe. Approaching the two gossips, Yi Fan coldly interjected, "Which of you two worthless scoundrels are you referring to?" The first official retorted, "You insolent brat. How dare you label us as worthless? Do you think we would hesitate to confront you here in the personnel hall? But you should understand this. You cannot remain in the personnel hall forever. You will eventually have to leave. And when you do, I shall ensure you regret it." The second official added, "Brother, must you be so cruel? If he kneels before us and offers an apology, we might just find it in our hearts to forgive him." After all, they were all officials from Dingyuan County, bound to encounter one another frequently. The thought of expelling his filth would only serve to taint the environment of the office. As these words escaped the mouths of the two officials, a hearty laughter erupted among the onlookers. Everyone appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, with no one stepping forward to intervene. Even the captains had ceased their tasks, quietly observing the exchange between Yi Fan and the two officials. Some among them had previously felt Yi Fan's ire. While their animosity was not profound, they took a certain pleasure in witnessing his humiliation. Were it not for their own desire to maintain appearances, they might have relished the opportunity to trample on Yi Fan's dignity themselves. Yi Fan coldly remarked, "I assure you, I will not remain in the personnel hall indefinitely. Once I have completed my affairs, I shall take my leave. I hope that when I depart, you too will have the courage to exit, rather than cower within these walls." After delivering his words, Yi Fan chose to disregard the two officials, instead approaching the captain overseeing the personnel hall. Standing before the captain, he spoke with a measured tone, "Sir, I wonder if I might be considered for promotion to captain." The officials erupted into laughter at Yi Fan's inquiry, incredulous that he had entered the personnel hall merely to pose such a foolish question. It was well known that Yi Fan had shown little interest in cultivation. It could be said that he had scarcely practiced at all. To ascend to the rank of captain, one must possess the strength of a third-tier martial artist. The notion that Yi Fan could achieve such a breakthrough less than a month after his father's death was met with disbelief. Many of them had devoted 2 to 3 years to their training without reaching the third tier. However, The captain's subsequent words left them utterly astonished. The captain, who managed the personnel hall, stated with a calm demeanor, "You have indeed broken through to the 3rd tier, thus meeting the requirements for promotion. I have no reason to deny you this advancement." After speaking, the captain handed Yifan a token and continued, "Please surrender your current token representing your status as an official. From now on, you shall bear this token as a captain. Henceforth, you shall be the 17th captain of Dingyuan County. I trust you will strive to bring further glory to our county." With utmost respect, Yifan replied, "I will do so. I am determined to bring further glory to Dingyuan County." Chapter 10. Lianyun Prefecture. Upon hearing that Yifan had indeed reached the 3rd tier martial artist level, the captains of that tier were left in shock. They were well aware of Yifan's previous condition, having hardly engaged in any cultivation. The sudden transformation into a 3rd tier martial artist was nothing short of astonishing. The journey they had undertaken from ordinary individuals to 3rd tier martial artists had demanded immense effort, energy, and, most critically, a considerable amount of time. They pondered among themselves whether Yifan's innate talent for cultivation was exceptionally high, allowing him to achieve such a breakthrough in a short span. Aside from this explanation, no other rationale seemed plausible. It is utterly implausible that the cultivation resources left behind by Yifan's father could have enabled him to ascend to the 3rd tier warrior realm. Had that been the case, Yifan would have long since achieved such a breakthrough. The majority of 3rd tier warriors present were contemplating. They must never offend Yifan, for should he attain the 2nd tier warrior realm, their fates would indeed be sealed. The constables, previously emboldened, now dared not utter a word. There exists a vast chasm between a constable and a catchpole. If a constable lacks connections, it would be exceedingly simple for a catchpole to bring him to ruin. Those constables who had just been laughing now trembled with fear, while the two who had mocked Yifan were on the verge of wetting themselves in terror. After acquiring the catchpole's token, Yifan leisurely approached the 2 constables who had just disparaged him. Upon seeing Yifan advance, the constables were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. "Why," Yifan remarked coolly, "who now dares to exit the personnel hall?" One of the constables stammered, "Lord Yi, we acknowledge our mistakes. We truly realize our errors. We implore you, great Lord Yi, to show mercy and spare us. We shall never again utter a single word against you." The other constable hastily added, "Lord Yi, consider us as mere trifles and let us go. We assure you, we will never dare again. If you grant us this reprieve, we shall follow your lead without question. If you command us eastward, we shall go east. If you command us westward, we shall go west." Yifan replied indifferently, "Do you truly believe it feasible for me to harbor 2 worthless individuals who have yet to reach the 3rd tier warrior realm? Hand over all the merit points you have accrued from your service to the court, and I shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves sleeping with one eye open, ever wary of when I may choose to deal with you." The first constable quickly responded, "My lord, if you are willing to spare me, I shall gladly relinquish my merit points. I currently possess 2 merit points, and am willing to surrender them entirely." The other constable added, "My lord, I too have 2 merit points. I am unworthy of such merit, and am more than willing to offer them to you." Yifan tossed his catchpole token to them and said coolly, "Transfer the merit points, and this matter shall be concluded." The 2 constables hurriedly transferred all their merit points to Yifan. The 2nd tier warrior catchpole in the personnel hall observed this exchange in silence, recognizing that offending a 3rd tier warrior was hardly worth it. Moreover, the 2 constables were indeed at fault. Had he intervened on their behalf, he would not be aligning himself with righteousness in the county office. Merit points can be mutually transferred among constables, which is why the 2 who had slandered Yifan easily relinquished their merit points. After receiving their merit points, Yifan had no intention of further complicating matters for the 2 of them. As the 2 individuals had previously remained silent and caused no substantial harm to Yifan, he decided to forego any rash actions against them, fearing that such an approach might provoke further trouble. Instead, he opted to resolve the matter by merely requesting that they surrender their merit points. In truth, Yifan did not place great significance on the 2 merit points. Typically, a seasoned, 3rd-rate realm warrior serving as a constable would possess at least dozens of merit points in reserve. As for a 2nd-rate realm head constable, their collection of merit points would often reach several hundred. Generally, 3rd-rate realm constables and 2nd-rate realm head constables would not target the merit points of the junior officers, as a few merit points were of little consequence to them. Should they acquire too many merit points from the junior officers and the authorities become aware, it would lead to considerable trouble for them. After dealing with the 2 officers, Yifan departed without taking on any tasks from the magistrate's office. His reluctance to accept such assignments was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because he had yet to practice martial skills. Approaching tasks in his untrained state would not guarantee success. It would be wiser to first hone his martial abilities and elevate his cultivation before undertaking any missions. Although Jiang Bin was a notorious criminal, he had managed to conceal his misdeeds, and the authorities had failed to obtain any evidence against him, thus he was not being pursued. Consequently, Yifan did not feel particularly compelled to accept any tasks at that moment, choosing instead to hold off on taking any assignments. Completing system tasks remained Yifan's primary objective, as fulfilling them would yield considerable rewards. Jiang Bin was affiliated with the influential third young master of Lianyun Prefecture, and if Yifan wished to apprehend him, he needed to devise a strategy that would not offend Lianyun Prefecture while still allowing him to capture Jiang Bin. The influence of Lianyun Prefecture included a first-rate realm expert, and even the constabulary would have to tread carefully when dealing with such power. It was even more so for Yifan, a mere third-rate warrior. Although Lianyun Prefecture would not dare to openly slay a constable, they might covertly eliminate one, as long as there was no evidence linking the act to them, allowing them to evade any accountability. Thus, if Yifan sought to forcefully invade Lianyun Prefecture to apprehend Jiang Bin, it would be virtually impossible unless he had already ascended to a first-rate realm warrior. In that case, Lianyun Prefecture would not risk offending a first-rate expert over a mere servant. However, for a third-rate warrior to challenge Lianyun Prefecture would be akin to courting death, much like seeking a lantern in a restroom. Chapter 11. The third wave. Upon becoming a constable, Yifan transitioned to a new residence. The accommodations for constables differed from those of the junior officers, as constables were granted their own independent courtyards. Although the monthly salary of a constable did not match the magnitude of a head constable's estate, even the smallest sparrow possesses all its vital organs. The courtyard of a constable was well equipped, and it even provided a space for practicing martial arts, a privilege reserved for warriors of third-rate realm and above. Even if an ordinary individual were provided with a courtyard, they would still find it impossible to cultivate their skills. Hence, the design of the county office is as such. In Yifan's previous chamber, there was nothing of significance to move, so he directly settled into the new courtyard. Upon taking residence there, Yifan commenced his training in the novice reward bestowed upon him by the system, the intermediate-level martial skill of the yellow rank, known as the water wave palm. This technique, an offensive martial art of the yellow rank, marked Yifan's first foray into martial cultivation. The reason he opted not to practice the intermediate-level movement technique of the yellow rank was that such techniques are considerably more difficult to master compared to offensive skills, and at present, Yifan urgently needed to bolster his strength. He possessed great confidence in his close-quarters combat abilities and his predictive instincts, which influenced his decision to select an offensive technique over a movement one. Yifan took out the intermediate-level offensive martial skill, the water wave palm, and began to meticulously study its intricacies. The incantation reads, "At the 4 cardinal hours of Zi, Wu, Yin, and Yu, gather your energy at the dantian and push forth your palms. Face north with your back to the south, as you orient yourself towards the celestial sphere, allowing your intention to flow through your palms. Focus your mind on the dantian as the energy stirs. Draw it back to the 2 ACU points in prayer. Bring your palms together at your chest, letting the true energy spiral through. Allow the qi to travel along the Du and Ren meridians, nurturing the dantian for the duration of a fragrant stick of incense. Harmonize your pace according to the 36 rhythms, embodying the first layer of the 9 Yin divine art. Daily, at the 4 cardinal hours, seek a location rich in Yin energy, ideally at the 4 levels of high, medium, and low. Sit facing north, with your 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, calming your mind and guarding against distractions. Focus your intention on the dantian until the initial stirrings of energy arise. Then, join your hands before your chest with fingertips pointed forward. Guide the energy from the dantian along the Du meridian upwards, while allowing the Ren meridian to return it to the dantian. Continue this cycle of the small circulation for 36 rounds, gradually increasing your speed. Once the qi has returned to the dantian, push your palms forward, with palms facing outwards and fingers pointing upwards, allowing the true energy to flow into your hands. Then, lower your palms, directing them downwards, and swiftly retract them, aligning your left palm with the Qi Hai acupoint and your right palm with the Ming Min acupoint, spiraling the true energy into both points. Gather this energy within the dantian. Maintain this focus for the duration of a fragrant stick of incense. When you have cultivated sufficient power, able to control and release it freely, and develop resistance to cold, you may then pursue the second layer. After studying the martial incantation, Yifan felt an overwhelming depth to its teachings, with numerous aspects eluding his comprehension. He persistently endeavored to practice, yet after an entire afternoon, he saw little progress. The water wave palm could unleash a total of 9 layers of waves, each height surpassing the last, with each elevation signifying a measure of enhanced strength. However, After an afternoon's labor, he could not even manifest a single layer, leading him to question whether he possessed the aptitude for martial arts at all. It wasn't until the evening that he finally managed to grasp the basics of the water wave palm, barely able to produce a single layer of waves. The manifestation of this layer lent him a mere 1% increase in strength. As he dined that evening, Yifan pondered. How rapidly do others cultivate their martial skills? Why did it take me an entire afternoon to merely reach the entry level of a single technique? Is my talent truly so lacking? When will I be able to master all 9 layers of waves? Should other cultivators become aware that Yifan managed to master a mid-level yellow rank martial technique in merely one afternoon, they would likely be consumed by envy. If they were to learn that Yifan found such a pace to be unsatisfactory, they would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of fury. Typically, even an exceptionally gifted individual requires at least 10 days to half a month to reach the entry level of a basic yellow rank martial technique. Yet, Yifan accomplished this feat in just one afternoon, and astonishingly, he deemed his progress too slow. This was a pace that would leave other practitioners feeling utterly despondent. Should they discover this, they would surely take it upon themselves to confront Yifan with great fervor. The remarkable aptitude displayed by Yifan is not solely the product of innate talent, but rather the result of his 2 lifetimes of experience, which has allowed his soul to merge with that of another. Consequently, his spirit is magnitudes more powerful than that of the average cultivator, surpassing even those born with formidable souls. This unique advantage enables Yifan to swiftly attain mastery of mid-level yellow rank martial techniques. After enjoying dinner, Yifan resumed his training, firmly believing in the adage that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. He is convinced that regardless of one's innate abilities, those who exert sufficient effort will ultimately be favored by the heavens. The success of a genius is often attributed to 99 talent and 1 effort, whereas that of a fool relies on 50 persistence and 50 diligence. Yifan remains uncertain about his own innate gifts, yet his determination is unparalleled. He is resolute in his belief that with his unwavering will and the support of the system, he will carve out a realm of his own in the martial world. His previous life as a king among Special Forces soldiers illustrates his extraordinary resolve. 3 days have passed, and Yifan has elevated the water wave palm to a minor accomplishment, now capable of unleashing 3 layers of undulating waves. This enhanced technique boosts his power by a third, prompting him to pause his training. He recognizes he has encountered a certain bottleneck and acknowledges that achieving a higher mastery of the water wave palm in a short span is no longer feasible. Thus, he intends to devote the upcoming time to mastering the next movement technique. Once he attains intra-level proficiency in this technique, he will begin plotting his strategy regarding Zhangbin. During the 3 days of Yifan's training, many of the officials at the county yamen, particularly those who harbored grievances against him, trembled with trepidation. Even the 3 apprehensive constables who had previously dismissed Yifan now found themselves filled with unease. Despite having Liu Baixing's protection, they had not taken Yifan seriously, as Liu Baixing would not treat him with the same leniency as his father. However, with Yifan's recent breakthrough to the 3rd-tier martial artist realm, the dynamics have shifted dramatically. He now stands as an equal among them. Chapter 12. Into the Lin family time swiftly passes, and another 5 days have elapsed. Yifan has once again advanced the mid-level yellow rank movement technique to a minor accomplishment, enhancing his speed by at least 30%. Do not underestimate the significance of a 30% difference in speed. When 2 individuals possess comparable strength, a disparity of such magnitude and velocity can greatly influence the outcome of their encounter. The individual with the superior speed will find it considerably easier to secure victory, while the slower opponent faces an almost insurmountable challenge in achieving success. With enhanced speed, even if one cannot overpower their adversary, the ability to escape from their grasp becomes a viable option. Although fleeing is not in Yifan's character, he would undoubtedly choose to retreat when the situation becomes critical. After achieving a minor mastery in both martial arts techniques, Yifan did not continue his seclusion for further cultivation. He was prepared to journey to Lianyun Mansion. In order to complete his second system task, he must overcome this particular hurdle. Coincidentally, Lianyun Mansion had recently experienced a series of thefts, prompting them to seek assistance from the county office. Consequently, all constables and their captains from the county office were permitted to investigate the circumstances within Lianyun Mansion. Should they uncover the truth and apprehend the culprits, a substantial reward would await them from Lianyun Mansion. However, Yifan was not particularly motivated by the prospect of Lianyun Mansion's reward. His primary concern lay with Zhangbin. Zhangbin's fate was pivotal to the completion of his task, as the system's rewards for task completion far surpassed any compensation offered by Lianyun Mansion. Yifan proceeded directly to the personnel hall of the county office, accepted the task related to Lianyun Mansion, and made his way there without delay. Prior to arriving at Lianyun Mansion, Yi Fan had already conducted a thorough investigation. He discovered that Lianyun Mansion was home to 1 elite-level martial artist, 4 second-rate martial artists, and 17 third-rate martial artists. Most of these individuals were direct descendants of the Lian family, with only 1 chief steward being a second-rate martial artist and 5 third-rate martial artist servants. Each of these individuals represented the cream of the crop from the Lian family, and losing any one of them would be a significant loss for the family. Thus, Yi Fan aspired to confront a third-rate martial artist within the Lian family. While this task could not be deemed impossible, it was undoubtedly quite challenging. 5 third-rate martial artist constables had taken on the case concerning the Lian family, with no second-rate martial artist captains willing to accept the task. The second-rate martial artists recognized the peculiarity of the situation, one that even the elite-level martial artists of the Lian family could not resolve. Their involvement would likely prove futile and potentially perilous, prompting all captains to decline the assignment. The 5 third-rate constables who accepted the task did so for various reasons. Some believed in their own exceptional skills and felt confident in handling the Lian family's troubles, while others were lured by the generous bounty offered by the Lian family. Yi Fan, however, had his own pressing matters that necessitated his visit to the Lian family. Upon arrival at Lianyun Mansion, he was promptly welcomed by the chief steward, who arranged for him to stay in an opulent residence. The accommodations were even more lavish than those he had enjoyed at the county office, lacking only a separate courtyard. The chief steward provided Yi Fan with a brief overview of Lianyun Mansion's circumstances and informed him of the restricted areas he must avoid. Lianyun Mansion was divided into 5 branches: the family branch, the elder branch, and the branches of the first, second, third, and fourth elders. Naturally, the family branch held the most power, presided over by a family head of elite-level prowess, while the other 4 branches were each overseen by second-rate martial artists. The 5 veins are distributed across 5 distinct regions, and the area where items are lost belongs to the lineage of the family, while Zhang Bin serves as the attendant to the 3rd son of this lineage. Yi Fan is not far from the person he seeks. However, he refrains from any rash actions, choosing instead to bide his time. That night, the eldest son of the city lord personally hosted a banquet for the 5 constables from the county office. Yi Fan had anticipated such an event. These 5 individuals were merely practitioners of the 3rd tier, and the family, being of the 1st tier, would naturally not deign to entertain them in person. To do so would diminish the status of a 1st-tier practitioner. By sending a peak 3rd-tier practitioner, the eldest son of the Lian family, it was evident that Lian Yunfu placed great importance on the presence of these 5. At the banquet, the 6 men gathered around a table, with the eldest son of Lian Yunfu seated at the head. He raised his cup and spoke in a measured tone. I, Lian Cheng, wholeheartedly welcome you to our Lian family and extend my gratitude for your assistance in apprehending the thief. Should any of you aid us in capturing the culprit, rest assured that the promises made by the Lian family will be honored without fail. I trust you all have faith in our family's integrity. A robust middle-aged constable replied, Young Master Lian, you overstate our efforts. Upholding justice and safeguarding the peace of the populace is our duty. We would not require any remuneration. It is our responsibility to resolve this matter. Given the resources the Lian family has invested, those of us from the county office will ensure this issue is handled with utmost diligence. Aside from Yi Fan and a rather cautious, pale-faced scholar who refrained from commenting, the other constables pounded their chests in assurance, declaring their ability to resolve the matter. Yi Fan observed their boastful bravado with a hint of amusement. If the situation were truly so straightforward, the Lian Yunfu would not have summoned them. Thus, he surmised that the matter was likely far more intricate and fraught with peril than it appeared. Consequently, Yi Fan had no intention of becoming embroiled in this affair. He planned to settle matters with Zhang Bin and then depart, as there were no stringent obligations tied to the assignment from the county office. Noticing Yi Fan's silence and unfamiliarity, the eldest son of Lian Yunfu inquired, May I ask how to address this gentleman? I am acquainted with most of the constables from the county office. Have you recently joined their ranks? Yi Fan replied mildly, I am Yi Fan, indeed a newly minted practitioner of the 3rd tier and freshly appointed as a constable of the county office. My purpose in this gathering is merely to broaden my horizons, and I harbor no grand expectations of receiving rewards from Lian Yunfu. I trust that the experienced constables here will adeptly manage this task. So my presence is essentially to observe. Yi Fan articulated himself in this manner not only to convey humility and politeness, but also to indicate that he had no intention of competing with the other constables for rewards. Moreover, he inadvertently flattered his fellow constables, showcasing the art of conversation and his principles in interpersonal dealings. Chapter 13. Forming connections after exchanging pleasantries with the eldest son of the Lianyun Prefecture. Yi Fan began to address the matter of the missing items from Lianyun Prefecture and the circumstances surrounding their disappearance. The prefecture had mobilized its resources, yet the situation remained unclear. Lianyun Prefecture believed that the county office, being an establishment dedicated to handling cases, should possess some expertise regarding such incidents of lost property. Therefore, they summoned individuals from the county office. The treasury of the Lianyun family, particularly the branch led by the family head, had been burglarized. At the entrance of the treasury stood two third-rate warriors on guard, and the door itself was forged from a blend of purple gold and precious iron. Even a second-rate warrior would create a significant commotion attempting to breach such a door. However, the issue lay in the fact that the treasury door had not been tampered with. The two guards had detected no irregularities, yet a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of silver had vanished. It is worth noting that 100,000 taels is no trivial amount. It represented the culmination of over a decade's worth of savings for the Lianyun family. Naturally, the theft of such a substantial reserve left the family in a state of acute distress. As the Lianyun family could not uncover any leads, they sought the assistance of the county office to investigate the matter. Most crucially, the transportation of 100,000 taels of silver would undoubtedly generate considerable noise. Yet, during the time frame of the disappearance, Lianyun Prefecture had remained eerily quiet. To convey such a vast sum would require considerable equipment, yet no large carts or substantial items had been observed in the vicinity of the treasury during the period of the theft, further perplexing the neighboring residents. Upon hearing of these events, the constables from the county office expressed their eagerness to inspect the treasury. As night fell, the eldest son of Lianyun Prefecture instructed the constables to return to their quarters for rest, promising to lead them to the treasury the following day in hopes of uncovering any clues. Once everyone had departed, Yifan called out to Lian Chengbi, who, out of courtesy, chose to remain and converse with him. Lian Chengbi inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss, Brother Yi?" Yifan replied, "As the esteemed eldest son of the Lian family, your status is undeniably exalted. I naturally wish to cultivate a friendship with you. I wonder if you would be willing to grant me this honor. If you are open to forming a partnership, I would gladly offer my support in mutual vigilance." Lian Chengbi scrutinized Yifan thoughtfully before responding with a measured tone. "You are aware of my position as the eldest son of the Lian family. If you wish to ally with me, I am curious to know the basis of your confidence. Surely, you do not believe that a mere third-rate warrior and a constable from the county office qualifies you for such an alliance." In truth, Yifan was tempted to retort that Lian Chengbi was merely an inconsequential scion of a lesser-known family, and it was rather audacious for him to dismiss a county constable with such disdain. However, for the sake of their impending collaboration, Yifan tempered his emotions. With a calm smile, he replied, "Indeed, I am but a humble constable, recently promoted to my position. Yet, I stand backed by Captain Liu Baisheng, whose reputation, I believe, is known even to you, young Master Lian. I wonder what your opinion is on my worthiness to ally with you." After Yifan finished speaking, he directly handed Liu Baisheng's head captain token to Lian Chengbi. Lian Chengbi received the token from Liu Baisheng, scrutinizing it closely. Upon confirming its authenticity, his gaze towards Yifan transformed entirely. The head captain token is a symbol of one's identity as a head captain, and each head captain can create only one such token. Thus, whoever receives the token from a head captain becomes that head captain's most trusted confidant. If Yifan indeed has Liu Baisheng backing him, then he certainly possesses the qualifications to collaborate with him. Lian Chengbi remarked, "Young Master Yi, we were initially two individuals from vastly different worlds. I am uncertain what assistance you seek from me, as I do not know how I might be of help to you. However, the ways in which you could assist me are plentiful." Upon realizing Yifan's connection to Liu Baisheng, his demeanor underwent a complete 180-degree shift. Why, Yifan replied with a calm smile, "My intention to collaborate with young Master Lian is simply that both parties can offer aid to one another. I can support you in gradually taking full control of the Lian family, while you provide me with reliable intelligence from the Lian family, enabling me to more effectively apprehend the criminals of the court. If I manage to attain the position of head captain, and you become the head of the Lian family, our collaboration would render us unbeatable within the entirety of Dingyuan County." Lian Chengbi commented, "Young Master Yi certainly has grand aspirations. You have yet to reach the realm of a second-rate martial artist and are already plotting for the position of head-captain." Yifan, maintaining a composed expression, stated, "A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. A toad that does not dream of eating swan meat is not a good toad." Lian Chengbi responded, "Very well, I agree to collaborate with you, young Master Yi. However, I wish to know how you intend to assist me in ascending to the position of family head. Do you have a detailed plan? If so, I would like to hear it. Yifan smiled lightly, saying, "Since I have come to seek cooperation with young Master Lian, I naturally have my own ideas. If you heed my guidance, I assure you will become the head of the Lian family." Lian Chengbi replied, "If you can indeed help me become the head of the Lian family, I have no issue following your lead." Yifan then inquired, "Brother Lian, Are you aware of the individuals within your family who pose a threat to your position? Lian Chengbi answered, there is Lian Hua from the line of the Grand Elder, Lian Mai from the Second Elder's line, and Lian Tian from our own line. Yi Fan continued to question, which of these three do you believe poses the greatest threat to you? Lian Chengbi responded, is that even a question? Naturally, it is Lian Hua from the Grand Elder's line. Lian Hua has reached the pinnacle of the third-rate martial artist realm for over a year now. It is said that with just another 6 months, he will undoubtedly attain the second-rate martial artist realm. As a martial artist yourself, you should understand the disparity between the third-rate and second-rate realms. Yi Fan acknowledged, I am indeed aware of the differences between the third-rate and second-rate martial artists. However, it is not merely Lian Gongzi. Your greatest adversary is not Lian Hua, but rather your own faction's San Gongzi. Lian Tian, do you understand why this is the case? Lian Chengbi shook his head and replied, I do not comprehend the reason. I have never regarded my third brother as a true rival. He has only recently entered the late stage of a third-tier martial artist, and he still requires time to reach the pinnacle of that realm. Chapter 14 grants you a night's time. Yi Fan spoke calmly, stating, even if Lian Hua possesses immense strength, it does not alter the fact that he belongs to the faction of the Grand Elder. In contrast, regardless of how feeble Lian Tian may seem, he is the one in charge of sales, and this alone warrants not underestimating him. With the head of the Lian family, a first-tier martial artist, safeguarding Lian Yun Mansion, the family position of the Lian clan will forever be claimed by your faction, unless the other branches can produce a first-tier martial artist as well. Upon hearing this, Lian Chengbi swiftly grasped Yi Fan's intent and found merit in his words. As long as his father remained, he would never pass the headship to any other branch. Lian Chengbi remarked, you speak with some wisdom. So, how do you propose to assist me in attaining the position of family head? Yi Fan replied coolly. To secure the position of family head, you must first accomplish 3 things. If you can achieve all 3, then the position will undoubtedly be yours. Lian Chengbi inquired, pray tell, what are these 3 points? Yi Fan elucidated, firstly, eliminate those within your faction who pose a threat to you, ensuring that no one contests your claim when you inherit the position of family head. Secondly, guard against the other 4 branches uniting in opposition to you. Should they band together, even your father may struggle to suppress them. Thus, the best course of action is to win over 1 or 2 factions to your side, creating a united front. Thirdly, it is imperative to enhance your own strength. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If you lack strength, even the desire to forge will be futile. Should you not possess sufficient power, even if the position of family head is granted to you, it may not be securely held. Lian Chengbi responded, what assistance can you provide regarding these 3 points? Surely, you cannot simply outline them and leave me to tackle them alone. Yi Fan replied evenly, I can help you resolve the issue with Lian Tian and assist you in rallying support from the other factions. However, the enhancement of your personal strength rests solely upon your own efforts. In this regard, I cannot be of any aid. Yi Fan understood that to influence the San Gongzi's associates, he would require an insider from the Lian family as support. He aimed to cultivate the eldest son of the Lian family as their informant, ready to assist when he moved against Zhang Bin, who was close to the San Gongzi, ensuring that Lian Chengbi would express profound gratitude after his assistance. Lian Chengbi acknowledged, indeed, you are correct that you cannot assist me in enhancing my strength. I shall strive for that on my own. However, I wish to understand your specific plan for addressing the first 2 issues. Yi Fan remarked, your foremost challenge lies in addressing the threat posed by the third young master. It is utterly impossible to resolve all of his troubles in one fell swoop. We must approach this matter gradually, first diminishing the third young master's power bit by bit, and then concentrating all our forces to confront him, ultimately subduing him decisively. Lian Chengbi responded, pray tell me your detailed thoughts on how to deal with my third brother. Lian Chengbi, a man of lofty ambitions yet limited abilities, could not fathom Yi Fan. Had he occupied his position and been 5 or 6 years older than his third brother, would still be concerned about a rivalry for the position of family head. This made Yi Fan feel somewhat guilty for not being entirely truthful. He resolved that once Lian Chengbi assisted him in dealing with Zhang Bin, he would sever ties with such a fool, for frequent association with such individuals would only diminish his own intellect. Yi Fan continued, first, we must sever his left and right arms, then cut off his financial resources, and finally, we will thoroughly subdue him. Lian Chengbi replied, my third brother's left and right arms comprise a third-rate martial artist. I cannot guarantee a silent resolution for one of that caliber. How do you propose we deal with my brother's left and right arms? Yi Fan suggested, we should ascertain the movements of your brother's left arm, Zhang Bin, and then we can join forces to eliminate him. By personally taking action against Zhang Bin, it would signify a genuine collaboration between us. Although Yi Fan was particularly eager to resolve the issue with Zhang Bin, he could not reveal such intentions, He had to ensure that Lin Chengbi always felt he was gaining significantly, for only then would Lin Chengbi commit wholeheartedly to their collaboration. Were Yifan to disclose his true motives from the outset, he would risk being manipulated by Lin Chengbi. At present, Yifan's silence regarding his needs meant that Lin Chengbi was eager to collaborate with him. Lin Chengbi stated, determining Zhang Bin's movements is not a significant challenge. I can effortlessly uncover his daily activities and routes. However, the third-rate martial artist is a pillar of our family. If I were to rashly eliminate one of our own, even as the eldest son of the main branch, I could not bear such a burden. Yifan countered. If you fear the responsibility of being discovered, then what if no one uncovers it? The likelihood of us being caught is minimal if we act together. If you continue to hesitate in such a cowardly manner, then the position of family head will remain out of your reach. Should you fail to attain that position, my loss would be negligible. Yet it would become a lifelong regret for you. Consider this matter carefully. If you deem it unfeasible, we shall simply act as if we have never met. However, if you believe it can be accomplished, let us join forces. I shall return to my room now. I will grant you the night to contemplate. After you have deliberated, come find me, and the ultimate decision will rest with you. Upon concluding his words, Yifan turned and departed. Only the profound contemplation remained for Lin Chengbi. Upon returning to his residence, Yifan immediately began to channel his internal energy for cultivation. Although he had recently transcended to the realm of a third-tier martial artist, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of further enhancing his abilities. To establish a firm foothold in the martial arts world, formidable strength is the most reliable foundation. Any support one might have is ultimately precarious. Unless one possesses the power to dictate the life and death of their ally, it is unlikely that anyone else in the martial arts realm, aside from Yifan, could accomplish such a feat. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to have the extraordinary encounter that Yifan experienced by being bestowed with a system. Most are simply ordinary individuals. Yifan's cultivation lasted throughout the night, and by dawn, as he stepped out of his door, he had made a slight advancement in his prowess. Chapter 15. Internal resources. As Yifan emerged from his abode, he encountered Lin Chengbi. With a calm smile, Yifan regarded Lin Chengbi and slowly articulated, "How have you reflected on the matters I discussed, my brother Lin? Given that you sought me out so early in the morning, I presume you have reached a decision." Lin Chengbi replied, "I have indeed come to a conclusion. I am prepared to collaborate with you. However, I wish to ascertain what you hope to gain from assisting me. I am aware that you would not extend your help without a motive. You must seek something in return for your cooperation." Yifan responded, "At present, you lack the conditions to assist me, nor have you attained the qualifications to do so. Once you have gained control over a portion of the Lin family's resources, I would like you to utilize those resources to aid me in fulfilling my task assigned by the county office. You aspire to rise to the position of head of the Lin family, while I aim to ascend to the role of chief constable in the county office. Ultimately, if we achieve our respective goals, the entirety of Dingyuan County will be ours. By then, we can consolidate the resources of Dingyuan County, potentially granting us the opportunity to touch upon the realms beyond first-tier martial artists. It has been a decade since anyone in Dingyuan County has surpassed the first-tier realm, and currently, there are fewer than 10 first-tier martial artists in the entire county, which has rendered Dingyuan County the most feeble among the Anping Prefecture. Do you not find this to be a lamentable state for Dingyuan County?" Lin Chengbi responded with an expression of indifference. "I did not anticipate that you harbored such grand ambitions, you brother. Very well, I shall join forces with you to forge a more powerful Dingyuan County." Yifan's acting had reached a level of consummate skill, deserving of an Oscar. A mere buffoon like Lin Chengbi, of course, failed to perceive the performance, believing that Yifan was genuinely interested in his talents and thus sought him out to collaborate in strengthening Dingyuan County. Yifan continued, "Brother Lin, have you gathered intelligence on the left and right arms of the third young master? Where would be the most opportune location for us to make our move?" Yifan was direct, eschewing any frivolous embellishments, as he sought to fulfill his system task swiftly and bolster his own strength. Lin Chengbi shook his head and said, "Last night was too late, so I didn't have the time to check the schedule and location of Zhang Bin's activities. However, as long as I diligently investigate, I can obtain this information within 3 days." Yifan replied, "Indeed, be cautious while you inquire. Do not let anything slip. If the third young master catches wind of any evidence, while you may not face severe repercussions, you will find yourself in a rather precarious position." Lin Chengbi's failure to ascertain the situation regarding Zhang Bin prior to their collaboration only served to further diminish Yifan's regard for him. Yifan's admonition to avoid revealing any clues was not born out of concern for Lin Chengbi, but rather from a fear of his own intentions being exposed. The Lin family had risen to prominence as the foremost family in Dingyuan County, and among them were undoubtedly astute individuals. Should they uncover Yi Fan's true motives, it could lead to complications. To preempt any unnecessary troubles, Yi Fan meticulously reminded Lien Qingbi to remain vigilant. Yi Fan then said, "Brother Lien, let us proceed to your family's treasury with our county's officials. You should tend to your own affairs during this time. Do not neglect your responsibilities in pursuit of investigating Zhang Bin. Otherwise, it may easily lead to your exposure." Lien Qingbi nodded in acknowledgement. Once all the county officials had gathered, he led them directly to the Lien family's treasury. The treasury was situated at the very heart of Lien Yun Mansion, guarded by 2 martial artists of the 3rd tier, making it the most secure location. Yet, astonishingly, within this bastion of safety, a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of silver had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, the 30 or so servants tasked with overseeing the treasury had detected no anomalies, nor could they fathom how the silver had disappeared. The treasury itself was a fortified chamber, now eerily empty, as Yi Fan and his companions entered. Lien Qingbi addressed the gathered officials, saying, "Gentlemen, just 10 days ago, this place was brimming with 100,000 taels of silver, yet it inexplicably vanished 5 days ago. Following the disappearance, our Lien family's enforcement team scoured the entire estate and searched a 1-kilometer radius. Yet we found no trace of the silver. We have also set up a perimeter across all of Dinyuan County, but still, no leads have emerged. Thus, we opted to report the matter to the authorities. We believe the officials are adept at solving such cases, which is why we entrusted this significant task to you all. We hope you can work together to unravel this major incident and recover our Lien family's silver. Rest assured, our family will honor our promises. Whoever retrieves the silver will not only receive a reward of 1,000 taels, but also gain access to a high-grade yellow-tier cultivation technique. You all must understand the significance of such a technique." Upon hearing of the rewards, the officials present eagerly commenced their investigation of the scene. Aside from Yi Fan, the other officials were seasoned detectives, experienced enough to recognize the value of the substantial bounty, yet skilled enough to accept this formidable task without trepidation. While there are no penalties for failing to complete this task, should one undertake it and achieve nothing, the Lien Yun house may not overtly express their dissatisfaction, yet any slight indication of discontent towards a particular constable could spell trouble for that individual. One constable turned to Lien Qingbi and inquired, "Young Master Lien, have you investigated the possibility of internal theft? If it were not an inside job, then it stands to reason that someone must have bribed all the key figures to facilitate the theft. Otherwise, the enormity of the target, a sum of 100,000 taels of silver, could not have vanished silently from the watch of dozens. Even a martial artist of the postnatal realm, let alone those of higher tiers, would lack the capability to achieve such a feat unless, of course, the thief possessed a storage ring, allowing them to discreetly transfer the entire sum into it and make off with it. However, those who own such rings are invariably significant figures. It is estimated that there are no more than 50 storage rings throughout the entire martial arts realm. Thus, it is improbable that someone would resort to thievery of this magnitude using a storage ring." The eldest constable remarked, "The notion of internal theft is simply implausible. There are over 30 individuals involved, and with a target as substantial as 100,000 taels, the likelihood of collusion for such a scheme is nearly non-existent. Even if all 30 conspire together, the area surrounding the inner treasury is where our kin reside, making it impossible to transport such a vast sum out undetected." Another constable speculated, could it be that some fortunate lad stumbled upon a storage ring left behind by a powerful individual, and subsequently emptied the treasury of all its silver? The oldest constable countered, "This theory lacks credibility. To utilize a storage ring, one must reach the postnatal realm, achieving the ability to project inner energy outward. While 100,000 taels is indeed a considerable sum for someone at that level, a postnatal master would not expose the existence of a storage ring for such a trivial amount. Once a storage ring is revealed, it becomes a target for anyone, be they postnatal, innate, or true martial realm masters, who would lack the means to safeguard it. Individuals below the postnatal realm, even if they were to find a storage ring, would be incapable of utilizing it. Thus, this incident bears no relation to storage rings whatsoever." After thorough investigation, none of the constables could ascertain the reason behind the loss of the silver. If this matter had not originated from the Lien family, they might have even assumed it never occurred. Throughout the proceedings, Yi Fan had remained silent, instead engrossed in studying the intricacies of the treasury. He found the patterns within the treasury to be of great interest. Turning to Lien Qingbi, he asked, "Young Master Lien, was this entire residence constructed by your family, or did another family build it before your family took residence?" In the midst of the gathering, Yi Fan refrained from addressing Lien Qingbi as Brother Lien, unwilling to disclose any connection between them. Lien Qingbi replied, "Constable Yi, What relevance does this have to the case at hand? Since Yifan wished to conceal their relationship, Lian Qingbi also refrained from disclosing the connection between the two. Yifan remarked, "This indeed pertains to the case at hand, and I hope Master Lian can provide some insights." Lian Qingbi replied, "The entire Lian residence was not constructed by our family. A century ago, the most prominent clan in Dingyuan County was the Wu family. The Wu clan was notoriously brutal, exerting oppressive control over the people of Dingyuan County to the extent that even the elephants dared not challenge their tyranny. It was during this period that our Lian family rose to prominence. We united over 10 families from Dingyuan County to collectively annihilate the Wu clan, restoring tranquility to the region. This mansion was formerly the abode of the Wu family, and after their downfall, we moved in. History is forever inscribed by the victors. Since the Lian family emerged victorious 100 years ago, it is they who dictate the narrative. Whether they proclaim themselves righteous or wicked is entirely at their discretion." Yifan chose not to delve into whether the Lian family was just or the Wu family justified a century ago. His inquiry merely aimed to validate a suspicion he harbored. Upon observing the intricate patterns above the inner vault, Yifan surmised that this residence was likely not constructed by the Lian family, but rather seized from another clan. How did Yifan discern this? He naturally recognized it from the motifs adorning the walls. The designs on the walls of the inner vault were not the emblem of the Lian family, but rather a clan symbol unfamiliar to Yifan. If this mansion had indeed been built by the Lian family, such a discrepancy would not exist. However, if it were not, then such an occurrence was indeed plausible. Yifan had begun to speculate who might have pilfered the cache of silver and the methods employed in the theft. Yet, he withheld these thoughts, intending to pursue the silver himself. For acquiring it would greatly facilitate his path of cultivation. As for the meager rewards offered by the Lian family, he regarded them with indifference. The eldest son of Lian Yunfu inquired, "Yi Constable, have you had any revelations?" Yifan shook his head and responded, "At present, I have yet to find any leads. Rest assured, I shall inform Master Lian once I do." Lian Qingbi acknowledged, "Very well, I understand." Given that so many seasoned constables present were at a loss, Yifan's lack of direction was entirely understandable to Lian Qingbi. He continued, "Since you all have familiarized yourselves with this place and conducted a thorough investigation, let us proceed to lunch together before delving deeper into this matter." After concluding his statement, Lian Qingbi led the constables to lunch. Following the meal, Lian Qingbi departed, granting the constables the freedom to roam within Lian Yunfu to further investigate the incident. Although he ought to have remained with the constables, he chose to pursue an inquiry along the riverbank instead, unable to fathom why his father had summoned these seemingly inept individuals for assistance. Could it be that those good-for-nothings could accomplish what the Lian family could not? Yet, this was an order from his father, and naturally, he dared not defy it. Within the entire Lian family, his father's commands held the weight of a royal edict. Even the other branches dared not oppose his father's wishes. This exemplifies the might of a first-tier martial artist, for a second-tier martial artist would require at least 7 or 8 of their kind to stand on equal footing with one of the first tier. Thus, while the 4 branches of the Lian family occasionally dared to contest his father's orders, when his father truly meant business, none among the 4 branches would dare utter a word. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yifan seized the opportunity, with no one around, to once again enter the inner treasury of Lianyun Mansion. Clutching a bottle of water, he sprinkled a circle of water around the vault and meticulously observed the flow of the liquid. After approximately 10 minutes, Yifan smiled faintly before exiting the inner treasury and leaving Lianyun Mansion, making his way toward the eastern gate. Upon emerging from the eastern gate, he beheld a bustling street. Dressed in the attire of a constable, Yifan strolled casually along the thoroughfare, carefully scrutinizing the people in the vicinity. After circling the street numerous times, Yifan narrowed his focus to 3 households. He refrained from taking rash action, instead silently returning to Lianyun Mansion and retreating to his room to commence his training. Chapter 17. The target shortly after Yifan departed the street. A young man dressed as a farmer, bearing an anxious expression, swiftly entered a humble abode. Upon entering, he hurried to the inner chamber, where 3 other young men in similar attire awaited. Among them was a third-tier martial artist. The third-tier martial artist inquired of the newcomer, "What is the situation outside? Have there been any whispers?" The young man replied, "There have been no whispers, but Lianyun Mansion has searched our courtyard 3 times without uncovering anything. However, a third-tier martial artist constable has visited our street today, seemingly quite attentive. Having circled the area over 10 times, I cannot ascertain what he might have discovered, nor do I know if he is here regarding matters of Lianyun Mansion." The third-tier martial artist scoffed, "Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. What we have done is beyond the reach of Lianyun Mansion. Do you truly believe that a mere third-tier martial artist constable could uncover anything? If a second-tier martial captain were to roam our street for over 10 laps, he might glean some insight. Yet, a young constable of the third tier stands no chance of discovering our affairs. Once the commotion subsides, we shall transport the silver, and from that moment forth, we will live in ease and comfort, never to return to the mountains to be mere bandits again. Oh, my mistake. I meant to say, to be the small leaders of the mountain. The young man whispered, Brother Zhang Huan, do you think the Chilean mountain Wuxin stronghold will send someone to capture us now that they know we have fled? Should we be captured and taken back, the methods employed by Wuxin mountain village would render us utterly unable to survive, yet equally incapable of seeking death. Zhang Huan remarked, Brother, there is a saying, the timid die of hunger, while the bold perish from excess. If we remain ensconced within the village, this life holds no promise of salvation. The village chief and the various leaders have us firmly under their thumb. Even the women we encounter are merely the remnants chosen by the heads of their clans. However, once we step outside, the situation transforms entirely. With this sum of silver, we can live freely and elegantly in any county we choose. By utilizing this wealth to procure resources for cultivation, I am certain to ascend to the rank of a second-tier martial artist, and you shall undoubtedly become third-tier martial artists. Moreover, do you truly believe that after the escape of a few bandits, the village would mobilize such vast resources and manpower to hunt us down? Such a notion is utterly implausible, unless the higher-ups within the village become aware of our actions. Zhang Huan and the other three were members of Wuxin mountain village in the Chilean mountains. While descending the mountain to raid, they apprehended a descendant of the Wu family. Upon capture, in a bid to save his life, he divulged crucial information concerning the illustrious history of the Wu family a century prior, including the existence of a secret passage leading from their treasury to the outside world. He further informed them that the Lin family was likely to have their treasures secured within that vault. The bandits, intrigued by this revelation, swiftly eliminated the Wu descendant and banded together to seek their fortune. To their astonishment, they indeed discovered the secret passage and successfully infiltrated the Lin family's inner treasury, making off with a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. However, before they could transport the silver away, the Lin family had already caught wind of the situation. They dispatched all their spies to discreetly investigate the matter in Dingyuan County. Fearing exposure and potential assault by the Lin family, Zhang Huan and his companions agreed to temporarily conceal the silver within the passage while they lay low in the city, awaiting the opportune moment to depart Dingyuan County with their ill-gotten gains. Seeking refuge in a place where their identities remained unknown, it was precisely due to this tense predicament that the four of them clung tightly together. Had they already transported the silver away, they might have been preoccupied with their own calculations, for dividing 100,000 taels among themselves would yield a fortune of 25,000 taels each if shared among four. After returning to his room, Yifan devoted an entire afternoon to cultivation. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he stealthily departed from Lianyun Mansion once more, soon finding himself in a narrow alleyway of the street he had traversed earlier that day. Yifan summoned Lu Sandow, who had been cultivating within the system, into this new environment. Upon seeing Yifan before him again, Lu Sandow felt an even deeper respect for him, recognizing that Yifan wielded control over his very existence and exuded an air of profound mystery and unpredictability. He contemplated that by remaining in Yifan's company, he might very well ascend to the realm of first-tier martial artists, surpassing the innate level of cultivation. Lu Sandow respectfully addressed Yifan, stating, Master has summoned his subordinates. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yifan replied, I have called you forth to deal with a few individuals. Follow me without question or comment. Simply execute the orders I give. Lu Sandow promptly responded, Your subordinate obeys. Yifan, accompanied by Lu Sandow, stealthily infiltrated a farmhouse. However, merely 3 minutes later, they exited the premises, having determined that this was not the target they sought. They proceeded to another farmhouse, only to retreat once more after realizing it too was not the intended objective. Yifan had identified 3 potential targets. Should none of these prove correct, it would indicate a flaw in his judgment. Upon entering the third farmhouse, Yifan spotted a burly man clad in black patrolling the courtyard. With a 90% certainty, he believed this to be the individual he was searching for. Yifan quietly instructed Lu Sandow. Lu Sandow, silently incapacitate this man for me. If possible, capture him alive. If not, eliminate him immediately. As a seasoned assassin, Lu Sandow possessed certain skills, though Yifan, with his past as a special forces operative, was undoubtedly more adept at such tasks. Nevertheless, Yifan was unaware of the true circumstances within. He initially allowed Lu Sandow to take the lead to assess the situation. Should the adversary prove formidable, Yifan would not hesitate to abandon Lu Sandow and escape. If the opponent was weak, Yi Fan intended to secure the target entirely today. Following Yi Fan's directive, Lu Sandow approached stealthily. As he drew near, everything seemed normal, and the patrolling man remained oblivious to his presence. However, when Lu Sandow was merely 3 meters away, the patrolman suddenly turned and spotted him. With no other options, Lu Sandow swiftly produced a throwing knife and hurled it at the patrolman. The blade struck true, and the man fell lifelessly to the ground. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan appeared behind Lu Sandow. Yi Fan spoke softly. Move the body to the corner. Lu Sandow complied, dragging the lifeless form to a secluded area. The courtyard contained 2 rooms, and quietly, Yi Fan and Lu Sandow crept towards them in a short time. Yi Fan discerned that one room housed 2 ordinary individuals, while the other contained a single person, a third-rate martial artist. Yi Fan quietly instructed Lu Sandow, while they slumber, we shall apprehend all 3. Lu Sandow respectfully replied, understood. The 2 swiftly captured the 2 ordinary individuals, silencing them to prevent any noise or commotion. After dealing with 2 ordinary individuals, Yi Fan and his companion collaboratively subdued the martial artist of the third-rate realm. Capturing the third-rate martial artist required minimal effort, as he was ensnared during his slumber. The 3 individuals were thoroughly bound and brought to a room by Yi Fan and his ally. The 4 individuals in question were naturally Zhang Huan and his companions. Upon observing Yi Fan and his companion, Zhang Huan discerned from their demeanor that Yi Fan was the one in charge. Zhang Huan addressed Yi Fan, inquiring, who might you be, and why have you intruded upon private property? Are you not aware that such actions are a grave transgression? At that moment, Yi Fan was not clad in the attire of a constable, leaving Zhang Huan unaware of his true identity. With a nonchalant smile, Yi Fan replied, you may not know who I am, but he certainly does. After stating this, Yi Fan proceeded to indicate the individual he had encountered on the street earlier that day, which had led him to this location due to the man's furtive demeanor and palpable nervousness. The man spoke up, brother, this person is a constable. I encountered him on the street today. Zhang Huan maintained his composure and responded, esteemed constable, we are merely law-abiding citizens and do not comprehend the reason for your summons. If you have any matters to discuss, please summon us directly, and we shall cooperate fully. There is no need for you to personally come here at night to apprehend us. Yi Fan, with a calm smile, retorted, a person of renown does not speak in riddles. Where have you concealed the 100,000 taels of silver stolen from Lianyun Prefecture? Reveal it, and I may spare your lives. If you remain silent, death awaits you all. Should you perish, I can still ascertain the whereabouts of the silver. Zhang Huan was internally astounded, yet he feigned indifference, replying, what matter is it that you speak of? My lord? I do not comprehend. What 100,000 taels of silver? I truly have no knowledge of such a thing. Yi Fan, maintaining his serene demeanor, remarked, your ability to withstand pressure is indeed commendable, as you exhibit little reaction. However, your 2 companions appear to be in a rather dire state. Observe their expressions. Have they betrayed you? Turning to his 2 subordinates, Zhang Huan found, as expected, their faces were marked by shocked, why lord, he said. These 2 brothers of mine are not well versed in the ways of the world. Perhaps your mention of 100,000 taels of silver has frightened them, leading to their current expressions. Please do not misunderstand at that moment. Zhang Huan's 2 subordinates regained their composure, with one hastily nodding in agreement, indeed, my lord, my elder brother speaks the truth. This is our first encounter with such a substantial sum, hence our expressions. The other chimed in, yes, yes. Yi Fan, with an unperturbed demeanor, addressed Lu Sandow. Since they are so uncooperative, let us eliminate one of them. After all, there are 3 of them, and the loss of one is inconsequential. Ultimately, we shall still extract the necessary information. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Huan's 2 subordinates were rendered paralyzed by fear, with one even so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. Lu Sandow inquired, Master, which one shall I eliminate first? Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, either will suffice. It matters not who perishes first. The choice is entirely yours. With a respectful acknowledgement of yes, master, Lu Sandow approached the 2 individuals. With a playful grin, he posed a question. Can you 2 guess who will meet their end first? Yourselves or each other? After uttering those words, Lu Sandow produced a small dagger from his waist. Observing the 2 with a chilling gaze, at that moment, the 2, confronted with the cold steel, felt a surge of terror. Yi Fan interjected, enough of this frivolity. Eliminate one of them. Lu Sandow responded, as you wish. Master, this one who has soiled himself is particularly repugnant. I shall dispose of him first, lest he defile the air further. Lu Sandow slowly advanced the dagger towards the trembling individual, who was now in a state of extreme fear. As the blade drew closer, the man stammered desperately, "My lord, spare my life. I will divulge anything you wish to know. If you seek the whereabouts of the 100,000 taels of silver, I can reveal it to you. Please, grant me mercy. I shall serve you loyally henceforth." Yi Fan, with a serene smile, remarked, "Did you not claim ignorance of the 100,000 taels of silver moments ago? How curious that you now profess familiarity with it. Quite impressive indeed. How swiftly you have come by such knowledge. Since you are willing to speak, do enlighten me. I promise to spare you if your information proves credible. Once I ascertain the truth of your claims, I shall release you. As for your two reluctant companions, I shall ensure they join the one who is already patrolling. After all, that companion has been gone for some time. I trust he would appreciate some company on the road to the underworld." He continued, "However, should I discover that your words are false, you shall find no sanctuary in death." Chapter 19. The collection of silver. Yi Fan stated calmly, "Now, reveal all that you know." The man, paralyzed by fear, was on the brink of divulging his secrets when Zhang Huan shouted, "Lao San, do not let them intimidate you. If you speak, we are all doomed. If you remain silent, they will not kill us for mere information about silver." Zhang Huan, displaying remarkable insight, understood that threats were futile at this juncture. He appealed to Lao San's emotions and reason, urging him to hold firm. After absorbing Zhang Huan's words, Lao San fell silent, agreeing with the logic presented. Yi Fan exchanged a glance with Lu Sandao, who instantly grasped his intent. Without hesitation, Lu Sandao swiftly extinguished Zhang Huan's life. Yi Fan coldly declared, "You lack the standing to negotiate with me. I am aware that the silver is concealed within the secret passage leading to the inner vault of Lianyun Prefecture. I simply have not deemed it worth my time to seek it out. You were granted an opportunity for survival, and should you fail to cherish it, I shall eliminate you all and take it upon myself to search at my own pace." The remaining two individuals were momentarily stunned by Yi Fan's words, for he had astonishingly articulated all the circumstances. The third one, taken aback, inquired, "How do you know these things? Are you a human or a ghost?" Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. All that matters is that you disclose what you know. I shall extend to you one final chance. Should you squander this opportunity, the next to perish will undoubtedly be you." The third man hastily exclaimed, "I will speak, I will speak." Subsequently, the individual referred to as the third man divulged all he was aware of to Yi Fan, and led him to the hidden cache of 100,000 taels of silver. As for the other person, Yi Fan had already instructed Lu Sandao to deal with him. The unfortunate soul believed that silence would spare him from misfortune, yet he failed to anticipate that his reticence would not save him from Yi Fan's wrath. Upon discovering the substantial hoard of silver, Yi Fan's spirits lifted immensely, for this treasure would henceforth bear the surname Yi. Yi Fan possessed the means to discreetly abscond with the silver. Although he lacked a pet ring, he was endowed with a system pet space. By simply placing the entire sum into the system's storage, he could stealthily procure this fortune without arousing any suspicion. The third man guided Yi Fan to the silver, respectfully addressing him, "My lord, I have now disclosed the locations where the silver is concealed. Will you not grant me my freedom?" Yi Fan smiled serenely, "I have stated that I would spare you, and thus I shall not harm you. I still hold a modicum of basic trust in my dealings." The third man quickly nodded in deference, "Your word is indeed commendable, my lord. I shall take my leave." Despite his outward submission, internally, he seethed with resentment for the loss of such a vast fortune. Although he was no match for Yi Fan, others were, and he resolved to inform the chieftain of his bandit clan to rectify this matter. However, before he could take a single step, a dagger pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. As he turned to behold Lu Sandao wielding the weapon, with his last breath, he uttered, "You lack integrity," and succumbed to death. Yi Fan regarded the lifeless body of the third man and remarked, "I am a person of my word. Your baseless allegations reflect poorly upon you. Had you not already met your demise, I would have ensured you faced death once more. I promised not to kill you. And indeed I have not. However, I never claimed my subordinates would spare you. Your inability to comprehend is not my fault." Yi Fan then instructed Lu Sandao, "Attend to the bodies of these four, and ensure they are disposed of meticulously, leaving no trace behind." Lu Sandao responded respectfully, "Understood, my lord." Afterwards, Lu Sandao dragged away the lifeless body of the third Ma and Yi Fan, however, remained beside the substantial sum of 100,000 taels of silver. This amount was indeed considerable, requiring a total of 15 large wooden chests to contain it all. Even if transported by horse-drawn carts, at least 2 would be necessary to carry the entirety. The average individual would find it exceedingly difficult to abscond with such a vast fortune. Yet, Yi Fan was untroubled by such concerns. With remarkable ease, he stored the entire 100,000 taels of silver within his system space. After securing the silver, Yi Fan did not linger in the vicinity. He promptly exited the secret passage to reunite with Liu Sandiao. By that time, Liu Sandiao had already dealt with the three bodies. As he was an adept in the art of killing and looting, finding the disposal of corpses to be a trivial task, Yi Fan retracted Liu Sandiao into the system space and swiftly returned to Lianyun Prefecture. Upon his arrival, Yi Fan made sure not to disturb anyone, retreating directly to his chamber. Although he intended to inform the higher-ups of Lianyun Prefecture about his findings, he chose to delay this revelation for several days, believing it would place him in a more secure position. Even if he were to disclose the information now, the officials would likely not suspect him. Nevertheless, Yi Fan had always been cautious in his dealings, hence his decision to wait. Furthermore, he planned to share this intelligence with the higher-ups simultaneously while addressing Zhang Bin. This way, once the officials initiated an investigation, Yi Fan would find it considerably easier to handle Zhang Bin. After all, once the higher-ups were aware of the situation, it was certain that many skilled individuals would be dispatched from Lianyun Prefecture. Upon returning to his room, Yi Fan did not dwell on matters for long. Instead, he resumed his practice of internal martial arts. He had set a clear objective: to elevate himself to the second-tier martial artist level within 3 months and accumulate enough merit points to become a head constable. This was his goal prior to acquiring the 100,000 taels of silver, but now, he aspired to reach the second tier within a month and gather sufficient merit points within 6 weeks to attain the rank of head constable in the county office. Once Yi Fan became a head constable, he would be considered part of the Six Gates, a governmental body specifically tasked with suppressing the forces of the martial world. At that point, no one would dare to openly confront a member of the Six Gates. Ensuring Yi Fan's safety. Chapter 20. A hefty employment. The following early morning, Lian Chengbi arrived at Yi Fan's quarters. Observing Lian Chengbi's somewhat guilty demeanor, Yi Fan inwardly shook his head, recognizing that such a character would find it challenging to achieve great things. Yi Fan spoke coolly. "Young Master Lian, how goes the investigation? Where does Zhang Bin typically frequent? When does he act alone? And when might be our optimal opportunity to strike?" Lian Chengbi replied, "I have utilized all the resources at my disposal and discovered that Zhang Bin has a paramour within the 100 Flowers building in Dingyuan County. Zhang Bin has always yearned to reveal his beloved, yet he has never amassed sufficient funds to secure her release. Each week, he frequents the Baihua building twice, once on Monday morning and again on Friday evening." Yi Fan remarked nonchalantly, "With the power of your Lian family, coupled with Zhang Bin being merely a third-rate martial artist, how could the Baihua building dare to slight you? What manner of establishment is this Baihua building?" Lian Chengbi responded, "Brother Yi, you wouldn't happen to have never visited the Baihua building, would you? It is the largest brothel in Dingyuan County, with countless branches across the realm. One could say that the Baihua building is a formidable force renowned throughout the land. Within its walls, there are masters of the Grandmaster realm stationed. Although this particular Baihua building is merely a small branch, it is not something our Lian family can provoke lightly. To extricate someone from the Baihua building, one must offer something of commensurate value. Otherwise, even a prince of the realm would find himself powerless. Of course, I only use that as a metaphor. Should a prince truly arrive, the Baihua building may not fear him, but they would not easily forge enmity with him." Yi Fan nodded in understanding. "I see. If we act within the Baihua building, could it lead to unnecessary complications? If the experts within the Baihua building were to thwart us, we would not only fail in our endeavor, but also risk entanglement. Therefore, I believe it would be wiser to strike outside the Baihua building, laying in wait until Zhang Bin emerges, at which point we can seize him directly." Lian Chengbi replied, "The area outside the Baihua building is a bustling commercial district. Should we rashly act there, we would undoubtedly leave behind corresponding evidence. If our family were to investigate, we would be even more easily exposed. I propose that we bribe Zhang Bin's beloved within the Baihua building, instructing her to poison his drink. Once Zhang Bin is deceased, we can eliminate Zhang Bin's beloved as well, thereby sparing ourselves considerable trouble." Yi Fan countered, "Your plan seems even less feasible than mine. The Baihua building is such a vast power. Once entangled, their investigative prowess would likely surpass that of the authorities. At that point, our exposure would be almost inevitable." Lian Chengbi remarked, "So you mean to say we cannot act against Zhang Bin during his visits to the Baihua building, and we must seek another opportunity to deal with him?" Yi Fan replied, "It depends on the situation. If absolutely necessary, we shall have to choose a different time. Does Zhang Bin pass through any sparsely populated areas on his way from the Baihua building to the Lian residence?" Lian Chengbi answered, "There is indeed a stretch of sparsely populated area, but it is merely a narrow alley, less than 50 meters in length. If we were to act there, We would need to resolve him within that 50-meter span. Do you think we can subdue him in such a brief distance with just the two of us? Yifan stated coolly, 50 meters is a distance we can cover. Do you truly believe that the two of us, when united, would be incapable of overpowering our adversary in the event of a sudden assault? Lien Chengbi remarked, how could there be a surprise attack? Within that 50-meter distance, there is simply no place to conceal oneself. Thus, the prospect of a covert strike is utterly implausible. Yifan replied. Why must we resort to stealth? You are the eldest son of the Lien family, and I am merely a constable. He is but a servant of the Lien household. Do you truly think that our close approach would incite suspicion of us wanting to harm him? In other words, would you dare to slay him in the presence of a constable, provided you believe that this constable bears no relation to you? Lien Chengbi inquired. Are you suggesting that we approach him directly and eliminate him? Yifan responded. You are correct, to an extent. However, we cannot take his life in that alley. We merely need to incapacitate him, seal his dantian, and then transport him to another location for further action. Lien Chengbi questioned, why must we take such unnecessary measures? Would it not be simpler to end him right there? Yifan clarified, this is not an unnecessary measure. To kill him in that location would likely leave behind traces we wish to avoid. Capturing him elsewhere and then dealing with him would be the wisest course of action. Yifan had no intention of disclosing to Lien Chengbi that he required a living Zhongbin, not a deceased one. Hence his strategy. Lien Chengbi conceded, very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Yifan continued, we have 3 days until Friday. During this time, we should strive to minimize our encounters. Otherwise, should we cross paths with Zhongbin, he may easily sense something amiss, which would severely hinder our future attempts at ambushing him. In the meantime, focus on your investigations with the other constables, while I will diligently examine the cases involving your family. I also hope to obtain that substantial reward in the Advanced Yellow Tier Martial Arts Manual. Lien Chengbi remarked, agreed. However, do not harbor overly optimistic expectations regarding the resolution of this case. My father has conducted numerous inquiries into the inner treasury, yet has unearthed no leads. He even summoned the chief constable from the county office. Yet the chief remains without a clue. I once overheard my father mention that he engaged your constables merely to mislead the true mastermind, allowing them to believe we had abandoned the matter. Should the mastermind take action, he would swiftly ally with the county chief to apprehend the villain and recover the missing silver. Yifan queried, does your father still maintain a rapport with our chief constable, considering he has already been summoned by him? Lien Chengbi replied, what rapport? The county chief was enticed by my father with a handsome sum. Once these matters are thoroughly investigated and the lost silver is retrieved, a reward of 30,000 taels will be owed to the county chief. Chapter 21. Achieving success with ease. Upon hearing this, Yifan finally comprehended why no second-tier martial artists had come to the Lien family to investigate the situation. Yifan remarked, even if others perceive us as insignificant figures, and indeed, we have never been regarded with any seriousness, we must not consider ourselves as trivial characters. Yifan withdrew a tael of silver from his pocket and directed his gaze towards Lien Chengbi, saying, what is this? Lien Chengbi replied, this is a tael of silver. Yifan placed the silver on the table and pounded it vigorously, then set it on the ground and stomped on it with force. Finally, he picked it up and addressed Lien Chengbi. Now, what is this? Lien Chengbi responded, it is still a tael of silver. What exactly are you trying to convey? Yifan explained, this is indeed a tael of silver. Regardless of the blows it endures or the disdain it faces, it remains a tael of silver. We are akin to this tael of silver, no matter how others perceive us or how they treat us. As long as we have a proper understanding of ourselves, we can achieve great things. Currently, I am merely a lowly constable in the county office, and you are but a young master of the Lien family. Yet who can predict our accomplishments 3 or 5 years hence? Lien Chengbi acknowledged, I understand now. Although we are both a tael of silver, together we amount to 2 taels, and we can certainly grow into even greater wealth. Though Lien Chengbi was somewhat dense, after Yifan's enlightening words, he grasped the essence of what Yifan was trying to convey. Yifan continued, if the two of us collaborate to uncover the truth behind the theft of your family's silver, while your father remains oblivious, how do you think he would regard you? How would the others in your family perceive you? If it were an opposing family, they would wish for your immediate demise. But if it were your father, he would undoubtedly grow increasingly appreciative of you. Your chances of achieving the position of family head would only strengthen. Lien Chengbi inquired, can we truly uncover the truth behind the theft of our family's silver? Yifan responded with a calm smile, I possess a certain degree of confidence in this matter. I have already gathered some evidence, and given a few more days, I will certainly unveil how the culprit managed to steal your family's silver. Lien Chengbi exclaimed with delight, is what you say true? Do you really have the means to discover who has stolen our family silver? Yi Fan cautioned. Remain composed. I have made considerable progress on this matter. Within 10 days at most, I will have results. However, you absolutely must not disclose this to anyone. If our information leaks, the mastermind will undoubtedly seek to silence me, and your family members will certainly pressure me to reveal what I know. At that point, the credit will no longer be yours. Can you keep this secret? Lian Chengbi declared. This pertains to my family's position of authority. Naturally, I am capable of safeguarding this secret, I assure you. I shall never utter a word about this matter, nor shall I bring it up with anyone else. Continue your investigation, and once the details are confirmed, inform me directly. We shall then approach my father together. At that moment, the chief constable of the county will also be present. If we report together, my father will regard me with newfound respect, and the chief constable will likewise hold you in high esteem. Such an outcome would undoubtedly benefit our futures. Yi Fan replied. As long as you are aware, refrain from disturbing me in the coming days. I must dedicate myself entirely to probing the leads under my control. Once we have dealt with Jiang Bin, we shall disclose the information we possess to your father. By then, he will be preoccupied with the matter of the 100,000 taels of silver, rather than concerning himself with the life or death of a mere third-rate martial artist. Lian Chengbi responded, I understand. After finishing his statement, Lian Chengbi took his leave from Yi Fan and exited. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, several constables from the county continued their investigations, but yielded no valuable findings. As night fell on that fateful Friday, Lian Chengbi and Yi Fan reconvened and departed from Lianyun Prefecture. Along the way, Lian Chengbi inquired of Yi Fan, what intelligence do you possess regarding our family's lost silver? Have we thoroughly unraveled this case? Yi Fan replied, I have come to understand how the hidden mastermind orchestrated the removal of your family's silver. Once we have dealt with Jiang Bin, we shall inform your father of this matter. I trust that during his investigation, he will have no time to concern himself with the life of a third-rate martial artist. Lian Chengbi remarked, I too am eager to learn how the hidden mastermind managed to transport our family's 100,000 taels of silver. I wonder if Brother Yi could enlighten me. With a faint smile, Yi Fan stated, this affair likely stems from the remnants of the Wu family, following their demise a century ago. In truth, it is hardly worth mentioning. Once we have dealt with Jiang Bin, I will relay the entire story to you. Lian Chengbi agreed. Very well. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the narrow alley, the time of Jiang Bin's passage drawing ever closer. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bin emerged from one end of the alley, clearly inebriated. As he approached, Lian Chengbi observed, Jiang Bin, shouldn't you pay your respects upon seeing your master? Jiang Bin wiped his face and retorted, my master is the third young master. I have no ties to you. If you expect me to bow, you are mistaken. At that moment, Yi Fan had circled around to the back. Channeling all his internal energy, he struck Jiang Bin with a single palm, rendering the drunken man unconscious. Yi Fan swiftly sealed Jiang Bin's dantian and bound him tightly. To his surprise, the endeavor was remarkably effortless. Jiang Bin was utterly unprepared and was rendered unconscious without resistance. All of Yi Fan's prior preparations had been in vain. The ease of this situation stemmed primarily from Jiang Bin's inherent weakness, lack of vigilance, and the fact that he was intoxicated. Had the roles been reversed, Yi Fan would never have been so easily ensnared. Regardless of his circumstances, Yi Fan maintained a certain level of alertness. Chapter 22. A change of heart faster than turning pages. Once Jiang Bin was captured, Yi Fan promptly stuffed him into a burlap sack. He hoisted Jiang Bin onto his shoulder and addressed Lian Chengbi, saying, Young Master Lian, we have successfully dealt with Jiang Bin. You may return now. I will take him to a place for disposal and then return. Lian Chengbi replied nonchalantly, very well. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Brother Yi, I shall return to the family. Lian Chengbi harbored no suspicions about Yi Fan's intentions with Jiang Bin, as the latter held no value for him. However, Lian Chengbi was unaware of the existence of a system. Jiang Bin was, in fact, of great significance to Yi Fan. After finishing his words, Lian Chengbi swiftly departed. Yi Fan then shouldered Jiang Bin and hastily set off in a determined direction. Yi Fan had no intention of confining Jiang Bin within the system's prison in the alley, for although the area appeared deserted, there was a risk that someone might be lurking in the shadows. Should Yi Fan expose his possession of a storage space capable of harboring living beings, he would be at risk. If word of this were to spread, Yi Fan would likely become an enemy to the entire martial world. At that point, not only would he struggle to grow stronger, but preserving his own life and retreating to seclusion in the mountains would be a considerable achievement. Yi Fan brought Jiang Bin to a secluded residence, a place he had previously used to evade his father's wrath. This dwelling was exceptionally discreet, and no one was aware that it belonged to Yi Fan. Upon entering the house, he securely closed all doors before directly transporting Jiang Bin into the system's space. The second prison cell was already prepared. Yi Fan brought Jiang Bin there and promptly splashed him with cold water to rouse him. As Jiang Bin regained consciousness and surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, the effects of alcohol dissipated significantly. Upon recognizing Yi Fan, he recalled his true identity, having spent several days at the Lian residence, as a minor figure within the Lian family. Jiang Bin was well aware of Yi Fan's existence. Why? Yi Fan addressed Jiang Bin. What do you mean by this? Do you intend to offend the entire Lian family? You must realize you are merely a county constable. How dare a lowly constable oppose the Lian family? Yi Fan responded with a calm smile. A prisoner dares to speak so boldly. Do you truly believe that if I were to kill a member of the Lian family, they would know it was I who did it? Moreover, the one who desires your demise is not just me, but also your family's eldest son. You think the Lian family would make a grand spectacle over you? You truly overestimate your own worth. You are but a mere insignificant wretch. Upon hearing these words from Yi Fan, Jiang Bin found himself rendered speechless. He had come to realize that attempting to intimidate Yi Fan was futile, and might even provoke the latter's ire to the point of dire consequences. Jiang Bin promptly shifted his demeanor, speaking in a hushed tone. Master Yi, I assure you that I have never wronged you. Why then would you target me? You have shown me mercy today, and for that, I shall be eternally grateful. Yi Fan responded with a nonchalant smile. Releasing you is, of course, no issue. After uttering these words, Yi Fan swiftly unlocked Jiang Bin's sealed energy center and removed the restraints binding him. Jiang Bin gazed at Yi Fan in disbelief. After all the effort Yi Fan had expended to capture him, he now found himself liberated so easily. Yet, as he sensed the return of his strength, Jiang Bin, despite his skepticism regarding Yi Fan's apparent foolishness, felt a surge of courage. After all, Yi Fan was merely a third-rate martial artist, and when it came to a genuine confrontation, he felt no fear. Even if he could not best Yi Fan, he could certainly make his escape. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Bin remarked, Yi Fan, whether your foolishness is genuine or feigned, I shall take my leave now that you have released my bonds. I shall remember your actions, and though I lack the time to seek trouble with you today, rest assured, our paths shall inevitably clash in the future. With that, he attempted to depart, fully aware that this was Yi Fan's territory, and lingering any longer might spell trouble. However, as he sought to leave, he suddenly found himself immobilized. In that moment, Jiang Bin experienced an unprecedented terror, more profound than when he had been previously restrained. Though he had been bound before, he had still been able to move. But now, apart from his mind, which could still think, he found himself utterly paralyzed. Yi Fan regarded Jiang Bin with a composed smile, stating flatly, Jiang Bin, you are truly the epitome of a petty villain. Your ability to turn on a dime surpasses even the swiftest of page turns. I can hardly keep pace with your rhythm, Jiang Bin replied. Master, esteemed Yi, I recognize my errors. I implore you, spare me that I shall henceforth follow your lead and harbor no thoughts of rebellion. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Do you truly believe I can trust you? Jiang Bin insisted. You must trust me. My lord, Yi Fan replied with a slight smile. I believe you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bin could scarcely believe his ears. Just moments ago, he had turned against Yi Fan with the swiftness of a page flipping. He had anticipated that gaining Yi Fan's trust would require considerable time and effort, yet he was taken aback that Yi Fan had forgiven him after merely 2 exchanges. At this juncture, he dared not underestimate Yi Fan any longer. Every word he uttered was laced with caution, fearing that any misstep might cost him his life. Yi Fan continued, in light of your rapid change in demeanor, I must instill a certain measure within your mind. This will ensure your loyalty to me, as well as my trust in you. Jiang Bin understood that Yi Fan would not so readily place his faith in him. The measures Yi Fan implanted within his consciousness were undoubtedly not benign. However, Jiang Bin, considering Yi Fan to be merely a third-rate martial artist, could not bring himself to believe that Yi Fan possessed any profound capabilities. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to Yi Fan's demand. With ease, Yi Fan embedded his measures within Jiang Bin's mind, and once this was accomplished, he granted Jiang Bin the freedom to move. Upon regaining his ability to act, Jiang Bin felt an intensified fear towards Yi Fan, pondering the source of Yi Fan's abilities and the nature of this peculiar place. The more he observed Yi Fan, the more he perceived him as enigmatic and formidable. Chapter 23. The third task. Yi Fan regarded Jiang Bin with an air of calm and remarked, to demonstrate the potency of my methods, I shall allow you a taste of their severity, so that you may comprehend the consequences of betrayal. With that, Yi Fan activated the measures within Jiang Bin's consciousness, rendering him in a state of torment. caught between the desire for life and the wish for death. After a full half-hour, Yi Fan retracted his influence. My methods can render you in such agony that escape seems impossible, and should I choose to end your life, it would merely be a thought away. When I perish, so too shall you. Do you now understand how you ought to behave? Jiang Bin replied, My lord, I comprehend. I shall never again entertain thoughts of betraying you, and I will henceforth follow your lead. At that moment, Jiang Bin was utterly subdued. The sensation he had just experienced was one he wished never to confront again. Yi Fan exuded an aura of mystery and power that extinguished any rebellious thoughts in Jiang Bin's mind. Yi Fan continued, This place is an alternate realm under my control, completely isolated from the martial arts continent. You shall diligently cultivate within this space, and once you ascend to the second-tier martial artist level, I will permit you to assist me in my endeavors. Otherwise, you shall remain confined within this desolate expanse for all eternity. Yi Fan introduced Jiang Bin to the other individual he had brought along, Sandow, allowing the two to keep each other company within the system's space. Of course, if Yi Fan desired to separate them, they would not be able to meet, even within the confines of the system. Yet, Yi Fan deemed such a separation unnecessary, as prolonged solitude could lead to psychological distress. Both individuals were meant to aid in his cultivation, and he could not allow them to succumb to isolation. Ultimately, it would be Yi Fan himself who would suffer the repercussions. Having thoroughly subdued Jiang Bin, Yi Fan, due to the 100,000 taels of silver and his collaboration with Lien Biqing, decided against turning Jiang Bin over to the county office. Doing so could potentially invite unnecessary complications. Since acquiring the 100,000 taels, he had begun to regard the court's meager contributions with indifference. If one were to jeopardize their significant endeavors for the sake of a trivial contribution, then Yi Fan would indeed be devastated. The melodious voice of Lan Xian resonated within Yi Fan's consciousness. Congratulations, host, for capturing Jiang Bin and confining him within the system's space. The main storyline Task 1 has been successfully completed. The reward for this task is the pinnacle level soul pursuing sword technique. The host need only utter the phrase claim Task 2 reward to receive the pinnacle level soul pursuing sword treasure enlightenment. The main storyline Task 2 has been completed, and the system is now generating the main storyline Task 3, capture the fugitive. Zhuqingqiu. Criminal profile. Zhuqingqiu, a third-tier martial artist, cultivates the internal martial art water wave technique and practices the martial skill Demon Slayer Palm. Zhuqingqiu has reached the peak of the third-tier martial artist realm, thus the host must exercise caution. Zhuqingqiu has ruthlessly ravaged a small village in the vicinity of Dinyuan County, all in pursuit of mastering his Demon Slayer Palm, and has been classified as a level 1 fugitive by the Heavenly Divine Capture System. Task clues. Zhuqingqiu's next target is the village of Erganzi. He will inevitably strike within half a month. Task reward. Enlightenment of the pinnacle level Demon Slayer Palm. Yi Xingchen inquired of Lan Xian. Lan Xian, what rank of martial skill is the Demon Slayer Palm? Why must one slaughter villages to cultivate it? If I were to cultivate it, would I not become a demon who slaughters villages? Could I not be granted another martial art for enlightenment instead? Yi Fan had already acquired a high-grade yellow level martial art and a high-grade yellow level skill, mastering both to perfection. If the Demon Slayer Palm were merely a yellow level skill, Yi Fan would have little interest. For cultivating, it would equate to his own massacre of villages. Lan Xian replied. The host has misunderstood. The Demon Slayer Palm is a legitimate orthodox martial art, and its cultivation does not necessitate the slaughtering of villages or towns. However, Zhuqingqiu practices an incomplete version of the skill, which is why such brutal measures are required. Of course, if the host chooses to forego the reward, the system can retract it. The Demon Slayer Palm is indeed an upper-tier yellow level skill. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt considerably more at ease. He exclaimed, Of course I want it. Initially, I believed that mastering the Demon Slayer Palm required the devastation of villages and towns. Now that I am aware of the true circumstances, it is impossible for me to decline. If the system could bestow upon me additional martial skills, I would be exceedingly pleased. Lan Xian proudly stated. You reap what you sow. If the host desires to obtain corresponding rewards, one must be prepared to pay the appropriate price. Should the host wish to exchange something of value for additional rewards, I would be amenable to that, and I can also serve as the system's master. Yi Fan queried. What can I exchange within the system? Lan Xian responded. The host possesses numerous valuable assets, such as your lifespan, or even your limbs. Even your vital organs could be exchanged for items. However, the value of each item varies. Yi Fan exclaimed. Goodness, is the system a profiteer? Lan Xian, are you not aware that trading human organs is illegal? Lan Xindao remarked, in this world, trading human organs is not illegal. However, on the Azure planet, it is indeed a crime. The system has made this feature available to provide the host with a means of life-saving in urgent situations. If the host has not reached a critical juncture, I strongly advise against the utilization of this function. Yifan responded, only a fool would resort to such a function. To be frank, I could never bring myself to use it in my lifetime. After Yifan spoke, he ceased to engage with the system and instead began to practice all the martial arts and techniques he had mastered within the system's realm. Despite having fully grasped these skills through profound enlightenment, Yifan sought to enhance his proficiency in their execution. He understood that practice was essential. Otherwise, even the most familiar skills would become somewhat rusty if left unused for an extended period. Much like anything else, if you do not engage with it for a while, you may forget, but upon revisiting, remnants of memory will remain. After practicing the martial techniques several times, Yifan decided to halt his training, as he had numerous important matters to attend to and could not afford to squander any more time. Chapter 24. Reporting after assigning tasks to the two individuals, Yifan exited the system space. Upon his return to the Lian family estate, he found Lian Chengbi awaiting him in his room. Upon Yifan's arrival, Lian Chengbi inquired, "How did you handle the matter? Were there any lingering risks?" Yifan replied with a calm smile, "The individual has been utterly dismembered, and the remains have been buried. Even if someone were to discover the body, they would be unable to identify who it belonged to. As long as neither you nor I divulge this, only heaven and earth will know." Lian Chengbi responded, "Your words bring me great relief. Come, let me introduce you to my father." Coincidentally, the county's chief constable is also present. By reporting our affairs to both of them, our positions will be further solidified. Who knows, you may even earn the chief constable's favor, and at that point, you could ascend to great heights, Yifan replied. That is all in due time. For now, we must first understand our roles, and then diligently attend to our responsibilities. Only in this manner can we steadily progress upward. Even if the two gentlemen were to elevate us at once, lacking the capability would ultimately lead to our downfall. Lian Chengbi acknowledged, "You are right, Yi brother. I have learned much from you." Before long, Yifan was brought to the entrance of the Lian family's chamber. Upon arriving, they were met by two guards who blocked their path. One of the guards stepped forward and said, "Young master, the head of the family is currently engaged in important discussions with a distinguished guest and is unable to meet with you at this time. Once he has concluded his business, I will inform him of your visit, and I will escort you in." Lian Chengbi insisted, "I have extremely important matters to discuss with my father. You two must step aside and not obstruct our way." The first guard replied, "Young master, please do not make this difficult for us. The family has already stated that no one is to be received. Should we allow you entry, the consequences shall ultimately befall us both." Lian Chengbi continued, "I reiterate, I have extremely important matters to discuss with my father. You must step aside at once." The two guards wore expressions of profound dilemma. On one hand, they were bound by the orders of the family patriarch, while on the other, they faced the esteemed eldest son of the family. They found themselves caught in a precarious situation, akin to a rat trapped in a box, unable to offend either side yet unable to satisfy both. Should they forcibly prevent the eldest son from entering, they would inevitably incur his wrath. Conversely, if they allowed him entry, the family head would surely blame them and absolve the eldest son of any fault. After all, Lian Chengbi was the son of the family head. It was only natural that a father would not hold his son accountable. As the two guards grappled with their predicament, Lian Chengbi's father's voice resonated from within the room. "Allow him to enter." Upon hearing this, the guards released a sigh of relief. In this situation, permitting the eldest son to enter would spare them from further complications. The first guard to speak said, "Young master, please proceed. We were merely following orders. I hope you will not take offense." Lian Chengbi replied with an expression of calm indifference, "There is no issue. You two were acting under orders, and I bear no grudge against you." With that, Lian Chengbi led Yifan into the inner chamber. The guards had initially intended to halt Yifan, as he had not received the family head's consent to enter. However, to obstruct him now would be a slight against the eldest son. Thus, they feigned ignorance and allowed Yifan to follow Lian Chengbi inside. Before long, Yifan found himself in the inner room, where he beheld two middle-aged men seated across from one another, one of whom he recognized. The man Yifan was familiar with was none other than the chief constable of the county. Having spent many years in the county office, Yifan had encountered him on several occasions. The other man, however, was unknown to him, and was, in fact, Lian Chengbi's father. Both men exuded an air of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger, causing Lian Chengbi to feel a twinge of trepidation. Although one of these first-rate martial artists was his father, it was a common sentiment for the weak to feel intimidated in the presence of the strong. Yet Yifan displayed no sign of apprehension. Two mere first-rate martial artists did not possess the power to instill fear in him. Nevertheless, Yi Fan adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor. Despite feeling unfazed by these formidable figures, he understood that with his current level of cultivation, he must maintain humility in the face of such strength. Should he offend either of these powerful individuals, he might find himself in dire straits, oblivious to the cause of his demise. The family head did not cast a glance at Yi Fan, instead directing his attention solely towards Lian Qingbi. Feeling the weight of his father's gaze upon him, Lian Qingbi experienced a moment of unease. The family head spoke evenly, "Qingbi, what matters could compel you to disregard my orders and seek an audience with me?" Although Lian Qingbi felt a profound sense of trepidation within his heart at that moment, he nonetheless feigned an air of composure as he addressed his father. "Father, I have uncovered a lead regarding the family silver theft case that you asked me to investigate. Thus, disregarding your earlier instructions, I have come to report this matter to you." The head of the Lian family cast a disbelieving glance at Lian Qingbi. Even he had been unable to make any headway in his inquiries, yet his son claimed to have found a clue. This revelation, naturally, astonished him. He was acutely aware of Lian Qingbi's character, but today he sensed a significant change in him. In the past, Lian Qingbi had never dared to defy his orders, always executing them with unwavering resolve. The head of the Lian family coolly remarked to Lian Qingbi, "Pray tell, what have you discovered?" Lian Qingbi replied, "Father, to be precise, it is not I who has uncovered this lead, but rather the constable Yi Fan, who is beside me. I have brought him here to report to you." Until this moment, the head of the Lian family had not cast a single glance at Yi Fan. Hearing that Yi Fan had indeed made a significant discovery, he finally turned his gaze toward him. The head of the Lian family addressed Yi Fan with a measured tone. "Please share what you have uncovered." Yi Fan, unperturbed, responded, "Lian family head, before I answer your question, may I pose one of my own?" Observing Yi Fan's unflappable demeanor, the head of the Lian family felt a newfound expectation towards him. Initially, he had not believed Yi Fan could yield any insights, but now he sensed that Yi Fan must have indeed uncovered something substantial. The head of the Lian family replied blandly, "Ask whatever you wish. I will certainly share whatever I know." Yi Fan inquired, "Lian family head, my question is quite straightforward. Was your family's treasury constructed by your own ancestors, or was it built by another family?" The head of the Lian family fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan and replied coolly, "The treasury that houses our silver was indeed not constructed by the Lian family, but rather by the previous owner of this estate." "What is the implication of your question?" Yi Fan stated. "There is no particular implication. I merely seek to validate a hypothesis I hold. I am now 80% certain of the source from which the silver was stolen." The head of the Lian family responded, "Oh, and from where was it taken?" "Do enlighten me." Yi Fan elucidated, "It was taken from underground. If my conjecture is correct, there should be a secret passage beneath your family treasury that connects directly to the street to the north. Furthermore, the architectural design of this treasury is quite peculiar. The passage can only be accessed from within and cannot be opened from the treasury itself." The head of the Lian family queried, "How do you know all this? Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims?" Yi Fan replied, "Obtaining evidence is quite simple. One merely needs to dispatch individuals to North Street for a thorough search. Without a doubt, they will uncover elusive traces, perhaps even the hidden passageways." The head of the Lian family remarked, "What you propose, I shall certainly have my people investigate. What I wish to understand is your reasoning behind the assumption that there exists a secret passage beneath the treasury, and how you are certain that the encountered corridor leads northward." Yi Fan replied with a serene smile, "Lian family head, if you contemplate it, the answer will become evident. This batch of silver cannot have been transported from the heavens, nor can it have been brought from the surface. Thus, the only remaining possibility is that it was conveyed from underground. Therefore, I conjecture that there exists a tunnel beneath the treasury. Furthermore, I once irrigated the ground surrounding the treasury, and I observed that the soil to the north absorbed water at the fastest rate. Hence, I surmise that the corridor leading beneath the treasury extends northward." The Lian family head applauded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. To have attained such heights as a constable at such a tender age, coupled with your keen intellect, your future prospects are undeniably boundless." "Young man, what is your name?" Yi Fan replied with an expression of calmness. "Thank you for your kind words. Lian family head. My surname is Yi, and my given name is Fan." The Lian family head responded, "Yi Fan, a name that embodies the extraordinary within the ordinary." He then turned to the chief constable beside him, saying, "Zopong, your county has produced an exceptional individual. With proper guidance, he may very well achieve heights surpassing your own." Zopong remarked, "Indeed, Yi Fan, if you apply yourself diligently, I shall remember you. You may receive double the monthly tribute from the court. I hope you will exceed my own accomplishments." Within the county office, There exists a system whereby the chief constable receives certain rewards for cultivating exceptional talents, and those cultivated talents cannot serve as chief constable within the same county. Thus, there is no competition between superiors and subordinates within the county. The Lien family head stated calmly, Yi Fan, as long as you can substantiate your claims, we of the Lien family shall fulfill our promises without reservation. Even if you are mistaken, I shall not hold it against you. Yi Fan replied, I am grateful for the support of both esteemed gentlemen. Upon hearing Yi Fan's analysis, the Lien family head immediately dispatched individuals to scour North Street and ordered the excavation between North Street and the inner treasury, hoping to reveal the passageway swiftly. Two martial artists of the first tier personally arrived to oversee the digging between North Street and the inner treasury. After half a day of labor, a pit 3 meters deep had been excavated, and the Lien family's digging team made a remarkable discovery. At 3 meters below the surface, they encountered a metal plate. The Lien family head commanded that the area surrounding the plate be completely excavated. The plate formed a rectangular column measuring 3 square meters, and upon striking it, the Lien family head confirmed it was hollow. Demonstrating his renowned martial skill, the sword slash of the stars, he instantly created an opening in the metal plate. Following this, he executed the sword slash of the stars several more times, ultimately creating an aperture large enough for a person to pass through. Yi Fan silently marveled, recognizing the formidable power of a first-tier martial artist. As the superior yellow-grade martial technique exhibited such tremendous strength, Yi Fan had also mastered a superior martial art of the yellow grade, which he had perfected to its utmost realm. Should he choose to wield it, he would still fall far short of even a tenth of the strength possessed by the head of the Lien family. The proficiency Yi Fan attained in this esteemed martial technique was, of course, a reward for completing the second system task. Upon discovering the secret passage, the head of the Lien family instructed a servant from the Lien household to venture forth and scout the path. This servant was merely an ordinary individual, and the head of the Lien family would not deign to employ a member of his own clan for such reconnaissance, especially not a third-tier martial artist, who served as the backbone of the family. It was only fitting that a common servant was tasked with such a duty at this juncture. The designated servant, fully aware of his lack of any opportunity for resistance, was even more hesitant to defy the order and thus proceeded to investigate the path without hesitation. After half an hour, the ordinary servant returned, his face adorned with respect as he reported, My lord, the passage is long, and I am uncertain of where it leads. However, I have confirmed that there is no threat within. You may proceed with your people without concern. The head of the Lien family responded coolly, You have performed admirably. Henceforth, your monthly remuneration shall be doubled, and your rank shall be elevated by 1 level. The head of the Lien family was adept at wielding both reward and authority, a skill that allowed him to command such a large family with ease. Even as a first-tier martial artist, one could not achieve such control without the balance of benevolence and severity. The scout servant quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I shall strive even harder for the Lien family and will not disappoint the trust placed in me. The head of the Lien family replied, This is what you rightfully deserve. Subsequently, he led his entourage down the passage, accompanied by the chief constable of the county and Yi Fan. Among others, in total, there were 9 individuals traversing the underground passage, the weakest of whom was still a third-tier martial artist. Upon entering the subterranean corridor, one side led to the inner treasury while the other directed towards North Street. The head of the Lien family took the lead, guiding his group towards the North Street exit, as it was presumed to be their destination. After thoroughly searching the passage, they uncovered nothing of note, save for a small hall in the center of the corridor, which would have been ideal for storing items. Yet, at present, both the passage and the hall were devoid of any contents. They did, however, discover a concealed door leading to the inner treasury. Had they not ventured into the passage, they would never have located this hidden entrance. After a thorough investigation, although the head of the Lien family did not find the missing silver, he was able to ascertain with certainty that this batch of silver had indeed been transported through the secret passage. The entire party returned to the reception hall, and the head of the Lien family promptly stationed guards to keep watch over the passage. Within the grand hall, only a few remained. The head of the Lien family, the chief constable of the county, and 4 second-rate martial artists from the Lien clan, alongside Lien Qingbi and Yi Fan. The rest lacked the qualifications to enter this hallowed space. This council was not one for their participation. Yi Fan and Lien Qingbi were present solely because they had uncovered leads regarding the missing silver case, successfully determining both the direction from which it had disappeared and the method of its vanishing. The elder of the Lien family was unaware that Yi Fan and Lien Qingbi were the discoverers of this crucial clue. He assumed it had been unearthed by the head of the Lien family or the chief constable. With an expression devoid of emotion, the elder remarked, Master, This is a meeting for the senior members of our family. While the chief constable may have little to say, it cannot be that just anyone is allowed to participate in such discussions. It seems rather inappropriate for two juniors of mere third-rate martial prowess to be present here. The elder had long harbored ambitions to challenge the authority of the head of the Lin family and fervently hoped that his own offspring would inherit the position of head. Thus, with his own progeny absent and the head's offspring present, he could not help but feel discontent, yearning to express it. The head of the Lin family replied coolly, "Are you suggesting they lack the qualifications to partake in this meeting? And what gives you the right to be here? By virtue of your status as a second-rate martial artist, or perhaps because, despite your lengthy investigation, you have uncovered not a single trace of the missing silver. Sit quietly in your designated place, and if you dare to prattle on, I shall have you ejected from this council chamber without hesitation." In times past, the head would not have adopted such a hardline approach. However, faced with outsiders, it was evident that the elder had little respect for him. At this juncture, the head could not afford to indulge the elder's arrogance, for his authority as the family leader must be upheld, lest he become a subject of ridicule before outsiders. The elder, taken aback by the head's sudden assertiveness, found himself at a loss. He had never witnessed such fury from the head before. The head's anger caught him off guard, and yet he could not afford to back down now, for to do so would extinguish any hope of claiming the title of head in the future. His faction would forever remain subservient to the leader's lineage. With a cold smirk, the elder retorted, "If you wish for me to leave, do not forget, master, that your ascension to the first-rate martial artist was only made possible by your position as head. All the resources of the family have coalesced around you, enabling your breakthrough. Our faction contributed the most resources during that time, and now you would have me depart? Truly, the head has turned his back on his kin." The elder's words were not without merit. The previous head of the Lin family had met an untimely death due to a mishap while cultivating, leaving the family without a designated heir and vulnerable, as no first-rate martial artist was present to safeguard it. Families from all directions eyed the Lin clan with predatory intent, with two families boasting first-rate martial artists even contemplating a division of the Lin family's assets. At a time when the entire Lin family faced a precarious existence, the most gifted individual, the head of the Lin family, was thrust into the temporary role of patriarch. All the resources of the clan were entrusted to him, and he did not disappoint, successfully breaking through to the realm of first-rate martial artists. Having attained this level, the head of the Lin family stabilized the family's situation and effectively resisted crises from all directions. This is why he has always maintained a relative respect towards the other branches of the family and refrained from undermining their power, which subsequently led to a significant decline in his authority as patriarch. The elders no longer hesitated to disregard his dignity in front of outsiders. The chief constable of the county office observed this scene without uttering a word. He had no intention of spectating, merely closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. He felt no interest in the internal conflicts of the Lin family, being solely concerned with the remuneration they could offer him. Had it not been for the alluring compensation from the Lin family, he would not have dipped his toes into such murky waters. Although individuals of his rank were also tasked with duties, those tasks were directly assigned by the six doors. Assignments originating from the county office held little allure for someone of his stature. The head of the Lin family coldly declared, "Very well, if you wish to let those two leave, then you shall find the missing silver from the family. If you fail, I will strip you of your position as the Grand Elder and distribute all assets of your branch among the elders of the other three branches." Should the head of the Lin family attempt to consolidate all assets within the main line, the elders of the other three branches would undoubtedly oppose him, uniting against his authority. However, if he were to transfer the assets entirely to the other three branches, they would be exceedingly pleased. Thus, the elders of the other branches remained silent, neither aiding the patriarch in suppressing the Grand Elder nor supporting the Grand Elder in counterbalancing the patriarch. The Grand Elder of the Lin family, witnessing this situation, inwardly lamented his predicament. If the other elders of the family did not assist him, he stood no chance against the patriarch alone. His branch lacked the qualifications to confront the main line, and the patriarch possessed the complete capability to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 26. An insult to dignity. The Grand Elder of the Lin family stated, "Patriarch, are you implying that retaining these two juniors here is to investigate the silver theft within the family? I wish to inquire what assistance these two will provide regarding the matter of our missing silver. If you can articulate a valid reason, I am willing to apologize before you. However, if you cannot provide a justification, I have no substantial demands, and I kindly request that you allow these two juniors to depart." The Grand Elder's words were tantamount to a veiled concession. He understood that continuing to quarrel with the patriarch could jeopardize the very existence of their branch. The head of the Lin family replied indifferently, Chengbai and Yifan are the ones who have uncovered the clues to the silver theft case. You have conducted an investigation for nearly a month without uncovering a single clue regarding the theft of the silver. While Yifan and Chengbai managed to ascertain the method of its disappearance in just a few days, do you believe it is more appropriate for you to remain in this hall, or for these two juniors to stay? The elder of the Lin family harbored profound doubts about the veracity of the Lin family head's assertions. After all, how could facts that eluded his investigation for a month be so easily uncovered by two young individuals? If the Lin family head had personally solved this matter, he would have readily accepted it, for the Lin family head was undeniably formidable in both strength and intellect. However, at this juncture, he was prepared to yield, refraining from opposing the Lin family head's statements, and instead offered an apology to him. The elder of the Lin family felt that his apologies should rightfully go to Chengbai and Yifan, but he simply could not bring himself to apologize to the two juniors, so he opted to address the Lin family head instead. The Lin family head, in turn, chose not to press the elder further, as he too wished to avoid fracturing the family. The elder's faction, regardless of circumstances, remained a significant force within the Lin family, and any discord would ultimately harm the family's interests. The Lin family head remarked calmly, "Let this be a lesson. You may sit at ease now. We shall consider this matter settled, but should a similar incident occur in the future, do not blame me for lacking compassion." The county's chief constable, observing the Lin family head's method of resolution, could only shake his head in disapproval. The Lin family head's approach appeared to him as an exercise in compromise. While Chengbai might not become apathetic in his pursuit of the silver theft, Yifan, having endured such indignity without solace, would undoubtedly approach further inquiries with reluctance. Nevertheless, despite recognizing the pitfalls of this situation, the chief constable refrained from imparting his thoughts to the Lin family head, as his sole purpose for being there was to seek profit. He feared that speaking too freely might lead the Lin family head to perceive him as ungrateful, though the Lin family head. His method of handling the situation seemed entirely reasonable. With neither a prominent background nor formidable martial prowess, he doubted Yifan would dare to abandon his responsibilities outright. Furthermore, the rewards offered were substantial. Yifan, under any circumstance, should be motivated to fulfill his duties. The differing perspectives between the Lin family head and the county's chief constable arose from their distinct backgrounds, one hailing from an established family, while the other had ascended step by step from the ranks of minor practitioners. The Lin family head addressed Chengbai in a placid tone, "Buyer, do you possess any thoughts on the investigation of the silver theft within our family?" At that moment, Chengbai found himself devoid of any ideas. The clues leading to the silver's disappearance were solely the result of Yifan's efforts, with no connection to him. When the Lin family head inquired about the matter, Chengbai felt utterly at a loss. He furtively glanced at Yifan, hoping for assistance, but Yifan remained motionless, uttering not a single word. Even the head of the Lin family has discerned the crux of the matter. The reason we have been able to unearth clues this time is entirely due to Yifan's efforts. Hence, the head of the Lin family abandoned the notion of further questioning Lin Qingbi and instead turned to Yifan, inquiring, "Young friend Yifan, might I ask what thoughts you have regarding the silver theft case within our clan? Should you succeed in recovering this batch of silver for us, the Lin family is willing to reward you with 5,000 taels of silver, along with a high-grade martial art manual of the Huang tier." Upon witnessing the head of the Lin family's attitude, the clan's elder was thoroughly convinced that Yifan and his companions were merely the ones who had uncovered the clues this time. Otherwise, a person of such lofty pride as the clan leader would never condescend to seek the counsel of someone like It was solely for the sake of recovering the 100,000 taels of silver that the clan leader would lower his status to engage with someone of Yifan's standing. However, when the elder heard that the clan leader intended to offer 5,000 taels of silver as a reward, he became quite agitated. 5,000 taels of silver is an astronomical figure. The entire annual income of the Lin family amounts to merely 10,000 taels. The elder quickly stood and exclaimed, "My lord, 5,000 taels is far too generous, in my humble opinion. Offering young friend Yifan 1,000 taels would suffice, as he initially accepted our case for the same amount. Raising the reward now would be an affront to young friend Yifan's dignity." Yifan regarded the elder with a serene smile. Previously, he had been anxious about finding a suitable rationale to decline further pursuit of this matter, but now the elder had conveniently provided him with the perfect excuse. If Yifan were to disregard this reasoning, he would indeed be acting foolishly. After all, the more clues Yifan offered, the more he might become a target of suspicion himself. The 100,000 taels of silver was undeniably in his possession, and even if he wished to shift the blame onto someone else, the likelihood of success was minimal, not only due to the absence of a suitable scapegoat, but also because Yifan had yet to devise a plausible narrative. With a composed smile, Yifan replied, I believe that 1,000 taels is still excessive. Furthermore, possessing such a large sum of silver would not be secure for me. Thus, I have decided that I shall accept not a single tael. The elder responded, My lord, you have heard it yourself. Yi Fan is willing to assist us without accepting silver. A person of such noble character should not be insulted with monetary rewards. I propose we honor him with a banner at the county office. As such exemplary individuals are the benchmark for all our county's constables. Chapter 27. Reluctance to assist. The elder did not perceive the underlying implication in Yi Fan's words, yet the head of the Lien family did. Coldly, he remarked, Elder, there is no need for you to meddle in the affairs of the family. Young friend Yi Fan, do not take offense. As long as you are able to help us recover the 100,000 taels of silver, the Lien family will certainly reward you with 5,000 taels. Yi Fan replied, My lord, your words are too weighty. 5,000 taels is indeed a substantial sum for me, however. I find myself utterly devoid of inspiration. I lack the capability to assist the Lien family in locating the 100,000 taels of silver, thus I truly cannot accept this task. My purpose in accompanying the head of the Lien family to this place was solely to tender my resignation. The head of the Lien family then turned to the elder and said, Elder, do not hesitate to apologize to young friend Yi. If such breaches of etiquette occur again, mere apologies will no longer suffice. At this moment, the elder discerned the head's seething anger. Should he provoke him further, the consequences would be dire. Reluctantly, the elder acquiesced. With a distracted demeanor, he addressed Yi Fan. Young friend Yi, my previous remarks were not made in earnest. Furthermore, I do not represent the Lien family. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The head of the family has expressed his intentions, and none of our esteemed elders hold any objections. Yi Fan responded with a calm smile. I truly harbor no anger. I merely stated a fact. My ability to uncover the clues regarding the missing silver was purely a stroke of luck. To now search for the Lien family's lost silver is beyond my means. I kindly request that the head of the Lien family and all esteemed elders refrain from placing further burdens upon me. Witnessing Yi Fan's resolute demeanor, the head of the Lien family felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down on the spot. Yet, he was constrained, firstly by Yi Fan's affiliation with the county office and the presence of the chief constable, and secondly, any coercive measures would surely lead to Yi Fan's reluctant compliance, devoid of genuine intent. The head of the Lien family spoke to Yi Fan in a measured tone. I understand that you are aggrieved, young friend Yi. To express our Lien family's apologies, we are willing to offer an additional 2,000 taels of silver in hopes of your assistance. For an ordinary individual, such a substantial sum would have easily swayed them, yet Yi Fan was no ordinary person. He resolutely shook his head, declining the head's proposition. I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, yet if I could earn this silver, I certainly would. However, the matter has exceeded my expectations. I am utterly incapable of retrieving the lost silver. I implore the head of the Lien family to allow me to return to the county office. I shall not accept any rewards from the Lien family. Had the silver not belonged to Yi Fan, he might have considered aiding in the investigation, but since it indeed did, further inquiries would only serve to complicate his situation. Moreover, pursuing this matter would yield no benefit. If the silver remained unrecovered, the head of the Lien family would surely not part with any funds. Thus, rather than engage in a futile endeavor, Yi Fan deemed it wiser to extricate himself from the situation. He possessed ample justification for his withdrawal, as the elder had already offended him, and he had no desire to assist the Lien family in their inquiries. With the chief constable present, Yi Fan was confident that the head of the Lien family would not dare to confront him directly for his refusal to assist. It was precisely this assurance that afforded Yi Fan a sense of security amidst the tension. The head of the Lien family spoke softly, Brother Zhou, it is true that our Lien family has acted thoughtlessly, and we sincerely apologize for that. The amount of silver we have contributed is already quite substantial. We hope you can persuade your friend, Yi Fan, to assist us in recovering the lost silver. This silver is of great significance to our family, and should we reclaim it, I promise to fulfill any agreement made with Yi Fan and yourself. The head of the Lien family thought to himself that while he could not directly persuade Yi Fan, he could certainly sway Yi Fan's superior. Surely, when his superior speaks, Yi Fan would not dare to disregard the command, at that moment. Zhou Peng could only think about the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Yi Fan as inconsequential, and now he found himself in a position to plead for assistance. It was utterly devoid of shame. Zhou Peng was highly reluctant to aid the head of the Lien family, yet he feared the potential backlash should he refuse. Although he was not intimidated by a family that possessed a first-rate martial artist, he was still averse to offending such a clan over a mere word. Additionally, the benefits promised by the head of the Lien family were enticing. That sum of money would take him 2 years to amass on his own. With those funds, he could procure resources for cultivation, bringing him closer to the realm of postnatal mastery. Turning to Yifan, Zhou Peng remarked coolly, "Yifan, since the head of the Lin family has implored you so earnestly, perhaps you could assist him in locating the lost silver. Ultimately, even if you cannot find it, I am certain the head of the Lin family would not hold you accountable." The head of the Lin family interjected, "Brother Zhou speaks most wisely. Even if we are unable to recover our lost silver, it would not reflect poorly on young brother Yifan." Internally, the head of the Lin family was seething with anger, yet he maintained an outward facade of composure. After all, he had been investigating for a month with no leads, while Yifan had managed to uncover clues in mere days. Therefore, he held considerable faith in Yifan's abilities. If Yifan were to assist them, perhaps their lost silver could indeed be returned. Yifan responded with an expression of indifference, "You truly overestimate my capabilities, head of the Lin family. I am genuinely powerless in this matter. The last time I stumbled upon clues was purely by chance. If you ask me to investigate again, I fear it would only yield further disappointment. Moreover, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot remain here any longer. I kindly ask that you do not place me in a difficult position." Yifan was resolute in his refusal to assist the head of the Lin family. After all, remaining here offered him no benefits and posed considerable risks. It was far better to seize the opportunity to depart, leaving the Lin family with no chance to entangle him further. Yifan had a system task to complete, and that would always take precedence over lingering with the head of the Lin family. Chapter 28. A firm resolution. The elder of the Lin family could no longer bear to listen. Yifan was truly being insufferably brazen in the heart of the elder of the Lin family. Yifan was merely a minor character of no consequence, foolishly believing that a mere stroke of luck in uncovering a clue elevated him to the status of the renowned four great capturers. The elder of the Lin family stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Yifan's nose, and declared, "Youngster, are you giving face yet refusing to acknowledge it? My Lin family requests your assistance. Dare you refuse? Believe it or not, I can ensure you never leave the gates of the Lin family." Yifan, however, did not meet the elder's gaze. Instead, he turned to the chief constable of the county, Zhou Peng, and addressed him, "Chief Constable, it is audacious for someone to threaten the officials of the county, especially in your presence. Such behavior is a direct affront to your authority. I implore you to allow me to apprehend this insolent scoundrel, so he may comprehend the majesty of the court." Yifan did not command Zhou Peng to act. He recognized he lacked the standing for such orders. Instead, he sought permission for his own intervention, a strategic retreat that would serve to advance his position. Zhou Peng could never permit Yifan, a mere third-rate martial artist, to confront a second-rate practitioner. The elder of the Lin family's blatant challenge, made before Zhou Peng, was a flagrant slap in the face to the chief constable. Yifan's magnification of this incident left Zhou Peng with no choice. Failure to address the matter would undermine his authority entirely. Zhou Peng regarded the elder of the Lin family with a cold stare, then replied coolly, "The elder dares to threaten the officials of my county in my presence. Such insolence dismisses both my position as chief constable and the authority of the entire court. Should I decide to eliminate you today, I doubt the head of the Lin family would dare utter a word in protest." Upon hearing Zhou Peng's words, the elder finally regained his composure. Initially, he had been incensed by Yifan's provocation. His fiery temperament, coupled with a reckless disregard for the consequences of his words, had led him to speak so boldly before Zhou Peng at that moment. The elder felt his legs weaken, for Zhou Peng's assertions rang true. Even if Zhou Peng were to slay the elder, the head of the Lin family would certainly remain silent. This exemplified the court's authority, capable of suppressing the entire martial world through its unparalleled might. The six gates served as the court's sharp blade, a formidable force that commanded respect from all corners of the martial realm, and even the most formidable sects dared not oppose the six gates. The county office was merely a branch of the six gates, its foundation, with the chief constable being one of their own. The Lin family was but a small clan. A mere sneeze from the six gates could uproot the entire family. The head of the Lin family harbored a profound resentment towards the elder, contemplating the possibility of expelling him from their ranks, yet was unable to do so. Firstly, during his ascension to the innate realm, the elder's lineage had contributed significantly to the resources he required. Secondly, the current instability in Dingyuan County made the loss of a second-rate martial artist a grave blow to a family like the Lin family. Having already lost their reserves of silver, should this batch remain unrecovered, the Lin family would face years of frugality. Without silver to procure cultivation resources, the entire family's martial development would stagnate, and the loss of yet another second-rate martial artist would be a calamity upon an already dire situation. Although the master of the Lin family harbored a deep-seated hatred for the elder of the Lin family, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation to let Zhou Peng eliminate the elder. The master of the Lin family hastily declared, "Brother Zhou, please temporarily quell your wrath. I apologize on behalf of the elder. I implore you to forgive him this once. I shall ensure he is strictly disciplined in the future." At that moment, the elder of the Lin family, recognizing the gravity of the situation, approached Zhou Peng to express his contrition, adopting a notably humble demeanor. The elder's animosity towards Yifan had reached a boiling point. Given the chance, he would certainly seek to eliminate him in the span of just a quarter of an hour. Yifan had caused him considerable embarrassment on multiple occasions. In his previous life as the most formidable Special Forces soldier, Yifan possessed an acute sensitivity to murderous intent. While the two first-rate martial artists failed to detect the elder's murderous aura, Yifan perceived it distinctly. Had Yifan possessed sufficient power at this moment, he would not have hesitated to slay the elder of the Lin family. Regrettably, his current strength was inadequate. He could not even contend with the elder, let alone the two first-rate martial artists nearby. Nonetheless, the elder of the Lin family had already entered Yifan's list of targets. Yifan never overlooked those who exhibited hostility towards him. Even if he could not resolve the matter immediately, he would meticulously remember the individual and await an opportune moment to address the situation. Zhou Peng, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, "Apologizing to me serves no purpose. You ought to extend your apologies to the person you mentioned. If that individual forgives you, then the matter is settled. If not, the situation becomes entirely different." The elder of the Lin family, wearing a smile, addressed Yifan, "Young friend Yifan, I was overly agitated moments ago. I hope you can overlook my minor transgression." Having lived two lives, Yifan discerned Zhou Peng's desire to de-escalate the situation, as he did not wish to offend the entire Lin family. Thus, Zhou Peng refrained from making definitive statements. Even if Yifan refused to reconcile, he did not insist on the elder's demise. Therefore, should Yifan assert that the matter could not simply be dismissed, Zhou Peng would still strive to minimize its significance. In light of these circumstances, Yifan calmly responded, "I forgive you. Let this matter pass. However, I must take my leave, as this place is perilously dangerous, and I fear for my safety if I remain here. As for the 100,000 taels of silver, you may seek it out yourselves. I have no further leads to provide." Upon finishing his statement, Yifan prepared to turn away. Zhou Peng increasingly recognized that this young man possessed a remarkable ability to navigate complex situations. Yifan, at such a tender age, could suppress his inner fury and grasp the essence of mitigating a crisis. Zhou Peng resolved to cultivate Yifan diligently. Should he succeed in nurturing him to ascend to a prominent position within the Six Gates, his own status would undoubtedly elevate significantly, and Yifan would surely look out for him in the future. After Zhou Peng resolved to cultivate Yifan, he spoke with an air of indifference. "Ensure that the Lin family keeps this matter clear in mind. Let it be settled as such. Should any of you dare to plot against Yifan behind my back, do not blame me for severing ties." Upon hearing Zhou Peng's words, the head of the Lin family instantly understood that Yifan would be given priority in training. The Lin family head promptly replied, "Zhou brother, rest assured, if anyone from the Lin family dares to lay a hand on Yifan, you need not intervene. I shall take it upon myself to rectify the matter. Do you all understand?" After speaking, the head cast a stern glance at the Lin family's grand elder, causing the elder to quickly retract his gaze in fear. The head of the Lin family continued, "Young friend Yifan, this time we have erred that I possess a mid-grade Huang Tier Xingyuan Dan, and I hope you can forgive our family's transgressions. This Xingyuan Dan is bestowed upon you without any strings attached." Yifan's eyes lit up at the sight of the Xingyuan Dan. He had heard of it before. His father had to complete 6 months of arduous tasks to procure one from the treasury, which was valued at 500 taels of silver, and it was a rare commodity. Although Yifan currently possessed 100,000 taels of silver, the origins of this wealth were dubious, and he dared not use it in Dingyuan County unless his cultivation reached a level where even the Lin family would not dare to touch him. Otherwise, even with Zhou Peng's protection, Yifan would find himself in dire straits. He accepted the elixir and replied coolly, "The head of the Lin family is overly gracious. Since you have expressed such intentions, I shall not refuse. I will regard any threats made against me as if they never occurred. However, should such a situation arise again, even if I wish to let it pass, the court is unlikely to overlook it." The head of the Lin family quickly concurred, "That is indeed assured." Yifan then stated, "Since you are so generous, I shall not be stingy. I will personally take action to recover the lost silver for the Lin family." The reason Yifan suddenly changed his mind to assist the Lin family in their investigation was due to a new scheme: to latch onto this prominent family and drain their resources. Once the Lin family had sufficiently nourished him, he would uproot them entirely. Yifan was not one to forget easily. The Grand Elder of the Lien family had harbored murderous intent towards him multiple times, and the moment the head produced the elixir, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, seemingly contemplating eliminating Yi Fan to reclaim the Xingyuan Dan. The head of the Lien family hurriedly expressed, "I am truly grateful, young friend Yi Fan. You shall always be a friend to our Lien family." Yi Fan replied coolly, "I certainly cannot offer my assistance to the Lien family without compensation. I guarantee that within 3 months, I will help the Lien family recover this batch of silver. Moreover, I shall not take a single coin from the recovered silver. However, I do require the assistance of the Lien family to bolster my contributions to the court. After all, it is rather challenging for me to achieve court merits on my own, and I wish to devote more time to my cultivation." It is indeed true that Yi Fan seeks to leverage the Lien family's resources to fulfill several system tasks. Once the Lien family aids Yi Fan in completing over 10 primary tasks, he will undoubtedly possess the strength to contend with the Lien family. When that moment arrives, Yi Fan will have the autonomy to act as he pleases, without concern for the Lien family's influence. The head of the Lien family remains oblivious to Yi Fan's ulterior motives, mistakenly believing that Yi Fan requires his assistance to enhance his contributions to the court, hence his willingness to investigate the silver theft. The head of the Lien family promptly declared, "This is certainly not a problem. Young friend Yi Fan, feel free to assist us in tracing the whereabouts of the silver. We shall ensure that all the tasks you undertake at the county office are entirely covered." Zhou Peng harbored no objections to Yi Fan's intention to enlist the Lien family's aid in augmenting his court merits, as it is customary for members of prominent families to seek their clan support upon entering the 6 gates. Thus, Yi Fan's desire to solicit the Lien family's assistance in this endeavor did not contravene any regulations set forth by the court, and Zhou Peng was inclined to overlook such matters. Zhou Peng was uncertain whether Yi Fan could successfully recover the stolen silver, but the retrieval of the silver was intrinsically linked to his interests. Zhou Peng addressed the head of the Lien family, stating, "Lien family head, should the silver truly be recovered, my 2 portions must not be diminished. If the need arises to take action, I shall certainly lend my support." The head of the Lien family genuinely contemplated shirking his obligation regarding the 2 portions of silver, as Zhou Peng's contribution appeared limited. However, considering the implications of requiring Zhou Peng's assistance should the silver be traced, offering him 2 portions did not seem excessively burdensome. Furthermore, failing to provide any compensation would undoubtedly offend Zhou Peng, which could prove troublesome given his position as the chief constable of the county office. It was for this reason that the head of the Lien family nodded and assured, "Rest assured, brother Zhou. Should this batch of silver be recovered, your 2 portions will be granted. I, Lien, am a man of my word and shall never be unfaithful." Turning to Yi Fan, the head of the Lien family inquired, "Might young friend Yi Fan have any leads regarding the silver theft? If you possess any information, please share it so that we may collectively consider it. Perhaps we can expedite the recovery of the stolen silver." Yi Fan smiled serenely and replied, "Since I dared to proclaim that I would locate this batch of silver within 3 months, I naturally possess some leads. However, I cannot disclose them at this moment, as there is one matter I have yet to confirm. Once that is settled, I shall reveal the information to you. Nevertheless, I can assure you that the 100,000 taels of silver have not left Dingyuan County, so there is no concern that the culprits have whisked it away to squander in other counties, leaving us bereft of the opportunity to reclaim it." The head of the Lien family asked, "How can young friend Yi Fan be so certain that the silver has not been transported out of the city?" Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, "When the head of the Lien family faced the theft of silver, he surely would have fortified all the gates of Dingyuan County with deep surveillance. 100,000 taels of silver is no trifling sum. To transport such an amount out of the city, one would have no choice but to use the city gates. With so many spies watching, if they managed to sneak away with 100,000 taels, it would only indicate that the Lien family members are woefully incompetent." Lien Chengbi remarked, "What if their people dug a tunnel, evading the city gates and transporting the silver directly through it?" Having recently encountered the concept of tunnels, he pondered whether the enemy might resort to such an escape. Chapter 30. Incitement. Yi Fan responded, "That is even less likely. Dingyuan County lies in a mountainous region, and beneath our feet, the ground is almost entirely composed of hard black iron stone. To excavate a tunnel in such terrain, even over a short distance, would require at least 100 laborers working for a month. Furthermore, the area surrounding the city walls consists of open land. To conceal the excavation of a tunnel, one would need to dig even further, necessitating more time and manpower, and it would undoubtedly create a considerable uproar. Do you think they would be foolish enough to dig a tunnel? Hence, I am confident that they must have hidden the silver within the city, in a location unknown to us." The head of the Lien family nodded in agreement, stating, "I fully concur with what you, young friend Yi Fan, have articulated. I had not considered the issue of secret passages, as I believed our mountainous region, filled with rocks, would deter anyone from digging a tunnel beneath our very noses to reach our treasury. However, I had not realized that such a secret passage had been completed a century ago, and our repeated inspections of the hidden chamber failed to uncover it. The head of the Lin family continued, Yifan, should you require any assistance from us, please do not hesitate to speak. Throughout your investigation into the theft of the silver, I will personally ensure your safety, vowing that no harm shall befall you. Yifan replied nonchalantly, there is no need for such concern. During this time, I shall remain within the Lin residence to study the underground passage, and my safety is assured. The head of the Lin family need only allow the eldest son, Lin Chengbi, to accompany me. I have already accepted a task from the county office, to capture the notorious murderer, Zhuo Qingqiu. Though Zhuo Qingqiu is merely a third-rate martial artist, I am confident that with the strength of the Lin family, apprehending him will be a simple matter. Zhuo Qingqiu dared to massacre an entire village. I must personally execute such a villain. The head of the Lin family replied coolly, we possess the capability to capture a fugitive of a third-rate martial artist. However, it may prove challenging to apprehend him in the short term, as we will need to deploy considerable manpower and resources to ascertain Zhuo Qingqiu's whereabouts. Once we gather sufficient intelligence, we will ensure his capture for you. Yifan responded, there is no need for such complications. Based on my deductions and analysis of Zhuo Qingqiu, Zhuo Qingqiu is bound to perpetrate another massacre within a fortnight, with the village most likely to fall victim being Erganzi village. The head of the Lin family merely needs to dispatch someone to lie in wait at this village, and they will almost certainly be able to capture Zhuo Qingqiu. The head of the Lin family inquired, young friend Yifan, what is the probability that Zhuo Qingqiu will appear in Erganzi village? Yifan replied with a serene smile, I am 90% confident. If you manage to apprehend Zhuo Qingqiu, it is likely that I will be able to unravel the silver theft case with greater expediency. The head of the Lin family responded, young friend Yifan, I shall hasten the investigation. I will send someone to keep watch at Erganzi village. Should Zhuo Qingqiu appear there, I will ensure he does not leave. And I will present him to you. Yifan expressed his gratitude. I appreciate it. Head of the Lin family. Yifan then turned to Zhou Peng and said, my lord, the chief hunter, I shall take my leave for now. I wish to further investigate that secret passage. I hope to uncover the truth behind this case soon. Zhou Peng nodded and replied, go ahead. He too hoped that Yifan would swiftly resolve the silver theft case, as it would yield him a substantial reward. After bidding farewell to the two elite martial artists, Yifan departed the Lin family hall with Lin Chengbi. Once they had left, the head of the Lin family instructed the second, third, and fourth elders to conceal themselves in Erganzi village. Should Zhuo Qingqiu appear, they were to capture him immediately. The head of the Lin family was particularly proactive, eager to ascertain whether Yifan truly possessed remarkable abilities. If Yifan could deduce, based solely on data, that Zhuo Qingqiu would strike at Erganzi village, then the likelihood of him uncovering the truth behind the silver theft case would significantly increase. Conversely, if Yifan were merely boasting, the head of the Lin family might reconsider placing all his hopes in one individual. The elder of the Lin family had been confined by the head of the Lin family as a form of reflection. After all, the entire Lin family relied on Yifan, and having offended him, the head of the Lin family deemed it necessary to consider Yifan's feelings, hence the elder's confinement. Aware of the head's genuine ire, the elder did not dare to retort further and retreated to the confinement chamber. Yifan and the head of the Lin family arrived at the secret passage. Lin Chengbi quietly remarked to Yifan, Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to put the elder of our family in a difficult position, a feat even my father could not accomplish. Yifan smiled modestly and replied, Brother Lin, you overestimate me. My ability to outmaneuver the elder of the Lin family is entirely due to the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and circumstance. Had I been in a different location or among another group of people, my head might have already rolled. If you wish for me to assist you in ascending to the position of head of the Lin family, individuals like the elder, who are inherently contrarian, must be dealt with. Lin Chengbi cautioned, Brother Yi, that may not be advisable. Aside from the direct lineage of the family, the other four branches are almost inseparable. Even my father must tread carefully when dealing with any of them. Not to mention that I have yet to reach the level of a second-rate warrior. The prospect of confronting the elder's branch is utterly unattainable. Even if I were to attain the status of a second-rate warrior, challenging the elder's lineage would still be an impossibility. It is conceivable that even upon reaching the first-rate warrior realm and taking control of the entire Lin family, one would still need to deliberate cautiously before engaging with the elder's branch. Yifan remarked with a calm smile, Brother Lin, your father does not shy away from confronting the elder's lineage. Rather, he is restrained by prior debts of gratitude owed to them. Observe how audacious the elder's branch is today. showing your father no respect whatsoever. If your father cannot subdue the elder's lineage, do you believe you will be able to do so after inheriting the position of family head? Yifan's words plunged Lien Qingbi into deep contemplation, as he found great merit in Yifan's assertions. Noticing Lien Qingbi's pensive demeanor, Yifan pressed on, Brother Lien, I confess that my desire for you to eliminate the elder's branch stems from my personal vendetta against them. Naturally, I wish to see the demise of the elder and the complete eradication of their influence within the Lien family. However, I assert that my primary motivation is for you to gain absolute control over the Lien family, allowing us to forge a powerful alliance and dominate the entirety of Dingyuan County. Should you ascend to the position of family head only to be perpetually restrained by the other branches, your tenure will be nothing short of pitiable. Moreover, our collaboration would struggle to reach its zenith, hindering our ability to govern Dingyuan County effectively. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first ensure internal stability, and the elder represents the very root of your family's troubles. Lien Qingbi appeared indecisive, prompting Yifan to continue, Brother Lien, I have stated all that needs to be said. Ultimately, the course of action lies in your hands. Our potential for an intimate collaboration hinges on the extent of your resolve. I can grant you a moment for reflection. Simply inform me of your decision when you are ready. However, should you choose not to cooperate, we shall no longer be allies. With a firm resolve, Lien Qingbi replied, Brother Yi, given your words, it would be rather ungrateful of me to refuse. I accept your offer. As long as you assist me in ascending to the position of family head, I shall rid the Lien family of its malignant influences and seize complete control over the household. At that point, we shall unite our efforts to dominate Dingyuan County. Lien Qingbi's agreement was not born of folly but rather a calculated decision to leverage Yifan's strength in his pursuit of the family headship. He had witnessed Yifan's intelligence firsthand, and the prospect of collaborating with him significantly increased his chances of success. Conversely, should he decline to partner with Yifan, he risked finding himself in a precarious position should Yifan ally with others within the Lien family. Once Yifan assisted Lien Qingbi in seizing control of the entire Lien family, whether Lien Qingbi truly desired to eliminate the Grand Elder would ultimately hinge on his own volition. What Lien Qingbi harbored in his mind was a mystery to Yifan. However, from Lien Qingbi's words, Yifan could sense a yearning for his aid in establishing dominance within the family. As long as Lien Qingbi required his assistance, Yifan felt assured of maintaining a firm grip on him. The matter of whether Lien Qingbi would indeed strike down the Grand Elder held little significance for Yifan. Vengeance was a pursuit best undertaken personally. The reason Yifan articulated these thoughts was to stabilize Lien Qingbi's position, aspiring to make him a valuable pawn within the Lien family. This would enable Yifan to monitor the movements of the family's upper echelons, facilitating decisions advantageous to himself. The notion of collaborating with Lien Qingbi to dominate Dingyuan County was merely a ruse on Yifan's part. He held no regard for Lien Qingbi's worthiness in such an endeavor. Yifan remarked, Brother Lien, if you adhere to my plan, you will possess a 95% certainty of ascending to the position of family head. Lien Qingbi responded, I am immensely grateful, Brother Yi. However, you promised my father to uncover the truth behind the silver theft within 3 months and recover the stolen silver. Do you have any confidence in this matter? Yifan replied with a calm smile. Regarding the silver theft case, I have already acquired numerous leads. If I continue to pursue these clues, I am certain that the truth will come to light. Do you believe that once the truth is revealed, the silver will remain elusive? Naturally, the timeline for uncovering the truth is closely tied to my contributions within the court. Should I swiftly amass contributions, I will wholeheartedly investigate the silver theft. Conversely, if my contributions are scant, I would naturally delay the revelation of the truth, thereby prolonging the recovery of the silver and allowing my contributions to accumulate to a substantial amount. Lien Qingbi reassured him, Brother Yi, rest assured. Regarding the court's contributions, I will certainly inform my father. I will urge him to assign you more tasks within the court, enabling you to garner additional contributions. Only when your strength increases and we forge a powerful alliance can we achieve great undertakings. Yifan responded, if that can be arranged, it would indeed be ideal. Lien Qingbi then inquired, Brother Yi, do you not need to explore the underground for any clues? Why do you remain stationary in this spot instead of surveying the surroundings? Is there something peculiar about this location? Yifan replied with a serene smile, there is nothing remarkable about this place. Primarily, I have simply grown weary of moving, hence I am resting here. I have thoroughly examined the clues within the underground and discovered all that was necessary. Thus, I see no reason to squander time here any longer. However, to exercise caution, I return to this underground merely to maintain appearances. Lien Qingbi inquired, Brother Yi, have you uncovered any clues? Might you share them with me first? I assure you that once I learn of this information, I will not disclose it to anyone. Yifan replied with a serene smile. I naturally trust your integrity, Brother Lian. However, should you come to learn of this matter, what will you say if your father inquires about it? If you divulge it, you would be betraying your promise. Yet if you withhold it, it may be deemed somewhat unfilial. To spare you from such a predicament, I have decided not to disclose this clue to you for the time being. Once your father completes a task for me, I shall reveal a clue to him, and consequently, you will also be informed. Lian Chengbi conceded, very well, Brother Yi, you need not divulge anything further to me. Yi Fan remarked, we have spent sufficient time investigating the secret passage. Should we not return to our respective places to dine and cultivate? Lian Chengbi, with a broad smile, responded, your words have awakened my hunger. Indeed, I am feeling rather peckish now. Let us depart from this secret passage, for there are no further clues of value to you here. Indeed. Let us be on our way. After speaking, Yi Fan led Lian Chengbi to a dinner before returning to his residence. Chapter 32. The trust of the Lian family. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Fan diligently commenced his cultivation. As the saying goes, one must be strong to forge iron. Yi Fan found himself playing a dangerous game, manipulating the entire Lian family within his grasp. Should he lack formidable martial prowess to bolster him, the day the Lian family uncovers this secret, he would truly be in peril. However, if Yi Fan could achieve a breakthrough to the first-rate martial artist realm during this period, even if the Lian family were to discover how he had toyed with them, they would hesitate to confront him. Even if they did seek him out, with his breakthrough, he would stand resolutely unyielding. After accompanying Yi Fan, Lian Chengbi returned to the chamber of the Lian family patriarch. As a member of the Lian family, he could never assist Yi Fan in compromising them. At most, he would help Yi Fan maximize his own interests. But should a conflict arise between Yi Fan and the Lian family, he would undoubtedly side with his kin without hesitation. The patriarch regarded Lian Chengbi and stated calmly, how did your expedition to the underground passage with Yi Fan go today? Did you uncover any leads, or did Yi Fan reveal anything of significance to you? Lian Chengbi respectfully replied, esteemed father, upon entering the underground passage, Yi Fan did not investigate it at all. Instead, he engaged me in a lengthy discourse. He informed me that he had grasped the relevant clues regarding our silver theft case and that tracing the missing silver would pose no issue. However, he insists that only after we assist him in completing his task will he disclose the clues he possesses. Lian Jia's patriarch remarked, you have performed admirably, and I am well aware of your loyalty to the family. As long as you diligently assist Yi Fan in recovering the lost silver from our clan, I shall seriously consider you for the position of family head. You must not let your father down. Lian Chengbi responded, father, rest assured. I shall not disappoint you. Despite his outward display of utmost respect, Lian Chengbi harbored a sense of resentment within. As the eldest son of the Lian family's main lineage, possessing the highest cultivation among the younger generation, he found it disheartening to concern himself with rivals for the family head position. All of this stemmed from the patriarch's indecision. Had the patriarch named him as the heir sooner, he would have harbored fewer worries. Lian Chengbi even attributed his collaboration with Yi Fan to the patriarch's failure to confer the title of heir upon him. The patriarch calmly instructed, you may leave now, but remember to devote yourself to your training. One must be strong in order to forge strength. If you cannot even transcend the second-tier realm, then no amount of familial support will enable you to attain the first-tier realm. Those who cannot break through to the first-tier realm are unworthy of inheriting the position of family head. Lian Chengbi respectfully stated, I take my leave, and I shall keep your teachings close to my heart. After uttering these words, he exited the patriarch's chamber. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 16 days had passed. During this period, Yi Fan had remained secluded in his room, engrossed in his cultivation. The Lian patriarch did not hasten Yi Fan to investigate the whereabouts of the silver. Instead, he instructed the villagers of Erganzi to swiftly apprehend Zhuqingqiu. On the 17th day, an unexpected visitor arrived at Erganzi village, Zhuqingqiu. Having reached the pinnacle of the third-tier realm, Zhuqingqiu found himself unable to confront the villagers directly. Thus, he opted to poison the well, intending to incapacitate the majority of the villagers before seizing control. However, Zhuqingqiu was unaware that upon his arrival at the well's mouth, he had already attracted the attention of 3 second-tier realm warriors. Before he could execute his plan, the trio surged forward and swiftly captured him. Before Zhuqingqiu could comprehend the situation, he was ensconced in a burlap sack and taken away. The 3 second-tier realm warriors transported Zhuqingqiu back to the Lian family. The villagers of Erganzi remained oblivious to the fact that they had narrowly evaded death. Upon returning Zhuqingqiu to the Lian family, the 3 elders did not hasten to present him to Yi Fan. Instead, they brought him before the Lian patriarch. After confirming Zhuqingqiu's identity, the patriarch's admiration for Yi Fan deepened, further solidifying his belief that Yi Fan could assist them in reclaiming their family's wealth. As a fugitive of the court, It was inconceivable for Yi Fan to have any prior acquaintance with Zhuo Qingqiu. For otherwise, he would not have permitted the Lin family to capture him. Yi Fan, with his astute perception, was capable of deducing the whereabouts of a fugitive like Zhuo Qingqiu based on mere traces of evidence, predicting not only when he might next appear, but also the duration of his absence. This remarkable ability underscored Yi Fan's extraordinary intelligence, instilling even greater confidence in the head of the Lin family regarding Yi Fan's potential to reclaim the family's lost fortunes. After apprehending Zhuo Qingqiu, the head of the Lin family presented the captured fugitive before Yi Fan. Observing Zhuo Qingqiu, subdued and restrained on the ground, filled Yi Fan's heart with satisfaction. If subsequent system tasks could be accomplished with such ease, then Yi Fan could swiftly expand his influence and elevate his cultivation level. Having successfully aided Yi Fan in capturing Zhuo Qingqiu, the head of the Lin family understood that it was time for Yi Fan to share some pertinent clues. Otherwise, any further requests from Yi Fan might not be met with willingness. Yi Fan spoke with a calm demeanor to the head of the Lin family. Tonight, I would appreciate it if you and your men could accompany me back into the secret passage. I will provide you with additional clues. Of course, I shall continue to offer my assistance until you recover the silver that was lost. The head of the Lin family responded with a measured tone. I am truly grateful to you, young friend Yi Fan. Should you aid us in locating the lost silver, we shall make every effort to assist you in acquiring contribution points from the court. While our family may not be able to complete numerous tasks in a short span, we will certainly gather the contribution points needed for you to ascend to the position of Chief Inspector in the near future. Once you attain the second-tier martial artist level, your promotion to Chief Inspector will be assured. Yi Fan smiled lightly and replied, I sincerely thank you, head of the Lin family. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, the head of the Lin family exited Yi Fan's chamber. Chapter 33. The fourth task. Once the members of the Lin family departed, Yi Fan, assured that no one was around, directly confined Zhuo Qingqiu within the confines of the system space. He did not rush to subdue Zhuo Qingqiu. Instead, he placed him in a prison cell, subsequently ignoring him. Given that Yi Fan was on the territory of the Lin family, he could not afford to vanish without a trace, as such an act would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Zhuo Qingqiu's disappearance was already difficult to explain, and if Yi Fan were to vanish as well, the Lin family would likely initiate a search for him. Yi Fan held considerable value for the Lin family, and until they uncovered the secret of his system space, they would not dare to harm him. After confining Zhuo Qingqiu in the system space, Yi Fan had successfully completed the task. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a gentle breeze, echoed in Yi Fan's consciousness. Congratulations, host, on capturing Zhuo Qingqiu and securing him within the system space. The third mainline task of the system has been completed. As a reward, you shall receive the perfected soul pursuit sword technique. Simply state claim reward for task 3 to obtain the complete annihilation palm technique. With the third mainline task accomplished, the system commenced the generation of the fourth mainline task. Capture the fugitive, Yu Hualong. Criminal profile. Yu Hualong, a third-tier martial artist, practices the internal cultivation method Yin-Yang harmony technique and wields the sword technique Long Tian Yijian. Yu Hualong has reached the pinnacle of a third-tier martial artist. Thus the host must exercise utmost caution. Yu Hualong is a notorious libertine, having violated the chastity of 45 young women in succession, earning fame overnight by defiling 5 maidens in a single evening. Consequently, he has been identified as a first-level fugitive by the Celestial Captor System. Task clue. Yu Hualong's next target is the eldest daughter of the Fang family, a clan of second-tier martial artists. Task reward. The perfected martial art technique, 9 nether steps, at the pinnacle level. Yi Fan inquired earnestly through his consciousness. System. Are first-level tasks exclusively aimed at martial artists of first tier and below? Lon Xian replied in a melodious voice. Your assumption is correct. There are a total of 20 first-level mainline tasks. The host needs to confront 7 third-tier martial artists, 6 second-tier martial artists, 5 first-tier martial artists, and 1 half-step postnatal expert. Yi Fan continued to ask. What about the second-level mainline tasks? Are there also 20 of them? Lon Xian responded with a hint of indifference. The host currently lacks sufficient authority to access the number of second-level mainline tasks. Any details regarding second-level mainline tasks are beyond the host's reach, as you possess only first-level authority and cannot consult second-level matters. Understanding the limitations of his access, Yi Fan refrained from further inquiries. After all, he would eventually attain second-level authority, so there was no need to dwell on such matters at present. He promptly resumed his meditation on the bed. That night, Yi Fan led the group to a secret underground passage. Pausing at a central location, a total of 4 high-ranking members from the Lin family accompanied him. However, the Lin family's elder remained in confinement and did not join them. Given their previous discord, and considering that the entire Lin family depended on Yi Fan, It would be unwise to bring the elder along, as it would only serve to provoke Yi Fan further. Upon noticing Yi Fan's halt, the Lien family patriarch inquired, "Young friend Yi Fan, have you brought us here due to some discovery? I have thoroughly searched this passage with the entire Lien family multiple times, yet I have found nothing." With a serene smile, Yi Fan replied, "The absence of discovery is, in itself, the most significant finding. I have examined the entire passage and concluded that the theft of 100,000 taels of silver from the Lien family was not perpetrated by the family from a century ago, but rather by someone privy to their secrets." The Lien family patriarch quickly asked, "Young friend Yi Fan, why are you so certain that the thief of our family's silver is not the family from a century ago, but another party?" Yi Fan continued, his tone unperturbed. "If the thief were indeed the orphan of that family from a century past, they would not have left behind such crucial clues for us to pursue. My conjecture is that the orphan, feeling vulnerable and incapable of stealing the silver from the Lien family alone, opted to collaborate with a small but capable faction that could keep their secret. However, what he did not anticipate was that this small faction, in order to safeguard their secrets and to acquire a greater share of the wealth, would resort to imprisoning him or even eliminating him altogether. Although the likelihood of imprisonment was quite slim, the possibility of being killed was significantly higher. Nonetheless, both scenarios remained plausible. The head of the Lien family remarked, "Young friend Yi, your words are truly fantastical." Leaving us somewhat bewildered, in truth, the head of the Lien family was tempted to inquire, "If what you say is indeed true, how do you possess such intricate knowledge? Could it be that you were personally involved in this affair?" However, as the silver had yet to be located, the head could not afford to confront Yi Fan, and thus, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he remained silent. Yi Fan replied coolly, "I understand that you find this perplexing, but after my explanation, clarity will surely dawn upon you." He gestured towards the stone table beside him, stating, "Do you see this stone table?" After uttering those words, Yi Fan gave a gentle kick to the stone table at his side. The head of the Lien family, observing the stone table Yi Fan had kicked, felt even more puzzled. The table appeared to be utterly ordinary, and he could not discern any extraordinary qualities about it. After hearing Yi Fan's words, he resumed his examination of the mundane stone table with renewed diligence. However, after approximately 10 minutes of scrutiny, he had uncovered nothing new. Other elders of the Lien family joined in the investigation, yet they too failed to identify any special attributes of the table. The head of the Lien family addressed Yi Fan, saying, "Young friend Yi, what is so remarkable about this stone table? I have studied it numerous times and still find no extraordinary features." Frustrated by Yi Fan's deliberate showmanship, the head of the Lien family was tempted to kick him to the ground, but he refrained, as the task of locating the missing silver still rested upon Yi Fan's shoulders. The other elders echoed, "We too have found nothing extraordinary. It seems merely an ordinary stone table." Chapter 34. A flurry of speculation. Yi Fan continued to speak to the members of the Lien family. "Have you not considered the terrain? This area is inherently narrow, and with this stone table obstructing the path, do you believe any conveyance could pass through here?" The head of the Lien family replied, "Indeed, no conveyance can navigate this space, but what does that signify?" Yi Fan inquired, "Might I ask, what was the approximate time frame during which the silver went missing?" The head of the Lien family responded earnestly, "The silver was lost sometime between the evening of June 5th and the morning of June 6th. His certainty stemmed from the fact that he had checked on the silver on the evening of June 5th, only to find it completely vanished by the morning of June 6th. Yi Fan affirmed, "Precisely. To transport such a substantial amount of silver through this narrow passage in such a brief time frame indicates that their numbers must be considerable. To accomplish such a considerable workload, the counterpart must mobilize at least 30 individuals. The fact that this group of 30 has managed to execute the task so meticulously, without any participant leaking information, indicates that they are undoubtedly organized and disciplined. Either a cadre of elite members from the same family or a secretive organization. I have yet to hear of any clandestine groups in Dingyuan County, which leads me to speculate that it might be a small family clan. The truth of the matter is that after the 4 bandits transported the silver to the hall, they were unable to remove it. Yi Fan eliminated those 4 bandits and stored the silver entirely within the system's space. The reason Yi Fan dares to boast so audaciously is precisely due to this circumstance. The head of the Lien family remarked, "What you say indeed makes a great deal of sense, and I wholeheartedly endorse your hypothesis. However, why do you believe that the orphan of the family from a century ago was captured or imprisoned, rather than having established a force to carry out this endeavor?" Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, "This is even easier to comprehend. The Lien family bears a grudge against the family from a century ago. If that family had indeed formed such a formidable power, Does the head of the Lin family believe his lineage could continue to live so peacefully? It is likely that periodically, members of the Lin family would suffer losses. In recent years, the Lin family has experienced a remarkably stable existence, devoid of any significant issues, which suggests that even if some remnants of that family do exist, they are undoubtedly few in number, perhaps only one or two, and lacking in substantial capabilities. The head of the Lin family nodded in agreement with Yifan's analysis. At this juncture, he had come to highly regard Yifan's intellect. If Yifan were genuinely committed to assisting their family, the Lin family would undoubtedly reclaim what they had lost. 100,000 taels of silver is indeed a considerable matter. If the Lin family fails to recover this sum, their strength would regress by at least 1/5, and for the ensuing years, their power would continue to diminish. The head of the Lin family inquired, "Do you have any recommendations, young friend Yifan?" Yifan responded, "The head of the Lin family has shown great dedication in attending to my affairs. Naturally, I shall exert myself fully in serving the Lin family in return. You need only to dispatch personnel to infiltrate the various families in Dingyuan County to gather intelligence, and you should uncover some clues. The Lin family has established its presence in this region for nearly a century, so it is likely that there are hidden operatives within each family. The head of the Lin family can simply utilize these operatives, without needing to send undercover agents to infiltrate other families to retrieve the silver. However, I must advise that the head of the Lin family should not be overly ruthless in his actions. Once this matter is resolved, it is imperative to withdraw the operatives promptly. Otherwise, should the majority of families in Dingyuan County become dissatisfied, the Lin family may face significant repercussions." The head of the Lin family replied, "Thank you, young friend Yifan. For your guidance, I shall immediately dispatch operatives to investigate the situation. If, indeed, we are able to recover the silver this time, the greatest credit shall undoubtedly belong to the esteemed Yifan." Yifan responded with a serene smile, saying, "The head of the Lin family is truly too gracious. However, may I inquire why you did not question me, and how you are so certain that it is a family within Dingyuan County, rather than an external force?" The head of the Lin family replied, "I place my faith in your analysis, young friend Yifan. Since you assert it is a family from Dingyuan County, this matter is almost certainly orchestrated by them." Yifan continued, "Allow me to elucidate why it is improbable that an external family is involved. I am concerned that you may not fully trust my perspective, and should we miss this opportunity due to such uncertainties, it would indeed be a lamentable loss." The head of the Lin family responded, "Please, young friend Yifan, do share your insights. I shall listen attentively. In truth, the head of the Lin family was eager to hear Yifan's analysis, as it would enable him to form his own judgments. However, due to various reasons, he had not proactively requested an explanation from Yifan. Now, with Yifan offering to elucidate, he was exceedingly pleased. Yifan stated, "The reason it is not an external victory is rather straightforward. After the external forces transported this batch of silver to the streets, they found it impossible to conceal it. And moreover, they lack secret hideouts within Dingyuan County. Without a thorough understanding of the circumstances within Dingyuan County and access to suitable locations for hiding the silver, it would be exceedingly difficult to transport this batch of silver out through the secret passage and conceal it." Upon hearing this, the head of the Lin family found Yifan's reasoning profoundly sensible, even beginning to believe that this was indeed the genuine sequence of events. The head of the Lin family declared, "Young friend Yifan, if we are able to recover this batch of silver, I shall fulfill my promise to provide you with the silver I pledged, as well as the martial arts techniques I promised." The head of the Lin family was so eager to curry favor with Yifan in hopes of forging a friendship, recognizing that Yifan's extraordinary wisdom could lead to great achievements, potentially even transcending to the innate realm, a step he himself could never hope to take. Naturally, this eagerness was predicated on his ignorance of Yifan's deceptive intentions. Had he known, he might have contemplated eliminating Yifan 100 times over. Chapter 35. Taking matters into one's own hands, Yifan continued to address the head of the Lin family. "I have shared with you all the leads I possess and provided corresponding strategies. Now, I trust that you shall assist me in completing a task." The head of the Lin family responded, "Young friend Yifan, please state your task directly. Our Lin family will certainly endeavor to assist you." Yifan calmly stated, "The next target I seek is the third-tier martial artist Yu Shilong, who cultivates the inner strength technique known as Inyang He Huan Gong and wields the martial skill Chang Tian Yijian. Yu Hualong has reached the pinnacle of the third-tier martial artist realm, and he is also an infamous womanizer. He has consecutively violated the chastity of 45 young ladies, having once taken the virtue of 5 maidens in a single night. I have conducted a thorough analysis and study of Yu Hualong, and based on my conjecture, his next target is the eldest daughter of the Fong family, who belongs to the second-tier martial artist lineage. It would suffice to ensnare Yu Hualong as we did previously and deliver him to me. The head of the Lin family replied nonchalantly, "This poses no problem at all. Should Yu Hualong truly set his sights on the Feng family's eldest daughter, we will certainly apprehend him." The head of the Lin family did not inquire about how Yi Fan arrived at this conclusion. Since Yi Fan asserted that Yu Hualong would target the eldest daughter of the Feng family, he merely needed to position his men nearby her. Ultimately, whether Yu Hualong would indeed act remained uncertain, but the head of the Lin family assured that they would capture him the moment he did. Once Yi Fan had delegated the entire matter to the head of the Lin family, he elegantly retreated to his room for seclusion. The head of the Lin family promptly organized a response to all of Yi Fan's concerns, making every effort to meet his demands. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this month, the Lin family had assisted Yi Fan in completing 4 tasks, with the 5th task currently underway. However, there had been little progress regarding the investigation into the matter of the 100,000 taels of silver. Yi Fan had successfully subdued all individuals captured during the 4 tasks, and now he had 6 third-tier martial artists under his command. With the aid of these 6 martial artists, coupled with his own diligent efforts, Yi Fan's cultivation had steadily advanced to the pinnacle of the 3rd-tier martial artist realm. With a breakthrough to the 2nd-tier realm imminent. One day, the head of the Lin family returned with the 5th task target that Yi Fan had assigned. He approached Yi Fan's room and calmly stated, "Young friend Yi Fan, we have successfully captured the individual you sought. However, regarding the matter of the 100,000 taels of silver, it has now been a month and a half, and it seems you have yet to make any progress." The head of the Lin family continued, "You had initially promised to find this silver within 3 months. Should you fail to uncover its whereabouts within the stipulated time, especially after having us, the Lin family, undertake so many tasks for you without compensation, it would indeed come at a considerable cost." Yi Fan retorted, "Head of the Lin family, are you threatening me? I have provided you with ample leads, yet you have still been unable to locate it. Should I assist you in the search for this silver?" The head of the Lin family replied, "Young friend Yi Fan, please do not be agitated. My words carry no threat. Initially, you were quite adamant that you could retrieve the silver within 3 months. Although you have provided sufficient clues, our investigations following them have yielded little success. Since the esteemed friend Yi Fan has proclaimed his capability to recover 100,000 taels of silver within 3 months, it is important to note that this assertion originates solely from him, and the Lin family has not exerted any pressure upon him. The clues provided by Yi Fan are largely fanciful and devoid of any substantial value. However, he has embellished these hints to such an extent that the head of the Lin family was persuaded by his words. Yi Fan replied calmly, "Dear head of the Lin family, there is no need for excessive concern. I assure you that I will retrieve the 100,000 taels of silver within the stipulated 3 months. However, I must inform you that I have reached the pinnacle of a 3rd-tier martial artist, and I intend to enter seclusion to advance to a 2nd-tier martial artist. Once I achieve this breakthrough, I will personally assist you in locating the silver. I hope this response meets with your approval." Upon hearing that Yi Fan would take personal action, the head of the Lin family felt a surge of excitement, believing that their family's silver would soon be returned. With a composed demeanor, he stated, "Then we shall adhere to your proposal, Yi Fan. Once you have attained the 2nd-tier martial artist status, you may assist us in recovering the 100,000 taels of silver." The head of the Lin family had investigated Yi Fan, discovering that he had recently risen to prominence, particularly after the death of his father. He suspected that Yi Fan was a once reckless genius who had remained obscured under his father's protection. But upon losing his support, he began to reveal his talents and brilliance. Yi Fan calmly remarked, "I anticipate that my seclusion to break through to the 2nd-tier martial artist level will require approximately half a month. During this period, I would appreciate the Lin family's assistance with a task from the court." The head of the Lin family responded with a neutral expression, "What sort of task? You may speak freely without concern." Yi Fan explained, "This task differs from the previous ones, which only involved 3rd-tier martial artists. This time, I seek your help against a 2nd-tier martial artist. I wonder if you would be willing to accept this request." The head of the Lin family inquired, "Who is the target among the 2nd-tier martial artists?" If the task involved a 3rd-tier martial artist, he would have readily agreed. However, dealing with a 2nd-tier martial artist required careful consideration. Should the Lin family engage with the 2nd-tier martial artist that Yi Fan spoke of and fail to subdue him, they could face significant repercussions. After all, he was the only member of the Lin family capable of confronting a 2nd-tier martial artist, while the other 4 elders could merely hold their ground against such foes. The remaining disciples would be no match for a 2nd-tier martial artist. Chapter 36. Successful breakthrough. Yi Fan spoke with an expression of calm. "The target is the bloodthirsty demon. Suan Lu Su Anil can be considered the arch-nemesis of your entire Lin family. Thus, even if you do not offend the blood-handed demon, he will automatically consider your family members as nourishment to enhance his own cultivation. The number of individuals from the Lin family who have perished at the hands of the blood-handed demon, Su-anil, should not be fewer than 20, with 2 of them being martial artists of the 3rd tier. This objective I speak of should pose no challenge for you, correct? Upon hearing Yifan's articulated target, the head of the Lin family promptly responded, "Young friend Yifan, this individual is indeed no issue at all. We shall certainly capture him, and I trust that you have a grasp of the blood-handed demon Su-anil's next course of action. Otherwise, you would not be so comfortably settled in your position." The blood-handed demon was once merely an inconspicuous petty thief, who, by chance, stole from a 3rd-tier martial artist of the Lin family. Ultimately, he was apprehended by this very martial artist, who, rather than killing him, rendered him limbless and condemned him to a life of begging, subjected to relentless torment. After enduring such suffering, Su-anil fortuitously acquired a formidable cultivation technique known as the Heavenly Severance Method, which enabled him to ascend rapidly to the 2nd tier of martial artists. The technique he practices necessitates human hearts for support. The more powerful the heart, the greater the assistance it provides in his cultivation. Consequently, Su-anil has become the enemy of the entire county, with the Lin family being his primary focus of attention. The head of the Lin family and the chief constable of the county have made several attempts to take action against him, but their efforts were thwarted due to their inability to locate him. Yifan remarked indifferently, "I have been studying the blood-handed demon Su-anil for quite some time, and thus I have formed a reasonable conjecture regarding his forthcoming actions. The next target of his criminal endeavors is likely to be the eldest son of the Lin family. As long as you keep your skilled fighters close to the eldest son and ensure that no flaws are revealed, capturing Su-anil should be entirely feasible." The head of the Lin family replied calmly, "No problem. If we can indeed capture Su-anil, consider it a favor owed to you, young friend Yifan." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "We are merely seeking mutual benefit, so there is no need to speak of favors. The best outcome would be for you to retrieve the individual for me. I require the living. Should he be dead, the subsequent actions may not proceed smoothly. Deceased individuals are of little use, and should one perish, the system would need to reassign the task, and I do not have the leisure to engage in such matters. Therefore, it is imperative to capture him alive, as this will enable me to successfully complete the task." After the head of the Lin family agreed to Yifan's request, he departed immediately, harboring considerable confidence in Yifan. After numerous collaborations, the intelligence Yifan provided has proven to be remarkably accurate. The head of the Lin family has come to believe that Yifan is an exceptionally astute individual, capable of making deductions that elude the average person. Were the head of the Lin family to have lived on Earth, he might even consider Yifan to be the reincarnation of the renowned detective Di Renjia. If Yifan were to utter, "Yuan Feng, what are your thoughts?" it would only serve to strengthen that resemblance. After the departure of the head of the Lin family, Yifan chose to enter seclusion once more. This time, he was determined to make a singular breakthrough into the realm of the 2nd-tier martial artist. To facilitate this, Yifan promptly notified everyone within the confines of the system space to commence their cultivation, thereby accelerating his impending breakthrough in the blink of an eye. A day had elapsed, and Yifan had finally tuned his spirit to its utmost peak. He retrieved the pill gifted to him by the head of the Lin family, intending to consume it to aid his cultivation and achieve an immediate breakthrough in his realm. Yifan possessed but a single pill, having refrained from using any elixirs in his prior training, all for this very moment. The inaugural consumption of a pill yields its maximum potency, and Yifan was poised to exploit this moment of peak efficacy for his breakthrough. With resolve, Yifan swallowed the pill, which dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, releasing a dense influx of celestial energy that permeated his being. He swiftly absorbed the spiritual essence from the surroundings, refining it within himself. After a quarter of an hour, as the effects of the pill began to wane, a sudden lightness enveloped his body, signaling that he had successfully ascended to the realm of a 2nd-tier martial artist. Yet, upon entering this new realm, Yifan did not cease his cultivation. Rather, he diligently continued his training. It is customary for individuals to stabilize their cultivation after a breakthrough, as it is often a time of instability. Yifan's unwavering commitment to his practice was also propelled by the fact that the effects of the pill had not yet completely dissipated. He intended to fully absorb the pill's potency before pausing his training. As half a day swiftly passed, Yifan had thoroughly solidified his status as a 2nd-tier martial artist. He clenched his fist, instantly sensing a significant surge in his strength, at least threefold compared to his previous 3rd-tier martial artist self. Having yet to engage in a true battle since arriving in this world, with only a couple of ambushes to his name, Yifan resolved to seek out genuine opponents to gauge his true capabilities. Engaging with individuals within the county office would be ill-advised. Yi Fan wished to keep his true abilities concealed for a while longer. His plan was to initially mask his prowess and then unleash it unexpectedly later, providing a remarkable surprise to those around him. He decided to enlist a few subordinates from within the system to test his authentic strength, a strategy that would allow him to ascertain his capabilities without revealing them to the public eye. Moreover, 7 third-tier martial artists collaborating could indeed pose a challenge to a second-tier martial artist. Yi Fan was eager to discern the extent of the gap between himself and a second-tier counterpart, making them ideal sparring partners. Without hesitation, Yi Fan meticulously scanned his surroundings for any presence before stepping directly into the system space. Given his current strength as a second-tier martial artist, only those of innate prowess could conceal themselves within a dozen meters of him without being detected. In the entire county, there were no formidable beings of the innate realm. Thus Yi Fan felt no trepidation whatsoever. It was with this confidence that he entered the system space without fear of anyone uncovering the secret of his domain. Chapter 37. The test. Upon entering the system space, Yi Fan promptly summoned the 7 third-rate martial artists he had captured. Gathering them together in a calm demeanor, he addressed the 7, stating, "I have now ascended to the second-rate martial artist realm. I wish for you 7 to unleash your full strength upon me, as I seek to ascertain the limits of my own power." The 7 individuals replied in unison, "We shall obey your command." My lord. Yi Fan nodded and said, "I am prepared. Strike together. You need not hold back. Attack me with all your might, and do not fear for your lives in this space. I am the sovereign, impervious to harm, and I possess the ability to safeguard you even amidst your most potent assaults. Proceed." With those words, the 7 third-rate martial artists commenced their full-force assault on Yi Fan. They exhibited remarkable coordination, their combined strength exponentially greater than when they fought individually as Yi Fan's subordinates. They were eager to earn his favor and escape this realm to assist him in his endeavors. Each was diligently training, aspiring to swiftly break through to the second-rate martial artist level to leave this monotonous space. The tedium of this realm weighed heavily on their lively spirits, and they were reluctant to linger within its confines. However, Yi Fan had made it clear that until they achieved a breakthrough, they would remain bound to this space unless he had tasks for them. Once they attained the second-rate martial artist status, they would earn a day each week to revel in the splendor of the outside world. But a breakthrough to the first-rate martial artist would grant them 2 days, while reaching the postnatal realm would bestow 3 days of freedom weekly. Should they ascend to the innate realm, they could enjoy 4 days outside, and a breakthrough to the true martial realm would afford them 5 days. Achieving the master realm would allow 6 days in the external world, and a breakthrough to the grandmaster realm would grant them the entire week outside. Regardless of their strength, they were permitted to indulge in leisure during the day but were required to return to the space at night to engage in earnest cultivation. Although Yi Fan did not explicitly inform his subordinates of the personal benefits they would reap from their training, they had already surmised this truth in order to win the favor of Yi Fan. All those under his command diligently devoted themselves to rigorous training. Faced with the onslaught of 7 adversaries, Yi Fan remained unperturbed, exhibiting not a trace of anxiety. Having already attained the second-tier realm of martial prowess, his strength had significantly surpassed that of third-tier warriors, complemented by his formidable close combat skills. Even while contending with 7 opponents simultaneously, Yi Fan maintained his composure and did not resort to the formidable powers of the system space. Instead, he relied solely on his own abilities to confront his subordinates. After half an hour of engagement, Yi Fan gained a renewed understanding of his own strength. The 7 third-tier warriors, though capable of coordination, were no match for him. It would require at least 10 such warriors working in concert to pose a comparable challenge to Yi Fan. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his abilities, having just broken through to the second-tier realm, achieving a level that even the peak of that realm might struggle to attain. Some peak second-tier warriors would find it difficult to fend off 10 third-tier warriors simultaneously without faltering. Yi Fan's capability to accomplish this surpassed that of most second-tier martial artists. After testing his martial prowess, Yi Fan exited the system space. The moment he emerged, merely the blink of an eye had passed. Upon leaving the system space, time within it synchronized with the outside world. While he remained within, the flow of time accelerated, allowing him to spend what felt like an eternity inside, yet exiting was but a fleeting moment. Once outside, Yi Fan chose not to continue his training. Instead, he began to explore the residence of the Lien family. He had not yet taken the opportunity to thoroughly visit the estate, as his time had been consumed by either attending to matters for the Lien family patriarch or engaging in intense training. Now, with a bit of leisure at hand, and given that the patriarch had yet to fulfill his promises, Yi Fan felt no urgency to pursue family affairs. Moreover, the substantial sum of 100,000 taels of silver was, in fact, in Yi Fan's possession, and he was quite reluctant to return it to the patriarch. However, he intended to leverage the patriarch's assistance for his own objectives. Thus, he planned to return a portion of the silver. Of course, this batch of silver could not be directly handed over to the patriarch, lest he connect the dots to Yifan's involvement. Yifan needed to execute this matter flawlessly. Otherwise, it would be challenging to continue persuading the patriarch to assist him. Yifan had numerous system tasks ahead of him, and he hoped to delegate these to the patriarch. Once the patriarch was rendered devoid of utility, Yifan would then deal with the Lian family. In doing so, he would not only acquire considerable wealth, but also expand his strength sufficiently to manage the assets under his control effectively. Yifan's approach to completing system tasks resembles the relentless accumulation of a snowball. His influence expands exponentially, inevitably leading to the day when he will completely conquer the entire martial arts realm. Each system task he undertakes earns him the allegiance of an individual, and as he progresses, the martial prowess of those he recruits grows increasingly formidable. In the martial arts world, true masters are few and far between. Yifan merely needs to nurture his subordinates into genuine experts, and his dominion over this realm will become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 38. Patience. Although Yifan has ascended to the second-tier realm of martial artists, he continues to exude the aura of a third-tier practitioner. Within the territory of the Lian family, he faces no restrictions on his movements, allowing him to depart from their estate with ease. Yifan's departure is not without purpose. He intends to discreetly return the 30,000 taels of silver to the Lian family. Should he fail to repay even a fraction of this sum, his hopes of securing their assistance would be utterly dashed. Even if the Lian family were to agree to continue aiding him, their commitment would be half-hearted at best. However, if he were to promptly return the silver owed, the circumstances would shift dramatically. The head of the Lian family, along with their entire clan's resources, would wholeheartedly support him in recovering all lost silver as swiftly as possible. Now a second-tier martial artist, Yifan is unperturbed by the prospect of being followed. Even a first-tier martial artist would find it challenging to tail him unnoticed. Thus, he stealthily arrives at an abandoned well on North Street. Without hesitation, he pours the entirety of the 30,000 taels of silver into the depths of the well, which has been forsaken for many years and holds a grim history of fatalities. Ensuring that no one would come in search of water in the coming days, Yifan plans to return this silver to the Lian family, and he harbors no fear of anyone absconding with it. Additionally, he has stationed a guard from his system's domain at the site. Should anyone inadvertently uncover this secret, they will be swiftly dealt with by his subordinate. Yifan will not permit his possessions to be seized by others. Had it not been for his desire to secure the Lian family's continued assistance, he would not have considered returning this silver to their patriarch. With the matter of the silver resolved, Yifan returns to the Lian family's territory. He now awaits the return of the individuals he requires, brought back by the Lian family head, before he relinquishes the silver. If the Lian family head fails to deliver the individuals Yifan seeks, he will categorically refuse to return the silver. 3 days swiftly pass, and the Lian family head reappears, having brought back the individuals Yifan requested. The infamous blood-handed demon, Su Anil, has been returned to him. The Lian family head addresses Yifan calmly, stating, "Young friend Yifan, I have brought back the individuals you sought. Surely, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Should you fail to do so, do not blame us if the Lian family turns its back on you." The head of the Lian family spoke with an unmistakable tone of threat. He had continuously assisted Yifan in numerous endeavors, yet Yifan still failed to retrieve the silver he desired. It would be unreasonable for anyone to maintain a pleasant demeanor under such circumstances. The fact that he had not outrightly severed ties with Yifan already demonstrated a considerable amount of grace. Should Yifan once again fail to recover the silver this time, the head of the Lian family would truly have no choice but to confront him. Even with the county's chief constable standing behind Yifan, the head of the Lian family would not hesitate to turn against him. Yifan responded, "Head of the Lian family, I have committed to helping you recover this batch of silver, and I assure you that I will do so. However, what does your tone imply? Do you doubt my ability to retrieve this silver? Moreover, capturing Su Anil holds significant implications for your family as well. Would you have apprehended him without the information I provided? If your demeanor were more amiable, assisting you in reclaiming this silver would not pose a challenge. Yet, given your poor attitude, what leverage do you possess to compel me to recover it for you?" Yifan had now ascended to the second-tier martial artist realm and possessed the means to contend even against first-tier martial artists. Therefore, he needed to maintain a firm stance. Otherwise, how could he expect the Lian family to continue aiding him? As the saying goes, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden. Yifan had to exhibit a resolute attitude to command respect from the head of the Lian family. Even if the head were to turn against him, Yifan was confident in his ability to escape the Lian family's encirclement. Nevertheless, he was even more certain that the head of the Lin family would not sever ties with him, as doing so would yield him no benefits. The most likely course of action for the head of the Lin family would be to endure his vexation, waiting until all the silver was returned before taking any measures against Yi Fan. Yi Fan had undoubtedly offended the head of the Lin family, who was inherently a rather petty individual. Yi Fan's attitude had already irked him considerably. Had it not been for the matter of 100,000 taels of silver, the head of the Lin family would have confronted Yi Fan long ago. Once he had recovered the silver, the head of the Lin family would no longer require Yi Fan's assistance and would undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate him. Yi Fan was unconcerned about any future threats from the Lin family. He no longer feared the entire clan. By the time he had fully exploited the Lin family, his power would have grown sufficiently to dominate the entire county. At that point, it would be the Lin family who would fear him rather than the other way around. Indeed, the head of the Lin family suppressed his irritation and calmly addressed Yi Fan. "My young friend Yi Fan, I seek your forgiveness. My earlier demeanor was indeed hasty. My impatience stemmed from the considerable loss of silver I have incurred recently, which has vexed my spirit, leading me to utter such discourteous remarks. I hope you can understand. The tasks you have entrusted to our Lin family have been fulfilled, and we respectfully request that you honor your commitments to us promptly." Yi Fan spoke with an air of calmness, stating, "Given your seemingly proper demeanor, I shall allow this matter to pass. However, should you exhibit such an attitude again, I will categorically refuse to engage in any dealings with you, let alone assist you in recovering the silver. Deliver to me those you have captured, and after one day, I shall accompany you to reclaim your silver. This should pose no issues, I trust." The head of the Lin family hastily replied, "There are absolutely no issues with that." At this moment, the patriarch dared not oppose Yi Fan's words any further. If Yi Fan chose not to assist him now, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. Moreover, their family would find itself in peril, and the head of the Lin family would not risk foolishness during such a critical juncture. If folly were to be committed, it would be after the silver was retrieved. Chapter 39. Capturing individuals upon returning to his chamber with Su Anil. Yi Fan promptly roused the unconscious Su Anil from his stupor. Yi Fan addressed him. "You, the blood-hand butcher, have committed heinous acts in Dingyuan County. Are you aware of your crimes?" Su Anil retorted, "Do not feign righteousness before me. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I have no intention of surviving. Whether you choose to kill or maim, it is of little concern to me. If I were to flinch, I would not be a true man." Su Anil was not a person of great integrity. He believed Yi Fan to be affiliated with the Lin family, thus perceiving himself as having no path to redemption. Regardless of how he pleaded for mercy, he saw no opportunity for survival. Rather than perish in a pitiful supplication, he preferred to meet his end with grandeur. Yi Fan smiled indifferently and said, "I initially intended to offer you a chance at life. But since you are so resolutely seeking death, I shall grant you that wished it would save me the trouble of expending my breath and time on you, which is indeed devoid of significance." Su Anil was taken aback by Yi Fan's words, and in disbelief, he exclaimed, "I have already slain many from the Lin family, including 2 practitioners of the 3rd tier. Do you truly believe the Lin family would spare me?" Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, "Who informed you that I am of the Lin family?" Su Anil questioned, "If you are not of the Lin family, then who are you?" At this moment, seeing a glimmer of hope, Su Anil's demeanor shifted, and he no longer clung to his defiance, but instead adopted a much humbler attitude. Yi Fan replied, "I am a constable of the Dingyuan County Magistracy. Due to your misdeeds in Dingyuan County, I have apprehended you on behalf of the magistracy. The Lin family is merely a tool I have employed." Su Anil, now bewildered by Yi Fan's mentality, was uncertain of his true intentions. He asked, "What is constable you wish to teach me?" Yi Fan, still smiling serenely, stated, "I now present you with 2 choices. The first option is to pledge your allegiance to me and serve my interests, in which case I shall spare your life and offer you unforeseen benefits, provided you exhibit absolute loyalty. The second option is for me to execute you and return to the magistracy to claim the reward for your demise." After listening to Yi Fan's words, Su Anil unhesitatingly replied, "My lord Yi Fan, I choose to pledge my loyalty to you and maintain absolute fidelity. Should I ever stray from this loyalty, you are free to punish me as you see fit. Without any grievance on my part, in the face of the choice between life and death, Su Anil naturally opted for life, and as for his allegiance to Yi Fan, that would depend on whether Yi Fan possessed the ability to subdue him completely. If Yi Fan could indeed conquer him entirely, he would serve Yi Fan diligently. However, if Yi Fan lacked the means to subdue him and attempted to do so forcefully once he regained his freedom, he would undoubtedly teach Yi Fan a profound lesson. Yi Fan, with a calm smile, remarked, "I perceive a peculiar shift in your gaze. It seems you do not intend to serve me wholeheartedly, Huanel quickly responded. My lord Yifan, how could you say such a thing? I genuinely wish to devote myself entirely to you. Wherever you direct me, I shall go. Wherever you command me to strike, I shall strike. Yifan smiled serenely and stated, as for your loyalty, I remain uncertain. However, I must employ certain measures to exert control over you. Should you have any objections regarding my methods, feel free to voice them. I am quite open-minded. His tone was grave, suggesting that if Huanel were to raise any concerns, Yifan might not hesitate to eliminate him. As Huanel, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, My lord, you speak too highly of me. If you wish to employ measures to control me, I would consider it a privilege to be why doing so. You would place your trust in me, and I would be even more committed to serving you. Yifan remarked, You are quite perceptive. Do not resist when I take you to another location. I intend to employ my methods there. As this place is not secure for such actions. Yifan naturally planned to bring Huanel into the system space to execute his strategies. For outside of that realm, he lacked the capability to impose his will on anyone. Huanel respectfully replied, I understand, my lord, I would never dare to resist. As soon as Huanel finished speaking, he felt a mysterious force enveloping him, pulling him to another place. Although he initially contemplated resisting, upon hearing Yifan's command, he relinquished his struggle. In a brief moment, he found himself in a different space. With Yifan standing before him, Yifan, with a tranquil smile, welcomed him, saying, Welcome to my world. I am the sovereign of this realm. Huanel was astonished by Yifan's powers, as such phenomena were beyond his comprehension. This display of ability left him utterly speechless. Once he regained his composure, he quickly flattered, Master, your powers are boundless. Your divine abilities are unmatched. You shall undoubtedly unify the entire continent in due time. Yifan, still smiling calmly, replied, There is no need for flattery. Now, I shall instill my measures within you. Huanel replied, Yes, I understand. Without hesitation, Yifan implanted his methods deep within Huanel's soul, who offered no resistance to this intrusion. Once Yifan had thoroughly established his control, he proceeded to elaborate on the various techniques at his disposal. In the face of Yifan's methods, Huanel found himself ensnared, unable to escape death or seek life. After exhausting all his techniques, Yifan smiled faintly and remarked, Now you comprehend my prowess, do you not? These are merely the most rudimentary methods. There are far more formidable techniques that you have yet to experience. Should I sense even a hint of betrayal from you, I will ensure you endure 100-fold the agony you have faced today. Immediately, Huanel knelt and declared, Rest assured, my lord, I would never dare entertain any thoughts of betrayal. Your magnificent abilities have utterly subjugated me. Were I to act foolishly, even if you were to take my life, I would not utter a single plea for mercy. Yifan replied with a serene smile. I hope you remember the words you have spoken today. Soon, someone will arrive to ensure your adherence to the rules here. With that, Yifan departed the system space. Chapter 40. Inquiries. Yifan intended to bring many individuals into the system space, and it was impractical for him to brief each one on the rules personally. Thus, he appointed someone within the system space to serve as an instructor. Upon leaving the system space, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in Yifan's mind. Congratulations, host, for capturing Huanel and confining him within the system space. Mainline Task 8 has been completed. Task Reward, the full level 9 Veins Divine Art. The host need only state claim Task 1 reward to receive the full level 9 Veins Divine Art. With the mainline task completed, the system began generating mainline Task 9. Capture the fugitive, Zhao Ruidong. Criminal profile. Zhao Ruidong is a second-tier martial artist, practicing the internal technique Wine Soul skill in the martial art Cloud Hands. He has heinously harmed over 100 citizens in Dinyuan County, earning recognition as a Level 2 fugitive by the Celestial God Catcher system. Task Clue. The mastermind behind the Pinhua building. Task Reward, full-level Water Cloud skill. Upon hearing the reward, Yifan immediately sat cross-legged to accept the system's bestowal. Following the rewards, he did not rush to meet the head of the Lien family, instead choosing to remain in his room for an entire day before finally visiting. The head of the Lien family greeted Yifan with a beaming smile, saying, Young friend Yifan, we have fulfilled your request. Shouldn't it now be time for you to honor your promise to us? Yifan, with a calm smile, replied, Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise to you. I truly wonder how you could be so foolish. The batch of silver was remarkably easy to locate, yet you have failed to find it. Oh, you not think you are rather dim-witted? Yifan's words incited a profound fury within the head of the Lien family. However, he found himself unable to voice any retorts, for he was still reliant on Yifan's assistance in locating the lost silver. It was only upon recovering the missing silver that he would dare to confront Yi Fan, severing their ties completely. The head of the Lin family had already resolved that once he reclaimed the silver, he would ensure that Yi Fan would pay dearly for his words. Did Yi Fan truly believe that possessing a sharp, analytical mind granted him the liberty to act without restraint? In this martial world, strength was paramount. The might of one's fist dictated the validity of their claims. Those whose fists were weaker held no sway. Even the most astute individuals, lacking formidable strength, could invite calamity upon themselves through their own arrogance. The head of the Lin family perceived Yi Fan as precisely such a person, foolishly overestimating his own cleverness while being oblivious to the greater forces at play. The head of the Lin family remarked, "Young friend Yi Fan, your innate intelligence is unparalleled, even across the entirety of the martial realm. The members of our Lin family cannot possibly rival your brilliance. From your tone, it seems you must already have an inkling of where our lost silver might be hidden." Yi Fan replied calmly, "I have a few questions for the head of the Lin family." The head of the Lin family responded, "Please, young friend Yi Fan, ask away." Why Yi Fan inquired, "Do you believe that the individuals who stole your family's silver could have transported it beyond the city limits?" The head of the Lin family confidently asserted, "That is unequivocally impossible. As you previously analyzed, it would be unfeasible for them to transport such a substantial amount of silver under our stringent surveillance." The head of the Lin family had become quite astute. He would not confront Yi Fan until the silver was thoroughly located, nor would he display any dissatisfaction in Yi Fan's presence. For if Yi Fan chose to withdraw his assistance, the repercussions for him would be dire. Why Yi Fan continued to question, "So, you are saying that this batch of silver remains within Dingyuan?" The head of the Lin family affirmed, "That is certain." Why Yi Fan then asked, "What do you think, head of the Lin family, is the likelihood that those 30 or so individuals could transport the 100,000 taels of silver out of the West District?" Dingyuan County is divided into 4 districts, East, West, South, and North, with the Central District under the jurisdiction of the county government. The Central District is the most economically vibrant area, while the other 4 districts are somewhat less prosperous. Although these districts are controlled by the prominent families of Dingyuan County, they dutifully remit substantial taxes to the imperial court each year. This is a common practice across cities. The court governs the most prosperous areas, while other regions are allocated to powerful families. These families are responsible for timely tax payments to the court, and apart from the capital, Luoyang, no other place is entirely under the court's control. Luoyang, as the center of the court and the heart of the entire Tianwu continent, is naturally under the dynasty's dominion. Any formidable power that seeks to establish its influence in the divine capital of Luoyang will be met with unwavering resistance from the imperial family, who will not hesitate to eradicate such forces entirely. This resolute action is undertaken to preserve the sanctity of Luoyang and to ensure that the transition of imperial authority remains untainted by the meddling of rival factions. However, the situation differs in smaller regions. Although the power of the single dynasty is formidable, it does not possess the strength to dominate the entire realm. The governance of the world ultimately lies in the hands of various factions. Moreover, the single dynasty has its adversaries, with nations positioned to the east, west, south, and north. While each of these nations may individually lack the prowess to challenge the single dynasty, their collective strength is undoubtedly capable of subduing it. Thus, the single dynasty faces immense pressure, needing to control the forces within the realm while simultaneously containing the hostility of 4 neighboring nations. Allocating certain territories to other factions could serve to placate them and mitigate potential threats to the single dynasty. Nevertheless, the court has established a 6 gates, and the forces within the realm would scarcely dare to openly defy the rule of the single dynasty. The 6 gates would act decisively to suppress any faction that dared to challenge its authority, with the county office serving as an auxiliary force of the 6 gates. Even the weakest members of the 6 gates are first-rate martial artists, and Yi Fan, at present, lacks the qualifications to join their ranks. Even if he were to showcase all his capabilities, he would still fall short of their standards. Chapter 41. The head of the Lin family responded with a calm demeanor. "After the silver of our family went missing, we dispatched all our elite forces to secure the area. It is impossible for the culprits to escape the defenses we have set in place within the North District. Thus, I surmise that they remain within that vicinity. At least the stolen silver is still hidden there. We simply have yet to locate it." Yi Fan replied with a serene smile. "Head of the Lin family, your analysis is astutely correct. Therefore, we merely need to search within the North District to recover this batch of silver." The head of the Lin family inquired, "Where do you believe this silver might be concealed?" The head of the Lin family responded, "Young friend Yi Fan, I cannot say for certain. If I had that knowledge, I would not require your assistance in the search. I would have already dispatched individuals to reclaim our silver." Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, "There is no need for you to be anxious, for I am merely providing you with an analytical perspective, head of the Lin family. With an air of composure, Yi Fan seemed to possess complete control over the situation. Observing Yi Fan's demeanor, the head of the Lin family, despite feeling a pang of frustration, managed to regain his composure, realizing that Yi Fan undoubtedly held insights beyond his own grasp. The head of the Lin family said flatly, "Young friend Yi Fan, please refrain from speaking in riddles. I genuinely cannot fathom where the culprits might have utilized our silver. Had I been able to deduce that, I would have long since retrieved it and would not be here waiting." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "Since you are unable to clarify the situation, allow me to offer you a thorough analysis." Head of the Lin family. The esteemed head of the Lin family requested to assess the validity of my analysis. Should he find merit in my deductions, he could proceed to search for the silver according to the locations I suggested. The head of the Lin family eagerly nodded and remarked, "That sounds splendid, dear friend Yi Fan. Please, share your insights with me," he continued. "I shall assign additional personnel to search in the areas you recommend, as I firmly believe that someone as astute as you, dear friend Yi Fan, will undoubtedly locate this batch of silver." Yi Fan proceeded to assert, "Finding this silver should pose no difficulty. However, I must caution you, esteemed head of the Lin family, that the retrieval of the silver is a matter for your family alone. This concern bears no relation to me. My sole responsibility is to assist you in recovering your missing silver, and I shall not involve myself in addressing those who have perpetrated the theft. I trust you comprehend this distinction clearly." Yi Fan feigned a demeanor of disinterest in inciting trouble, deliberately to dissuade the head of the Lin family from compelling him to pursue the thieves. After all, the stolen silver belonged to him, and seeking it would undoubtedly reveal his own culpability. Thus, he had preemptively issued a warning to the head of the Lin family, ensuring that if he were summoned to hunt down the culprits, he would possess ample justification to decline. The head of the Lin family, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "Naturally, we shall not impose upon you, dear friend Yi Fan. Your task is solely to recover our family's silver. I shall not burden you with any additional responsibilities." Despite his outward assurances, his thoughts diverged. He mused that once Yi Fan successfully retrieved their silver, he would have the leverage to manipulate him at will. Even with the protection of the chief constable of the county, the Lin family held no fear of confrontation when it truly mattered. Ultimately, the decision to engage Yi Fan in pursuing the perpetrators would rest firmly in their hands. After all, this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, and might dictated right. Yi Fan addressed the head of the Lin family with a calm demeanor, stating, "Esteemed head of the Lin family, were I to be the very thief who absconded with the silver, I would undoubtedly disperse it entirely, wrapping it in small packages and concealing it within the wells of the northern district." Paradoxically, the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. While such wells are frequented by all, few would dare to place a water bucket at the bottom, as it would render the water murky and difficult to access. Thus, I posit that the silver may be hidden within the various wells scattered throughout the northern district, or perhaps the thieves have deposited it in an abandoned well, ensuring its concealment from prying eyes. The head of the Lin family need only search these wells, and I am certain he will reap significant rewards from this endeavor. The head of the Lin family smiled serenely and replied, "Indeed, there is no need for you, dear friend Yi Fan, to personally undertake the search for the silver. Since you have so graciously provided the locations, we shall dispatch our men to investigate, if your assertions hold true. As I suspect they might, we shall undoubtedly ensure that Yi Fan receives his due benefits. All that should be granted to our esteemed friend Yi Fan will be duly bestowed upon him." Yi Fan responded with a calm smile, saying, "Then I wish you success in recovering the silver, after which I shall gracefully withdraw. However, I also hope that the head of the Lin family could assist me in capturing a few more individuals. Should there be any requests from you in the future, I will do my utmost to oblige." The head of the Lin family, with a composed expression, replied, "If this batch of silver is indeed recovered, it would be no trouble at all to help our friend Yi Fan apprehend a few wrongdoers. Given that the individuals you seek are indeed nefarious, we, the Lin family, shall unreservedly assist in your endeavors for the harmony of Dingyuan County." At this moment, the head of the Lin family had yet to locate the silver, and thus wished to maintain an amicable relationship with Yi Fan. Hence, his demeanor remained respectful. Once he recovers all the silver, however, his reverence for Yi Fan would likely diminish. When one seeks assistance, humility is essential. Conversely, confidence prevails when one is not in need. After escorting Yi Fan back, the head of the Lin family promptly dispatched personnel to scour every well in the northern district for the lost items. Until the silver was found, he would not act impulsively. When the silver was indeed located, he would lead all the elite members of the Lin family to reclaim it in its entirety. The head of the Lin family was unconcerned about his subordinates hoarding any silver, for many were involved in the search of the ancient well, and it was unlikely they could swiftly transport such a large quantity of silver. As long as the silver remained in the ancient wells of the northern district, the head of the Lin family was confident in his ability to retrieve it. Chapter 42. Recovering a portion indeed. After half a day's time, those dispatched by the Lin family returned with news. A substantial amount of silver was discovered in an ancient well in the eastern part of the city, although it had yet to be salvaged, leaving the exact quantity unknown. Upon receiving this news, the head of the Lin family immediately led over 10 martial artists at full speed to the edge of the well. He was determined not to allow a rival family of similar stature to abscond with their silver. Thus, he deployed a significant portion of the family's martial prowess to the well's vicinity. After successfully retrieving all the silver, the head of the Lin family counted and found 30,000 taels. While this sum was modest, it nonetheless filled him with elation, as they had recovered nearly 1/3 of the lost silver. Their future days would undoubtedly become much brighter, alleviating the family's previous distress. Moreover, since this well contained silver, it was highly probable that other wells might also yield similar treasures. The head of the Lin family led his team to transport this silver back to their estate, storing it in a newly constructed warehouse. Due to the significant issues encountered with the old warehouse, he refrained from utilizing it. The head of the Lin family was not in a hurry to seek out Yifan. Instead, he wished to ascertain whether all the silver within the family could be recovered. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would no longer require Yifan's assistance. At that time, Yifan would be at his mercy. If he were to exert control over Yifan now, and subsequently failed to retrieve the remaining 70,000 taels of silver, Yifan would no longer assist their family in reclaiming the silver, and that would indeed be a source of profound regret. The head of the Lin family, who had been waiting at home for good news, found that a day had passed without a single favorable report from those searching the ancient wells outside. The silver belonging to the family remained undiscovered. After merely locating 30,000 taels, no further silver was found. Consequently, the head of the Lin family promptly instructed his kin to expand the search radius, exploring ancient wells in other districts for any trace of the silver. Another day elapsed, during which every ancient well in Dingyuan County was scoured by the Lin family's members, yet the lost silver remained elusive. The head of the Lin family was now exceedingly disheartened, pondering why only 30,000 taels had been recovered. Had the bandits relocated the remaining silver elsewhere? After exhausting all possible avenues, he decided to pay another visit to Yifan. Observing the head of the Lin family's troubled demeanor, Yifan instinctively understood the source of his distress, though he could not reveal it. With a calm demeanor, Yifan addressed him. Why the long face? Lin family head? Surely there must be silver in the ancient wells. According to my calculations, there should indeed be silver. The locations where one could conceal the silver are quite limited. The head of the Lin family shook his head, replying, Young friend Yifan, it is not that there is no silver in the wells, but rather that the amount is insufficient compared to what our family lost. There are only 30,000 taels of silver in the wells. I wonder if you could assist our family in recovering the remaining 70,000 taels. At this moment, the head of the Lin family adopted a humble tone, entirely setting aside his identity as a first-rate martial artist. For the sake of recovering the silver lost by his family, what was a little dignity worth? Yifan responded nonchalantly, since you have already recovered 30,000 taels, even if the remaining silver cannot be found, you should feel less distressed than before. Why, then, does your expression remain so glum? I almost feared my deductions were incorrect. I had long surmised that the adversary would not conceal all the silver in one location. If that were the case, I would truly suspect them to be a band of fools. In my estimation, they would at least divide the silver into 10 portions for concealment, which is a tactic only a truly skilled band of thieves could execute. The head of the Lin family hastily replied, It seems, young friend Yifan, that you are already quite confident in your reasoning. Might I inquire where the remaining silver could possibly be hidden? Your guidance would be greatly appreciated. Yifan smiled lightly, saying, I cannot claim to provide guidance, but I am confident in aiding the Lin family to recover the remaining silver. However, the Lin family head should be aware of what I require of you next. If you are unwilling to assist me, then you should know that I will not be inclined to assist your family. The head of the Lin family nodded and remarked, I am, of course, well aware of the regulations that young Yifan adheres to. Young friend Yifan, please disclose your target, and rest assured that our Lin family will expedite the retrieval of your intended individual with utmost swiftness. Although the head of the Lin family was unaware of Yifan's ultimate purpose for apprehending these criminal martial artists, he was cognizant that Yifan's intentions were not primarily to claim a reward from the court. It could be inferred that Yifan sought something intrinsic to these martial artists or intended to utilize them for his own cultivation. The likelihood of the latter was considerably greater. Each time the head of the Lin family captured a martial artist, He conducted thorough searches, yet he found nothing of significance on their persons. Moreover, should these martial artists be disposed of without presenting their heads to the court, the full reward would not be granted. Only a third of the bounty would be awarded. Additionally, should the individual resurface in the future, the court possessed the authority to penalize anyone who falsely claimed the reward. Of course, the court would conduct rigorous verifications, ensuring that their own were not wronged. Yi Fan had consistently refrained from presenting heads to the court for rewards. If the head of the Lin family were unable to discern the utility Yi Fan found in these martial artists, he would be unworthy of his familial position. He believed Yi Fan's intent to employ these individuals for nefarious practices stemmed from his own narrow understanding, unaware of Yi Fan's true capabilities and the system he bore. Nonetheless, at that moment, he had little time to ponder such matters. The criminal martial artists were not worth his concern. What preoccupied him most was recovering the silver that had gone missing from his family. Only upon retrieving the lost silver would he find the leisure to address such trivialities and investigate who had encroached upon his family's wealth. Presently, his thoughts were solely consumed by the whereabouts of the concealed silver. Chapter 43. The Western District. Upon concluding the head of the Lin family's discourse, Yi Fan naturally articulated his target. Although Yi Fan's objective was a second-tier martial artist, this time the head of the Lin family did not hesitate and promptly accepted the task. There were two primary reasons for this. Firstly, the intelligence provided by Yi Fan was exceedingly precise, rendering their chances of successfully capturing the individual nearly 100%. Secondly, the target, Zhao Ruidong, had a history of grievances with the Lin family, albeit not as pronounced as that with Su Anil, yet still significant. The head of the Lin family smiled calmly and said, "Young friend Yi Fan, rest assured, I shall personally endeavor to apprehend this individual. Just await my good news. Furthermore, should you require anything while at our Lin family, do not hesitate to communicate your needs to our people. The individual tasked with attending to you will certainly strive to accommodate your requests." Yi Fan responded with a serene smile, "You need not worry, esteemed head of the Lin family. I shall exert every effort to assist in the complete recovery of all the missing silver from your family. Lin Jia merely needs to continue assisting me with my affairs. I face no issues on my end." The head of Lin Jia remarked, "Yi Fan, my young friend, I shall refrain from further discourse with you. I will now proceed to orchestrate arrangements concerning the target you mentioned." After concluding his statement, the head of Lin Jia departed without lingering in the residence. Following his exit, Yi Fan also chose not to remain at Lin Jia. Swiftly making his own exit, he was already poised to embark on the next phase of his plans. Lingering any longer at Lin Jia would hinder the realization of his subsequent strategies. As Yi Fan departed, he was not pursued, nor did he return to the county office. Instead, he made his way to the Western District. Yi Fan was preparing to establish a force, for once he had captured all the second-tier martial artists required by his system task. Even the head of Lin Jia, regardless of the immense benefits offered, would be unlikely to assist him against first-tier martial artists. Hence, upon eliminating all second-tier martial artists mandated by his system tasks, Yi Fan intended to leverage the power at his disposal to decisively eliminate Lin Jia. Although Yi Fan and the head of Lin Jia currently operated with remarkable synergy and shared laughter, should their mutual interests fail to align once more, a sudden rift would undoubtedly ensue. The Western District was devoid of any families anchored by first-tier martial artists, prompting Yi Fan to gather all his subordinates in this locale. He aimed to swiftly cultivate an underground force, and once this force attained a preliminary scale, Yi Fan would effectively command both the legitimate and illicit spheres of Dingyuan County. With a second-tier martial artist and 7 third-tier martial artists under his command, such a victory would suffice to establish a family. The most powerful family within the Western District possessed no greater strength than this, and Yi Fan was confident that his faction would thrive in the area. Upon arriving at a narrow alley in the Western District, Yi Fan released everyone from the confines of the system space. Once liberated, they were left in a state of uncertainty regarding Yi Fan's intentions. However, they were acutely aware that their lives were now firmly in Yi Fan's grasp, leaving them with no means to oppose him. Consequently, they stood obediently, with no one daring to act against him, all regarding him with profound respect, awaiting his command. Yi Fan addressed the assembly in a calm tone. "Originally, you were all engaged in cultivation within the space, yet none of you achieved a breakthrough, rendering you unworthy of release. However, I urgently require your assistance in establishing a force in this realm. Thus I have granted you all your freedom. I trust you are well acquainted with Dingyuan County. I wonder if you believe it feasible for such a considerable number of you to form a force in the Western District." The second-tier martial artist Su Anil was the first to respond. "Rest assured, Master, we possess an intricate understanding of all aspects of Dingyuan County. There are but a few prominent families in the Western District, and establishing a foothold here poses no challenge for us. It remains uncertain whether our influence should manifest openly or covertly. Should it surface in plain sight, we may risk scrutiny from various families. Conversely, if it remains shrouded in secrecy, the substantial growth of our power may encounter significant obstacles. Furthermore, establishing a formidable influence necessitates initial capital, and I am unaware if the master possesses such funds at present. One of Yifan's subordinates, a martial artist of mediocre caliber, remarked. Even if the master lacks the requisite startup capital, we have all resided in Dingyuan County for many years, and each of us has some savings. If we pool our resources as initial capital, then that issue would be resolved. Others readily concurred with the opinion of the speaker. For now, they were indeed subordinates of Yifan, and thus their assets naturally fell under his purview. To withhold one's resources out of fear of incurring Yifan's ire would indeed be a disheartening predicament. Yifan responded with a calm smile, saying, "You should retain your assets to procure resources and enhance your cultivation. In your future practice of martial arts, you must never harm innocent civilians. Should you do so, I will not show you any mercy. We may utilize the martial artists who oppose us or those who exploit the populace to refine our techniques, and I do not oppose that. However, if any of you dare to contravene my established rules, I will ensure that you find yourselves in a most desperate situation. I already possess the initial capital necessary to establish our new faction. I shall provide you with 10,000 taels of silver as startup funds, which you must transform into strength. Subsequently, you are to establish your own asset chain. You must never allow yourselves to live off your reserves. Do you understand? From now on, all of you shall heed Su Anil, for he is the strongest among you. Should anyone surpass him in strength, we may then consider reassigning leadership." Su Anil respectfully addressed Yifan. "I understand, and I shall lead everyone in establishing a new influence and creating our own self-sustaining asset chain. Moreover, I will ensure that no one surpasses my strength. I shall remain the strongest forever." Chapter 44. A display of control. Su Anil respectfully spoke to Yifan. "Master, may I ask what name we shall bestow upon our faction? I kindly request your personal naming." Yifan replied with an unassuming demeanor. "Our organization shall be called the Kunlun Demon Sect, and you will be known as the first faction beneath it, the Blood-Killing Hall. You may specialize in assassination tasks. Anyone who pays will be able to enlist your services for such deeds." Su Anil respectfully acknowledged. "I understand, and I shall ensure that the Blood-Killing Hall becomes the foremost power in Dingyuan County." Yifan responded with a hint of indifference. "You must broaden your vision. Do not limit yourself to such narrow ambitions. To merely dominate Dingyuan County is a trivial goal. Your sights should be set on the entire dynasty, with aspirations that encompass the whole realm." Dingyuan County's Su Anil respectfully remarked, "My lord, your admonition is well-founded. I confess that I have indeed been short-sighted. My vision should encompass the entirety of the realm. Rest assured, I shall first lead the Blood-Killing Hall to dominate all of Dingyuan County before we expand our influence to other prefectures." Yifan replied with a hint of indifference, "I have faith in your capabilities. We are already in the West District, sufficiently distanced from the North District. With a modest expenditure of silver, the Lien family should not be able to trace your activities in the near future. Thus, you must fortify your position before the Lien family uncovers your endeavors, for by the time they do, they will likely hesitate to act against you, allowing you to establish a firm foothold." Su Anil acknowledged, "I understand." After Yifan delineated the specifics of the situation and left a sufficient amount of silver behind, he departed. Rather than returning to the Lien family, Yifan made his way back to the county office. Once there, he sought out Lu Baisheng, as he felt a debt of gratitude towards him for his previous assistance. Yifan was not one to forget kindness, and despite the transactional nature of their past interactions, he held Lu Baisheng in high regard. Consequently, he presented Lu Baisheng with all that he had promised, leaving him astonished by this unexpected generosity. If Yifan had chosen to retain those items, he could have certainly solicited Lu Baisheng's aid for several tasks. Although Yifan had advanced to the third-tier martial artist level, he was still no match for a second-tier martial artist. Lu Baisheng, in terms of status and strength, could indeed offer Yifan considerable support, making Yifan's unconditional gift perplexing to him. Unbeknownst to Lu Baisheng, Yifan had already ascended to the second-tier martial artist level, and in a true confrontation, Lu Baisheng would undoubtedly be no match for him. It was for this very reason that Yifan chose to bestow upon Lu Baisheng everything he had promised. After concluding his visit with Lu Baisheng, Yifan proceeded to the room of the chief constable, where he encountered the chief. The county office's chief constable spoke to Yifan in a matter-of-fact tone. "Yifan, you have performed admirably during this period. You not only accomplished numerous tasks within the county office, but also aided the Lien family in recovering a substantial amount of lost silver." Yifan replied with a calm demeanor, that was purely fortuitous, and it was largely due to the wholehearted assistance of the Lin family head. Without their support, I would not have been able to achieve so much in such a short time. The chief constable replied evenly, "You recognize the truth of the matter. Without the Lin family head's help, it would have been impossible for you to complete so many tasks in such a brief span. Therefore, one must understand the nuances of social interaction. It's best not to provoke the Lin family head further. Otherwise, when you have fully recovered the silver they lost, it may very well be the moment the Lin family head decides to take action against you. At that time, should the head of the Lin family choose to take action against you, it would indeed be quite difficult for me to ensure your safety. Thus, one must possess a keen awareness of one's own limitations and the vastness of the world, especially during your formative years. If you had already attained a higher realm of cultivation, even if you were to confront the head of the Lin family with accusations, he would dare not utter a word in response. However, as you currently stand merely as a third-rate martial artist, it is imperative for you to comprehend the subtleties of advancement and retreat. Though the chief constable resides within the county office, he remains acutely aware of the happenings concerning the Lin family, especially since he stands to gain a portion of the silver they recover. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that he is informed about Yi Fan's circumstances with the Lin family, and Yi Fan, in turn, finds it perfectly acceptable for the chief constable to be cognizant of these matters. Should the chief constable be oblivious to such affairs, Yi Fan might even harbor a degree of disdain for him. With great respect, Yi Fan addressed the chief constable, saying, "Honorable chief constable, I understand. I assure you that I shall refrain from further conflicts with the head of the Lin family." The chief constable replied, "Avoiding conflict with the Lin family is one matter. Assisting their head in recovering all the silver is another. Do you comprehend the essence of my words?" Yi Fan replied, "I do not grasp what you mean. Esteemed chief constable, please rest assured, I am capable of recovering all the silver." Yi Fan was well aware of the chief constable's ulterior motives. Clearly, the chief constable wished for Yi Fan to retain a portion of the silver while he himself would retrieve it. Recovering an entire batch of silver would yield far greater rewards than what the head of the Lin family would offer in return for his assistance. Although Yi Fan understood this implication, he chose to feign ignorance, adopting the guise of a person with high intelligence but lacking emotional acumen. A person possessing high intellect and emotional intelligence is exceedingly challenging to control, while one with high intellect but devoid of emotional understanding is rather easily managed. Yi Fan aimed to project an image of being easily manipulable to the chief constable, thus ensuring his assistance in all matters. This would afford Yi Fan the time to grow within Dingyuan County. Should Yi Fan's capabilities manifest too prominently, it might not incite the chief constable's wariness. However, if Yi Fan proved to be difficult to control, the chief constable's support would diminish significantly. Conversely, if Yi Fan appeared to be easily manageable, the chief constable would undoubtedly extend his full support, providing Yi Fan with opportunities for growth and assisting him in his ascension. Chapter 45. An alternative perspective. The chief constable advised, "You must not return all the silver lost by the Lin family. If you were to recover everything for them, they would perceive you as inconsequential, especially since you have previously offended them. Should they deem you useless, they might even resort to violence against you. Though you are an official of the county, I find myself powerless when faced with the Lin family. Should they choose to act against you, my utmost effort would merely be to intervene. However, it is not necessarily effective. Even if the other party appears unable to deal with you openly, should they choose to act against you covertly, I would be powerless to intervene. Yet, if you choose not to disclose all the details regarding this batch of silver, and they only manage to recover a portion of it, they will still rely on you. Do you believe they would dare to take action against you then? Naturally, they would refrain from doing so. Once your own cultivation reaches the first-rate martial artist realm, at that point, whether you assist them in recovering the silver or not, they would have no means to contend with you. Do you comprehend the essence of my words?" Yi Fan nodded and replied, "I understand. My subordinate will withhold a portion of the silver from the Lin family and will prolong this process even further. By the time I ascend to the first-rate martial artist realm, even if the Lin family harbors grievances against me, they will be powerless." The head constable of the county office maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Indeed, you are entirely correct." Yi Fan addressed the head constable, "Sir, I have currently retrieved 30,000 taels of silver from the Lin family. How much more do you think I should recover for them? How many months should I delay this matter? If I do not inform them of the remaining silver, wouldn't my troubles only escalate when they discover it themselves?" The head constable responded, "You need only recover an additional 20,000 taels of silver for them. But you must extend this process significantly, at least for half a year. Such a duration will provide ample opportunity for your growth. As for the other party discovering the hiding place of the remaining silver, there is no need for your concern. Simply disclose the location to me, and I will discreetly send someone to retrieve it, ensuring that the Lin family patriarch will never uncover this batch of silver. Furthermore, I can offer you 1/10 of the recovered silver. Do not underestimate this 1/10. Understand that sending someone to reclaim this silver entails considerable risk. Additionally, those tasked with retrieving the silver must be meticulously arranged. Otherwise, the information may easily leak. After pondering for a moment, Yifan replied, "Sir, I am in complete agreement with your proposal. Regardless of the circumstances, you are my superior, and I shall adhere to your directives." The head constable felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yifan's words. If Yifan executed his orders, he would acquire a substantial sum of silver. Although there would be certain risks involved. What endeavor is devoid of risk? He was willing to embrace this risk in pursuit of 50,000 taels of silver. Moreover, he intended to keep all of it for himself, ensuring that anyone involved in transporting the silver would be silenced. To maintain the secrecy of this silver, Yifan was also prepared to eliminate any potential leaks. Though Yifan had broken through to the postnatal realm and received considerable rewards, it was uncertain if he would ever ascend beyond this stage in his lifetime. And even if he did, the rewards would not surpass the value of these 50,000 taels of silver. Thus, he resolutely made this decision. Once Yifan procured the requested 50,000 taels of silver, the county's head constable would not hesitate to eliminate him. At present, Yifan was merely an inconspicuous junior within the county office, and for the head constable, extinguishing his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yifan, perceptive as he was, sensed a flicker of murderous intent in the head constable's eyes. However, he displayed no sign of agitation. Although he had attained the second-tier level of martial prowess, the reality was that he stood no chance against the first-tier head constable. With an impassive expression, the head constable inquired, "First, tell me where the remaining silver from the Lin family is currently hidden. I shall promptly dispatch personnel to search for it. Once we locate the silver, I will devise a detailed plan to retrieve this batch." The head constable was confident in his ability to retrieve the silver without arousing the suspicion of the Lin family, as they had become lax in their vigilance. Despite ongoing inspections, it was evident that their scrutiny had diminished significantly compared to before. As the head constable of the county, he should have no trouble reclaiming this silver while the Lin family's higher-ups were unaware. Yifan respectfully replied to the head constable, "My lord, I must confess that I am equally in the dark regarding the current whereabouts of the remaining silver. Initially, I believed that the ancient wells were the most suitable hiding spots for the silver, yet not all of it has been unearthed. I cannot ascertain where the thief might have concealed the silver in the short term. However, after a period of meticulous analysis, I am confident I will identify the location of the remaining silver. Once I have unearthed the entirety of the concealed silver, I will certainly inform the head constable of its whereabouts, without divulging any details to the master of the Lin family. Please rest assured." Understanding the head constable's intent to acquire the silver, and his ulterior motive to eliminate him, Yifan knew he could not allow the silver to be recovered. He found himself besieged on all sides. The master of the Lin family sought his life, while the head constable desired the silver and, ultimately, his demise. A single misstep could very well lead to his death. The head constable calmly addressed Yifan. "Yifan, you must swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of this silver and identify the locations involved. Only then can we act expeditiously. Should the master of the Lin family become aware of the situation, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As for me, there is no cause for concern. The master of the Lin family would not dare to confront me here. At most, he will only publicly reprimand me." Yifan, with a demeanor of utmost respect, assured him, "Rest easy, head constable. The Lin family will certainly not locate the silver before I do. Once I discover its hiding place, I will promptly inform you, my lord." Chapter 46. The Dark Arts. The head constable of the county office spoke with an expression of calm indifference. "It is commendable that you think this way. You must always remember that although our county office appears to have certain connections with the forces of the martial world, we are invariably the most despised entity among them, for we are backed by the 6 doors of the imperial court. The 6 doors of the court are known for their ruthless eradication of the forces within the martial world. Thus, it is entirely natural for those in the martial world to harbor animosity towards us. The question then becomes how we can shield ourselves from the threats posed by these forces. The answer lies in enhancing our own cultivation and strength. When your power reaches a certain level, and no one from the martial world can contend with you, they will only fear you and refrain from making any moves against you. Do you comprehend what I am conveying?" Yifan responded with utmost respect. "Esteemed head constable, I understand everything you have articulated. Whatever you command, I shall dutifully execute, and I will never contravene your wishes." The head constable continued, "You should remain at the county office for a few days. Once the Lien family has completed their task and comes to retrieve you, you may return. What do you intend to do with those martial artists you have them capture? Are you planning to use them to cultivate dark and sinister arts? Yi Fan had enlisted the help of the head of the Lien family to apprehend those martial artists who had committed crimes. However, he had not intended to return them to the county office. The head constable naturally suspected that Yi Fan intended to use these martial artists for nefarious purposes. Yi Fan cautiously replied, "My lord, the head constable interrupted with an expression of neutrality. Why the hesitation? Even if you were to utilize those martial artists to practice dark sorcery, it is of no consequence. We at the Six Doors do not concern ourselves with the existence of evil techniques, only with the wickedness of individuals. Even if you were to practice dark arts, it would not invoke our scrutiny. However, should you dare to employ ordinary citizens or individuals associated with the court for such practices, you would surely face a severe manhunt by the authorities. Conversely, if you were to refine your skills using martial artists from other sects or members of the martial world, the court would remain entirely indifferent. As long as your actions do not undermine the interests of the court, utilizing such methods to bolster your strength is of no concern. Many within the court have resorted to dark arts to enhance their abilities. Yet, they have maintained a certain threshold, thus none have been purged by the court. If you too can adhere to this limit, the court will not take issue with you. Do you grasp the implications of what I am saying? Yi Fan understood that the court was not averse to its own members practicing dark arts, provided such practices did not compromise the court's interests or violate its laws. The court would merely turn a blind eye, while only those self-proclaimed righteous sects would oppose anyone practicing dark arts, seeking to eradicate those who did so. Yi Fan intended to exploit this very fact, ultimately leading to the disappearance of the martial artists he had captured. Yi Fan, with a countenance full of reverence, addressed the chief constable of the county. "Esteemed chief constable, I comprehend your concerns. I assure you that I shall never engage in any actions detrimental to the court, nor would I ever undertake anything that could harm your interests. You may rest assured on this matter." The chief constable replied, "As long as your actions do not compromise the interests of the court or myself, that would indeed be most satisfactory. I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. Proceed as you see fit. However, when dealing with the head of the Lien family, you must carefully consider your future explanations and devise a means to convince him that the remaining silver cannot be found in the short term." Yi Fan smiled faintly and responded, "Esteemed chief constable, is there truly a need for elaborate reasoning? Currently, it is the Lien family who implores my assistance. I need only inform them that the silver in question is temporarily untraceable. Whether they believe it or not is entirely up to them. I shall observe their response. At most, they may merely glare at me, yet they cannot take any action against me. Should they treat me well, there may be a chance to recover their remaining silver, but even if they do, it will not lead to their success. If you desire this batch of silver, then it rightfully belongs to you. It is now entirely severed from any ties to the Lien family." Yi Fan possessed remarkable skills in flattery, for it is indeed an art form, with the quality of one's praise often determining significant outcomes. Regardless, Yi Fan currently wielded little influence, merely a minor character in this intricate play. At times, flattery was indispensable. The chief constable, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "Your observations hold merit. The Lien family requires your services, thus they dare not act against you. Delay the delivery of the next batch of silver by 2 months, and divide the amount into 2 installments. This will allow us to buy time and facilitate the transfer of the silver we seek." Yi Fan, with utmost respect, replied, "Esteemed chief constable, the silver that the Lien family has lost is not concealed by me. Furthermore, I cannot dictate the quantity of silver I manage to uncover, so if you wish to execute your plan, it may prove somewhat challenging." The chief constable asserted, "Even if challenges arise, we must devise strategies to overcome them. I shall deploy 30 of my discreetly trained personnel to assist you in executing this task flawlessly. Our immediate objective is to ascertain the whereabouts of the remaining silver, so we may proceed with our subsequent plans." Yi Fan, with unwavering respect, assured, "Rest assured, esteemed chief constable, I shall fulfill my commitments. Grant me a month, and I shall definitively uncover the precise locations of the remaining silver. At that point, we may reconvene to discuss our next steps." The chief constable replied, "You speak wisely. Now, please return to your quarters and rest. You have worked diligently during this time. However, one must bear in mind that this world is one where martial prowess reigns supreme. Any stratagem is merely a trivial diversion, and only commensurate strength can elevate a scheme to a higher plane of sophistication. Should you lack the requisite power, even the most brilliant mind will serve little purpose. There is a saying, 'One's strength can outmatch tenfold wisdom,' a truth distilled by the sages." Although the chief constable of the county office does not regard Yi Fan with much seriousness, He now finds himself in need of Yi Fan's assistance, and thus must resort to flattery and deceit to win his cooperation. In a tone of utmost respect, Yi Fan addressed the chief constable. "Thank you for your concern. Esteemed chief, I shall devote myself entirely to my training, striving to swiftly ascend to the second-tier realm of martial artists. I assure you, I will not bring shame upon your name." While Yi Fan has indeed broken through to the second-tier realm, he has chosen to present himself as a mere third-tier martial artist, intending to play a crucial role at decisive moments. Now, not only does the head of the Lin family harbor murderous intent towards Yi Fan for his perceived insolence, but the chief constable himself has also developed a desire to eliminate him. The head of the Lin family seeks Yi Fan's demise due to his blatant disregard for the family, which, paradoxically, stems from Yi Fan's strategy to manipulate the family head into assisting him. Had Yi Fan displayed a facade of benevolence, the family head might have dismissed him entirely, viewing him merely as a tool for retrieving silver. As for the chief constable, his animosity towards Yi Fan arises from Yi Fan's awareness of the chief's intentions to seize 50,000 taels of silver from the Lin family head. Why Yi Fan now finds himself precariously perched upon a razor's edge, with formidable figures from both the underworld and the law seeking his demise. Should he relinquish the silver entirely, it is likely that these powerful individuals will spring into action against him. At this juncture, Yi Fan's sole recourse is to delay time as much as possible while expediting the completion of his primary mission, thereby accruing more subordinates. He must also hasten his own strength's advancement. Only with augmented power and a fortified faction can he stand firm against a potential alliance between the chief constable and the Lin family head. Should they conspire against him, Yi Fan would find himself utterly defenseless, incapable of resisting even one of them, let alone both. The totality of power he currently commands pales in comparison to a first-tier martial artist. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Fan was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. He commenced his training, however. He soon realized that his progress had significantly diminished. Lacking the support of other martial artists within his system space to provide him with inner strength, he was solely reliant on his own efforts to circulate his energy. As a result, his training speed naturally declined. Nonetheless, Yi Fan understood that this reduction in pace was a necessary reality. Should he refuse to accept it, he would have to summon all his subordinates into the system space to continue their training. However, should his subordinates continue to delve into the realms of the system for cultivation, it would be exceedingly challenging for Yi Fan to transcend to the level of a first-rate warrior within a mere 3 months. Unless, during this period, Yi Fan encounters an extraordinary opportunity, the path ahead would be utterly futile. Thus, Yi Fan resolved to cultivate a formidable strength, enabling him to counter the county chief and the head of the Lin family when they sought to make a move against him. Even if he found himself outmatched, he could rely on the power at his command to contend with the two of them. 5 days swiftly elapsed, during which Yi Fan diligently practiced martial arts within the county office. Yet his cultivation did not exhibit any significant advancement. For a second-rate warrior to break through to the first-rate level, an immense accumulation of experience is essential. Without the aid of corresponding elixirs, it is nearly impossible for Yi Fan to achieve the necessary accumulation in such a short time. Although Yi Fan possessed a considerable amount of contribution points from the court, allowing him to exchange for elixirs in the county treasury, he refrained from utilizing these points. This was not due to any inability to use his court contributions, but rather because he intended to amass more points to purchase a superior elixir that could assist a second-rate warrior in breaking through to the first-rate realm. Yi Fan's prior success in advancing from a third-rate to a second-rate warrior was not solely due to his diligent training, but also because he consumed an elixir provided by the head of the Lin family. The elixir he sought to obtain with his court contribution points was of a much higher caliber than the one given to him. Such treasures are virtually unattainable even within the entirety of Dingyuan County. Fortunately, the treasury of Dingyuan County is under the jurisdiction of the court, allowing military forces, civil officials, and even the six doors to exchange treasures using court contribution points in any treasury. The elixir Yi Fan aimed to purchase is called the Blood Exchange Pill, a high-level yellow-grade elixir, particularly suitable for cultivation by both second-rate and first-rate warriors. However, it requires 50 contribution points, and despite his accumulation over time, Yi Fan currently possesses only 22. This leaves him significantly short of the points needed for the elixir, making him increasingly cautious about utilizing his court contribution points. He cherishes every single point and has yet to purchase anything from the court treasury despite completing numerous tasks. After 5 days had passed, Yi Fan had not returned to the Lin family, prompting the family to dispatch subordinates to the county office in search of him. Although the head of the Lin family had not yet apprehended the individual he sought, Yi Fan felt no apprehension. He began contemplating whether to return to the Lin family at this juncture. Going back now, while the head of the Lin family had yet to capture his target, would yield no advantage for Yi Fan, though it also bore no disadvantages. After much inner turmoil, Yi Fan ultimately made the decision to return to the Lin family. Although the head of the Lin family had yet to capture the individual Yi Fan sought. Should he succeed in doing so, Yi Fan would swiftly reclaim this person and subsequently pursue the next fugitive of his system task. Thus, returning to the Lin family emerged as the most prudent choice for him. Upon his return, Yi Fan found himself unmonitored, prompting him to dedicate himself even more fervently to his cultivation. He was perpetually beset by a palpable sense of pressure, a tension that stemmed from the overarching atmosphere of the Lin family. Chapter 48. Another time passed, and after 5 days, Yi Fan had successfully assisted the head of the Lin family in apprehending the individuals he desired. He had helped recover 30,000 taels of silver, naturally igniting the head's fervent desire. He yearned to retrieve the silver with utmost urgency, fearing it might be clandestinely seized by others. Yi Fan represented his sole hope for recovering the silver, compelling him to treat Yi Fan with the utmost respect and expedite the tasks entrusted to him, ensuring they were executed flawlessly. Should Yi Fan be dissatisfied, their hopes of recovering the silver would be dashed. Without hesitation, the head of the Lin family returned and handed over the individuals Yi Fan sought, allowing him to effortlessly subdue them. This success also enabled him to unlock the next main quest. The following dawn, Yi Fan met with the head of the Lin family, who addressed him, "Young friend Yi Fan, I have successfully captured the individuals you requested. Now, might you enlighten me regarding the whereabouts of the remaining silver?" The head of the Lin family had come to fully trust in Yi Fan's capabilities, believing he could recover all the remaining silver. Yi Fan replied, "Head Lin, I currently lack any leads on the stolen silver. However, if you could assist me in capturing a few more individuals, I assure you that uncovering the whereabouts of the remaining silver would pose no challenge." Yi Fan's intentions were unmistakably clear. He insinuated that he was aware of the silver's location, but chose not to disclose it to the head of the Lin family. Should the head provide him with additional captives, he would reveal the silver's hiding place. The head of the Lin family discerned the subtext of Yi Fan's words, now fully convinced that Yi Fan was employing those captured to cultivate malevolent skills. Yet, this course of action did not infringe upon the interests of the Lin family. As the head still required Yi Fan's assistance, he opted not to intervene in Yi Fan's affairs at this juncture. Instead, he resolved to continue aiding Yi Fan in his pursuits. Once Yi Fan had genuinely recovered all the lost silver for the Lin family, the head would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yi Fan's existence had become a threat to the stability of Dingyuan County, and the head of the Lin family would not permit such a ticking time bomb to remain. Thus, the head of the Lin family is prepared to dismantle this ticking time bomb when necessary. However, for the present, this ticking time bomb offers substantial assistance to the Lin family. The head must endeavor to fulfill all the demands of this ticking time bomb, ensuring that it provides the needed support. With a calm demeanor, the head of the Lin family addressed Yi Fan, saying, "Young friend Yi Fan, please do not hesitate to inform me of any individuals you require capturing. My entire family will mobilize all available resources to swiftly apprehend those you mention. Your sole responsibility will be to assist us in locating the silver that our Lin family has lost. The task of capturing the imperial offenders shall be entrusted to us." The missions disseminated by the system predominantly involve the capture of imperial criminals. And naturally, the individuals Yi Fan instructed the Lin family to apprehend were also imperial offenders, prompting the head of the Lin family to casually mention this. Yi Fan, with a serene smile, replied to the head, "The next imperial offender to be captured is named Chu Zhidong. His strength is comparable to that of myself and Su Anil. Furthermore, based on my detailed analysis, he is likely to appear near the pedestrian street in the Eastern District in the near future. Although I possess only a general idea of his whereabouts, I firmly believe in your capabilities, head of the Lin family. You will undoubtedly be able to capture him in the shortest time possible." As Yi Fan's list of targets grew longer, the clues provided by the system expanded correspondingly. Yi Fan even speculated that eventually, the system might cease to provide him with further hints. He was now prepared to formally establish his own intelligence network, which would not only enable him to swiftly grasp the intelligence within Dingyuan County, but also assist in the future pursuit of individuals targeted by the system. The head of the Lin family calmly stated to Yi Fan, "This poses no issue at all. We will certainly capture the individuals you required," he inquired. "How many more individuals must we apprehend for you, young friend Yi Fan, before you are willing to lead us in reclaiming the property that belongs to our family?" The head of the Lin family could not foolishly continue assisting Yi Fan without some assurance in return. He needed Yi Fan to establish a quantity, as this would provide him with a sense of hope. If he were to perpetually assist Yi Fan without receiving help in recovering the Lin family's lost silver, he would undoubtedly be unwilling to continue. Thus, he posed this question. Yi Fan replied with a calm smile. As long as you capture 3 more individuals, I will certainly assist you in retrieving the remaining silver. Of course, whether I can recover it all remains uncertain, as it depends on how the bandits have concealed the silver. I have already gathered some leads, and I believe that by following this trail, I will discover another hiding place for the silver. However, I cannot ascertain how much silver may be concealed there. Regardless of where the bandits have hidden the silver, I assure you, head of the Lien family, that I will exert every effort to recover all the silver lost by the Lien family. The head of the Lien family replied calmly, "Young friend Yi Fan, I have complete faith in you. You need only devote your utmost effort to assist us in locating the silver. Regardless of the amount of silver concealed in the next hiding place, every member of the Lien family will express their gratitude to the esteemed friend Yi Fan, and there shall be no trace of discontent towards him." The head of the Lien family has come to realize that Yi Fan must have uncovered yet another lair where the bandits have hidden their silver. He has never believed that the individual pilfering the silver is Yi Fan. Had Yi Fan been the thief, he would certainly not dare to so brazenly enlist the entire Lien family in his endeavors. Furthermore, if Yi Fan truly had stolen such a substantial quantity of silver, he would have been able to procure more cultivation resources without requiring assistance from the Lien family. He could simply spend a portion of the silver to find capable experts to assist him. Lastly, if Yi Fan were to pilfer this batch of silver only to return it to the Lien family simply to solicit their help, it would indeed reflect a remarkable foolishness on his part. After engaging in a casual conversation with Yi Fan for approximately 10 minutes, the head of the Lien family exited the room, returning to assist Yi Fan with his tasks. Through their previous encounters, he has discerned that Yi Fan is not easily swayed. To enlist Yi Fan as help, one must align with his inclinations. Only then will Yi Fan be inclined to assist. The head of the Lien family need only capture individuals for Yi Fan, and in return, Yi Fan would reclaim the silver lost by the Lien family. Yi Fan has recently recruited a second-rate martial artist, and it is only natural that this individual would not remain idle. The forces on Su Annal's side have just been established, and many matters have yet to be set in order. This is an opportune moment for utilizing personnel, prompting Yi Fan to promptly assign the individual to Su Annal, allowing Zhao Rudong to wholeheartedly assist in the establishment of their power. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remains in the Lien family, contemplating the optimal location for the next batch of silver to avoid arousing suspicion from the head of the Lien family. He also ponders the appropriate amount of silver to place and how to arrange matters with the head constable of the county. Yi Fan finds himself in a predicament, having only 100,000 taels of silver, of which he has already returned 30,000 taels to the Lien family. The remaining silver is insufficient to placate both the county's head constable and the head of the Lien family, compelling Yi Fan to devise a mutually beneficial strategy at this critical juncture. Otherwise, he faces the prospect of enduring hardship, as both sides are led by formidable first-rate martial artists, making it impossible for him to neglect either party without suffering consequences. Ultimately, Yi Fan conceives a resolution. He intends to utilize this batch of silver to incite a complete rift between the head of the Lien family and the county's head constable, instigating mutual destruction between the two. Regardless of who emerges victorious, Yi Fan could swiftly rally his forces to suppress the remaining adversaries. By doing so, he would remove any obstacles to his ambition of seizing control of Dingyuan County, where the legitimate factions acknowledge the county's head constable, while the underworld respects the head of the Lien family. If the leaders of both the underworld and the legitimate world were to be eradicated by Yi Fan, he would undoubtedly gain complete control over both realms, thereby asserting his dominion over the entirety of Dingyuan County. Although there are 4 first-tier martial artists within Dingyuan County, Yi Fan has already dealt with 2, leaving him with 2 remaining. However, he does not regard these remaining first-tier martial artists with great concern for 2 principal reasons. The first reason is that the other 2 first-tier martial artists have only managed to reach their current level through the arduous use of medicinal pills. Their ascension to the first-tier status was exceedingly forced. Despite their classification as first-tier martial artists, their strength does not surpass that of second-tier martial artists by much. Even if they combine their efforts, they would struggle to contend with either the chief constable of the county office or the head of the Lien family. Yi Fan is confident that if he elevates his own strength to the pinnacle of the second-tier realm, he would be capable of matching these 2 first-tier martial artists. Thus, Yi Fan's foremost objective is to incite discord between the head of the Lien family and the chief constable of the county office. This task is quite simple, as the chief constable currently covets the Lien family's wealth and seeks to acquire a portion of it from Yi Fan. All Yi Fan needs to do is discreetly relay this information to the head of the Lien family, who will undoubtedly feel compelled to confront the chief constable. At that juncture, Yi Fan can subtly influence the head of the Lien family, urging him to take action against the chief constable. What Yifan requires now is to seize the opportune moment to determine when their conflict would be most advantageous for him. The longer the chief constable and the head of the Lin family delay their confrontation, the more beneficial it will be for Yifan, and as time passes, Yifan's own strength will continue to grow, and the number of second-tier martial artists under his command will increase. By the time he has 7 or 8 second-tier martial artists at his disposal, even if one of the two, either the head of the Lin family or the chief constable, remains alive, or if both are gravely injured yet survive, Yifan would still possess the confidence to eliminate them both with the prowess of his subordinates. Half a month has swiftly passed, during which the chief constable has repeatedly pressured Yifan to swiftly ascertain the location of the remaining silver hidden by the Lin family and to relay this information to him. The chief constable intends to send his men to retrieve this batch of silver. Naturally, Yifan cannot easily divulge the location of the silver to the chief constable, especially since it remains in his possession without any new hiding place established. Yifan has consistently evaded the chief constable's inquiries with claims of not having found the information yet, and after half a month, the chief constable is beginning to show signs of impatience. Meanwhile, the Kunlun demon cult's Bloodkill Hall, established by Su Anil, has begun to take shape after half a month of development, with the number of third-tier martial artists exceeding 20. The rapid growth of the Bloodkill Hall can be attributed to its inclusive nature, as third-tier martial artists who join the Kunlun demon cult are rewarded with superior yellow-grade cultivation methods. The cultivation method of the yellow rank is of such high caliber that within the entire Dinyuan County, the number of individuals practicing at this level does not exceed 10. Consequently, the allure of such a technique is extraordinary, which accounts for the rapid development of the Kunlun demon sect's blood-killing hall. 2 secondary realm martial artists, supplemented by over 20 primary realm practitioners, find themselves unchallenged by any entity other than the families in Dinyuan County that possess primary realm warriors. The county's chief constable and the head of the Lin family now covet the remaining 70,000 taels of silver, leaving them little time to concern themselves with the Kunlun demon sect's blood-killing hall. As for the other 2 factions possessing primary realm martial artists, they have experienced minor frictions between themselves, diverting their attention toward one another. Thus, they have temporarily overlooked the blood-killing hall, a phenomenon largely attributable to the hall's remarkable discretion and understated growth, which has ensured that the 4 major factions in Dinyuan County with primary realm warriors remain oblivious to its presence. Had the blood-killing hall pursued a more ostentatious expansion from the outset, it would likely have drawn the attention of these formidable factions long ago. Currently, only a handful of families in the Western District, each possessing secondary realm martial artists, have taken note of the blood-killing hall. In truth, the blood-killing hall pays little heed to these families, as its present strength enables it to easily eliminate them at will. However, until receiving directives from Yifan, the blood-killing hall has maintained an unwavering low profile, refraining from any offensive actions against the families in the Western District. Chapter 50. The plan commences. Time flows unceasingly, and the days pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. During this period, no significant events transpired. The county's chief constable and the head of the Lin family repeatedly urged Yifan to locate the remaining 70,000 taels of silver. Yet Yifan skillfully postponed these requests with various excuses. In these 2 months, the head of the Lin family has captured 5 additional secondary realm martial artists for Yifan, all of whom have been successfully subdued. The Kunlun demon sect's blood-killing hall has experienced substantial reinforcement during this time, further bolstered by a continuous influx of new members, markedly enhancing its strength. Excluding the primary realm warriors, the blood-killing hall can now be regarded as the most formidable force in Dinyuan County. With the combined efforts of Yifan and the other 7 secondary realm martial artists, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to mount a successful offensive against primary realm practitioners. The rapid advancement of the blood-killing hall can be attributed in no small part to the foundational gift of the 9 Sun scripture provided by the system at the outset. Although it consists solely of the first level, this level of the 9 Sun scripture is already comparable to advanced yellow rank techniques. Every individual who joins the Kunlun demon sect receives the first level of the 9 Sun scripture, which has enabled the blood-killing hall to attract nearly 63rd realm martial artists in a mere 3 months. Were it not for the presence of 7 second-rate martial artists suppressing the turmoil within the blood-killing hall of the Kunlun demon sect, it is likely that chaos would have already ensued. The rapid ascent of the blood-killing hall naturally drew the attention of the county's chief constable and the head of the Lin family. As both were preparing to investigate this emerging force, Yifan conveyed a message that instantly quenched their desire to pursue the matter further. Yifan informed them that he had pinpointed the precise hiding place of the remaining 70,000 taels of silver. He disclosed this location to the county chief without any reservation. However, to the head of the Lin family, Yifan stipulated that he would reveal the hiding place only after the last individual was apprehended. Lured by the promise of the silver, the head of the Lin family hastily set out to capture the person Yi Fan had mentioned, accomplishing this in merely a day. Upon returning to Yi Fan's quarters, the head of the Lin family stated with an impassive demeanor, "Young friend Yi Fan, I have successfully brought back the person you sought. You should now fulfill your promise." Yi Fan replied with calm assurance, "I genuinely wish to honor my commitment. However, resolving the matter of the remaining 70,000 taels of silver may prove challenging. I hope you are adequately prepared for what lies ahead." The head of the Lin family inquired, "What kind of preparation do you suggest? Is the culprit who pilfered our family's silver waiting right beside it? If so, I shall immediately contact the county chief, and with 2 first-rate martial artists and several second-rate ones at my disposal. The adversary should pose no threat to us." Yi Fan responded nonchalantly, "If the opponent were merely an enemy, that would be acceptable. But what if the opponent is the county chief? I wonder how you intend to address this situation." The head of the Lin family, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean, young friend Yi Fan? I fail to grasp the essence of your words." Yi Fan clarified, "My meaning is quite straightforward. As soon as I learned of the hiding place of the silver, the county chief was already aware of it. He instructed me not to disclose the location to you, urging me to delay until they could transfer the silver, after which I would claim that I could not locate the remaining silver. In this manner, the county chief could completely appropriate the funds for himself, promising to share a portion with me." Upon hearing Yi Fan's revelation, the head of the Lin family was struck with profound astonishment, realizing that the county chief had betrayed him. If the county chief was devoid of loyalty, then he could not blame the head of the Lin family for reciprocating in kind. With a composed demeanor, the head of the Lin family addressed Yi Fan, "Why would you choose to inform me of this? Is not the county chief your superior? By aligning yourself with him, you could not only enjoy rewards but also secure opportunities for advancement. Why would you willingly disclose this information to me? If you do not disclose this matter to me, nothing will transpire." Yi Fan remarked with a calm smile, "Even the head of the Lin family cannot discern whether you seek the truth or a fabrication." The head of the Lin family replied, "How does one distinguish between falsehood and truth?" Yi Fan continued, "If it were a falsehood, then, esteemed head of the Lin family, having assisted me so significantly, I have come to regard you as a friend. Thus, I have laid bare the truth of this matter before you. Conversely, if it were the truth, the underlying reason for sharing this with you is my profound skepticism regarding the county's chief constable's willingness to bestow a portion of silver upon me. I suspect that once he has effectively resolved this issue, he may very well resort to silencing me. There exists a saying, the more one knows, the greater the peril of being silenced. Furthermore, I am unable to aid you in reclaiming the remaining silver, and I am certain that you would not let me escape unscathed. It is precisely due to these 2 reasons that I have chosen to disclose the entirety of this matter to you. Esteemed head of the Lin family, the subsequent course of action rests entirely in your hands." The head of the Lin family responded, "Young friend Yi Fan, you are indeed quite intriguing at times, when one might say you are oblivious to the ways of the world. You possess an insight that surpasses others. Yet, at other times, you seem akin to a child unacquainted with the complexities of life. I find it challenging to ascertain the true essence of your character. You leave me somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, there is merit in living with a degree of ignorance, for those who are excessively astute often meet an untimely end. You have spoken a truth, given my assistance in so many matters. Were you to withhold the location of the remaining silver from me, I would certainly not allow you to evade consequences. The county's chief constable, in his pursuit of secrecy regarding the silver he has procured, will assuredly make you a casualty once he has completed his task. Thus, your decision to voice this matter today was indeed a judicious one. In fact, it may very well have saved your life." Chapter 51. Alliance. Yi Fan spoke softly. In truth, one should not be overly clever, for such wisdom may incite jealousy in many. While it is said that those who elicit no envy are worthless, being the object of excessive jealousy, even if one is not truly worthless, will inevitably lead to one's downfall. I have long been admonishing myself to refrain from excessive cleverness, lest I fall victim to my own wit. The head of the Lin family inquired, "Pray tell, where lies the remaining 70,000 taels of silver, and how does the county's chief constable intend to transport this silver away?" Yi Fan replied with a serene smile, "The remaining 70,000 taels of silver are concealed within the Jinwu Temple. The county's chief constable plans to utilize the pretext of renovating the Jinwu Temple to surreptitiously transport the silver from its confines. The land of martial heroes once witnessed the reign of the Jinwu Emperor, who governed the entire realm with benevolence. Under his rule, not only did peace prevail across the land, but no common folk ever suffered from hunger. The deeds of the Jinwu Emperor have been celebrated throughout the ages, and the land of heroes erected temples in his honor following his demise. Within Dingyuan County lies a place known as Zhenwu Temple, which is not too distant from the Lin family estate. The head of the Lin family had previously dispatched individuals to search the temple, yet they returned with reports of finding nothing. Now, Yifan audaciously claims that the remaining silver resides within Zhenwu Temple, and astonishingly, the chief constable of the county plans to seize the Lin family's 70,000 taels of silver under the pretext of renovating the temple. Initially, the head of the Lin family was skeptical of Yifan's assertion, but it did not take long for him to be convinced, as reports from his subordinates indicated that the chief constable had already led over 100 men and several horse-drawn carts into the temple. The head of the Lin family was acutely aware of the chief constable's character. The notion of him restoring Zhenwu Temple was utterly implausible unless he were bribed or sent on a mission by high-ranking officials of the court. Beyond these two possibilities, no alternatives existed. The head of the Lin family harbored profound doubts that the remaining 70,000 taels of silver belonged to their family and were indeed hidden within the temple. Addressing Yifan, he stated, "Yifan, my young friend, you have effectively betrayed the chief constable. Thus, even if you were to return to him now, the situation has left no room for redemption. Having chosen to align yourself with me, there is no turning back. That I wish to inquire how I might secure victory in this battle and reclaim the 70,000 taels that rightfully belong to us." Yifan responded with a calm demeanor. "Shouldn't this matter be one of concern for the head of the Lin family? If you are unaware of this, then I find little purpose in continuing our discourse. Do you truly believe I would assist you indefinitely, without regard for personal cost?" The head of the Lin family whispered to Yifan, "You must indeed assist me in this matter. Otherwise, should I divulge your betrayal of the chief constable, I am certain your life will become quite unbearable." Yifan retorted, "If you claim to be the most ruthless individual in Dingyuan County, then there exists no one more formidable than yourself. I have extended considerable aid to your family, yet you repay me with such underhanded tactics. Do you not feel that this is exceedingly base and contemptible?" The head of the Lin family replied, "Regardless of the methods employed, only those that yield the desired outcome can be deemed the most effective. Thus, in many instances, we prioritize the ultimate triumph over the means we utilize. Therefore, in my quest to reclaim my silver, what does it matter if I sacrifice a modicum of dignity?" Yifan conceded. "Your reasoning is undeniably sound, and I find myself at a loss for words. How do you intend to aid me? Given my current capabilities, assisting you would place an immense burden upon me." The head of the Lin family insisted, "Regardless of the significant pressure you may face, you must assist me in this matter. Should you choose not to help, you would be as good as dead. However, if you lend your support, you shall retain every chance of survival." Yifan replied, "Lin family head, please be direct in specifying how I may assist you." The Lin family head continued, "Considering your remarkable intellect, it would be a grievous waste to leave it untapped. I wish for you to devise a strategy that would allow us, the Lin family, to completely eliminate the chief constable of the county office. By doing so, we could reclaim our silver, and if there is no one to fill the position of chief constable, we can find a way to elevate you. Provided you possess sufficient qualifications in this manner, we could mutually support one another." Yifan, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Lin family head, there is no need to resort to such childish manipulation. I am merely a third-rate martial artist. Even if I were to dispose of the chief constable, the court would inevitably appoint another. Furthermore, within the county office, whether by seniority or strength, I would never attain such a position." The Lin family had asserted, "You have no room for negotiation. Should you falter, it leads to an abyss. Yet if you advance, you may find a path filled with brilliance." After a moment of contemplation, Yifan responded coolly, "Very well, Lin family head. I agree to assist you in dealing with the chief constable, but I expect your full support in securing the position of chief constable for myself thereafter. Even if I cannot inherit the position this time due to its vacancy, once I reach the pinnacle of martial prowess, I hope you will aid me in eliminating the next chief constable. Should I succeed in claiming that position, I will undoubtedly implement lenient policies for the Lin family, creating a mutually beneficial situation. What do you think of my proposal, Lin family head?" The Lin family head replied with an expression of neutrality, "That poses no issue at all. Given our history of collaboration, I trust you have some faith in me." Though Yifan remained silent, he inwardly scoffed at the notion. If the Lin family head could be trusted, then even a sow could climb a tree. However, Yifan chose not to voice his disdain, as he still required the Lin family head's assistance for various matters, and he had no intention of jeopardizing their relationship. With a serene smile, Yifan stated, "Lin family head, I indeed have faith in you. If I did not trust you, I would not have divulged these matters to you. Your desire to collaborate with me is certainly agreeable. My intention in sharing this information is to foster our cooperation." Lianjia's patriarch remarked, "Ah, So you wish to collaborate with me? I am inclined to inquire how you envision this partnership and what your intentions truly are. Yifan replied, since the chief constable of the county seeks to exploit me only to dispose of me thereafter, I shall naturally repay him in kind. However, I currently lack the strength to confront the chief constable, let alone eliminate him. It is only through a collaboration with you, Patriarch Lien, that we might stand a chance against the chief constable. I trust you would be amenable to such an alliance. Patriarch Lien smiled lightly and said, what do you believe you can contribute to the endeavor of vanquishing the chief constable? Do you truly think that with your meager capabilities as a third-rate martial artist, you can withstand a single blow from him? Yifan countered. If I were to rely solely on my third-rate martial prowess, I would scarcely be able to withstand even a finger from the chief constable. Do you truly think I would join forces with you, given your own abilities? Furthermore, our relationship with the chief constable is not yet one of life and death. Thus, I have no compelling reason to eliminate him. It is crucial to understand that taking down a chief constable is a grave transgression, one I am not willing to undertake. My sole aim is to reclaim the silver that belongs to my neighbor. I shall not risk my safety by collaborating with a mere third-rate martial artist like yourself. Yifan continued, Patriarch Lien, do you genuinely believe that if you do not deal with the chief constable, you stand any chance of recovering the remaining silver of your family? I contend that you have no real opportunity to reclaim what is rightfully yours. Do you think the chief constable will relinquish what he has set his sights upon so easily? More importantly, even if you were to recover the silver, your relationship with the chief constable would become irrevocably strained. The dynamics would shift to a state of heightened tension. If you do not preemptively neutralize the chief constable, then when he allies himself with the other two families, the Lien family may very well face annihilation. Yifan's words did not intimidate Patriarch Lien in the least. Should the relationship between the Lien family and the chief constable be exposed, they would undoubtedly become mortal adversaries. Both parties would scheme to eliminate one another in the shadows. The chief constable could easily leverage his position to unite with the other two families, collectively eradicating the Lien family. Ultimately, the chief constable would seize all of the Lien family's assets, while the other two families would claim their industries. After Yifan finished speaking, he fell silent, awaiting the patriarch's contemplation and the decision that would ultimately ensue. However, Yifan was confident that Patriarch Lien would proceed in accordance with his expectations, barring any moment of madness on his part that would prevent him from taking action against the chief constable. After a lengthy period of reflection, Patriarch Lien finally spoke, then tell me, how shall we unite to eliminate the chief constable? If success cannot be assured at a 100 rate, I shall categorically refuse to act alongside you. Even if my relationship with the chief constable of the county has soured, I would never take such a significant risk to join forces with you. Yifan replied with a calm smile. Since I have uttered such words, I possess 100% certainty in my ability to eliminate the chief constable. Furthermore, this matter will remain undiscovered by the court's officials, and once the head of the Lien family has dealt with the chief constable, he will be able to rest easy without a care in the world. The head of the Lien family responded, I sincerely hope so. Now, please articulate your plan clearly. If your scheme proves feasible, I shall consent to collaborating with you. Should your plan be unviable, I shall incur a loss of silver and ease the tension with the chief constable. In the end, I shall deliver you to him, at which point he is unlikely to raise any objections. Yifan replied with a tranquil smile, head of the Lien family, there is a saying. A greedy heart is as insatiable as a serpent consuming an elephant. Do you truly believe that by offering a sum of silver to the chief constable, his greed will be quelled? If his avarice were indeed limited, why would he continue to covet the remaining silver after you have presented him with such a substantial amount? I trust you comprehend this principle well. Were I in the chief constable's position, I would never cease my pursuits for a mere handful of silver. Do not attempt to intimidate me with such tactics, for they will have no effect. Moreover, you cannot frighten me. I am wholly unafraid of your threats. The head of the Lien family declared, Are you truly unafraid of death? Remember, your life is in my hands. Whenever I choose, I can take it from you. Yifan responded to the head of the Lien family, What you say is indeed true. As a mere third-rate martial artist, you could easily extinguish my life. However, have you considered what you would do after claiming my life? Would you sacrifice your entire family to the chief constable, or would you wait for the chief constable to methodically eliminate the Lien family? Do not naively believe that peaceful coexistence is possible. If you are truly so deluded, I cannot assist you. Previously, had the chief constable and the head of the Lien family not quarreled over this silver, they might have refrained from rash actions out of mutual respect for each other's strength. However, now that they are adversaries, both are poised to strike ruthlessly at any opportunity, and the head of the Lin family is no exception. It is precisely due to this predicament that the head of the Lin family finds himself in a quandary. Chapter 52. The head of the Lin family, recognizing that he could not intimidate Yi Fan, ceased his empty threats. With a composed expression, he addressed Yi Fan. Very well, I agree to collaborate with you to eliminate the chief constable. However, you must first reveal your plan, so I can assess its viability. If your plan proves unfeasible, it would be prudent for us to deliberate on an alternative strategy. Conversely, should your plan be viable, we shall proceed accordingly. Yi Fan remarked. Master Lin, now you are speaking decisively. Your previous attempts to intimidate me were utterly ineffective and, in fact, diminished your own stature. My strategy is rather straightforward. The chief constable of the county, intent on seizing your silver, will undoubtedly execute this endeavor with utmost stealth. Thus, he is unlikely to surround himself with second-rate warriors, let alone third-rate ones. The majority of the county's forces will remain inactive, and at that moment, we shall find the opportune time to act. Currently, the chief constable remains oblivious to my defection, allowing me to ascertain his precise movements. At that juncture, Master Lin, you need only identify a suitable moment to approach the chief constable, and when he remains unaware of the circumstances, you can launch a sudden ambush. Should you manage to severely injure him, our chances of success will increase significantly. However, if you are unable to incapacitate him, you could rally all the second-rate warriors of the Lin family to collectively engage the chief constable. Yet, if it comes to that, Master Lin, you will have no choice but to confront him head-on. Master Lin smiled faintly and replied, Is this your entire plan? Do you not think it overly simplistic? Yi Fan, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, Sometimes, the simpler the plan, the more feasible its execution becomes. Conversely, complex plans often encounter greater difficulties during implementation. If we incorporate excessive embellishments, we risk failure due to missteps in the process. A straightforward plan significantly reduces our intermediary steps, thereby facilitating its realization. Master Lin acknowledged, Your reasoning is indeed compelling, yet I still perceive certain inadequacies. The chief constable is not an ordinary adversary. A single misstep could lead us into his trap. Yi Fan countered, Master Lin, those who aspire to achieve greatness must not be hesitant. Throughout history, how many indecisive individuals have accomplished monumental feats? If you lack the boldness for decisive action, what grand achievements do you envision for yourself in the future? Master Lin stated, Every decision I make bears consequences for the entire Lin family, so I must approach these matters with utmost caution. A moment's carelessness could plunge the Lin family into an abyss, and when I descend to the underworld, how could I face my ancestors? Yi Fan replied, If your indecisiveness leads the Lin family into a profound chasm, then how will you find the courage to confront your ancestors? With a fierce expression, Master Lin declared, Very well, let us proceed without further delay. Since you, a mere third-rate martial artist, are unafraid, what have I, the esteemed head of the Lin family, to fear? Let us proceed with your plan. I shall now gather all the skilled fighters of the Lin family. You, on the other hand, should investigate the current situation of the county's chief constable and where he intends to go next. Once we identify a suitable accomplice, we shall strike the chief constable with decisive force. Yi Fan remarked, Your reasoning is impeccable. Therefore, attend to your matters while I tend to mine. After speaking, Yi Fan departed from the presence of the head of the Lin family and exited the estate. Chapter 53. Threat. With utmost respect, Yi Fan addressed the county's chief constable, Honorable Chief Constable, under normal circumstances, I would remain at the Lin family estate. However, I harbor concerns that if I stay there until you have secured all the silver, I may be unable to inform the head of the Lin family regarding its whereabouts. I fear this may jeopardize my safety, hence my decision to leave the estate in this manner. Even if the head of the Lin family learns that I could not recover the silver, with your protection, I would have no reason to fear. The chief constable replied, You are indeed foolish. Should you return now, the head of the Lin family may grow even more suspicious of you. If we fail to obtain this shipment of silver and end up at odds with the Lin family, it would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, I implore you to remain at the Lin estate. Once the silver has been entirely transferred, I shall personally come to retrieve you to the county's residence. Even if the head of the Lin family harbors discontent, the pressure from the county will deter any rash actions. Moreover, having already assisted him in recovering 30,000 taels of silver, he will have even less reason to act against you. Though the chief constable had already contemplated eliminating Yi Fan, given the secrecy required for his actions, he recognized that now was not the time to do so. To kill Yi Fan would only heighten the suspicions of the Lin family. If the Lin family were to learn of his involvement in Yi Fan's demise, the repercussions would be disastrous. Thus, he resolved to transfer the silver completely and eliminate all other knowledgeable parties before making Yifan his final target. Yifan understood that the chief constable would not dare to act against him at this juncture, which emboldened him to return to the county's residence with confidence. However, once the chief constable had successfully relocated the silver, Yifan knew he would not have the same audacity to return so boldly. Yifan said, "My lord, leaving me there alone fills me with dread, and my relations with the opposing party have soured significantly. Should I fail to recover the remaining silver, they will certainly not treat me kindly. It is entirely implausible for me to return, my esteemed sir. I implore you to expedite the transfer of that silver. If we can accomplish this before the other party realizes what is happening, we shall be free from worry." The chief constable of the county remarked, "Who prompted you to create such a rift with the head of the Lien family from the very beginning? Had you fostered a more amicable relationship initially, you would not be burdened by these concerns. Moreover, do you genuinely fail to comprehend, or is it mere pretense? You have now returned to the county office and are too fearful to approach the Lien family again. Even if we manage to transfer all of the Lien family's silver, they will still suspect you at that point. Your predicament will only worsen. However, if you can feign nonchalance now, once we have completely transferred the silver, you can claim that you were unable to locate the remaining portion. I shall then come to your aid. Even if the head of the Lien family harbors ill intentions, he will be too afraid to express them, let alone act upon them. Under such circumstances, we shall avoid a multitude of troubles in the future." Yifan replied, "Esteemed chief constable, I fear that may not suffice. The head of the Lien family is a capricious individual. Even if I were to act contrary to his wishes, he would not regard me kindly. Not to mention that if I were to withhold the location of the remaining silver from him, he would undoubtedly resort to killing me before you could come to my rescue. The head of the Lien family would have already dispatched me before you could arrive." Yifan feigned an unwavering resolve to avoid returning to the Lien family, intending to draw the chief constable out of the county office. He understood that to achieve this, he would need to employ some cunning and stratagems. Without such guile, it would be exceedingly difficult to lure the chief constable away. Unbeknownst to the chief constable, Yifan had already betrayed him, and the chief constable remained under the impression that Yifan was still oblivious to his ulterior motives. The chief constable reassured Yifan, saying, "You need not be overly anxious. I do not intend for you to inform the head of the Lien family that you cannot find the remaining silver just yet. Once I have successfully transferred it, you may then relay this information to him. At that juncture, I shall position myself nearby to assist you. Should the head of the Lien family prepare to act against you, I will provide support in the shortest possible time." Yifan, exhibiting utmost respect towards the chief constable, responded, "Esteemed chief constable, I am but a third-rate martial artist. If the head of the Lien family desires my demise, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. He need not exert his own strength. A mere second-rate martial artist could easily dispose of me. Therefore, while I may acquiesce to other matters, I absolutely cannot agree to this." Observing Yifan's resolute demeanor, the chief constable felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Yet, he recognized that he could not eliminate Yifan at this moment, for the latter still held considerable value to him. The repercussions of disposing of Yifan far outweighed the advantages. The chief constable, maintaining a facade of composure, stated, "Very well, you shall return to the Lien family and stabilize your position with the head of the Lien family. Once my subordinates have thoroughly emptied the silver, I shall personally visit the Lien family. At that moment, you can inform the head of the Lien family that the remaining batch of silver is nowhere to be found. With my presence, the head of the Lien family will undoubtedly refrain from taking any action against you." "What do you think of my proposal?" Yifan remarked. "The idea put forth by the chief constable is indeed commendable. Should the chief constable take such measures on my behalf, I would certainly be willing to return to the Lien family. However, I must implore you to ensure my protection. Otherwise, if the head of the Lien family attempts to eliminate me, I fear I shall no longer be able to keep this secret." Upon hearing Yifan's threat, the chief constable felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. How dare a mere third-rate martial artist, akin to an insignificant insect, threaten him? This left the chief constable exceedingly displeased, yet he was powerless to retaliate. After spending a day at the county office, Yifan returned to the Lien family. The chief constable was apprehensive that the head of the Lien family might uncover something if Yifan returned immediately. Thus, he had Yifan stay at the county office for a night before his return. Upon arriving back at the Lien family, Yifan promptly sought an audience with the head of the Lien family. The head inquired, "How are preparations on your end?" Yifan smiled slightly and replied, "Everything is meticulously arranged on my part. Should the chief constable wish to silence me, he will undoubtedly come to retrieve me from the county office. To prevent any leaks of information, He will certainly not bring too many people, at most. Just a few trusted aides. We can strike during the journey back to the county office, and with your elite forces, I am confident we can easily overpower them. The head of the Lien family shook his head and said, "That is not so easily said. Regardless, the chief constable is a top-tier expert. If we exhibit even the slightest carelessness in our planning, it could introduce a multitude of unpredictable variables. Thus, we must exert our utmost effort to accomplish this task. Young friend Fan, you must also dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. Even if we fail to eliminate the chief constable, he will find it exceedingly difficult to act against the Lien family. However, should this assassination attempt falter, we shall not hold it against you. But do you believe the chief constable would spare you?" Fan replied, "I am fully aware of this, and there is no need for you to remind me. Esteemed head of the Lien family, I will ensure that all necessary preparations are made. You must also see to the completion of your own responsibilities. Although we may not succeed in eliminating the chief constable this time, he will think twice before taking action against the Lien family. However, he may very well become a persistent thorn in your side, capable of inflicting grievous harm whenever he pleases. Most importantly, if we fail to eliminate him this time, it will become exceedingly difficult for us to do so in the future. He will undoubtedly exercise extreme caution and will not grant us another opportunity," the head of the Lien family remarked. Thus, the demise of the county's chief constable is an outcome we all desire to witness, and naturally, we shall exert our utmost efforts to ensure this matter is executed flawlessly, Fan replied. "Indeed, I have no intention of meeting my end at the hands of the chief constable, hence I must ensure that he meets his fate at mine." The head of the Lien family inquired about the progress of Fan's investigation, particularly whether he had ascertained the whereabouts of the silver that the chief constable had transported. With a slight smile, the head of the Lien family assured, "Rest assured, I have thoroughly investigated these matters. If I had not clarified them, I would not have taken action. The chief constable has concealed my shipment of silver in a very secluded cave on the mountains behind the county office. I have dispatched one of my most trusted subordinates to oversee the location. With him stationed there, no one in the county office, apart from the chief constable, could possibly contend with him. It is virtually impossible for the chief constable to detect his presence, and he could not possibly continue to transport that silver elsewhere without my eyes noticing." Fan responded, "In that case, it is for the best. Do not forget the 2,000 taels of silver you promised me." While discussing strategies to deal with the chief constable, Fan sought the portion that was originally intended for him. His request for the silver was not born of a genuine desire for wealth, but stemmed from his understanding that refusing to accept something would jeopardize the trust of the head of the Lien family, making it difficult for their plans to proceed. Should their plans falter, the vast scheme Fan had orchestrated could very well unravel entirely. By acquiring this silver, he aimed to put the head of the Lien family at ease. With a gentle smile, the head of the Lien family replied, "I shall certainly fulfill my promises. My integrity far surpasses that of the chief constable. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, I will ensure you receive every bit of what is owed to you. I am a man of my word. Were it not for the chief constable's greed for my silver, I would have willingly settled our accounts, allowing us to part ways amicably. However, given that he sought to act against my family's interests in such a clandestine manner, I cannot afford to grant him any opportunities. Otherwise, my position as the head of the Lien family would be untenable." The head of the Lien family spoke with a blend of truth and deception. Should the chief constable demand the 2,000 taels, he would undoubtedly hesitate to comply. As an important figure in the county's administration, the head of the Lien family would be reluctant to offend him unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Fan was merely a third-rate constable, barely worthy of note. The head of the Lien family would certainly not relinquish the 2,000 taels without a fight, and once all matters were resolved, he would undoubtedly ensure that Fan was dealt with in order to safeguard his secrets and secure the silver. He perceives Fan as exceedingly youthful and thus easily manipulated. However, unbeknownst to him, Fan has long since seen through his clandestine intentions. Although Fan and the head of the Lien family presently project an image of cordiality, beneath the surface, they are already engaged in a mutual scheme against one another. A scheme that involves life and death. The head of the Lien family harbors thoughts of wanting Fan dead, while Fan is intent on capturing him alive. This is because the next target in Fan's mission is none other than the head of the Lien family, who, in his youth, was a nefarious character. Yet, upon ascending to the position of family head, he altered his persona in order to maintain the Lien family's reputation among the populace of Dingyuan County. After extensive rebranding and years of subtle transformation, the people of Dingyuan County have largely forgotten the transgressions of the Lien family head's youth. Following a brief exchange between the two, they retreated to their respective chambers. now awaiting the opportune moment. The moment will arise once the chief constable has transported the remaining silver of the Lien family, marking the time for them to accede. As time swiftly passed. Several days elapsed before the head of the Lien family once again made an appearance in Yifan's chamber. Before he could utter a word, Yifan smiled and said, "Lien family head, has the chief constable already emptied your family's remaining silver?" The Lien family head replied nonchalantly, "How do you know this? I recall you have been stationed here, seemingly without contact with the outside world. Have you perhaps planted some spies within our family?" Yifan smiled slightly and responded, "You truly overestimate me, Lien family head. I am merely a third-rate martial artist. Even if I wish to infiltrate your family, I would require the capability to do so. Do you think anyone would heed the orders of a third-rate martial artist? Even an ordinary person would likely hesitate to betray your family in favor of someone of my stature. My knowledge of these events is purely conjectural. Your visit at this juncture suggests something significant has transpired. That significant event, I presume, is that the chief constable has indeed transported the Lien family's silver. I cannot fathom what else could be of importance." The Lien family head smiled slightly and remarked, "Your keen intellect has led to a remarkably accurate analysis. I find myself beginning to admire you." Yifan smiled back and said, "You ought to admire me. Having someone as astute and sagacious as myself assisting you is undeniably a stroke of fortune for the Lien family. Most individuals would not even qualify for my assistance. After I aid you in this endeavor, you must continue to facilitate my pursuit of fugitives. Otherwise, Lien family head, do not blame me for reporting these matters to the authorities." The Lien family head smiled and replied, "Since we are partners in this venture, capturing a few second-rate martial artists will indeed be quite simple. Once this matter reaches its conclusion, I shall proceed to unveil several second-rate martial artists for you." Although the head of the Lien family outwardly professes such sentiments, his inner thoughts betray a different agenda. At this moment, he contemplates whether to imprison Yifan for his own purposes after eliminating the county's chief constable, or to simply dispose of him to avert future complications. To the head of the Lien family, Yifan is merely a tool to be utilized. Once he has served his purpose, he will naturally hold little value. Yifan smiled subtly and remarked, "Lien family head, you must not regard me as a mere tool, one to be discarded once used." The Lien family head replied earnestly, "How could that be? I, as the head of the Lien family, am a person of utmost integrity. What I promise, I shall fulfill. I do not lightly agree to matters I cannot accomplish. You must trust in my character." Yifan smiled again, saying, "I indeed have great faith in your character, Lien family head. However, one can never be entirely certain about some individuals. Thus, I have devised a contingency plan and I wonder if you would be interested in hearing about it." With a serious demeanor, the Lien family head responded, "Young friend Yifan, I am quite curious to learn about this contingency plan of yours." Yifan smiled gently and continued, "I have documented all recent events in a small booklet, and I have made over 10 copies of it. Each copy has been entrusted to different individuals. Should anything untoward happen to me, those individuals are likely to become less accommodating. If this information were to be leaked, it could spell doom for the entire Lien family. Therefore, one must ponder carefully before taking action, and refrain from resorting to treacherous tactics like burning bridges after crossing. The reason I have conveyed this matter to you beforehand is my concern that, should our endeavor succeed, you might suddenly decide to eliminate me. If I were unable to communicate this beforehand, it would lead to an exceedingly awkward situation for both of us." What Yifan articulated was mere bravado. He had not arranged any such contingency. Nonetheless, by mentioning it, he sought to assure the Lien family head that he bore no ulterior motives. Otherwise, if the Lien family head remained suspicious and paranoid, he might uncover Yifan's true intentions. Although the likelihood of such a revelation was slim, Yifan preferred not to gamble with even that small chance. He wished to maintain control over all situations, ensuring he remained in a position of absolute advantage. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the Lien family head furrowed his brow, realizing that Yifan must indeed have a backup plan. He had been investigating Yifan's contingencies for some time. Yet he remained unaware of the ruthlessness of Yifan's strategy. Had he known the severity of Yifan's measures, he might have hesitated to collaborate with him. However, the die had been cast. They had made their preparations, and deviating from their plan would result in significant losses for the Lien family. The 70,000 taels of silver will not be returned, and there is no need to mention it further. The Lien family may even find themselves ensnared in a new wave of crisis. At this moment, the head of the Lien family feels a twinge of regret for having collaborated with someone like Yifan. Nevertheless, he solemnly declares, "This is undoubtedly not an issue. I never intended to take action against young friend Yifan. Your concerns about me harboring ill intentions towards him are entirely unfounded. My character is beyond reproach. and I would never stoop to such despicable and shameless deeds. Yi Fan responds with a slight smile. I have the utmost faith in your integrity, head of the Lin family. However, I have a penchant for caution, always considering multiple steps ahead in any endeavor. Therefore, there is no need for you to trouble yourself over these arrangements. You have never contemplated targeting me. Given the circumstances, there is nothing for you to worry about. We simply need to wait patiently for the county's chief constable to pay us a visit, as someone of his stature is entirely unfit to govern our Dinyuan County. The head of the Lin family nods in agreement, stating, your reasoning is quite sound, and I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. Although the head of the Lin family harbors dissatisfaction within, he must not allow even a hint of it to surface. Such is the helplessness of life. As the saying goes, life is but a play, and we are all actors upon its stage. Chapter 56. The grand performance begins at noon. The county's chief constable arrives at the Lin family estate accompanied by a second-tier martial artist. The head of the Lin family promptly invites the chief constable into the inner hall, extending the same courtesy to the accompanying martial artist. With utmost respect, the head of the Lin family addresses the chief constable. Chief So, may I inquire what brings you to the Lin family? If your purpose is to discuss the commission of 30,000 taels of silver, please feel free to send word, and we shall deliver it to you. I had intended to gather the remaining 70,000 taels of silver before presenting the total commission to the county office. However, if you find it too long to wait, I can certainly distribute a portion of what we have already received to you. The chief constable smiles faintly. Let us not dwell on that matter for now. These are trivial concerns. If the Lin family cannot locate the remaining 70,000 taels of silver, I shall forego my rightful share. I have come to inform you that Yi Fan is about to enter the county city for further study. Therefore, I intend to bring him back and escort him directly to the county city. Yi Fan is unaware of whether he will find the remaining 70,000 taels of silver with you. The head of the Lin family smiles slightly, saying, Yi Fan mentioned that he is in the midst of searching. When is it that Yi Fan is to enter the county city for his studies? Under normal circumstances, we should celebrate such an event. However, since he has yet to assist our family in recovering the silver, would it be possible to wait until he secures the remaining funds for us before allowing him to proceed to the county city? The chief constable of the county office remarked, This matter is beyond my authority. The lord of the prefecture has already decreed that the individual must be delivered within 3 days. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. The county magistrate has also informed me that failing to comply could incite the ire of the prefect. You must understand that offending the prefect is no trivial matter. He possesses the power to crush us both, and we would be utterly powerless to resist. From the onset, the chief constable had devised this scheme, fully aware that the head of the Lin family would not dare to antagonize the prefect. Moreover, he was unlikely to venture forth to verify any details with the prefect. Should he execute this plan with a modicum of finesse, it would be nothing short of immaculate. At that moment, the head of the Lin family exhibited an air of unwillingness, seemingly loath to relinquish the individual in question. He turned to the elder by his side and instructed, Elder, please summon Yi Fan. I wish to ascertain whether he has located the remaining silver. The elder of the Lin family, responding with utmost respect, promptly departed to fulfill the request. However, his intention was not solely to fetch Yi Fan. Rather, he aimed to discreetly assemble personnel for an impending maneuver. The head of the Lin family had resolved to eliminate the chief constable within the confines of his own estate. Although such an act within his own residence would be prone to detection, undertaking it elsewhere would be even more conspicuous, and weighing the lesser of two evils, he naturally opted to resolve the matter within his own abode. Approaching the chief constable, the head of the Lin family spoke nonchalantly, Brother Zopeng, may I inquire as to the purpose behind the prefect's summons for Yi Fan? When might we expect his return? I would appreciate your insight on this matter. The chief constable smiled faintly and replied, Ordinarily, such matters are classified, and few are deemed worthy of knowledge. However, considering the bond of camaraderie between us, I shall divulge this information. The prefect's prized night pearl has been stolen, a gem that the prefect's wife holds in great affection. Her incessant lamentations have driven the prefect to his wits' end, prompting him to issue a call for all capable individuals in the prefecture to assist. I have submitted Yi Fan's name for consideration, as this directly impacts my future. Thus, I could not afford to act otherwise. I trust you comprehend my earnest intentions. Regardless of whether the remaining silver of the Lin family is recovered, I shall no longer seek their coin. The head of the Lin family, his expression clouded with frustration, remarked, as the saying goes, people aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. I completely understand your actions, Brother Zopeng, for they are indeed tied to your own prospects. As the head of the Lin family conversed with the chief constable, Yi Fan had already entered the hall where they were gathered. he respectfully addressed both the chief constable and the head of the Lien family, saying, "Greetings, esteemed sirs. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summoning me? I am still investigating the whereabouts of the remaining batch of silver from the Lien family." The head of the Lien family spoke to Yifan with an expression of calm indifference. "Young friend Yifan, I wonder how far you have progressed in your research. Oh, you have any clues regarding the remaining silver?" Yifan replied with equal tranquility. "I do possess some leads concerning the remaining silver, yet the information I have is rather limited. Moreover, I cannot ascertain whether there is indeed silver at that location." The head of the Lien family promptly urged, "Young friend Yifan, please share the clues you are aware of." Yifan, maintaining his composed demeanor, responded, "I am not one to embark on endeavors fraught with uncertainty. I intend to ascertain the precise location of the hidden silver before informing you." The head of the Lien family. The head of the Lien family, now serious, stated, "You may not have the opportunity to assist me in this investigation any longer. You are about to depart for the county town, and I cannot predict when you shall return. Thus, I implore you to disclose all the clues you possess. Once you do, we can methodically investigate them. If we are unable to discover anything, we shall await your return for assistance. Should we find it ourselves, your share of the benefits will be far from negligible upon your return." Yifan, utterly bewildered, inquired, "What do you mean by that, head of the Lien family? I fail to grasp the significance of your words. Why must I go to that town?" The head of the Lien family, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Perhaps it is best for your chief constable to explain this matter to you. I believe it would be inappropriate for me to elaborate, as this matter lies beyond my purview." Chapter 57. The truth revealed. Yifan fixed his gaze upon the chief constable of the county office, awaiting an explanation. Although he had comprehensively grasped the situation and orchestrated the entire plan, it was imperative for him to feign ignorance at this juncture. Any hint of unusual behavior could jeopardize his subsequent plans. The chief constable was highly cooperative in Yifan's performance. With a grave expression, he addressed Yifan. "Yifan, the governor's office in Nanshan County has reported a loss and seeks the assistance of all skilled constables in the city to help in the search. I have submitted your name, and the governor has requested your presence. Should you seize this opportunity, you could rise to great heights." Yifan, filled with excitement, asked, "Chief Constable, what exactly has the governor lost? When did it go missing?" The chief constable continued to play along with Yifan's act. "The governor has lost a precious luminous pearl, which is favored by the governor's wife. The governor dotes on her immensely, hence the issuance of a call to heroes to help recover the pearl. I firmly believe that, with your remarkable intellect, you should be able to retrieve the luminous pearl with utmost speed. If you succeed in this endeavor, your future will undoubtedly be radiant." Yifan, with utmost respect, addressed the county's chief constable, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Chief Constable." He bowed deeply, filled with admiration for the chief constable. Just as the chief constable was about to assist Yifan to his feet, he suddenly sensed something amiss behind him. Instinctively, he twisted his body to the left, narrowly avoiding the glinting dagger that sliced through his left arm, leaving a gaping wound. The assailant was none other than the head of the Lien family. With an icy demeanor, the chief constable confronted him, saying, "Lien family head, have you lost your mind? How dare you launch a surprise attack on a government official? Regardless of your success, once the court learns of your actions, it will be deemed a grave offense against the imperial family." The head of the Lien family replied with a calm expression, "Zhou Peng, since I have taken action today, I have no intention of allowing you to leave here alive. If you do not leave, then no one will know I have laid hands on you. And naturally, the court will remain oblivious to my actions. After your demise, I will arrange for it to appear as an unfortunate accident." As soon as the head of the Lien family finished speaking, 4 second-rate martial artists from the Lien family, along with over 10 third-rate martial artists, stormed into the room, surrounding the chief constable and leaving him no opportunity to escape. The chief constable remarked, "It seems, Lien family head, that you have indeed gone to great lengths. You must have meticulously planned this for quite some time. I wish to know why you have chosen to act against me. I cannot recall having wronged you in any way." The chief constable found it hard to believe that Yifan would betray him, considering he was Yifan's direct superior. Such an act would only bring harm to Yifan without any benefit. The head of the Lien family replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "Zhou Peng, I never imagined you would have the audacity to speak such words. It truly seems you are rather shameless. You took the remaining 70,000 taels of silver from our family and now claim you have not wronged me. To utter such words, your audacity must be extraordinary. However, I am no longer concerned with that. Come spring, regardless of how thick your skin may be it thicker than the city walls, I shall pierce through it." At this point, Yifan remained unperturbed, appearing as if he were an observer detached from the situation and as the only one privy to the truth. The chief constable instantly realized that Yi Fan must have disclosed this matter to the head of the Lien family. What puzzled him was why Yi Fan would choose to share such information. Did Yi Fan suspect he intended to silence him? The chief constable glared menacingly at Yi Fan and coldly asked, "Yi Fan, why have you betrayed me?" Yi Fan smiled slightly and replied, "Chief constable, are you truly unaware of why I would betray you? Your words seem to insult my intelligence." The head constable of the county office spoke with an icy demeanor. "It appears I have indeed underestimated you. I did not anticipate your profound scheming, however. Do you truly believe that after evading my machinations, you shall escape the calculations of the Lien family head? Even if I were to meet my demise in the end, will the Lien family head allow you, a person privy to such knowledge, to live? Therefore, regardless of which side you ultimately ally with, your fate remains but death." Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, "Whether I live or die is uncertain, but I assure you, esteemed head constable, you shall certainly perish here today. This is a certainty I possess, so you need not struggle further. The more you resist, the more humiliating your demise will become." The Lien family head, with a placid expression, remarked, "Zopeng, the reason you find yourself in this predicament is your insatiable greed. Had you not been so avaricious, you would not have fallen into such perilous circumstances. There is a saying, a greedy heart devours an elephant, and your actions exemplify this notion. Young friend Yi Fan is a companion of the Lien family, and we shall never turn against him. Thus, your attempts to sow discord are futile." The head constable of the county office replied, "I understand now. It must be that Yi Fan has grasped some leverage over you or possesses information that threatens you, which emboldens him to act so recklessly in collusion with you." Yi Fan smiled subtly and said, "Indeed, you are quite astute, esteemed head constable. You perceive matters with remarkable clarity. Lien family head, cease this idle chatter and swiftly eliminate the adversary, lest we prolong the night and invite further complications." The Lien family head nodded in agreement. "I comprehend." He then turned to his kin and commanded, "All of you, heed my orders and act immediately. The 4 esteemed elders shall join forces to subdue the head constable of the county office. I will first deal with the head constable and then assist you in overcoming him." The 4 esteemed elders of the Lien family responded affirmatively and commenced their actions. The head constable found himself suddenly besieged by over 10 assailants, while the Lien family head charged directly toward him. The previously serene atmosphere had swiftly transformed into a tense battleground. Chapter 58. The battle. As the combat ensued, Yi Fan prudently withdrew beyond the door to observe. At this juncture, he would not foolishly intervene on behalf of either faction. Instead, he would quietly await the outcome of the conflict. It must be noted that the head constable demonstrated formidable prowess. Despite the combined efforts of 4 second-tier martial artists and over 10 third-tier martial artists, they were unable to fully subdue him. During the skirmish, the head constable maintained the upper hand. On the other side, the battle involving the Lien family head was nearing a resolution, as a first-tier martial artist engaged a second-tier martial artist without any external assistance. Naturally, the second-tier martial artist faced overwhelming odds. The reason the second-tier martial artist accompanying the head constable had managed to persist until now was due to a desperate, all-or-nothing fighting style that temporarily restrained the Lien family head. If time were to extend, even the head of the Lien family could undoubtedly eliminate that second-rate warrior with ease. The reason the head of the Lien family has not exerted his full strength to resolve the situation is that he believes there is no necessity to go to such lengths at this moment. The chief constable of the county office, upon observing the unfolding circumstances, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If the situation continued to develop in this manner, he would indeed perish here. The chief constable was unwilling to meet his end in such a place, for he had a glorious life yet to enjoy and countless dreams yet to fulfill. As he engaged in battle, he addressed his second-rate warrior subordinate, saying, "Dainyu, can you hold on?" The individual known as Dainyu replied, "Panting heavily, my lord, rest assured. I can endure for another hour or 2 without issue." The chief constable responded, "We shall break through, one to the south and one to the north. Regardless of who escapes the Lien family first, we must return to the county office to summon reinforcements." Dainyu respectfully replied, "As you command." With that, Dainyu immediately charged northward, while the chief constable made his way south. At that moment, they had no desire to engage further with the Lien family. Entangling themselves would only result in their disadvantage. Yi Fan, seeing that the chief constable and his men were preparing to flee, urgently called out to the head of the Lien family, "Head of the Lien family, we cannot afford to prolong this any further. Continuing in this manner will only worsen our predicament. If either of them manages to escape, we will be utterly doomed. Therefore, I implore you to cease holding back your strength. If you do not strike with all your might, they may truly evade capture. In truth, these words were unnecessary. The head of the Lien family was already aware of the course of action to take. In such dire circumstances, allowing either of them to escape would expose the assassination of the chief constable. Should experts from the court descend to investigate, the Lien family would be irrevocably finished. Given this situation, the head of the Lien family naturally resolved to no longer remain passive. He unleashed the full extent of his power against the second-rate warrior. The second-rate warrior was already at a distinct disadvantage, and under these conditions, he found himself in an even more precarious position. After a flurry of exchanges, the head of the Lien family ultimately dispatched the second-rate warrior brought by the chief constable. However, this victory came at a cost, as the head of the Lien family sustained 2 minor injuries and 1 more serious wound. The temporary retaliation from a second-rate warrior is indeed formidable. Had he not feared the escape of the chief constable, the head of the Lien family would never have risked his own injury to eliminate a second-rate warrior. When a first-rate warrior engages a second-rate warrior, if the former employs a methodical approach, he can undoubtedly eliminate the latter without sustaining harm. However, if a first-rate martial artist is eager to eliminate their opponent, their full exertion in attack will undoubtedly escalate their offensive capabilities while significantly diminishing their defensive strength. Once their defenses wane, it becomes entirely plausible for a second-rate martial artist to desperately resist and inflict injuries upon a first-rate martial artist. After the head of the Lien family dispatched the second-rate martial artist under the command of the county's chief constable, he pursued the chief constable directly. At this moment, the chief constable was on the verge of escaping from the residence of the Lien family. The 2 second-rate martial artists from the Lien family had already sustained considerable injuries, while the other 2 second-rate martial artists had incurred minor wounds. Among the third-rate martial artists of the Lien family, 3 had met their demise. Although the chief constable had eliminated several adversaries, his own condition was dire, with numerous knife wounds adorning his body. While none of these injuries were fatal, they were nonetheless quite severe. Initially, the chief constable had deployed all his strength, as he found himself encircled by a multitude of opponents. Had he not summoned his full potential, he likely would not have lasted this long. Upon arriving at the location of the confrontation between the chief constable and his subordinates, the head of the Lien family did not immediately engage, but instead awaited a fortuitous moment, a chance to launch a surprise attack on the chief constable. Should he intervene directly at this juncture, although the chief constable would find himself in an even more perilous predicament, his defenses would improve considerably. If the head of the Lien family remained watchful, the chief constable would be hesitant to unleash his full strength against the subordinates of the Lien family. Without the ability to exert his complete power, the chief constable would find it nearly impossible to overcome the subordinates of the Lien family. Moreover, the head of the Lien family was ever prepared to execute a covert strike against the chief constable, poised to deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. At this point, the head of the Lien family felt no trepidation. The chief constable was akin to a fish in a barrel, with no avenue for escape. Despite multiple attempts to breach the walls of the Lien residence, the chief constable was repeatedly thwarted by the head of the Lien family, who knocked him back each time. The chief constable grew increasingly anxious, while the head of the Lien family felt more at ease with each encounter. Chapter 59. Steadfast. The chief constable's situation was exceedingly precarious. His mind was solely focused on fleeing, yet he was repeatedly obstructed, which instilled a sense of despair within him. As he fought, he addressed the head of the Lien family, saying, "Head of the Lien family, our enmity stems from the 70,000 taels of silver. Regardless of the circumstances, we have been friends for many years, and there is no need for our conflict over this sum to escalate to such deadly extremes. I am willing to return the entirety of the 70,000 taels to you. I wonder if you might spare my life today." The head of the Lien family coldly remarked, "When you contemplated seizing my family's assets, did you ever think that we were friends? To speak frankly, ever since you entertained the thought of appropriating my remaining 70,000 taels of silver, I have ceased to regard you as a friend. In my eyes, you have become my sworn enemy." The chief constable of the county replied, "Lien family head, if you truly intend to take my life, I assure you that even at the cost of my own demise, I will drag a few along with me. While it may be impossible for you to rely on me as a scapegoat, I can certainly find a few second-rate martial artists to serve that purpose. Are you truly willing to allow your Lien family to lose such a significant number of elite fighters? If your family suffers such losses, do you believe you will retain your position as the foremost power in the county?" The chief constable recognized that appealing to the Lien family head's emotions would yield no results, so he resorted to threats instead. The Lien family head smiled slightly and said, "Zopong, it seems you remain as arrogant as ever. Do you really believe that you alone can drag a few of our second-rate martial artists down with you? I find your strength lacking, yet your bravado is immense. As long as I am here today, you will not be able to kill even one of our second-rate fighters, and I will not permit you to slay even a third-rate martial artist. Just now, I was occupied with battling one of your second-rate fighters, which allowed you the opportunity to eliminate a few of our third-rate martial artists. Now that I am present, your actions will bear no fruit. I will ensure you are exhausted to death. And rest assured, I am not jesting. The chief constable furrowed his brow, realizing his threats had become futile. Unless he could successfully eliminate one or two of the Lin family's second-rate martial artists, he would lack the leverage to negotiate with the family head. However, the prospect of killing a second-rate martial artist seemed nearly impossible unless he were to fight recklessly, which might afford him a chance. Yet, even at this critical juncture, the chief constable did not possess the resolve to fight with a death wish. His mind raced as he contemplated whether he might persuade the Lin family head to cease hostilities. He was willing to pay a price, as the cost of negotiation paled in comparison to his own life. Continuing to address the Lin family head, he said, "If this conflict persists, the most that will happen is that you will kill me, but I will certainly take many of your kin with me. If you spare my life today, I would be immensely grateful. Not only would I return the entirety of the 70,000 taels of silver I seized from you, but I would also offer you an additional 30,000 taels that I have saved over the years. In such a case, you would not only avoid a loss but also gain 30,000 taels. How does that sound? If you are unwilling to let me go, then you shall gain nothing at all. All my assets are securely placed within the county office, and any attempt to seize them from there is utterly futile." At this moment, the chief constable of the county no longer maintains his facade of profundity, for he has been thoroughly beaten, his disheveled appearance rendering him unfit to continue such pretensions. The head of the Lin family, observing the chief constable with a cold smirk, remarked, "Zhou Peng, how is it that you still utter such juvenile words at this juncture? Whether I can relinquish you and still attain those 30,000 taels of silver remains to be seen. But should I spare you, I have no doubt you would harbor resentment towards me. He'll be targeted by a martial artist of the first rank, especially one appointed by the court as the chief constable of the county, poses a threat that our entire Lin family may struggle to withstand. Having taken action, I cannot contemplate retreat, for even if I wish to turn back, it is already too late. Today, I cannot grant you mercy, and you cannot wholly blame me. Rather, blame your own insatiable greed. If you had not coveted the remaining silver of the Lin family, you would not find yourself in such a precarious predicament. The head of the Lin family would never engage in enmity with the chief constable without necessity, but the circumstances have changed drastically, leaving no room for reconciliation. Despite his words, the head of the Lin family showed no inclination to relent. On the contrary, he exerted himself even more forcefully, clearly intent on eliminating the chief constable right here. Meanwhile, Yifan observed the intense skirmish from behind the crowd, harboring no intentions of intervening, for he lacked the qualifications to do so as merely a third-rate martial artist. To act now would be tantamount to courting death, and Yifan had no desire to embrace such a fate. However, while he refrained from engaging, his eyes betrayed a myriad of inscrutable emotions. Fortunately, both the chief constable and the head of the Lin family were engrossed in their fierce confrontation, oblivious to Yifan's expression. As the battle escalated, the chief constable found himself increasingly overwhelmed, resorting to desperate measures. His focus remained unwaveringly on the head of the Lin family, for he recognized that the greatest threat lay with him. Otherwise, he risked being covertly eliminated. Following the chief constable's adoption of life-and-death tactics, the head of the Lin family sustained injuries on multiple occasions. Though the head of the Lin family did not possess strength surpassing that of the chief constable, the assistance of his subordinates enabled him to maintain the upper hand. In a one-on-one confrontation, the chief constable would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Although the head of the Lin family sustained several injuries, he bore the pain and continued to engage the county's chief constable in battle. The enmity between the head of the Lin family and the chief constable had reached a deadly intensity. Even if he were to let the chief constable go and forfeit the 700,000 taels of silver, the chief constable would still harbor resentment against him. Thus, the only course of action for the head of the Lin family was to eliminate the chief constable outright, thereby ensuring that he would no longer pose a significant threat in the future. The chief constable unleashed his unique technique, the 9 swords of Dingtu, striking towards the head of the Lin family with relentless precision. Unfazed, the head of the Lin family countered with his most formidable martial skills, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Eventually, the chief constable seized an opportunity, repelling several of the Lin family's martial artists with a swift strike. before landing a palm strike on the left shoulder of the head of the Lin family. However, the head of the Lin family was no stranger to adversity. He retaliated with a sword thrust straight into the chief constable's heart. With bitterness, the chief constable departed from this world, and in his final moments, he recalled the visage of Yifan. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. He wondered why he had sought the remaining 700,000 taels of silver, why he had placed his trust in someone as astute as Yifan, and why he had ventured alone into the Lin family's domain. Had he brought along a few second-tier martial artists, the head of the Lin family would have had to reconsider his ability to act. Yet all of this had already transpired, and there was no opportunity to reverse these events. With resentment, the chief constable fell lifeless. The head of the Lin family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having resolved the threat posed by the chief constable, he commanded his subordinates to dispose of the chief constable's body. As for the 4 esteemed elders within their clan, he instructed them to return and tend to their wounds, for all had suffered significant injuries during the battle, with the head of the Lin family himself bearing the most severe. The chief constable had initially intended to take a few of the Lin family's second-tier martial artists down with him during his final assault, but each of his attempts had been thwarted by the head of the Lin family. Nevertheless, this came at a great cost, as the head of the Lin family had suffered a considerable decline in his combat efficacy, perhaps by as much as 80%. Once everyone had departed, the head of the Lin family approached Yifan and spoke softly, "Young friend Yifan, the chief constable has been dispatched by our Lin family. Have you devised a method to obfuscate this matter, ensuring that the people of Dingyuan County remain unaware of our involvement in the chief constable's demise?" The head of the Lin family held great faith in Yifan's intellect, recognizing his keen mind, which often left even him in awe. Should Yifan propose a viable solution, the head of the Lin family would feel a sense of security. Why Yifan smiled faintly and replied, "I understand your concern, esteemed head of the Lin family, regarding the possibility of the court investigating the circumstances surrounding the chief constable's death. If they were to trace it back to the Lin family, it would spell great peril for us." The head of the Lin family remarked, "Young friend Yifan, your words resonate with my thoughts precisely, and I wonder if you possess any means to resolve this dilemma of mine. For we are, after all, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Should misfortune befall me or my family, you too would find yourself equally ensnared. Conversely, if this issue is resolved satisfactorily, then we shall all thrive together." The head of the Lin family now perceives his alliance with Yifan as one of shared fate, especially after they recently collaborated to eliminate the chief constable of the county. He harbors no apprehensions about Yifan reporting this incident to the authorities, as he believes that should Yifan choose to do so, he too would be unable to evade blame. Despite sustaining significant injuries, the head of the Lin family refrains from retreating to recuperate. Instead, he remains here, seeking Yifan's counsel on how to address the situation, revealing his profound unease. Why Yifan responded with a gentle smile, "You need not harbor any concerns, Lin family head, for your anxieties are entirely unwarranted. Since we joined forces to vanquish the chief constable, I inevitably have a solution to this predicament." The Lin family head, his expression neutral, inquired, "Young friend Yifan, might you enlighten me on this method of resolution? It would be prudent for me to have some assurance." With a slight smile, Yifan replied, "Lin family head, lean in closer, and I shall share it with you." True to his word, the Lin family head complied and drew nearer. Why Yifan's lips moved subtly as he spoke. "The solution is, puff." The Lin family head found himself ambushed by Yifan's sudden strike, and if he had previously possessed a modicum of strength, now, after this unexpected assault, his capabilities had plummeted to less than a tenth. In that moment, he comprehended Yifan's true prowess, a second-tier martial artist. He staggered back approximately 3 meters, his countenance icy as he demanded, "Yifan, what is the meaning of this? We are still in the midst of collaboration. Why would you resort to treachery?" Yifan smiled faintly and replied, "Are you truly unaware of my motives? I aspire to become the sole sovereign of Dingyuan County, which necessitates the removal of all obstacles in my path. The chief constable was a hindrance, and you, Lin family head, represent yet another impediment. Such nuisances will be cast aside without hesitation." The Lin family head retorted, "Though you previously concealed part of your strength, you are still merely a second-tier martial artist. Go think you could control all of Dingyuan County with such feeble power. I suspect you may have lost your senses, though not be deceived by my injuries. I alone could easily seize control of the situation. Moreover, I have numerous subordinates at my command. Should I summon them, you would find yourself without a place to rest your bones." Chapter 61. Persuasion. Yifan smiled faintly and remarked, "Do you truly believe that I would act without certainty? Given your prior understanding of me, You should have surmised that I am not one to engage in battles without assurance. Since I have chosen to confront you, I possess a 100 guarantee of subduing you completely. The head of the Lin family shouted towards the door. Someone, anyone. After calling out more than 10 times without receiving a response, he began to sense that something was amiss. Yi Fan smiled gently and said, Lin family head, you need not waste your efforts any further. With a clap of his hands, 8 masked men entered the room where the Lin family head was situated. They swiftly surrounded him, awaiting Yi Fan's next command. Each of the 8 individuals exuded the aura of second-rate warriors, causing a bead of sweat to form on the brow of the Lin family head. Lin family head, he began. It appears you have been plotting this for quite some time. The fallout between myself and the county's chief constable was orchestrated by you, was it not? What is the true purpose behind your schemes? Do you intend to use our Lin family's warriors to cultivate some malevolent technique? Considering the series of events that had unfolded, coupled with Yi Fan's previous request for assistance in capturing warriors, the Lin family head could not help but suspect that Yi Fan sought to exploit them for sinister purposes. Prepared for a life-and-death struggle, he exerted every effort to restore his state, ready to confront Yi Fan and his subordinates at any moment. Yi Fan smiled softly and replied, Lin family head, it is not as dire as you presume. Who informed you that I have practiced malevolent techniques? The methods I cultivate are entirely legitimate. Thus, I have no need to exploit warriors for the purpose of dark arts, and in this situation, there would be no benefit in deceiving you, Yi Fan continued. What then became of the warriors you previously captured? You instructed me to bring them back alive, yet they have vanished without a trace. How can this not arouse my suspicion? Though Yi Fan had articulated this, he had not quelled the Lin family head's doubts. If Yi Fan's assertions were to be believed, why would he have relocated these individuals to an unknown location? Such actions defied all logic. The Lin family head felt increasingly cornered, heightening his vigilance. Yi Fan smiled once more and said, Lin family head, since you are skeptical of my words, it seems necessary for me to provide you with a thorough explanation. Upon finishing his statement, he commanded the 8 second-rate warriors to remove their masks. Once they complied, they respectfully addressed Yi Fan. We greet you, Master. Yi Fan smiled gently and said, Now, Lin family head, do you understand why I had you capture these individuals? The head of the Lin family gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment and remarked, Yi Fan, your cunning is truly remarkable. You have managed to turn my own hands against me, gathering such a multitude of skilled individuals for yourself. I am curious as to how you exert control over these subordinates. Surely, it cannot be merely through a few persuasive words that you have convinced them to serve you. Yi Fan replied with a subtle smile. A wise man has his own stratagems. The question now lies with you, the head of the Lin family. Are you willing to surrender? If you choose to submit without resistance, I can assure you that no harm will come to your entire clan. However, should you refuse to capitulate, I regret to inform you that not only will you bear the consequences of your folly, but the entire Lin family shall also pay the price. All of your warriors are now under my command, including even your 4 second-rate elders. You have no one left to rely upon, so I strongly advise you to consider surrendering while you still can. If this continues, your demise is inevitable, and your clan will face annihilation due to your foolishness. The head of the Lin family declared, Yi Fan, it is utterly impossible for me to surrender. Even if it means the destruction of my entire clan, I will not yield to you. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Head of the Lin family, your tenacity is truly commendable, I must admit. I hold great admiration for your spirit. However, admiration does not equate to leniency. I wonder if the others in your clan share your resolve. If you refuse to surrender, I will have no choice but to eliminate you and your entire faction. I am confident that the other factions would be more than willing to capitulate. Of course, if no factions choose to surrender, I shall erase the Lin family from existence. I believe I possess the capability to cultivate a more compliant force. Inviting your clan to join me is merely the most cost-effective means of achieving my objectives. Otherwise, do you think I would desire to recruit the Lin family? Upon hearing these words, the head of the Lin family fell into a deep contemplation. He was not particularly afraid of death, but the thought of his entire faction perishing alongside him stirred a desire for compromise within him. Noticing the head's deep reflection, Yi Fan hastily added, Head of the Lin family, should you choose to surrender, I will lead your clan to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the Lin family will remain under your control. I will only exert influence over you, and not any other members of your clan. My capacity for control is quite limited, and your cultivation talents and cognitive abilities will remain unaffected by my influence. In fact, I can assist you in breaking through to the acquired realm during your lifetime, or even advance to the innate realm. Yi Fan understood that he could only aim to control the head of the Lin family to fulfill his mission, If he failed to gain control over him, his system task would be deemed a failure. Naturally, Yi Fan was determined to avoid such an outcome, which is why he fervently urged the head of the Lin family to surrender. Although Yi Fan possessed the capability to subdue the remaining 8 second-rate martial artists of the martial realm, and they could undoubtedly overpower the head of the Lin family, if the latter resorted to the strategy of self-destruction, Yi Fan would not only fail to complete the main storyline task of the system, but he might also lose several subordinates under the system's control. Thus, when Yi Fan had the opportunity to persuade the other party to surrender, he would not hastily resort to force. Chapter 62. The choice of submission. The head of the Lin family spoke with an expression of indifference. How can you assure me of what you claim? You cannot expect me to simply believe your words. Yi Fan, unfazed, replied, Head of the Lin family, do you truly still have the luxury of disbelief? In this situation, you are left with but 2 choices. The first is to trust me and surrender as I suggest. The second is to reject my proposal, in which case I shall proceed according to my own plans. I am not one to dilly-dally, therefore, I grant you 20 minutes to contemplate your decision. In the end, I only require you to communicate your conclusion to me. I have no desire to engage in further discourse. After speaking, Yi Fan casually found a spot to sit and patiently awaited the Lin family's head's deliberation. A minute passed, and instead of hurrying to respond, the head of the Lin family also seated himself in contemplation. With a slight smile, Yi Fan addressed him, Head of the Lin family, your actions may not bode well. I genuinely wish to negotiate with you, and sincerely desire your allegiance. That is why I have afforded you time for reflection. I had no intention of allowing you to restore your power in order to resist me. Once seated, the head of the Lin family swiftly began to recover his strength, clearly not in a state of contemplation. This was evident even to Yi Fan. Yi Fan continued, his demeanor calm. If you do not require time to think, I shall compress your reflection period to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you will either provide me with the answer I seek, or my people will take action against you. Should you delay your decision until my subordinates commence their assault, the outcome will be entirely different at that point. I cannot guarantee that I will still desire to accept you. At this moment, the head of the Lin family felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. He yearned to declare that he did not need time to contemplate at all. He longed to refuse Yi Fan with an air of authority. Yet whenever the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, they failed to escape. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yi Fan silently counted down while fixating his gaze on the head of the Lin family. In truth, Yi Fan's own heart raced with anxiety. If the head of the Lin family truly intended to resist, he would have no choice but to resort to coercive measures. However, despite the coercive measures, he lacked the assurance to subdue the head of the Lin family directly. Should he fail to restrain his opponent, Yi Fan would undoubtedly face considerable discomfort in the ensuing moments. Fortunately, as Yi Fan counted to 3, the head of the Lin family, overwhelmed by the pressure in his heart, opted for surrender. With a subtle smile, Yi Fan addressed him, saying, Head of the Lin family, I commend you on making a profoundly correct decision. In several years hence, I believe we will both look back on this moment and find it exceedingly worthwhile. The head of the Lin family returned a faint smile, replying, I too hope that in the years to come, as you mentioned, I will reflect on today's decision without regret. Yi Fan then instructed the 2 individuals beside him, bind the head of the Lin family. As they proceeded to restrain him, he offered no resistance, fully aware that Yi Fan's intent to subdue him would extend beyond mere words, employing further concrete methods of control. Having resolved to surrender, the head of the Lin family accepted this fate. Once he was thoroughly bound, Yi Fan addressed him coolly, Head of the Lin family, I shall now escort you to a mysterious place. There may be a peculiar allure awaiting you, but it would be wise not to resist. I would prefer not to render you unconscious for transport. The head of the Lin family nodded in agreement, saying, Very well. Thus, he was led by Yi Fan into the realm of the system. In an instant, he vanished from his previous surroundings, materializing within the system space, which startled him greatly. What is this place? Why am I here? He exclaimed in astonishment. With the ability to fully control the life and death of those who entered this space, Yi Fan felt no need to withhold any further truths. With a slight smile, he responded, This is my domain, and I am the sole master of this realm. I have brought you into this space with the intention of winning your allegiance through its energy, and I desire your sincere submission. The head of the Lin family struggled to grasp the magnitude of the energy surrounding him. The individuals I previously brought to you, they all disappeared into this space. He remarked. Yi Fan smiled gently and affirmed, You are entirely correct. Indeed, all those you delivered to me vanished into this space, where I have been residing alongside them. Yi Fan then guided the head of the Lin family to his designated cell. Welcome to your exclusive chamber, he said with a smile. Once you enter your private quarters, it will not be long before you are wholly devoted to me, both in spirit and in body. Although the head of the Lin family found these developments utterly incredulous, he complied with Yifan's request and stepped into the room. The head of the Lin family has now relinquished any intentions of resisting Yifan's dominion, having been utterly subdued by the displays of power that Yifan has exhibited. Upon entering the system space, Yifan effortlessly utilized the energies within to completely mend the injuries sustained by the head of the Lin family. After undergoing this series of events within the system space, the head of the Lin family has entirely abandoned his rebellious inclinations. Why Yifan has become an enigma beyond his comprehension. Any thoughts of treachery could lead to a fate worse than death. The head of the Lin family stepped directly into the confines of his designated cell, and after a span of approximately half an hour, he was thoroughly assimilated by the energies within. Once fully assimilated, the voice announcing the completion of the system task resonated in his mind. Chapter 63. Loyalty is controllable, but human hearts are not the mechanical voice of the system informed. Congratulations, host, on capturing the head of the Lin family and confining him within the system space. The mainline task 17 has been completed. Task reward: the perfected level of the Wuyo Dinghun skill. The host need only utter the words to claim the reward for Task 17 to receive the perfected level of the Xian rank intermediate Wuyo Dinghun skill. The mainline task has been completed, and the system is now generating mainline task 18, Capture of the Fugitive, Qian Donglai. Criminal profile: Qian Donglai is a first-rate martial artist, practicing the internal skill known as the King Kong technique and the martial art known as the 18 strikes. Initially, Qian Donglai was a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple, but due to violations of the temple's rules and a persistent failure to amend his ways, he was expelled from Shaolin. After his expulsion, Qian Donglai made his way to Nanshan County, where he repeatedly committed heinous acts without remorse. The crimes he has committed have triggered conditions set by the system, thus categorizing him as a level 3 fugitive within the system space. Task clue: Qian Donglai is expected to arrive in Dingyuan County in half a month. Task reward: the perfected level of the Xian rank supreme Undying Sword technique. Upon comprehending the system's tasks, Yifan devised a response strategy. He approached the cell where the head of the Lin family was confined. As soon as Yifan arrived, the head of the Lin family respectfully addressed him. "My lord, do you have any instructions for me?" Yifan replied nonchalantly, "Come with me. I have matters that require your attention." The head of the Lin family respectfully affirmed, "Yes, my lord," and was subsequently escorted out of the system space by Yifan. At this moment, the head of the Lin family was deeply loyal to Yifan, and this loyalty stemmed from genuine conviction rather than coercion. He addressed Yifan with utmost respect, saying, "My lord, please speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you in any way possible. Even in matters beyond my immediate capabilities, I will mobilize the full strength of my family to support your endeavors." Yifan responded calmly, "What is the extent of your family's control over Dingyuan County, and how far can you go in terms of intelligence gathering?" The head of the Lin family respectfully addressed, "I report to you, my lord, that the district where our family resides has essentially been brought under our control. We have also infiltrated several other districts to a certain extent. However, our influence in these other areas is not as substantial, as they remain under the control of various other powers. It can be said that our Lin family wields the strongest influence in Dingyuan County, and aside from the county office, we are essentially the largest landowners in the region. As for intelligence matters, our family's network is undoubtedly the most formidable in all of Dingyuan County, with our eyes and ears spread throughout the entire area. Although our family has suffered a loss of silver, we have not detected any signs of it, but this does not imply that our intelligence system is lacking. Rather, it is simply that your methods, my lord, are so astute that we are left with no means to investigate." Upon entering the system space, the head of the Lin family had already surmised that the incident involving the lost silver was likely orchestrated solely by you, Yifan. With the possession of the system space, it is indeed effortless for you to conceal any information from us. The head of the Lin family had never contemplated the existence of a storage space capable of containing such a vast amount of silver, allowing for convenient transportation. Thus, their investigative direction had encountered a significant oversight. If, in truth, someone had transported that quantity of silver right under their noses, it is certain that the Lin family's intelligence department would have detected it. Yifan stated, "Head of the Lin family, exert every effort to expand the intelligence system. As for other matters, let us temporarily set them aside. Even the expansion into other territories can be postponed for now. I require you to swiftly broaden the intelligence network, as I will soon need it to serve a significant purpose." The head of the Lin family, with a face full of respect, replied, "Since my lord has spoken thus, I shall certainly do my utmost to implement your plans." You can rest assured that I will handle all these matters. Yi Fan smiled slightly and said, since I have entrusted you with this aspect, I will naturally delegate all related affairs to you. Furthermore, you may mobilize everyone under my command. Should you encounter any obstruction from the other two families, it would be entirely permissible for you to teach them a lesson. This is not an issue at all, but I shall grant you only 5 days. If you do not achieve a level of satisfaction within this time frame, I will have to seek someone else to continue the tasks that you should have completed. The head of the Lin family replied with utmost respect, I assure you, my lord, that I will not disappoint you. You can place your complete trust in me. Yi Fan smiled gently and remarked, having joined my team and become my subordinate, all that is required of you is to diligently and earnestly carry out your duties. I will naturally promote those who demonstrate capability, while those lacking ability will be removed, regardless of any prior elevation. If you are unable to keep your subordinates in check and ensure that everything is executed flawlessly, I will undoubtedly promote those beneath you to take your place. The reason I have bestowed upon you such a high position is due to your prowess as a first-rate martial artist, as well as your substantial foundation with the Lin family. Had you not possessed the strength of a top-tier martial artist and the formidable backing of your clan, it would have been impossible for me to grant you such a lofty rank from the outset. The head of the Lin family hastily responded, Your Excellency speaks wisely. I have meticulously noted these matters. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Should I falter in my duties, I shall harbor no grievances should you choose to remove me from this position. Yi Fan replied calmly, That is reassuring. Of course, I will ensure that all newly assigned second-tier martial artists cooperate fully with you. Should anyone dare to defy your authority, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure they face the consequences. While Yi Fan could command the loyalty of his subordinates, he could not govern their hearts. Those who served him were obedient, yet it remained uncertain whether his dispatched personnel would follow suit. Therefore, Yi Fan intended to issue a stern warning to his second-tier martial artists. Should they jeopardize their own interests, he would not take kindly to it. Yi Fan's approach to his subordinates was consistent. He provided ample room for them to flourish while clearly delineating the path forward. Every individual harbors ambition, and all possess a predatory instinct. Yi Fan aimed to harness this while also igniting the ambitions and instincts of his subordinates. Only those who are spurred by ambition and a fierce drive can generate greater value for him, and he could assure himself of their loyalty. Once Yi Fan had arranged matters with the head of the Lin family, he proceeded to seek out his second-tier martial artists. Numerous forthcoming tasks would require the cooperation of these individuals alongside the head of the Lin family. Without their collaboration, it would be exceedingly difficult for the head to fulfill his duties. If Yi Fan did not personally communicate with his second-tier martial artists, the head of the Lin family might not even have the authority to command them, let alone lead them in accomplishing their objectives. Before long, Yi Fan arrived at the residence of his subordinates. Inside, they were engaged in fervent discussion about critical matters concerning the expansion of their organization. Given the opportunity for a fresh start, they naturally aspired to achieve greatness. Only through significant accomplishments would they earn Yi Fan's admiration. Upon his arrival, all present bowed respectfully to him. Yi Fan smiled gently and addressed the assembly. There is no need for such formalities. Sometimes, loyalty is best expressed in the heart rather than through outward displays. What pressing matters are you deliberating? It appears your discussions are quite spirited. Zhao Ruidong respectfully addressed Yi Fan, saying, I report to you, my lord, that we are currently deliberating on the development of the Kunlun demon sect. We are exploring ways to expand and strengthen the sect in the shortest possible time, aiming for it to become the most formidable force in the entirety of Dingyuan County and the entire Nanshan Prefecture. Yi Fan responded with a subtle smile, remarking, I am truly gratified by your commendable ambition. However, do not forget that in your pursuit of power, it is equally essential to cultivate your own abilities. Otherwise, no matter how grand a force may be, it remains merely a castle in the air without the support of formidable martial prowess. Such a vast entity would inevitably decline and become a mere source of nourishment for other forces. Do you comprehend my words? In unison, all present replied, We understand, my lord. We shall certainly enhance our cultivation alongside the growth of our influence. Yi Fan smiled gently, saying, Your awareness in this regard is commendable. Without it, I would be at a loss. To serve under my command, one must possess not only a keen intellect but also formidable strength. Both are indispensable in the realm of martial arts. Whether you can keep pace with me hinges on your possession of these two qualities. Some of you have been with me for quite some time, yet despite this extensive duration, none have even breached the first-tier martial artist level. Your performance truly disappoints me. In a unified voice, they responded. We, your subordinates, are incompetent and have let you down, my lord. Yi Fan continued. You have not merely disappointed me. Rather, you have let yourselves down. Remember, your cultivation and elevation of your realm are not for my sake, but for your own future and a more glorious tomorrow. If you cannot grasp this fundamental truth, then I believe there is little point in your continued training. Casting a disappointed gaze upon the crowd, he sought to ignite their fervor for diligent practice. Indeed, upon hearing his words and witnessing the disappointment in his eyes, the assembly felt a surge of determination to strive earnestly in their cultivation. Yi Fan calmly continued. Now, I have tasks that require your attention, and I hope you will fulfill the duties I entrust to you. In unison, they declared. We shall undoubtedly accomplish the tasks assigned by you, my lord. Yi Fan replied with a gentle smile. Merely shouting slogans holds no value. I require to see tangible results, not just hear your declarations. If uttering slogans could achieve success, then you might as well shout them daily without taking action. I hope that once you have succeeded in your endeavors, you will return to me with your accomplishments before voicing your slogans, for then I shall have faith in your words. Zhao Ruidong, with utmost respect, said, My lord, please issue your orders. We shall spare no effort in fulfilling your directives. Zhao Rulong is currently the provisional overseer of the Kunlun demon sect, a position bestowed upon him personally by Yi Fan, which grants him the authority to speak on behalf of the others. With a beaming smile, Yi Fan expressed, I hope you will collaborate with the head of the Lin family during this period to firmly establish control over Dingyuan County. You need not concern yourselves with the political affairs of Dingyuan County, but I trust you will manage its underworld matters effectively. Do not compel me to divert my attention from the court's affairs in Dingyuan County to address its underworld issues. Zhao Rulong, filled with respect, replied, We shall exert every effort to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Lord. However, I wish to inquire about one matter. Yi Fan, smiling gently, encouraged him, Feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is no need for hesitation. With determination, Zhao Rulong inquired, My lord, in our alliance with the Lin family, should we take the lead as the Kunlun demon sect, or should the Lin family assume precedence? Although Zhao Rulong had initially refrained from posing this question, he was concerned that the head of the Lin family might not possess the acumen to carry out Yi Fan's directives effectively. Thus, he sought to wrest control over this matter, ensuring a greater likelihood of executing Yi Fan's wishes. Naturally, this endeavor would require the cooperation of the head of the Lin family, a practitioner of the first-tier realm. Without it, the second-tier practitioners could hardly hope to unify the underworld of Dingyuan County. Yi Fan, with an expression of calm assurance, stated, The head of the Lin family currently possesses the cultivation of a first-tier practitioner, while your cultivation remains at the second tier. Therefore, the authority for this endeavor shall initially reside with the head of the Lin family. Should he falter in his responsibilities, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall promptly reclaim the power entrusted to him. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, none dared to oppose Yi Fan's declaration. They recognized their lack of standing to contest him, instead harboring resentment towards themselves for not diligently striving to break through to the first-tier realm. Had they committed themselves to rigorous training and ascended to the first tier, the mantle of leadership would naturally have fallen upon them. Yi Fan, having arranged their tasks, engaged in little further discourse before returning to the county office. He intended to seize control of the county office swiftly, especially before the news of the chief constable's demise spread. Only by advancing to the position of chief constable could Yi Fan qualify to participate in the selection for the chief constable of the county office. In truth, second-tier practitioners are typically ineligible for the role of chief constable. However, exceptions do exist. There had been instances in the past where a second-tier practitioner performed exceptionally well in the role of chief constable, even surpassing the accomplishments of their predecessor. Consequently, whenever a chief constable passed away, the county office would draw upon one of the constables to assume the role of chief constable. Should this individual perform commendably, the court may refrain from dispatching a new chief constable from the county office. Conversely, should he falter in his duties, it is only natural that the court would send forth a new chief constable. Furthermore, the newly appointed chief constable must ascend to the realm of a first-tier martial artist within a span of 6 months. Should 6 months elapse without such a breakthrough, he would be deemed unfit to continue in the role. As the position of chief constable nearly always necessitates a first-tier martial artist, in some of the more formidable counties, it is even required that a postnatal realm expert assume the position of chief constable. Dingyuan County, where Yi Fan resides, is almost the most impoverished county, with very few martial artists present. Within the entire county office, there are no postnatal realm martial artists, and only a handful of first-tier martial artists, highlighting the extent of the county's backwardness. Upon returning to the county office, Yi Fan found it unchanged from his previous visit. There was no indication that the previous chief constable had perished. Without hesitation, Yi Fan proceeded directly to the hall of the county office, intending to seek a promotion to chief constable. As Yi Fan entered the hall, The individual in charge of managing it regarded him with a flicker of curiosity. Yi Fan had been promoted to constable some time ago, yet aside from that initial promotion, he had not returned to the task hall. Nevertheless, he had undertaken numerous challenging tasks from the hall and successfully completed them, a fact that astonished the hall's manager. Approaching the manager, Yi Fan was greeted with, "Young friend Yi Fan, I wonder what brings you here today. You are quite the celebrity in our county office. Having accomplished many difficult tasks while rarely making an appearance in the task hall, is there a significant undertaking you are preparing to tackle, or perhaps a case of the chief constable's caliber?" With a slight smile, Yi Fan replied, "I am not here to take on any cases. I am simply seeking a promotion." The manager glanced at Yi Fan, then returned a small smile. "Ah, so young friend Yi Fan has also broken into the second-tier realm." Yi Fan smiled modestly. It was a fortunate breakthrough. Upon saying this, Yi Fan revealed his full aura, and the manager was taken aback, initially believing Yi Fan's previous remarks to be jest. However, witnessing Yi Fan's aura, he was finally convinced. With a gentle smile, Yi Fan addressed the hall manager, "Might I inquire whether I can proceed with my promotion?" Yi Fan no longer felt the need to address the individual from the management hall as sir. Having ascended to the second-tier realm of martial arts, he was now, on the surface, on par with that individual. Therefore, it was unnecessary for him to continue referring to the person from the management hall in such a manner. Furthermore, as Yi Fan was preparing to contend for the position of chief constable of the county office, it was imperative that he did not diminish his own status, lest it negatively impact his forthcoming endeavors. The individual overseeing the management hall remarked, "This matter may require the approval of the chief constable. I wonder if you could wait a moment." The person had ceased to address Yi Fan as young friend, for he no longer possessed the standing to do so. Had Yi Fan still been a mere third-tier martial artist, he might have retained that privilege. However, with Yi Fan's recent breakthrough, that privilege had been forfeited. Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, "I am aware that the county office has such regulations, but these rules pertain specifically to the chief constable when present within the office. Currently, the chief constable is absent, and it is uncertain when he shall return. I intend to undertake further tasks, so I cannot afford any delays in my advancement. Moreover, the court has not stipulated that the chief constable's absence precludes the promotion of constables." The chief constable was unlikely to return, and Yi Fan could not wait for his arrival to seek promotion. Should Yi Fan remain unpromoted until the unfortunate news of the chief constable's demise reached him, it would indeed be too late. At that point, no second-tier martial artist within the county office would be inclined to support Yi Fan's ascension to chief constable, as it would directly affect their own vested interests. The individual from the management hall, oblivious to Yi Fan's true circumstances, merely smiled and said, "What you say is indeed correct, Chief Yi Fan. There has been no such regulation within the county office. I am in agreement to facilitate your promotion to chief constable. In a moment, I will exchange your constable's token for that of chief constable." Yi Fan smiled slightly and replied, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." In a short while, all the procedures for Yi Fan's promotion were completed, and he was now a bona fide chief constable. However, having grown accustomed to maintaining a low profile, he refrained from displaying his true prowess and continued to feign the guise of a third-tier martial artist. Observing Yi Fan's demeanor, the individual from the management hall muttered to himself, "Playing the fool to catch the tiger." No wonder he was able to break through to the second-tier realm at such a young age. Presently, there were 4 chief constables within the county office, although there were more than 4 second-tier martial artists among them. Several of these second-tier martial artists were diligently fulfilling their respective duties and were not candidates for the chief constable position, akin to the second-tier martial artist managing the hall, who lacked the qualifications to compete for the role of chief constable. Thus, Yi Fan did not take it to heart. Currently, he faced 3 competitors, Lu Baixing and 2 others who wielded a portion of power within the county office. Yi Fan intended to first win over Lu Baixing, as doing so would grant him a significant advantage in the forthcoming competition for the position of chief constable. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan arrived at Lu Baixing's residence. Upon seeing the attire adorning Yi Fan, Lu Baixing immediately discerned that Yi Fan had ascended to the second-tier realm of martial artists, prompting a necessary shift in his demeanor. With a placid expression, Lu Baixing addressed Yi Fan, "What brings Chief Constable Yi to my humble abode?" Yi Fan replied with a subtle smile, "Is it not permissible for me to visit Chief Constable Lu without an agenda?" Lu Baixing returned a faint smile, saying, "Indeed, that is permissible. However, Chief Constable Yi, it is said that one rarely visits without a purpose. Your visits here have been infrequent and always for matters of significance. I cannot recall a time when you came without a reason." Yi Fan smiled again. "Chief Constable Lu, you have indeed been in your position long enough to know me well." "You are correct. I do have a matter to discuss with you." Lu Baixing, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "Chief Constable Yi, there is no need for circumlocution. Please speak plainly. With a slight smile, Yifan stated, Chief Constable Liu, I have come to convey one crucial piece of information. The Chief Constable has unexpectedly passed away, and his trusted subordinate, a second-tier martial artist, has also met his demise. This revelation carried substantial weight, indicating that Yifan was privy to the Chief Constable's death, a fact unbeknownst to others. The reasons behind the Chief Constable's death warranted further speculation. From the confidence reflected in Yifan's gaze, Liu Baixing surmised that Yifan sought to claim the position of Chief Constable for himself, aiming to draw him into his faction. Liu Baixing was torn. He pondered whether to acquiesce to Yifan's ambitions. Why Yifan exuded an air of enigma, leaving Liu Baixing uncertain of the consequences of refusal. Yet, agreeing to Yifan left him feeling somewhat discontent, as he too was in a position to contend for the Chief Constable's role. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Liu Baixing finally spoke. Chief Constable Yi, may I inquire how you came by the knowledge of the Chief Constable's demise? I wonder if you might enlighten me. Why Yifan smiled gently. That is certainly no issue. The Chief Constable was eliminated by my associates and me. He obstructed my path to further ascension, and thus he had to perish. Yifan's candidness left Liu Baixing at a loss for words. The look in Liu Baixing's eyes revealed an understanding. Yifan no longer regarded him as a formidable player, which emboldened Yifan to divulge such critical information with ease. If Liu Baixing does not cooperate, he will undoubtedly be the next victim of EFA and AT. This moment, Liu Baixing finds himself in a difficult predicament, for he also aspires to obtain the esteemed position of the county's Chief Constable. Yifan, perceiving Liu Baixing's dilemma, smiled faintly and remarked, Chief Constable Liu, while the position of County Chief Constable is indeed highly coveted, one must also possess the capability to maintain such an office. Without the requisite ability to uphold oneself in this role, securing it would be in vain. Do you truly believe you are qualified to contend for this position? What do you estimate your chances of obtaining it to be? Upon hearing Yifan's words, Liu Baixing felt even more conflicted. He genuinely wished to align himself with Yifan, yet he remained uncertain about the veracity of Yifan's assertions. If all that Yifan spoke were mere fabrications, he would be utterly deceived. Why Yifan continued, Liu Baixing, I understand your concerns regarding the fate of the county chief constable. Whether he is truly dead or merely feigning death, I am confident that within a few days, the news of the chief constable's demise will spread far and wide. At that juncture, you may choose your allegiance. However, if you select the wrong side or oppose me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will not allow anyone who obstructs my path to thrive. This applies to the chief constable and indeed to anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Baixing slowly replied, Chief Constable Yi, regardless of the truth behind your words, I shall await the authentic news of the chief constable's death before I fully commit to your cause. If the choice leans towards the chief constable, I shall certainly align myself with you, for my chances in the contest are minimal. However, while you may have secured my allegiance, you may find it challenging to manage the other two individuals. They wield considerable influence within the county office, and even the former chief constable found it arduous to deal with them. Yifan smiled gently and said, You need not concern yourself with such matters. Your focus should solely be on whose side you choose to stand with. I will devise a means to handle the two of them without causing you any worries. This matter is one I can assuredly resolve. With that, Yifan did not await Liu Baixing's response and departed with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 67. The news of death arrives thanks to Memories, Stars, for the generous donation. Today, an additional chapter is added, ensuring you enjoy your steamed buns and spicy strips a bit more comfortably. Time swiftly passed, and after 3 days, the news of the chief constable's death finally reached the ears of the county office. The corpse of the chief constable was discovered in the Dingyuan River, causing a tremendous uproar throughout Dingyuan County. The chief constable was arguably the most powerful official figure, and to have such a person murdered and discarded in the Great River was a blatant affront to both the imperial court and the Six Doors. Regardless of whether they belong to the court or the Six Doors, it is certain that individuals will be dispatched to investigate this matter. Yifan is naturally aware of these issues. However, he believes that his own actions have been executed with such meticulous cleanliness that suspicion would never fall upon him. Even if he were to be suspected, once he assumes the position of the chief constable of the county, he could simply deny any wrongdoing, and there would be no means for anyone to hold him accountable. Unless those conducting the investigation are able to procure irrefutable evidence, Yifan can rest assured in his security. The appointment of the chief constable has not only astonished the populace of Dingyuan County, but has also sent ripples of shock through all the families within the region. They speculate about which faction possesses the audacity to challenge the chief constable. Within the county office, everyone displays a sense of astonishment, yet their demeanor is not one of vengeance against the chief constable nor of pursuing the murderer. Instead, The entire office is preoccupied with the preparations for selecting a new chief constable. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun, both seasoned second-tier martial artists within the county office, are fervently attempting to garner support from their colleagues, convinced that they are the rightful candidates for the position. They believe that no one else is worthy of contention, fixating solely on each other as rivals. Lu Baixing and Yi Fan are of no concern to them. Lu Baixing wields no power within the office, rendering them unperturbed by any competition he might pose. As for Yi Fan, he has only just recently ascended to the second-tier realm, having been promoted to constable, and they do not regard him as a contender at all. Lu Baixing, on the other hand, finds himself repeatedly courted by the two, who promise him numerous advantages. Should they ascend to the position of chief constable, Lu Baixing would be assured the role of deputy chief constable, a title that does not officially exist, yet they make such promises nonetheless. Yi Fan remains largely untroubled by their lack of seriousness. They have merely dispatched lower-tier martial artists to attempt to win him over, and have never directly approached him themselves. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun have refrained from seeking out Yi Fan, which spares him much unnecessary hassle. Their absence means he has fewer explanations to provide. The position of chief constable is already reserved for Yi Fan. Should anyone dare to contest him, he would ensure their utter annihilation. Moreover, he possesses the capability to see to it that others meet a similarly grim fate. The day after the news of the chief constable's demise reached the county office, Lu Baixing made his way to Yi Fan's residence. Yi Fan regarded Lu Baixing with a faint smile and remarked, "I wonder what wind has brought Chief Lu to my humble abode." Lu Baixing replied with a slight smile, "Naturally, it is the breeze of the court that has guided me here." Lu Baixing's visit today is one of allegiance. Upon hearing of the chief constable's death, he has come to fully believe in Yi Fan's assertions. If this situation were to persist, it would surely become unbearable for him, and Yi Fan is not one to jest about such matters. Having reached this stage in life, he is acutely aware of the fragility of existence, and one could say he harbors a profound fear of death. Lu Baixing felt compelled to express his loyalty at this juncture, having irrevocably decided to align himself with Yi Fan. Thus, he could no longer harbor any indecision, and it was indeed imperative for him to meet Yi Fan at this moment. Yi Fan smiled gently and remarked, "Captain Lu Baixing, please feel free to share your concerns. I assure you, I am all ears." Yi Fan was acutely aware of the underlying implications of Lu Baixing's visit, yet he preferred not to divulge his thoughts, wishing instead for Lu Baixing to reveal his intentions of his own accord. This approach would demonstrate his respect for Lu Baixing while simultaneously granting him ample dignity. With a demeanor full of reverence, Lu Baixing addressed Yi Fan, saying, "My lord Yi Fan, I have made my decision. I intend to support you in the upcoming election for the chief constable of the county, and I shall henceforth be your most loyal subordinate. Whatever you command, I shall dutifully execute, without any semblance of insincerity." Yi Fan understood Lu Baixing's capitulation, as it is but human nature to fear death. Lu Baixing was no exception. He too feared for his life. Having received Yi Fan's stern warning, he realized that further defiance could indeed lead to his demise. With an expression of calmness, Yi Fan responded, "I wholeheartedly welcome your allegiance, Captain Lu Baixing. However, let me make myself clear. Should you fulfill the tasks I assign, I shall reward you handsomely. Conversely, failure to execute my directives will result in a less than courteous reception." Lu Baixing, with utmost respect, replied, "Whatever commands you have, my lord, I shall strive to fulfill them to the best of my ability. Even if faced with challenges, I shall endeavor to find a way to accomplish the tasks at hand." The titles Lu Baixing used to address Yi Fan had evolved remarkably within a few short months, signifying a complete reversal in their relationship. Initially, Yi Fan had to address him with deference, as he was merely a minor figure beneath Lu Baixing. Yet now, this once insignificant individual had ascended to a position of authority over Lu Baixing, becoming his superior. Lu Baixing possessed a keen self-awareness, which compelled him to forego any thoughts of rebellion and instead seek refuge under Yi Fan's command. As for the others, he had not even considered aligning himself with them, for those two lacked the merit to warrant his allegiance. Lu Baixing had previously navigated the county office with relative ease and was unwilling to submit to two ineffectual individuals. Yi Fan, on the other hand, exuded the ambition of someone destined for greatness, naturally drawing Lu Baixing to his side. Of course, the primary impetus behind Lu Baixing's decision was the implicit threat posed by Yi Fan. Had it not been for this, he might have sought to compete for his own standing. Chapter 68. Diverse opinions. 2 days later, all the captains within the county office gathered together. Yi Fan and his 3 companions occupied 4 separate round tables, each casting watchful glances at one another. They have gathered here today not to deliberate on uncovering the identity of the murderer of the county's chief constable, but rather to determine who shall assume the position of the county's chief constable. Among the four, Lu Linxue is the most senior and the oldest. With an expression of calmness, Lu Linxue addressed the assembly. As you all know, I am the most senior and the eldest among us in the county office. Regardless of the speed or volume of cases handled, none of you can surpass my record. I firmly believe that the position of chief constable rightfully belongs to me. Should I take on this role, I will mobilize all resources to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of the former chief constable. It is inconceivable that someone from our county office could remain in the dark, especially when that person was our chief constable. Lu Linxue's initial words were strategically chosen to assert his dominance, thereby increasing his likelihood of securing the position. Gao Chun, with a look of disdain, turned to Lu Linxue and replied coolly, Lu Linxue, spare us your self-aggrandizement. The position of chief constable should indeed be held by the most capable. While you may have been the earliest to join the county office and possess the highest number of cases handled, your capabilities have already limited your eligibility for this position. The chief constable must be the strongest among us. Otherwise, if the appointed individual fails to reach the first-class warrior level within a month, higher authorities will intervene. Do you believe life will be easier for us then? Thus, I contend that I am the most qualified candidate for the role of chief constable. Gao Chun is recognized as the strongest individual within the county office, having reached the pinnacle of the second-tier warrior level. Therefore, he is determined to showcase all his abilities, enhancing his chances of attaining the chief constable position. At this moment, both Lu Linxue and Gao Chun turned their attention to Yi Fan and Lu Baixing. Awaiting their declarations, Lu Baixing was the first to speak. My strength is lacking, and my case-handling abilities are also insufficient. Thus, I truly lack the qualifications to compete for the position of chief constable. Consequently, you need not regard me as a contender. I shall not participate in this election. Having already pledged his support to Yi Fan, Lu Baixing naturally could not declare his candidacy. Upon hearing Lu Baixing's decision not to compete, Lu Linxue and Gao Chun felt their chances of success had doubled, convinced that the position of chief constable would likely fall to one of them. Yi Fan, with a slight smile, interjected. I have two questions I wish to pose to you both. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun were decidedly displeased with Yi Fan's tone. After all, he was merely a junior in the later stages of his development. Even when Yi Fan's father was still alive, he would not have dared to speak to them in such a manner. The audacity of Yi Fan's words now incited their ire. However, they did not exhibit any overt expressions of their thoughts. Regardless, at this moment, Yi Fan had already ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. Subsequently, their campaign for the position of the county's chief constable would undeniably necessitate Yi Fan's assistance. Thus, it was imperative for them not to offend Yi Fan excessively at this juncture. Rather, they needed to cultivate a closer alliance with him. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun spoke in unison. Constable Yi Fan, please feel free to express your thoughts candidly. Yi Fan replied with a calm demeanor. I find both of your insights exceedingly astute. The role of the county's chief constable demands not only formidable strength, but also the capability to handle cases efficiently. Our county office serves as a representation of both the imperial court and the entirety of Dinyuan County. Thus, our investigative prowess is paramount, as is the ability to command respect among the local powers. If we cannot even manage the local forces of Dinyuan County, then we are truly incompetent and unworthy of continuing our pursuit of the chief constable position. I wonder if both esteemed gentlemen concur with my sentiments. Although Lu Linxue and Gao Chun were uncertain of Yi Fan's true intentions, they recognized that his words had effectively flattered them, and they had no inclination to oppose him at this moment. They responded in unison. Constable Yi Fan is absolutely correct. Lu Linxue added, Constable Yi Fan, may I inquire who you believe among us is more suited for the role of chief constable? After your enlightening discourse, I find your perspective quite admirable. Yi Fan smiled slightly and remarked, while my previous discourse may have been enlightening, it is essential to present tangible benefits as well. I believe any of us could assume the role of chief constable, provided that the individual in this position is able to deliver substantial advantages to the rest of us. Otherwise, they would lack the qualifications to hold such an esteemed office. Lu Linxue was the first to respond. Constable Yi Fan, your words resonate with profound truth. The chief constable must not only command authority throughout Dinyuan County, but must also provide concrete benefits to the rest of us. Otherwise, they are indeed unworthy of this position. Allow me to elaborate on the advantages I would offer should I be appointed chief constable. Firstly, under my leadership, your monthly stipends would increase by 20. Secondly, I would provide you with access to a high-level yellow-grade martial technique for your cultivation, contingent upon your support in my election. Should you choose not to vote for me, this opportunity would naturally be forfeited. Thirdly, if you encounter insurmountable challenges while executing your duties, I am willing to accompany you in resolving such matters. I trust that my abilities are well known to all present. Although I may not possess the strength of the previous chief constable, I am nonetheless the second in command within the county office, and I believe I can assist you in addressing various cases without issue. Certainly, I shall assist you in resolving this case, and rest assured, I will not be distributing any of your contributions. As for Lu Linshua's qualification to increase their monthly payments, it stems from the fact that the chief constable of the county possesses such authority, allowing a fluctuation of 20 in the monthly contributions. The previous chief constable consistently provided them with the minimum standard, hence Lu Linshue is naturally capable of raising it by 20%. In Chapter 69, a voting decision is made. Regarding the latter two conditions, they are entirely borne by Lu Linshue himself, generously given to the other constables without charge. Gao Chun smiled slightly and remarked, Lu Linshue, you are rather stingy. The first condition can be presented by anyone who becomes the chief constable of the county. As for the two conditions you mentioned, do you really believe any of us would lack those two things? Gao Chun continued with utmost seriousness, if you all choose me, not only will I implement Lu Linshue's first condition, but I will also seek additional benefits for you. Secondly, I will share 3 advanced yellow-grade martial arts techniques from my extensive collection for your free study. Thirdly, I will do my utmost to assist you in your county duties whenever possible. Fourthly, if you agree to elect me as the chief constable, I will auction off a yellow-grade advanced elixir every 3 months, with the highest bidder receiving it. You may wonder how Gao Chun possesses yellow-grade advanced elixirs. The answer is quite simple. Each month, the chief constable of the county is entitled to receive 1 yellow-grade advanced elixir, which is precisely why there is fierce competition for this esteemed position. Those who have not reached the pinnacle of the first-tier realm may step down, yet they would have at least acquired 3 yellow-grade advanced elixirs. The newly appointed chief constable can obtain 2 yellow-grade advanced elixirs upon taking office, and in the second month, he will receive another, even if he has not broken through to the first-tier realm. He will receive the elixir only to be dismissed afterward. At this juncture, Lu Linshue and Gao Chun have entered a phase of mutual contention, each striving to elevate their respective offers. Lu Baisheng, upon hearing the bids proposed by the two, felt a flicker of temptation. However, he remained silent, waiting for Yifan to express his stance before he would directly support him. Yifan had already provided him with ample benefits, and should he continue to be insatiable, he might find it difficult to survive in this world. While both individuals have presented lofty bids, Lu Baisheng and Yifan remain unmoved. Moreover, they have ceased to escalate their offers. Both somewhat perplexed by Yifan and Lu Baisheng's thoughts, Lu Linshue addressed Lu Baisheng, "What, pray tell, is your intention? Speak up. Since you have decided not to contest for the position of chief constable, you must naturally indicate whom you wish to support. Yifan, you too should declare your support. Yifan smiled gently and replied, very well, let us have 4 of us here, each holding 1 vote. Then we shall cast our votes for one another. Ultimately, whoever garners the most votes shall assume the position of the county's chief constable. Moreover, irrespective of the final voting outcome, the others must not trouble the victor." Lu Baisheng slowly interjected, "I, too, concur with this approach. Voting is indeed the most prudent option. However, I must preface my statement by asserting that I categorically refuse to assume the role of county chief constable. Even if votes are cast in my favor, they would bear no significance." Lu Linshue and Gao Chun exchanged glances, each expressing their agreement with this proposal. With Lu Baisheng having withdrawn from the contest for this position, it was evident that the eventual chief constable would emerge from among the two of them. Lu Linshue and Gao Chun were acutely aware that they could not undermine one another. Thus, they naturally acquiesced to this method. As for Yifan, both Lu Linshue and Gao Chun regarded him as a mere junior, dismissing any notion of him being on par with them. Consequently, it was utterly inconceivable for them to believe that Yifan would aspire to contest the role of county chief constable. With Lu Baisheng and Yifan opting out of the competition, the rivalry was thus confined to the two of them. Soon, they crafted 4 cards, distributing 1 to each individual, and commenced preparations for the electoral process. Once all 4 had cast their votes, they gathered the ballots in a single location. Lu Linshue remarked, "Now that the voting is complete, who shall read the results?" Gao Chun replied with an expression of indifference, "The person reading the votes must have no affiliations with the others. Lu Baisheng would be the most suitable candidate for this task. After all, he has stated that he would not vote for himself, making him the most impartial choice." Lu Linshue countered, "That won't do. Lu Baisheng has already cast his vote, and thus he must have a preferred candidate in mind. If he reads the votes and they all align with his chosen individual, it would surely compromise the integrity of this process." Gao Chun's initial suggestion to have Lu Baisheng read the votes raised Lu Linshue's concerns regarding any potential collusion or dealings between Lu Baisheng and Gao Chun. Lu Linshue was understandably reluctant to allow Lu Baisheng to assume this role, despite sharing the same surname. Their connection was minimal, and even within the county office, their interactions were limited. He had little faith that Lu Baixing would favor him simply due to their shared surname. Rather, he believed in the alignment of interests. Lu Baixing smiled gently and said, "There is no need for such apprehension. I, too, prefer not to be the one reading the votes. It seems your discussions have been entirely superfluous. Proceed with the voting and reading of the results as you see fit." Lu Baixing's reluctance to read the vote stemmed from the potential outcome favoring Yi Fan. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun would undoubtedly be incredulous, likely uniting to cause a disturbance. Although Lu Linxue, Gao Chun, and Lu Baixing were not intimidated by the two of them, Lu Baixing remained wary of jeopardizing Yi Fan's interests. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun engaged in an intense debate regarding the individual responsible for counting the votes, with both parties exhibiting an unwavering stance. Each aspired for their trusted confidant to undertake the task, believing that even if they ultimately found themselves at a disadvantage, their ally could potentially rectify the situation. The duo harbored a profound lack of self-confidence, not due to an inability to devise a suitable approach to resolve the matter, but rather because of their personal agendas that fueled the prolonged discourse. Observing their exchange, Yi Fan could hardly contain his amusement. The outcome was already predetermined, and he felt as though he were witnessing two jesters in heated discussion. Finally, unable to endure their bickering any longer, Yi Fan interjected, "Gentlemen, why engage in such fruitless contention? I propose we simply unveil all 4 ballots. The results will be unequivocally clear. What is the point of this ongoing dispute? Some matters are inherently yours, while others are not." Lu Linxue conceded, "Captain Yi Fan does make a valid point. Let us proceed as he suggests." Gao Chun concurred, "Indeed, Captain Yi Fan's proposition is quite sound. We shall follow his lead." Thus, each of the 4 individuals took 1 ballot and laid them out upon the table. The results were unmistakable. Yi Fan secured 2 votes, while Lu Linxue and Gao Chun each obtained 1, leaving Lu Baixing without a single vote. Lu Linxue was left utterly bewildered. The individual he had dismissed, Yi Fan, had quietly garnered the support of Lu Baixing. Gao Chun, too, was taken aback to discover that Yi Fan had received the highest number of votes. Had Lu Linxue been the one with the most votes, perhaps he could have rationalized it, but the fact that it was Yi Fan confounded him entirely. While they could comprehend Yi Fan receiving 1 vote, they were at a loss to understand why Lu Baixing would cast his vote for him. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun could not fathom that Lu Baixing would support Yi Fan. The identity of the individual who cast that vote was glaringly obvious. It had to be the voteless Lu Baixing. Turning to Lu Baixing, Lu Linxue inquired, "Lu Baixing, pray tell, how did you cast your vote? Do you truly believe Yi Fan is suited to hold the position of chief constable of the county? He has only recently been promoted to captain." Gao Chun hastily chimed in, "Captain Lu Linxue is entirely correct. Yi Fan has only held the captaincy for a few days. He is utterly unqualified to participate in the selection for chief constable. Therefore, this voting round is null and void. We 3 shall conduct another vote." In this matter, Lu Linxue and Gao Chun found themselves in remarkable agreement, a rare occurrence after more than a decade of differing opinions. Lu Baixing did not utter a word. He was patiently waiting for Yi Fan to resolve the matter on his own. If Yi Fan was incapable of addressing this situation, he would be wholly unworthy of seeking his allegiance. Naturally, Yi Fan discerned Lu Baixing's subtle intentions, yet he chose not to dwell on them. After all, he had already dispatched a first-rate martial artist, the county's chief constable, with relative ease. If Yi Fan could not handle 2 second-rate martial artists of the same rank, he would no longer have the standing to contend for the position of chief constable. With a slight smile, Yi Fan addressed the 2 men, saying, "Gentlemen, when I entered the race for this position, you did not oppose my candidacy, did you? Moreover, you publicly endorsed my participation. What, then, does your sudden change of heart signify? Do you believe me to be easy prey?" Yi Fan's words carried considerable weight, imbued with an unmistakable undertone of aggression. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun, seasoned veterans of the political arena, were not the type to be swayed by a mere statement from Yi Fan. They recognized that they had no obligation to heed his words, as he was merely an inconsequential upstart. Even his father would not dare to speak to them in such a manner, let alone this young man. Thus, Lu Linxue and Gao Chun disregarded Yi Fan's remarks, turning instead to deliberate who among them should assume the role of chief constable. After all, the majority of the county's power lay firmly within their grasp, and as long as they were in agreement, the position should rightfully belong to one of them. They were acutely aware that discord between them could allow Yi Fan and Lu Baixing to exploit any potential rifts. Observing their indifference, Yi Fan felt no anger. Rather, he maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired at all, as though Lu Linxue and Gao Chun had not offended him in the slightest. With a gentle smile, he turned to Lu Baixing and inquired, "Chief Lu, you are aware of the results of the recent election, are you not?" Though Lu Baixing was uncertain of Yi Fan's intent behind the question, He replied candidly, naturally, I am aware of the election's outcome, as I was personally involved. Yi Fan responded, then, by all accounts, I am now the chief constable of the county. Lu Baixing conceded, that should indeed be the case. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun, overhearing their exchange, were perplexed by the nature of their conversation, yet they felt no sense of guilt. They were confident in their control over the county's substantial authority. Even with Lu Baixing's backing, Yi Fan's influence was negligible. Unless Yi Fan secured the support of the former chief constable, they could easily subdue both Lu Baixing and Yi Fan without a second thought. Yi Fan, addressing Lu Linxue and Gao Chun with an expression of serene composure, stated, Have you both truly considered your position? Are you certain you wish to oppose me? If so, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Lu Linxue laughed heartily and said, How audacious of you, a mere child, to speak so boldly. Pray tell, who has bestowed upon you such courage? Are you even aware of how your father met his demise? It was his hubris that led to his downfall. Though you may possess a modicum of talent, such reckless arrogance before you have truly matured will surely herald your end. Captain Gao Chun, let us first unite to bring down Yi Fan, and then we shall deliberate over this position. What say you? Gao Chun replied solemnly, that is, of course, not an issue. If Yi Fan dares to utter such foolishness, we shall promptly send him to join his father. After all, his father must feel quite lonely down there. Sending his son to accompany him would surely delight him. The reason Lu Linxue and Gao Chun spoke with such bravado was not due to any significant power they wielded, but rather because Yi Fan had only recently ascended to the position of captain, and his records had yet to be officially registered within the county office. Chapter 71. The self-important Yi Fan regarded the two with a faint smile and said, You two think you have the right to send me underground? It is I who could easily send you there instead. Lu Linxue remarked, Gao Chun, do you not find it astonishing that some people can boast without so much as a blush? A mere second-rate martial artist, having just broken through, dares to claim he can send us beneath the earth. Can you believe it? I certainly cannot. Gao Chun concurred, indeed, indeed. The youth of today speak with such unbridled arrogance, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In our day, we would never have dared to boast in such a manner. Perhaps it is time we educate him, to impart the wisdom of just how high the heavens soar and how solid the earth lies beneath. Lu Baixing had remained aloof from their verbal sparring. Yi Fan chose not to engage further, casually clapping his hands, once. Four second-rate martial artists entered the meeting space. Upon seeing these four intruders, both Lu Linxue and Gao Chun felt a surge of tension. They understood that Yi Fan's clapping had summoned these individuals, clearly indicating that they were Yi Fan's allies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Linxue and Gao Chun knew they could no longer afford to bicker. Cooperation was now their only hope for survival. Yi Fan's confidence in summoning these four implied he intended for them to deal with Lu Linxue and Gao Chun effectively. It was in this moment that they recognized their underestimation of Yi Fan. The greatest threat had not been Lu Baixing, but rather Yi Fan, the seemingly innocuous newly ascended second-rate martial artist. Lu Linxue pointed at Yi Fan and said, Yi Fan, what do you intend to do? You must understand that this is the headquarters of the county office. There are 5 second-rate martial artists absent from this room. If you do not cease your actions, those within the county office will arrive, and even if you wish to withdraw, it would no longer be an option. It is naturally improbable that the county office has only these 4 second-rate martial artists as representatives of the court. There must be others overseeing various matters within the office. Moreover, what we see here is merely a branch of the county office's constables, while the true headquarters boasts a far greater number of skilled individuals. The head of the county office, the magistrate, is a peak first-rate martial artist, while both the deputy magistrate and the county constable are at the pinnacle of the second-rate realm. Even though Yi Fan has taken control of this branch, his status is merely that of a leader among the constables, equivalent at best to that of the deputy magistrate and the county constable. Within this branch, there are also 5 other second-rate martial artists managing various aspects. Lu Linxue is leveraging these other second-rate martial artists within the county office to threaten Yi Fa and Yi Fan, with a calm demeanor, addressed his 4 subordinates, stating, Subdue those 2. I have no desire to continue hearing their incessant prattle. Naturally, his subordinates were eager to comply, and they swiftly engaged their opponents. Yi Fan, however, remained seated, content to observe the unfolding drama without intervening. At this moment, Lu Baixing watched in trepidation as Yi Fan directed the 4 second-rate martial artists. Feeling a surge of fear, fortuitously, he had chosen to pledge allegiance to Yi Fan earlier. Otherwise, he would now be in dire straits. Lu Baixing contemplated whether he should assist, given that he had already aligned himself with Yi Fan. He pondered if failing to lend a hand would provoke Yi Fan's ire. Noticing Lu Baixing's anxious demeanor, Yi Fan smiled gently and reassured him. Lu Baixing, there is no need for such anxiety. Do not concern yourself with whether to intervene. These four are my newly appointed constables. If they cannot subdue Lu Linxue and Gao Chun, then they are unworthy of being here. Simply relax and watch. Your only responsibility will be to manage the aftermath. Lu Baixing felt an even greater sense of dread towards Yifan, realizing that Yifan could discern his inner thoughts merely through his expression. How could he not feel apprehensive? The individuals Yifan summoned were all peak second-rate martial artists, and in a 4-2 scenario, Lu Linxue and Gao Chun stood no chance. After a brief interval, they were left severely injured and captured. Yifan then strolled over to Lu Linxue and Gao Chun, speaking in a measured tone. Do you still perceive me as a brash novice who knows not when to advance or retreat? It appears you are growing increasingly muddled with age, mistakenly believing yourselves to be tyrants of this county. Yet, have you reflected on whether you possess the strength to assume such a role? Even the head constable of the county office, a first-rate martial artist, can find himself meeting a tragic end. Lu Linxue, maintaining a composed expression, replied, Yifan, you have indeed outmaneuvered us this time. We concede defeat and will relinquish the position of head constable to you. However, you must prove capable of maintaining that position. Our paths may cross harmoniously today, but such occurrences will not repeat in the future. Gao Chun, with a demeanor of indifference, remarked, Yifan, you have indeed outmaneuvered us in this matter. Having prepared quite thoroughly, I shall no longer contest the position of the county's chief constable with you. However, you must firmly secure your own position. Should you falter, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing that Yifan would not dare to act against them, considering they were both formal members of the county office. They were unaware of the extent of Yifan's audacity. Had they known, they would not have been so brazen. It is important to note that Yifan was capable of eliminating even the chief constable, so the two of them, being merely ordinary constables, were hardly of any concern to him. With a slight smile, Yifan replied, Gentlemen, do you truly believe that now that you have fallen into my grasp, I would let you go? You already wield significant power within the county office. Do you think I would allow you to use that power against me? To be frank, I am not so foolish. And thus, your demise is inevitable. Lu Linxue retorted coldly, Yifan, do you dare to act in such a manner? If you proceed, it won't be long before the authorities come looking for you. Do you truly wish to contend against the might of the vast court with just these few individuals? Yifan smiled faintly and said, I will assuredly eliminate you, but you shall not perish by my hand. I will craft an impeccable scheme, wherein you two fight fiercely for the position of chief constable, ultimately leading to your mutual demise. Lu Linxue responded, Yifan, you are exceedingly naive, though you think the officials dispatched by the court are unaware of such petty tactics. The chief constable has only just died. It is certain that the court will send someone to investigate. If we were to die at this juncture, your troubles would be immense. Yifan smiled subtly and replied, I must apologize. I truly do not fear the officials sent by the court. Moreover, they are not worthy of instilling fear in me. To be candid, the chief constable was eliminated by my design. Do you think I would concern myself with other matters after dispatching you two? Lu Baixing quietly cautioned Yifan, Chief Constable Yi, villains often meet their end through excessive chatter. It would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. Yifan smiled slightly and stated, Success must be celebrated. If one does not revel in it, who will know of their achievements? Some matters are simply not satisfying unless expressed, and thus I wish for them to perish with clarity. They have nearly grasped the situation. Now it is time to send them on their way. Yifan addressed his four subordinates, saying, Escort the two captains on their way. Their prolonged presence here is merely a waste of our time. As soon as Yifan's words fell, the four martial artists of second-rate caliber were already prepared to take action. Lu Linxue immediately changed his expression, exclaiming, Wait a moment, I have more to say. At that moment, Lu Linxue truly understood that Yifan was capable of killing him, and thus he dared not continue his arrogance. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Gao Chun also had words to share, yet before he could voice them, Lu Linxue had already spoken up. Yifan smiled faintly and said, If you have anything to say, do so quickly. I shall grant you the opportunity to leave your final words. Lu Linxue, with a sycophantic expression, replied, Lord Yifan, I truly believe you are the most suitable candidate for the position of chief captain of the county office. I should never have competed with you for this role. I willingly relinquish it to you, and I beg to know if you might spare my life. When faced with the choice between life and death, Lu Linxue unhesitatingly chose life. He was the sort who would rather kneel and live than stand and perish. Gao Chun chimed in, Lord Yifan, What Lu Linxue has said is precisely what I wish to express as well. I too believe you are exceptionally fit for the role of chief captain of the county office. Yifan smiled slightly and responded, is it not a tad late for you both to be saying such things? Had you spoken thus before or immediately after the election, I might have considered sparing your lives. However, you are now aware of my secret, and you know that the former chief captain of the county office perished at my hands. Do you truly expect me to let you go now? Lu Linxue interjected, Lord Yifan. Such words should not be uttered lightly. In truth, we pose no threat to you. Even if we were to speak recklessly, no one would believe us. Moreover, we would not jeopardize our lives by making unfounded accusations that bring us no benefit. Thus, rest assured, we shall not speak of this matter outside. Lu Linxue feigned an innocent demeanor, hoping to secure a slim chance of survival. As long as Yifan had yet to kill them, they believed there was still hope for redemption. Yifan smiled subtly and remarked, if I eliminate you both, these threats shall cease to exist. Why would I choose to keep you? Retaining you would be akin to harboring two ticking time bombs. Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to do so? Ultimately, Lu Linxue resolved, Lord Yifan, I have decided to follow you henceforth. As long as you spare my life today, my existence will be yours. Should you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. Should you bid me head south, I shall not turn north. Yifan spoke with a placid demeanor, saying, even if you wish to pledge your allegiance to me, I cannot accept, for I am utterly uncertain whether your intentions are genuine or merely feigned. Are you not merely awaiting the arrival of the imperial officials, poised to turn against me and malign my character, ready to cast me aside at a moment's notice? Lu Linxue immediately responded with earnest conviction, my lord, I assure you, my intentions are entirely sincere. I genuinely desire to submit to your authority and would never engage in such duplicitous schemes. Moreover, we have witnessed your formidable methods, and we would never dare to betray you. I believe this is a point you can have great confidence in. Yifan smiled faintly and remarked, I do possess that confidence. Gao Chun, what are your thoughts on this matter? Gao Chun promptly replied, my lord, I, too, am most willing to surrender to you. I shall henceforth follow your lead. Yifan, maintaining his unruffled demeanor, stated, your desire to submit to me is not a matter of great difficulty. However, I must ensure absolute control over you. Therefore, upon your surrender, I will implant a method within you. When I deem you trustworthy, I shall naturally lift this method. Can you accept this condition? If so, I will proceed to implant the method. If not, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. In truth, Yifan did not genuinely wish to eliminate the two. Rather, he sought to win them over. After all, having just disposed of the county's chief constable, eliminating two more would likely jeopardize the precarious balance he had established. If he could assert control over them, he would prefer that over their demise, as the cost of their elimination would be exceedingly high. Unless absolutely necessary, Yifan would not resort to such measures. The reason Yifan had engaged in such extensive dialogue was to instill fear in them, thereby facilitating their complete submission. Otherwise, he would not have been so loquacious, for he understood the timeless truth that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Though Yifan never considered himself a villain, his actions had not been particularly virtuous, rendering the label applicable in this context. Lu Linxue, with utmost seriousness, remarked, it is only fitting that you wish to implant a method within us, my lord. Once we have proven ourselves, you may lift it with ease. Gao Chun hastily added, what Lu Linxue has expressed mirrors my own sentiments. Your willingness to spare our lives is an act of great mercy. Should we continue to be ungrateful, you need not hesitate to take our lives. Yifan smiled slightly and replied, since you both recognize this, it simplifies matters. He then presented each of them with a pair of dark pills and, with a calm demeanor, informed them, these two pills are called the 100-day heart-crushing powder. Should you fail to obtain the antidote within 100 days after consuming this elixir, your demise would be unequivocal. However, rest assured that I possess the antidote. Should you comply diligently, it shall be bestowed upon you. Upon receiving the elixir, Lu Linxue and Gao Chun did not hesitate. They consumed it without a second thought. At this juncture, swallowing the elixir had become their sole means of survival, and they would not entertain any trepidations. To act with deceit at this moment, only to be eliminated by Yifan, would indeed be a grave injustice. What Yifan offered was not a genuine poison, but merely two filthy pills he had carelessly fashioned from some source. He had no intention of employing poison to exert control, for poisons can invariably be countered with corresponding antidotes. Instead, Yifan preferred the method of intimidation, deeming it unnecessary to resort to rare venoms. Lu Linxue and Gao Chun were not worthy of such extraordinary toxins. A mere period of intimidation would suffice for Yifan. In 3 months, he would have grown immensely powerful, rendering Lu Linxue and Gao Chun inconsequential. If they behaved appropriately after this time, Yi Fan would undoubtedly retain them. Conversely, should they prove disobedient, he would ensure their silence for eternity. With a subtle smile, Yi Fan addressed Lu Baixing, saying, Lu Baixing, you are entrusted with the management of Lu Linxue and Gao Chun. Should you falter in your duties, I shall hold you accountable. Conversely, if you manage them well, you shall be richly rewarded. Furthermore, the 4 individuals I have brought will all be appointed as captains. I trust that, as the acting head of the county office, I am entitled to recruit a few personnel. Lu Baixing immediately responded with obsequiousness, Lord Yi Fan, as the acting head of the county office, you certainly possess the authority to appoint several captains. Even an excess is no issue at all. Lu Baixing had come to realize that Yi Fan was an extraordinary individual, and having allied himself with him, he understood that to rise above, he must flatter Yi Fan appropriately. Yi Fan, with a slight smile, remarked, flattery will bear no fruit. I value those who are diligent and earnest in their work. Should you lack the requisite ability, my recognition shall remain out of reach. Lu Baixing, with utmost sincerity, replied, Lord Yi Fan speaks the truth. I fully comprehend. Yi Fan addressed all present. You are all of the same ilk. Should you perform your duties well, rewards shall follow. You must all strive to coexist harmoniously. For the county office is akin to a family, and you are vital members of this collective. In unison, everyone responded, we understand. My lord. Yi Fan continued, Lu Linxue and Gao Chun, you two have allocated some of your subordinates to assist me with the 4 individuals I brought along. Lu Baixing, you shall oversee all of them. Should any of them dare to defy your authority, come to me directly, and I shall ensure they receive a proper lesson. If, despite my assistance, you are unable to manage them effectively, then you will no longer deserve to occupy this position of authority. Lu Baixing, being well acquainted with the affairs of the county office and the first to pledge allegiance to Yi Fan, was someone Yi Fan could not afford to disappoint. Failing to arrange matters properly might dishearten those under Lu Baixing's command. Lu Baixing respectfully replied, I understand, and I will diligently manage them. Yi Fan then addressed the others, you must all submit to Lu Baixing's leadership. Should I discover that any of you dare to act out of line, do not expect me to show you any leniency. You will come to know just how ruthless I can be. The others hurriedly assured, rest assured, my lord, we shall fully cooperate with Captain Lu Baixing in his duties. We will certainly not trouble him. Yi Fan smiled slightly, your assurances bring me comfort. He turned to Lu Baixing, how many constables and yamen runners do we currently have in the county office? Lu Baixing replied calmly, report to the chief constable of the county. We have a total of 54 constables and over 500 yamen runners. Yi Fan smiled again, divide the constables and yamen runners evenly into 6 teams, with each of the 6 overseeing their respective groups. I will conduct periodic evaluations and inspections. Should they fail these assessments, you will come to understand just how severe I can be. Conversely, if they perform exceptionally well, I will reward their leaders with prizes of at least a high yellow grade. Perhaps even items of the mysterious tier. Seize this opportunity. Naturally, Yi Fan could not bestow all power upon a single individual. Even among those subordinates acquired through the system, such a concentration of authority was unfeasible. This was not due to a lack of loyalty among the system's recruits, but rather because competition is essential for significant progress. It is impossible to achieve remarkable advancement under the leadership of a single person. Yi Fan hoped to invigorate his subordinates, enabling them to attain greater accomplishments. As he had just assumed the role of chief constable, it was imperative for him to achieve some merits. Failing to do so could result in his expulsion from the position. Regardless of his title, a day passed swiftly, and Yi Fan had entirely mastered the realms of both the Jianghu and the Yamen in Dingyuan County. Now, half of Dingyuan County lay under Yi Fan's control, while the other half remained in the hands of others. If Yi Fan were to exert his utmost effort, it is entirely possible that he could eliminate all others. Following his control over the county government and the Lian family, Yi Fan promptly began to establish a network throughout the entirety of Dingyuan County. He deployed all his clandestine resources, effectively placing nearly the whole county under his surveillance. The reason the Lian family head undertook this course of action was, of course, to apprehend the fugitives identified by the system. In the headquarters of the 6 doors in Nanshan County, the county's chief captor, the deputy chief captor, and a woman veiled in a mask convened in the conference hall. The chief captor and the deputy chief captor exhibited an extraordinary respect towards the masked woman. It is noteworthy that the 2 of them are among the highest echelons in the county. Yet they displayed such deference to a veiled figure. This alone illustrates the remarkable status of the masked woman. The chief captor respectfully addressed the veiled woman. Miss Tai, the infamous jade-faced little white dragon indeed made an appearance in our county not long ago. He even caused distress to the daughter of our esteemed Lord Juanshou. However, his strength is formidable. and we have been unable to apprehend him. If Miss Qian has come here, she will undoubtedly be able to bring him to justice." The masked individual slowly began to speak. "I have indeed come to pursue the jade-faced little white dragon. Although his strength may not match mine, his means of escape are quite ingenious. On several occasions, just as I was about to capture him, he managed to elude my pursuit. I have chased him over 1,000 miles from the capital, Luoyang, yet I have not succeeded in cornering him here. Do you possess any leads on his whereabouts? If we can locate him, I shall ensure his capture." The chief captor turned to the deputy chief captor. "I have allocated all available manpower to you. What progress have you made? Are there any leads on the jade-faced little flying dragon? We cannot allow him to continue wreaking havoc in our county." The deputy chief captor, with utmost respect, replied, "My lord, I have indeed deployed all personnel. However, as of now, no news has come forth, and I fear that he may have already left Nanshan County." The chief captor responded, "Miss Tai, it is not a matter of our lack of effort. Rather, he is exceedingly cunning, leaving us with no trace to follow. Moreover, Miss Tai, should anything happen to you in Nanshan County, we would face dire consequences. Perhaps you should take some time to enjoy your stay here and refrain from pursuing the jade-faced little flying dragon any further. He is a ruthless character, and after causing harm, he may resort to murder. Such matters should be entrusted to the skilled practitioners within our 6 doors. The veiled woman is a scion of the upper echelons of the 6 doors, and should any misfortune befall her in Nanshan County, the entire county government would likely suffer repercussions. Thus, both the chief captor and the deputy chief captor are keen to dissuade the masked woman from pursuing the jade-faced little flying dragon." The veiled woman spoke, "Whatever happens, you need not bear any responsibility. All I require from you are the leads on the jade-faced little dragon. Refrain from any further chatter on other matters." The deputy chief constable, left with no other recourse, replied slowly, "Miss Tai, the clues we have gathered suggest that the jade-faced little dragon has most likely gone to Dingyuan County. You should be able to locate him there. If he poses a threat to the citizens of Dingyuan County, we hope you will advocate for their welfare. Additionally, the chief constable of Dingyuan County has met an untimely demise. We would appreciate it if you could take charge of investigating this matter. Our personnel here in the county are simply stretched too thin to conduct this inquiry." The veiled woman then spoke with measured resolve, "Very well. I shall proceed to Dingyuan County to pursue the jade-faced little dragon and will also address the issues surrounding the chief constable's murder." After she finished speaking, she departed without hesitation. The chief constable turned to his deputy and inquired, "Are you certain that the jade-faced little dragon has indeed gone to Dingyuan County?" The deputy replied, "My lord, even a fool would not dare to act so brazenly. The jade-faced little dragon is likely to have returned to the capital. Dingyuan County is merely a small town. Miss Tai should encounter no issues there. Furthermore, if she investigates the cause of the chief constable's death, she will likely abandon her pursuit of the jade-faced little dragon." The chief constable remarked, "You are quite clever. Immediately send a message via carrier pigeon to Lord Tai, urging him to dispatch skilled protectors for Miss Tai. Alternatively, find a way to bring her back. If anything were to happen to her here, we would bear the brunt of the consequences." The deputy constable, with a respectful demeanor, replied, "My lord, I have already taken care of this matter." The chief constable continued, "You truly are a resourceful lad. I find great satisfaction in your service. Now, let us consider this matter resolved. With Miss Tai's innate prowess, she is unlikely to encounter any danger in Dingyuan County, which puts my mind at ease. As long as Lord Tai receives our message and sends someone to escort her back, we shall be in the clear." Unbeknownst to the veiled woman, known as Miss Tai, she had been deceived and was naively making her way towards Dingyuan County, genuinely believing that the jade-faced little dragon was there. Showcasing her naivety. Chapter 75. Arrival time flies, and days slip by like threads in a loom, in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed, during which Yifan had entirely seized control over the majority of the forces in Dingyuan County. He had cast a vast net, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the individual as foretold by the system. After assuming the position of chief constable of the county, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. After all, to remain in this esteemed role of chief constable for the long term, Yifan needed to break through to the ranks of first-class martial artists. Otherwise, he would be forced to step down within a month's time. Yifan has successfully confined all the fugitives he apprehended within the confines of the system space for mutual cultivation. Furthermore, he has consumed a high-grade yellow-tier elixir and possesses another of the same caliber in his possession. Yifan aspires to utilize these 2 elixirs to directly ascend to the realm of first-rate martial artists. Although the probability of such a breakthrough is exceedingly slim, it does not deter Yifan from making the attempt. At the very least, upon the consumption of these 2 elixirs, he should achieve the pinnacle of the second-rate martial artist realm. Currently, Yifan is solely focused on tracking the fugitive required by the system, and there is no necessity for him to dispatch experts for this task. Consequently, he has brought all the skilled individuals subdued by the system into the space, thereby accelerating his own cultivation progress. At the entrance of the magistrate's residence, Tai Xinlan is preparing to enter, only to be obstructed by the gatekeeper. One of the officials, with an expression of indifference, states, "This is a restricted area. Unauthorized persons are prohibited from entering." Tai Xinlan retorts with a scoff, "Have you lost your sight? How dare you label me as an unauthorized person? Quickly summon your superior. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." The gatekeeper responds, "I care not who you are." The county's chief constable has issued an order that during his seclusion for cultivation, no unauthorized individuals are allowed within the county office. Indeed, the chief constable Yifan has issued such an edict. Having recently assumed his position, he has received numerous visitors, yet he requires this period of tranquility for focused cultivation. Thus, he instructed the officials to deny entry to any unauthorized persons unless they possess his express permission. Tai Xinlan scoffs again, remarking, "The county's chief constable is merely an acting chief. How audacious of him to speak so grandly. Do deem me an unauthorized person." He clearly has no desire to retain his position. The two gatekeepers, upon hearing her words, immediately bristle. Regardless of the circumstances, the chief constable represents the entire county office. To allow such disrespect towards their superior to go unchallenged could lead to dire consequences for them should word of it reach the wrong ears. Therefore, they feel compelled to respond rather than feign indifference. One of the gatekeepers declares, "How dare you insult our chief constable? Today, even if you wish to leave, you shall not be permitted to do so." After uttering these words, they advance to subdue Tai Xinlan, intending to imprison her without further ado. Being martial artists of the third-rate realm, they believe they require no assistance to handle a mere woman. However, upon witnessing their audacity, Tai Xinlan is filled with fury. Unleashing a formidable aura, she swiftly subjugates the two third-rate martial artists with ease. As a practitioner of the innate realm, it is trivial for her to control two opponents of the third-rate realm. The moment her overwhelming presence emanates, all second-rate martial artists in the vicinity are stirred into alertness. They all emerged without hesitation, and even though Yifan, the chief constable of the county, was ostensibly in a state of seclusion, he sensed a formidable aura permeating the entrance of the county office. Uncertain of the cause, he chose not to retreat, but instead made his way directly to the front gate. Yifan understood that should such a powerful individual wish to take his life, fleeing would be futile, for no escape would suffice against someone of that caliber. Furthermore, this was the county office. If the opponent dared to strike, it would be a blatant provocation against the entire 6 gates and, by extension, the grandeur of the Tang dynasty itself. Yifan brimmed with confidence, knowing that no rational individual would dare to challenge the imperial authority under such circumstances. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed 2 third-rate martial artists. Constables, rendered immobile. Yifan then caught sight of a veiled woman and, with a slight smile, addressed her, "Might I inquire who you are and why you are engaged in such a ruckus at the entrance of our county office? Are you perhaps attempting to provoke the 6 gates or challenge the authority of our entire court?" Ironheart Lawn let out a hearty laugh, retorting, "How audacious of you, a mere county chief constable, to claim to represent the 6 gates and the court. Oh, but I stand corrected. You are merely an acting chief constable and therefore even less qualified to speak on behalf of the 6 gates and the court." Upon hearing these words, Yifan instantly recognized that the woman was likely a personage of some standing within the bureaucracy, possibly even affiliated with the 6 gates. With a demeanor of utmost respect, he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed title and the purpose of your visit to Sinan County?" Ironheart Lawn replied coolly, "I am the inspector appointed by the 6 gates, Ironheart Lawn. Your subordinates referred to me as an irrelevant figure, which prompted me to subdue them. Do you take issue with that? It seems your tenure as acting chief constable is nearing its end. Perhaps you should savor your position while you still can." Upon absorbing the woman's introduction, Yifan comprehended her significance. She was indeed an inspector dispatched by the 6 gates, and her surname, Iron, indicated a prominent lineage. Within the 6 gates, it could be said that the Iron family dominated, with nearly half of the upper echelon bearing their surname. Yifan quickly deduced that she was likely a descendant of a high-ranking official within the 6 gates. With a respectful demeanor, Yifan addressed Ironheart Lawn, "I beg your pardon for my subordinate's failure to extend a proper welcome. I hope you can forgive this oversight. The 2 constables you subdued were merely acting on orders. Lately, I have been inundated with visitors bringing gifts, and I prefer to decline their audience, hence the directive I issued. If I have offended you, I sincerely hope for your understanding, and I wonder if you might consider releasing them, as they were simply acting under orders. Ironheart Lawn smiled gently. I have no intention of holding grievances against mere subordinates. With that, she released the two constables and proceeded into the office. For someone of her stature would naturally not engage in petty disputes with insignificant figures. Yi Fan found himself in a rather difficult predicament. Originally, he had intended to ingratiate himself with the newly appointed inspector. But before he even had the chance to meet the inspector, he had inadvertently offended them, leaving him in a state of discomfort. However, Yi Fan swiftly adjusted his mindset. Since the situation had already unfolded, he could only seek ways to remedy it, for he had no power to dictate the course of events. Upon entering the hall, Tai Xinlan did not bestow upon Yi Fan even a semblance of goodwill. Regardless of how much he implored others to serve him tea and refreshments, Tai Xinlan remained indifferent to his presence. Zhuo Qingqiu, with a serene smile, declared, I have a third condition. This third stipulation was, in fact, quite straightforward. The Tiger Shark Gang must never become adversaries of those under my command. The members of the Tiger Shark Gang must never impose difficulties upon me. Ma Bin responded with a calm smile. Your Excellency, the county magistrate, we would not dare to trouble you, even without your stipulation. However, since you have articulated this request, allow me to respond formally. Our people will absolutely not trouble you. You may rest assured on this matter. Zhuo Qingqiu continued, unfazed. I have one final condition. Should you agree to this last stipulation, I will acquiesce to the terms you have proposed. The final condition was that the Tiger Shark Gang would provide me with 10,000 taels of silver. Despite my position as the county magistrate of Sinan County, there are times when I find myself in need of silver. Whether for rewarding subordinates or for social engagements, it is essential. You, Master Ma, are undoubtedly aware of my lack of financial resources. Thus, I can only rely on your support and assistance. While 10,000 taels may be a trifling sum for you, it represents an astronomical figure for me. Indeed, a substantial one. May have been replied with a composed smile. I agree to the 4 conditions you have outlined. Your Excellency, I shall dispatch someone tomorrow to deliver the 10,000 taels of silver to you. When may my people commence recruiting troops within Sinan County? Zhuo Qingqiu replied with a slight smile. Once the silver is delivered, you may begin your recruitment within Sinan County. Ma Bin inquired. So, if I deliver the silver today, may I start recruiting today as well? Zhuo Qingqiu confirmed, that is indeed the case. Should you bring the funds, there will be no objections to your recruitment here. Furthermore, I will ensure that my people fully cooperate with you in your efforts, thereby expediting the process. Ma Bin continued, addressing Zhuo Qingqiu. Might I suggest, Your Excellency, that you refrain from allowing the other 2 prominent families to recruit troops, permitting only the Tiger Shark Gang to do so? If you could accommodate this request, then I would be open to any demands you might have. Zhuo Qingqiu smiled faintly. I fear I cannot fulfill this request, Master Ma. You are well aware of the influence held by the 2 prominent families. Even you would find it challenging to contend with them, let alone a mere county magistrate such as myself. If I were to deny them the opportunity to recruit soldiers, it would undoubtedly offend them, and I lack the strength to resist their influence. As long as they provide me with ample benefits, I would naturally acquiesce to their recruitment of troops, for their enlistment poses no detriment to me. Of course, for the leader of the horse gang, their recruitment does present certain disadvantages. However, I find myself powerless to alter the situation, and I hope the leader will understand. Bin remarked, Your Excellency, what you say is quite unfounded. How could I possibly blame you? After all, you are equally powerless. If you had the means, you would surely assist me. Zhuo Qingqiu replied with a faint smile. That is only natural. Were there a solution? I would not wish to see the 2 prominent families grow stronger. My desire is solely for the horse gang leader to rise in power in time. The leader will command the underworld of Sinan County while I oversee its legitimate affairs. Ma Bin continued, I truly appreciate your consideration, Your Excellency. Might I inquire if you could delay the recruitment efforts of the other 2 families? Allow us, the Tiger Shark Gang, to complete our recruitment first, and then permit them to proceed. I believe this is a minor request that you can fulfill. Zhuo Qingqiu smiled gently and responded, that may prove somewhat challenging. The power of the 2 families is formidable. It all depends on when they approach me for discussion. Should they come to me sooner, they will naturally enlist more swiftly. If their approach is delayed, their recruitment will inevitably slow. Observing the sly smile on Zhuo Qingqiu's face, Ma Bin quickly grasped the underlying intent. It was evident that Zhuo Qingqiu sought some form of benefit. Otherwise, he would not assist him in any endeavor. Ma Bin persisted, Your Excellency, if you could help me delay the recruitment of the 2 families by a day, I would offer you a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. For each additional day, I would provide another 1,000 taels. What do you think? Zhuo Qingqiu smiled slightly and said, that sounds exceedingly agreeable. I am willing to do my utmost to assist the horse gang leader in stalling for time. Let us ensure that you swiftly complete your recruitment of quality soldiers, leaving the two families with lesser troops. Recruiting first indeed confers the advantage of securing superior personnel. Furthermore, it allows for the early organization of one's army. The timely assembly of forces can significantly impact outcomes. Should Ma Bin successfully organize his troops before the two families commence their own recruitment, he could potentially lead his forces to annihilate the rival families entirely. In such a scenario, the Tiger Shark Gang would emerge as the sole dominant power in Sahan County, and at that point, the support behind the Tiger Shark Gang would undoubtedly spare no effort to bolster Ma Bin's endeavors. With a beaming smile, Ma Bin addressed Huaxia, saying, "I must trouble you with this matter, esteemed county magistrate." Huaxia responded with a gentle smile, "It is no trouble at all. I find great joy in assisting someone of your stature, Chief Ma." After engaging in pleasant conversation for a while, they eventually parted ways. Shortly after their separation, Ma Bin delivered the promised sum of 10,000 taels of silver to the county office. Huaxia promptly honored his commitment, allowing Ma Bin's men to join the county office and facilitating their recruitment efforts. Huaxia did not conceal this matter in the slightest. Rather, he made it abundantly clear to both prominent families, eager to observe their subsequent actions. Yi Fan respectfully addressed Tai Xinlan, saying, "I was unaware of your early arrival. Esteemed envoy, I regret my inadequate hospitality and hope for your understanding." Typically, when a chief of police passes away, the higher authorities would delay sending a messenger for a month, which is why Yi Fan had retreated into seclusion. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of the envoy. Tai Xinlan, with an expression of calm indifference, remarked, "Whether your hospitality is adequate or not is of little consequence. However, it is rather embarrassing to have someone of your caliber, a mere second-tier martial artist who has yet to reach the pinnacle, serving as the chief of police. Nonetheless, it matters not. In a month's time, you shall be replaced. My purpose here is not to instruct someone of your ilk, but rather to pursue an important fugitive of the court, the infamous jade-faced little flying dragon. I have received word that he has likely escaped to this region." Despite his displeasure with Tai Xinlan's words, Yi Fan found himself powerless to respond, as he lacked the standing to express any ire. He spoke with utmost respect. "May I inquire, esteemed envoy, who exactly is the jade-faced little flying dragon? I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Should you wish to find him, I shall mobilize the entire county's resources to assist you in your search. Regardless of his identity, if he sets foot in our county, I assure you, I will locate him." Tai Xinlan replied with a faint smile. There were once 3 second-tier yellow-robed captains who attempted to track and eliminate the little flying dragon. Yet he evaded their pursuit with ease. Though you truly believe that you, a mere acting chief of police, can surpass the capabilities of 3 yellow-robed captains? The captains of the 6 doors are divided into 3 tiers and 9 ranks, corresponding to the martial artists of the Xian, D, and Tian levels. Ma Bin, having regained his composure, replied calmly, "I must firmly decline the condition you propose. You may present alternative terms, and if I can fulfill them, I shall make every effort to do so. However, the prerequisite is that you allow me to recruit and train troops under the auspices of the county office. Should you refuse this, even if it means encountering the next county magistrate of the Great Yu dynasty, I shall first eliminate you. At worst, when I send someone from the Great Yu dynasty, I will abscond initially. The entire continent does not belong solely to the Great Yu dynasty. Moreover, this is a border between nations. As long as I cross that line, the Great Yu dynasty will have no authority over me. Of course, you may choose not to believe my words. At worst, you can simply test my resolve." Huaxia feigned deep contemplation, and after approximately half an hour, he slowly articulated, "The conditions you proposed are indeed something I can acquiesce to, but you must also concede to certain stipulations of mine. Furthermore, you are obligated to execute my conditions to the letter. Only upon the complete fulfillment of those stipulations shall I permit you to continue enlisting troops." Ma Bin replied with an expressionless demeanor. "Please, state your conditions. If I find them agreeable, I shall wholeheartedly comply." Huaxia began. "The first condition is that all personnel within the county office shall be under my control. Your undercover agents must relinquish their authority entirely. This is my first demand. If you cannot even satisfy this initial requirement, I shall not proceed with the rest." Ma Bin responded flatly. "I can certainly agree to your first condition. Moreover, I can immediately instruct Xiao Zhong Huang Ershi to transfer all the power he wields to you. However, I cannot guarantee the willingness of the 2 prominent families to surrender their authority. I cannot ascertain their intentions." Huaxia smiled serenely. "They will undoubtedly comply. They cannot possibly allow your Tiger Shark Gang to dominate unchallenged. Once you relinquish your power, when I direct you to recruit troops, they will inevitably grow anxious, and at that time, they will surely surrender their authority. Now, let me present the second condition, which is rather straightforward. You, from the Qinglong gang, must procure 10 exceptionally beautiful women for me and deliver them to my residence. Of course, you must not employ these women as undercover agents. Should I discover any such treachery, I will undoubtedly sever ties with you. Zhuo Qingqiu's insistence on acquiring stunningly beautiful women was, of course, to present Ma Bin with the fade, portraying him as a man given to indulgence in wine and sensual pleasures rather than a figure of grand aspirations and strategy. Zhuo Qingqiu's intent was to lower the guard of his counterpart, thereby facilitating smoother operations once he entered the fray. The initial downfall of the Qinglong gang and the Brotherhood was largely due to their complacency towards him. Had they not been so arrogant, perhaps Zhuo Qingqiu would not have found it so easy to unite others against them. Bin smiled faintly, his expression one of understanding, and replied nonchalantly, "There is no issue with what you propose. I shall ensure that the Qinglong gang provides you with 10 of the most beautiful women available." Zhuo Qingqiu chuckled softly and remarked, "I am truly grateful to you, Master Ma, that I entrust this matter to your capable hands. In truth, I harbor no grand ambitions. All I desire is a life of tranquility, for that surpasses all else. I have no inclination to engage in anything strenuous. I merely wish to quietly savor life while directing others to serve my interests. Ultimately, who wields control over the entirety of Sinan County bears no consequence to me, as long as that individual remains uninvolved in my affairs. Furthermore, you would scarcely dare to act against me, for I am backed by the formidable Diyu dynasty. Given that I possess this life-preserving token, what need do I have to strive further? As long as my existence is sufficiently comfortable, there is no necessity for relentless effort. Although it is said that transcending to the next realm beyond the innate stage can extend one's lifespan, I find the very notion of breaking through the innate stage itself to be exceedingly daunting, let alone ascending to the realms beyond it. Zhuo Qingqiu understood the importance of maintaining an appearance of complacency. Such a facade would easily invite scorn from others, which could prove advantageous during the inevitable confrontation between him and another. Ma Bin, with an expression of indifference, replied, "I am aware that the county magistrate seeks a life of simplicity, and with the Diyu dynasty as your backing, none would dare to challenge you. Concerns for your safety are thus rendered moot. Should you desire beauty in your life, simply inform me. Even if Sinan County is devoid of lovely maidens, I shall procure them from elsewhere for you. I merely hope that you will extend your patronage to our tiger shark gang." Though Ma Bin outwardly expressed such sentiments, internally he harbored a profound disdain for Zhuo Qingqiu, believing him unworthy of friendship. He regarded Zhuo Qingqiu as lacking ambition and intellect, and thus deemed him unsuitable as a partner, for he perceived Zhuo Qingqiu as someone of little utility. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhuo Qingqiu was a man of shrewd cunning. Although he outwardly presented himself as he did, internally he was far more astute. Zhuo Qingqiu, offering a semblance of comfort, replied, "As for caring for your tiger shark gang, I hesitate to claim such a role. I can only assert that it is indeed you who tends to my needs, as I currently wield little power. However, I require not an abundance of power, for possessing too much serves little purpose." Zhuo Qingqiu discerned much from Ma Bin's contempt, yet he refrained from voicing any thoughts. Ma Bin held no standing to evoke such discourse, for in Zhuo Qingqiu's eyes, he was merely a stepping stone on the path to his ascension. Ma Bin continued, maintaining his calm demeanor, "I have acquiesced to both of your conditions, esteemed magistrate. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to articulate them. I shall endeavor to fulfill any conditions I am able to meet. If I cannot comply, we may address it at that time. After all, negotiations are always possible, and nothing is beyond the realm of discussion." Ma Bin nodded and remarked, "Your words indeed hold merit. Return and commence preparations. I shall ensure that the personnel you require will be delivered to you within 3 days. The weapons and armor necessary for recruitment will be fully prepared within a month, and I will also expedite the arrangement of military funds for the conscription. Rest assured, the funds will certainly be provided before the arrival of the weapons and armor." Respectfully addressing Ma Bin, Huang 21 remarked, "Honorable leader, your wisdom is unparalleled. You shall undoubtedly guide us to ascend to greater heights." After engaging in a pleasant conversation with Ma Bin for a considerable time, Huang 21 took his leave. Approximately half an hour later, Huang 21 returned to the side of Zhuo Qingqiu with a subtle smile. Zhuo Qingqiu inquired, "How fares the situation? What did Ma Bin have to say?" Huang 21 replied, "I report to you, esteemed master, that everything is as you anticipated. Indeed, Ma Bin possesses a formidable backing, and he has consented to our plans, preparing to commence our endeavors immediately. I am confident that once we begin our operations, the other clan will not remain passive. They too will engage, at that point. Assembling an army of 10,000 will pose no challenge, and even the formation of a larger force will not be an issue. Ma Bian has now agreed to our establishment of a 4,000-strong army. Zhuo Qingqiu smiled gently and said, all of this is your achievement. You have done remarkably well. Since you are the first to accomplish this task, all newly recruited soldiers from the county office shall be under your command. The other 2 shall serve as your aides, though publicly, the 3 of you will jointly oversee the operations. However, geographically, you shall be the general of this army, while the other 2 will serve as your deputy generals. With a respectful demeanor, Huang 21 expressed, I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed master. I shall devote myself to ensuring that these matters are resolved satisfactorily. I will assist you in training an exceptionally elite army. Zhuo Qingqiu smiled slightly and replied, I have faith in your capabilities. You indeed possess the talent to train a distinguished army. After approximately another hour, Huang 22 returned to Zhuo Qingqiu's side. Huang 22, with utmost respect, reported, I humbly inform you, master, that matters on my end have also been resolved. The Zhang family has agreed to form a 4,000-strong army, but they are hesitant to entrust such a large force solely to me. They intend to send several direct descendants of their clan to co-manage the army with me. Zhuo Qingqiu smiled gently and inquired, then who holds the initiative? Huang 21 responded, I regret to inform you, master, that I failed to seize the initiative. The current head of the Zhang family has instructed me to jointly command the army with his son. I acknowledge my shortcomings, and I implore you to impose any necessary penalties. Zhuo Qingqiu reassured, this matter is not to be blamed on you. The Zhang family is, after all, a lineage-based power, and it is only natural that they would be reluctant to place their trust in an outsider so readily. Securing half of the initiative is quite commendable. Let the son of the current head of the Zhang family come forth. Once he arrives, we shall proceed to address the situation gradually. This army has undoubtedly been trained for my own purposes. Should anyone dare to intervene, I shall sever their head without hesitation. However, at the outset, we must refrain from any overt actions. Once we have successfully gathered the entirety of this army, we shall devise further plans. Huang Ershi, with a visage full of reverence, addressed Zhuo Qingqiu, stating, I shall faithfully obey my master's command. Shortly thereafter, Huang Ersan returned to the county office. The circumstances of Huang Ersan were not dissimilar to those of Huang Ershi, as the Hu family was also reluctant to allow Huang Ersan to take the initiative. The current head of the Hu family had sent his son to the county office. Zhuo Qingqiu surveyed the assembly and then, with a subtle smile, remarked, it appears that the 2 clans do not regard me with the seriousness I deserve. They genuinely believe they can send whomever they wish into my county office. Huang Erei, with utmost respect, queried Zhuo Qingqiu, it seems there is a deeper meaning to your words, master. What are your intentions for the proceedings ahead? Zhuo Qingqiu replied with a gentle smile, to oppose their attempt to establish an army within the county office. I am eager to see if they can recruit troops here without my consent. Huang Erei inquired, does the master intend to advance while appearing to retreat, utilizing our progress to compel their withdrawal? Zhuo Qingqiu affirmed, you are entirely correct. If they fail to meet my satisfactory demands, I shall not permit them to form an army here. Should they establish a military presence without my approval, the court shall undoubtedly intervene, at which point they will find it impossible to recruit any forces. In such a scenario, they will have no choice but to concede to me. If they refuse to yield, I shall not acquiesce. The notion that the 2 clans could independently form an army is utterly implausible. Without Zhuo Qingqiu's cooperation, they lack the standing to do so. Chapter 78. Could it be that you are mistaken? Although Yi Fan was deeply reluctant to assist Tai Xinlan, his current position rendered him incapable of refusing her request. He promptly dispatched all the constables from the county office and activated the entire intelligence network to investigate the individual known as the Jade-Faced Little Flying Dragon. Tai Xinlan retreated to her chamber to rest, believing that such tasks should not fall upon her. Her responsibility was solely to capture the Jade-Faced Little Flying Dragon, leaving the search to her subordinates. Upon hearing Tai Xinlan's comprehensive introduction, Yi Fan had already deduced that the Jade-Faced Little Flying Dragon had likely ventured elsewhere, with the possibility of arriving in Dingyuan County being exceedingly slim. Those within the county office of Nanshan Prefecture, concerned for Tai Xinlan's safety, had placed her in the remote Dingyuan County, where it was nearly impossible to find even a practitioner of the post-heaven realm. Thus, Tai Xinlan posed little threat in such a secluded locale that it is likely that the officials of Nanshan Prefecture had already relayed information regarding Tai Xinlan to the higher-ups of the Six Doors headquarters. The high-ranking officials at the headquarters of the Six Gates have likely dispatched someone in secret long ago. Yi Fan merely needs to keep Tai Xinlan calm, and once the higher-ups from the Six Gates send their emissary, he shall find himself liberated. After arranging all matters, Yi Fan resumed his secluded cultivation, for his foremost priority at this juncture was to break through to the first-class warrior realm. Only then could he firmly secure his current position. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to maintain his standing, as a second-class warrior lacks the qualifications to govern a county office. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, during which Yi Fan fully consumed 2 high-grade yellow-tier elixirs, absorbing their effects entirely. His cultivation successfully ascended to the first-class warrior realm, a feat not solely attributable to the elixirs, but primarily due to the diligent training of the prisoners within the system's confines, from whom Yi Fan was able to siphon a portion of their cultivation gains, facilitating his rapid breakthrough. Despite his advancement to a first-class warrior, Yi Fan found himself troubled by one pressing issue. Tai Xinlan remained within the county office, incessantly urging him to seek out the jade-faced little flying dragon. Times. His patience waned, yet he found himself powerless. Firstly, as the saying goes, a higher official can crush a lower one, and secondly, Tai Xinlan's strength vastly surpassed his own. To eliminate her would be as effortless as crushing an ant, which only compounded his reluctance to show any impatience. Ultimately, Tai Xinlan was a scion of the 6 gates upper echelons. Even if Yi Fan possessed the strength to suppress her, he would not dare to offend her. Unless he wished to sever ties with the 6 gates altogether, offending the system would be akin to walking a path towards self-destruction. Having just broken through to the first-class warrior realm, Yi Fan intended to solidify his newfound strength. However, before he could do so, the guards outside reported that Tai Xinlan had once again arrived. Reluctantly, he ceased his meditation and went out to greet her. Tai Xinlan had persistently urged Yi Fan to search for the jade-faced little flying dragon, and he had continuously used his seclusion as an excuse to avoid doing so. Consequently, Tai Xinlan visited him every few days to press him on the matter. Upon ushering Tai Xinlan into his chamber, Yi Fan, with a face full of respect, addressed her, "Esteemed envoy, it appears that the jade-faced little flying dragon has not entered our Dingyuan County. I have dispatched all our scouts, yet we have still failed to uncover any information regarding the jade-faced little flying dragon. Furthermore, consider this. The jade-faced little flying dragon is a master of the innate realm. Such an individual would hardly deign to notice the trifles of a small county like ours. It is highly probable that they have not come to Dingyuan County, but rather ventured to other major prefectures or even grand cities, perhaps even to the divine capital of Luoyang." Tai Xinlan replied with a stern expression, "Yi Fan, cease your futile attempts to excuse your incompetence. The county office of Nanshan has conducted an investigation and determined that the individual known as Yumi Zaiwa Filong is most likely to have arrived here. Yet you dare to assert that you have uncovered not a single clue, and you even claim that Yumi Zaiwa Filong would disdain this place, opting instead for a larger city. Do you believe that merely managing a small county office has elevated you beyond measure, considering yourself superior to the chief captains within the county town?" Upon hearing Tai Xinlan's words, Yi Fan immediately adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Esteemed messenger, that was not my intention at all. The individuals I dispatched indeed found no trace of Yumi Zaiwa Filong, nor have I heard of any young lady who has suffered misfortune. If Yumi Zaiwa Filong truly arrived in our vicinity, he would undoubtedly grow restless and take some action. Since nothing has transpired in Dingyuan County, it suggests that Yumi Zaiwa Filong likely did not come here. As for the officials in the county town, my subordinates dare not make hasty judgments. All I can assert is that everyone is prone to mistakes and moments of negligence." Yi Fan's meaning was unmistakable, and Tai Xinlan could hardly fail to comprehend it. She replied coolly, "Since you acknowledge that everyone is prone to error and oversight, what assurance do you possess that it is not you who has erred or been negligent, but rather the chief captains within the county town who have been remiss?" After hearing Tai Xinlan's words, Yi Fan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Any further arguments would be futile. With a calm expression, he stated, "I understand, and I will certainly exert every effort to locate Yumi Zaiwa Filong until he is found. I assure you that I will not abandon this pursuit halfway, and I kindly ask you, esteemed messenger, to rest assured and await further developments." At this juncture, Yi Fan had no choice but to lower his stance. Only by doing so could he hope to avoid further scrutiny from Tai Xinlan. After all, whether he could continue serving as the chief captain of the county office depended entirely on her approval. Tai Xinlan was the esteemed messenger sent from above to assess Yi Fan, and she naturally held the authority to decide whether he could continue in his role. Yi Fan's breakthrough to the first-class realm of martial artists indicated his qualification for the position of chief captain. However, whether he would ultimately retain that position hinged on Tai Xinlan's intentions. Thus, Yi Fan was exceedingly reluctant to offend her. Tai Xinlan stated with an expression of indifference, "Recognizing your mistakes is the best course of action. If you fail to acknowledge your errors, you are unfit to hold the position of chief captain. Furthermore, you have previously used your lack of advancement to the first-class realm as an excuse for not personally seeking Yumi Zaiwa Filong. Now that you have achieved that level, You are indeed qualified to assume the role of chief captain. Thus, you should no longer have any reason to evade the search for the individual known as Huaxia. If you are able to locate this person, I have no objection to your continued position as the chief constable of the county. However, should you fail to find Huaxia, I cannot ascertain whether you will still be able to retain your role as chief constable. Yifan, with a countenance full of respect, addressed Tai Xinlan. My lord, I shall exert every effort to locate Huaxia, yet I cannot guarantee that I will indeed find him. For I am unaware whether this individual has even set foot in Dingyuan County, and moreover, Huaxia possesses formidable strength. Even if I were to discover him, I would have no means to apprehend him, and would consequently need to beseech you to intervene personally. Therefore, I cannot assure you that we will succeed in capturing Huaxia. Tai Xinlan replied with an expression of calm indifference. As long as you manage to locate Huaxia, any matters pertaining to his capture shall rest solely upon your shoulders. Even if Huaxia were to escape, I shall not hold you accountable for failing to apprehend him. You will continue to hold the position of chief constable. However, should you be unable to find Huaxia, I must reconsider your role. Of course, should you perform admirably, even in the absence of Huaxia, I will ensure that you retain your position. Yifan respectfully responded, Thank you, my lord, I shall now pursue the whereabouts of Huaxia. Tai Xinlan nodded slightly and said, Very well, you may go. After speaking, Yifan departed from the county headquarters, feeling somewhat exasperated by Tai Xinlan's pressure. Not only was there a possibility that Huaxia had never even arrived in Dingyuan County, but even if he had, Yifan would certainly refrain from confronting such an individual. Huaxia was not only endowed with innate prowess but also possessed exceptional survival skills. For one like Tai Xinlan, raised in a sheltered environment, to attempt to capture a figure as ruthless as Huaxia was akin to chasing shadows. Even if Yifan were to discover Huaxia's true whereabouts, he could not be certain of the outcome should Tai Xinlan take action. Yifan's departure from the county office was not motivated by a quest to find Huaxia. Rather, it was a means to evade Tai Xinlan's incessant summons. Yifan still had numerous system tasks left unfulfilled, and he could not afford to squander time with a woman like Tai Xinlan. After leaving the county office, he made his way directly to the Lin family estate, which had become his stronghold. Most of his elite forces were stationed there, and Yifan's intention in visiting was to consolidate his own realm in peace. As for the next task assigned by the system, Yifan found himself momentarily at a loss for a feasible approach, prompting him to temporarily set the matter aside. Once he thoroughly consolidates his cultivation level, he intends to devise a solution for the subsequent system task. Having cultivated for 3 days in the stronghold of the Lin family, Yifan has firmly established his cultivation base. At present, his influence spans nearly the entirety of Dingyuan County. He commands 2 first-rate martial artists under his banner, and with his own first-rate prowess, they collectively form the most formidable force in the region. Were it not for Tai Xinlan's presence in Dingyuan County, Yifan would have already embarked on significant actions to assert control over all the families in the county, thereby augmenting his power even further. However, with Tai Xinlan residing within the county office, she remains vigilant regarding the situation in Dingyuan County. Should Yifan choose to instigate any disturbances at this juncture, attracting Tai Xinlan's attention would render his efforts futile. Both the Kunlun demon sect founded by Yifan and the Lin family he has taken over have maintained a relatively low profile during this period, exhibiting no ostentation whatsoever. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the Kunlun demon sect and the Lin family have stagnated. Their growth is not reflected in their outward appearance, but rather in their internal consolidation. During this time, the Kunlun demon sect and the Lin family have thoroughly integrated their strengths. Although it may seem they have diminished in scale, their cohesion and unity have significantly improved. Yifan has even extended the reach of the Kunlun demon sect into other counties. Across Nanshan Prefecture, he has dispatched members of the sect to infiltrate every county and the prefectural city. Yifan is determined to establish an extensive intelligence network throughout the land. Only in this manner can he pursue the completion of the system's assigned tasks more effectively in the future. Otherwise, even if he possesses the capability to accomplish the tasks, a lack of viable means to do so would be exceedingly frustrating. Furthermore, based on the task's release, it appears that the clues provided will progressively diminish, potentially leading to a point where the system ceases to offer any hints altogether. Although this scenario is still far off, Yifan has already contemplated these issues and devised corresponding plans. Chapter 80. A fortuitous encounter. Yifan refrained from dispatching his intelligence operatives to investigate the whereabouts of the jade-faced little flying dragon, primarily because such an endeavor might prove counterproductive. Should he successfully locate this individual, and if Tai Xinlan were to attempt capturing the jade-faced little flying dragon, Any failure on her part, given her inability to contend with him, could lead to dire consequences for Yi Fan. The higher-ups backing Tai Xinlan would not entertain Yi Fan's explanations. If anything were to happen to her, it is likely that not only would Yi Fan suffer, but Dinyuan County as a whole could face dire repercussions. Tai Xinlan's attainment of the innate realm at such a young age is a testament to the formidable power that underpins her. It is evident how formidable the power of his parents' generation truly is. The strength possessed by individuals of the caliber of Tai Xinlan's parents is such that even if they were to annihilate all the elite forces of a small county, the imperial court would likely refrain from significant intervention. Of course, the martial artists throughout the realm are strictly forbidden from mercilessly slaughtering ordinary citizens. This mandate has been jointly issued by the Eternal Dynasty and the Four Great Dynasties. Anyone daring to contravene this decree will face a united assault from both the Eternal Dynasty and the Four Great Dynasties. The common populace of the entire knightly continent forms the very foundation upon which the Eternal Dynasty and the Four Great Dynasties govern. Without this foundation, their rule would be akin to a rootless reed adrift in the wind. Shortly after Yi Fan arrived at the headquarters of the Lien family, the family patriarch appeared before him, bearing news regarding Wei Boxiang. Yi Fan had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of martial prowess, and he had released half of the individuals from his system space, as the establishment of the Kunlun demon cult he was assembling, alongside the Lien family headquarters, required capable leadership. If the high-ranking officials from both sides were absent for an extended period, it could potentially lead to unforeseen complications, which Yi Fan naturally wished to avoid. The Lien family patriarch approached Yi Fan with utmost respect and stated, "Master, we have successfully gathered detailed information regarding Wei Boxiang." Yi Fan smiled slightly and replied, "It appears that your intelligence department is indeed quite effective, managing to uncover information about Wei Boxiang in such a short span of time." The Lien family patriarch, with a demeanor of deep respect, continued, "Master, our intelligence department has indeed been well established. Furthermore, it is now functioning adequately, with nearly all matters within Dinyuan County under the surveillance of our informants. However, Wei Boxiang has concealed himself exceptionally well. Had it not been for a fortuitous circumstance, we might not have discovered his whereabouts so swiftly." Yi Fan smiled gently and remarked, "Fortune is indeed a form of strength. For a martial artist of Wei Boxiang's caliber to remain hidden in Dinyuan County for so many years without taking action is a remarkable feat. Locating such an individual is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. For you to have managed to find that needle amidst the sea is truly impressive. Now, please tell me how you succeeded in this endeavor." The Lien family patriarch, maintaining his respectful demeanor, began to explain, "Master, the sequence of events unfolded as follows. 10 years ago, when Wei Boxiang first arrived here, he had not yet obscured his identity to such an extent and would occasionally engage in minor offenses. However, 9 years ago, he completely washed his hands of such matters and has not engaged in any wrongdoing since, making our search increasingly arduous. Unfortunately for that old rascal, his luck was rather poor. A decade ago, someone witnessed him committing an offense and has since kept a close watch on him. This observer intended to betray Wei Boxiang to the authorities for personal gain when the time came. But unexpectedly, the court never issued a notice regarding him. The individual who had once been of interest gradually faded from memory, his name, Wei Boxiang, becoming a mere whisper in the winds of time. However, not long ago, this person of interest joined our intelligence division. Once our network was cast wide, Wei Boxiang was thoroughly laid bare before our scrutiny. With a slight smile, Yi Fan remarked, "You have performed admirably in this matter. Not only shall you be richly rewarded, but the informant shall also receive due compensation." "Where is that old rascal Wei Boxiang now? Where has he concealed himself?" The head of the Lien family, with an expression of utmost respect, replied, "Wei Boxiang possesses an exceedingly timid disposition. Despite being a practitioner of the first-tier realm, his courage pales in comparison to that of an average third-tier warrior. Years ago, after committing several heinous acts and even assaulting the treasury of the court, he ceased to appear openly and has since lived a life shrouded in anonymity. Currently, that old scoundrel is peddling goods on a small street in the northern district, specifically targeting the unsuspecting Yi Fan. With a hint of disdain, commented, 'A first-tier warrior reduced to such a state is indeed a lamentable sight. Bring your men. Let us witness this cowardly Wei Boxiang for ourselves.' The head of the Lien family, still wearing a respectful demeanor, responded, 'As you command. My lord, I shall promptly arrange for personnel and encircle the northern district.' Yi Fan, with a smile, chided, 'Is your brain made of pig's brain? Why do you fail to think through matters? Charging headlong into everything will not lead you to great accomplishments. If you cannot achieve anything significant, how can you hope to be my right-hand man?' A first-tier warrior is not something an ordinary person can contend with, and the vast, desolate expanse of the wilderness, sheer numbers may overwhelm a warrior. Yet, within the narrow alleys and corners, a first-tier warrior can effortlessly traverse walls. Do you truly believe an average person can catch up to such an individual? There is no need to bring anyone below the second-tier realm. Gather all those above the second tier, and together we shall eliminate Wei Buxiang thoroughly. Do you comprehend my intent? The head of the Lien family, with unwavering respect, affirmed, I fully understand your intentions. My lord, I shall immediately proceed to organize according to your directives, ensuring the successful implementation of your plan. In just over 20 minutes, 2 first-tier warriors and 8 second-tier warriors under Yi Fan's command had assembled. Yi Fan chose not to include the newly recruited second-tier warriors, as he still harbored some reservations regarding them and had no intention of fully integrating them into his plans. He preferred that not everyone be privy to his forthcoming strategies. Thus, he opted to bring only those from the confines of his system's space. Without the slightest hesitation, he led his assembled men directly to the narrow alleyway in the northern district. Yi Fan exhibited no urgency in compelling the head of the Lien family to reveal themselves. Instead, he instructed them to lie in wait around the narrow alley. Yi Fan yearned to personally witness the timid Wei Buxiang. Approaching Wei Buxiang's stall, Yi Fan merely showcased the prowess of a third-rate martial artist. To Yi Fan's astonishment, Wei Buxiang addressed him repeatedly as Sir, despite being several decades his senior, a formality that left Yi Fan feeling quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his discontent and feigned nonchalance as he idly surveyed the wares at Wei Buxiang's stall. Wei Buxiang, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly remarked, Sir, your discernment is truly remarkable. You have managed to spot our deeply concealed little shop amidst the vast sea of vendors. To be frank, we are the kings of these humble stalls. Within our small establishment, one can find virtually anything imaginable. There is nothing you cannot see. Only things you might not think of. Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, What do you mean by claiming there are things I cannot see? If I were to request items of earth and heaven rank, would you have them? He continued, Such boastfulness is rather misplaced. If everyone were as grandiloquent as you, the world would have long been overwhelmed by hot air. Undeterred, Wei Buxiang continued, Sir, your assertion is somewhat misguided. My modest shop boasts thousands of items, the majority of which are extraordinary treasures. While earth and heaven-ranked items are not entirely absent, it ultimately depends on the sharpness of your vision. If your eyes are sufficiently keen, you may indeed uncover such treasures. Should you fail to procure them, do not blame anyone but your own misfortune. Yi Fan replied with a slight smile, Wei Buxiang, your decade of living in obscurity while peddling wares has certainly diminished your courage, yet your talent for boasting has grown remarkably. I must admit, as a younger generation, I feel a certain admiration and respect. Upon hearing Yi Fan utter his name, Wei Buxiang instinctively made a move to flee, though he quickly restrained himself. The fact that Yi Fan knew his true name and spoke it so quietly indicated that the latter was well prepared. Recklessly fleeing could very well lead him into a trap, prompting Wei Buxiang to decide against immediate escape, opting instead to assess the situation before formulating a further plan. Tentatively, Wei Buxiang inquired, What manner of individual is this Wei Buxiang you speak of? Am I truly so strikingly similar to him that you would confuse us? Yi Fan smiled once more and responded, Wei Buxiang, a first-rate martial artist. 30 years ago, after committing several heinous acts, he vanished into obscurity. Even to this day, the authorities have yet to uncover the truth behind those crimes, and the matter remains unresolved. I have only just joined the county office and need to procure a gift of sufficient weight to present to the esteemed envoy. I truly cannot fathom how a timid person like you would dare to pilfer such a substantial sum of money. What purpose does this stolen wealth serve when you cannot even spend it? Wei Buxiang, appearing somewhat at a loss, remarked, My lord, what does this truly mean? I fail to comprehend. Who exactly is Wei Buxiang? Do I truly bear such a striking resemblance to him that you would mistake me for him? Yi Fan responded with a faint smile, saying, Wei Buxiang, you need not continue your charade. Had I not thoroughly investigated your true circumstances, I would never have brought so many individuals to confront you. Therefore, I advise you to surrender promptly. Otherwise, should my subordinates apprehend you, the outcome may not be as favorable. Wei Buxiang, with a demeanor of deep respect towards Yi Fan, replied, Since you are already aware of my true identity, I shall no longer conceal anything. I am curious how you discovered my identity, as I have lived incognito in this place for nearly a decade without revealing any information about myself. Moreover, during the major cases I orchestrated years ago, I ensured utmost secrecy. With no one being aware, I wonder how you came to know of my existence. Yi Fan smiled slightly and replied, Wei Buxiang, To wish for others to remain ignorant is futile unless one refrains from wrongdoing. Since you have engaged in such acts, it is only natural that you would be uncovered. My ability to discover you is simply a reflection of my exceptional skills. However, it would be rather fanciful to think you could subdue me with your mediocre martial prowess. With a subtle smile, Yi Fan continued, whether you can indeed overcome me remains to be seen. Should you choose to comply and surrender, I can assure you that I will take full responsibility for your criminal actions. However, should you act foolishly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. My indifference is such that even I fear it. Wei Buxiang replied with an air of calmness. You must be the newly appointed chief constable of the county office. Even a first-tier chief constable can meet an untimely end. As a newly appointed chief constable, you are merely an emerging first-tier martial artist. Do you not fear a similar fate? Yi Fan smiled slightly and said, since I am here alone, I naturally harbor no fear of such matters. Conversely, had I been afraid, I would not have made my presence known. If I were to avoid this place, the individual who would appear here would likely be a high-ranking member of our 6 doors. It is crucial to understand that taking liberties with the treasury of the court is a grave offense. Committing such a serious transgression would justify the deployment of individuals from the post-heaven or innate realms to apprehend you. Chapter 81. No resistance. Wei Buxiang smiled faintly and remarked, do you believe you can bear the weight of my transgressions? If my sins were to come to light, I fear your first course of action would be to hand me over to the authorities. Yi Fan responded with a slight smile, regardless of your current thoughts, I must inform you that you are left with but 2 choices. The first is to surrender to me, thus serving me in peace. The second, naturally, is for me to apprehend you and deliver you to face the law as dictated by the court. You ought to understand that your crimes are nearly unforgivable. Wei Buxiang replied, even if my fate is sealed, there exists a prerequisite. You must be capable of capturing me. While I cannot discern your true strength, given your age, it seems you have merely just breached the first-class martial realm. Do you truly believe that someone who has only recently ascended to such a level can apprehend me? Yi Fan remarked coolly, it appears you are one who will not relent until faced with insurmountable odds. After concluding his statement, Yi Fan clapped his hands. Upon witnessing this gesture, Wei Buxiang immediately sensed impending doom, as anticipated. Over a dozen formidable martial artists converged from all directions. Among them, 2 exuded a presence comparable to his own. These warriors swiftly blocked every avenue of escape, leaving Wei Buxiang with little opportunity to flee. Yi Fan continued to address Wei Buxiang. So, Wei Buxiang, have you come to a decision? Do you still believe I cannot do anything to you? Do you still think I lack the means to subdue you? Wei Buxiang laughed heartily. Chief Constable Yi Fan, you overestimate my resolve. I accept your terms wholeheartedly. It is my honor to align myself with you. How could I possibly refuse? There is no need for further discussion, for I have resolved to place my allegiance in your hands. Wei Buxiang was inherently timid. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity for over a decade, driven by a profound fear of death that had kept him in the shadows. Surrounded by such powerful individuals, while a sliver of hope for escape lingered, he had decided against flight. Instead, he chose to pledge his loyalty to Yi Fan, dedicating himself to serve him faithfully. Wei Buxiang had never entertained the notion that Yi Fan's invitation was insincere, for such a thought was utterly implausible. Had Yi Fan not desired his allegiance, he would have never wasted so many words, as they could have easily overpowered him without hesitation. The sole reason Yi Fan engaged him in such discourse was due to his genuine intent to recruit him. Although Wei Buxiang remained oblivious to Yi Fan's motivations, he recognized that he had no other options in this predicament. Yi Fan smiled gently and said, Wei Buxiang, you have made a most astute choice. Henceforth, you need not continue to live in secrecy. Since you have surrendered to my command, rest assured that I shall protect you from any misfortune. Wei Buxiang spoke to Yi Fan with utmost respect, saying, I am profoundly grateful to you. Esteemed Chief Constable Yi Fan of the county office, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serving you from this day forth. Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. You ought to be familiar with the rules, I presume? Wei Buxiang, still with a respectful demeanor, responded, I am indeed aware of the protocols. Chief Constable Yi Fan would not so readily place his trust in me. I anticipate that you will employ certain measures to ensure my compliance. I am more than willing to be subject to your oversight, for I vow my unwavering loyalty to you from this point onward. However, to assuage your concerns and to grant myself peace of mind, such measures are undoubtedly necessary. Yi Fan smiled slightly and remarked, since you comprehend this so well, I need not elaborate further. Lin family's head? Please assist me by sealing his dantian and bringing him back, for I intend to impose certain measures upon him. The head of the Lin family responded with a respectful tone, understood. Proceeding with caution, the head of the Lin family approached Wei Wuxiang and directly sealed his dantian. Given that Wei Wuxiang had just surrendered to Yi Fan, it was only prudent for the head of the Lin family to approach him with vigilance. Fortunately, Wei Wuxiang was quite perceptive and offered no resistance. Yi Fan understood Wei Wuxiang's lack of defiance. After all, he was a man characterized by timidity. Had he possessed the audacity to resist, it would have indeed been surprising. Had he been bolder, he would not have been living incognito in such a place after committing grave offenses. In such circumstances, many would choose to fight to the death. Indeed, most martial artists would opt for such a desperate struggle. However, a martial artist of Wei Wuxiang's nature lacks such a fighting spirit, as he never possessed the tenacity typical of a warrior. Only those with a spirit of perseverance can transcend themselves and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Conversely, a martial artist devoid of this spirit cannot surpass their limitations, regardless of their innate talent. Yi Fan then led Wei Wuxiang into a small stall, instructing his subordinates to guard the entrance diligently. He incorporated Wei Wuxiang into the system's space, where arrangements had already been made for his supervision. Yi Fan's subordinates were entirely loyal to him, as those he had brought along were all individuals who had come under the system's influence and were aware of its existence. With them managing the situation outside, Yi Fan was able to seamlessly integrate Wei Wuxiang into the system's realm. After securing Wei Wuxiang, Yi Fan chose not to linger in the stall but instead entrusted its management to a member of the intelligence department, transforming it into a hub for gathering information. Once Yi Fan had completed the essential tasks at hand, he promptly returned to the Lin family with his subordinates. Yi Fan was reluctant to return to the county office and face the ever-masked tigress, for the mere sight of her would likely prompt her to urge him once again to investigate the whereabouts of the jade-faced little dragon. With a multitude of system tasks awaiting his attention, Yi Fan had no intention of indulging the whims of that fierce woman. Chapter 82. The progress towards Beishan County City. Not long after Yi Fan returned to the Lin family, the mechanical voice of the system resonated within him. Congratulations, host, on completing side mission 19. The main mission 20 is now being generated. Upon completion of the generation, the voice continued, mission details, Dongzhou, Pingnan Dao, capture the foremost outer disciple of the first-rate sect, Tianyue demon sect, Wang Daomian, whose cultivation level is half a step into the postnatal realm. Mission clues, the esteemed outer disciple Wang Daomian. Mission items, none. Mission rewards, a perfected level of the heavenly demon palm, a mid-tier martial skill of the Xian rank. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Fan instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. It appeared he would soon be departing from Dingyuan County. Nanshan County was under the jurisdiction of Pingnan Dao, and the Tianyue demon sect was one of the 5 foremost powers within this region. Yi Fan had not anticipated that capturing a first-rate fugitive would prove to be this arduous. The challenges posed by second, third, and even fourth-level fugitives would likely be even more formidable. To apprehend a top disciple of a premier sect entailed considerable risk. Notably, the Tianyue demon sect was located in Beishan County, necessitating Yi Fan's passage through Nanshan County to fulfill this system mission. However, such considerations were not the foremost concern for Yi Fan at present. The prospect of traversing from Nanshan County to Beishan County seemed daunting. Therefore, he resolved to leverage the formidable machinery of the court to facilitate his direct transfer from Nanshan County to Beishan County. Absent the vast apparatus of the court, Yi Fan might have found himself entirely unqualified for such a journey. While Yi Fan pondered these matters, the head of the Lin family entered his chamber. With a subtle smile, Yi Fan greeted him. Lin family head, what brings you to me at this late hour? The Lin family head replied with a gentle smile. I come to report certain developments, esteemed host. Recently, our intelligence division has expanded extensively. Virtually all of Nanshan County is now under our purview. We have established fundamental intelligence points in every county, with a particular focus on Nanshan County, where we have set up 3 distinct intelligence points. Although this endeavor has demanded considerable financial resources, we have successfully established connections with external intelligence networks, ensuring that we are no longer operating in ignorance wherever we go. Previously, the head of the Lin family had never envisioned the prospect of expansion. However, since aligning with Yi Fan, he had begun to entertain such ambitions. Indeed, for those lacking ambition, aligning with a capable leader is of paramount importance. Once, a hare wrote by the entrance of a cave, and a wolf observed the hare's literary endeavor. The wild wolf inquired of the wild rabbit, "What are you writing over there, dear rabbit?" The rabbit replied, "I am composing a treatise on how rabbits devour wolves." The wolf burst into laughter, saying, "You, a mere little rabbit, think you can consume me? Today, I am keen to witness how this tiny rabbit intends to feast upon me." The rabbit responded, "Follow me into the cave, and I shall reveal to you how a rabbit can overpower a wolf." Naturally, the wolf was skeptical of the rabbit's words, yet it followed the rabbit into the cave. Not long after, the rabbit emerged from the cave, continuing its riding to that moment. A wild boar arrived and posed the same question to the rabbit. However, the rabbit's response had slightly altered. It claimed to be writing a book titled How Rabbits Consume Boars. The boar, equally disbelieving, followed the rabbit into the cave once more, and shortly thereafter, the rabbit exited again. Inside the cave, there now lay a wolf, a boar, and a heap of bones, alongside a lion resting by the bones. This tale illustrates that the disparity in one's capabilities is significantly influenced by the choice of allies. Even the family head evidently chose the right master. Yi Fan smiled faintly and remarked, "Money is not a problem. We have now completely seized control of the entire Dingyuan County. If we wish to amass wealth, it is no longer a daunting task. We must broaden our horizons so that our potential for growth expands." Yi Fan currently commanded at least 2/3 of the power within Dingyuan County, encompassing both the legitimate and illicit realms. With 3 first-rate martial artists under his command, coupled with his own first-rate prowess, there was indeed no one capable of hindering Yi Fan's quest for wealth. The family head, with utmost respect, addressed Yi Fan. "I shall bear your teachings in mind, and I will strive to follow your lead with unwavering dedication." Yi Fan smiled gently and replied, "You have arrived at a fortuitous moment. I have matters to entrust to you. Once you have successfully managed these tasks, a substantial reward shall await you." The family head promptly responded with reverence, "Whatever the master commands, I shall endeavor to fulfill. Even if it seems beyond my capabilities, I shall find a way to accomplish it." Yi Fan remarked, "Your awareness is commendable. I must travel to Beishan County for certain matters. Thus our efforts should now focus on that direction. I would like you to lead our people there and gather intelligence in preparation for my arrival." The family head humbly replied, "I will strive to complete the task assigned by the master. The fact that you entrust this duty to me signifies your esteem for me. I shall fulfill it even at the cost of my life." Yi Fan smiled slightly, saying, "There is no need for such gravity. This matter does not warrant such seriousness. Tio reached the northern mountain county town. You merely need to steadfastly position one foot and await my arrival, after which you are to provide me with essential intelligence. Furthermore, I shall ensure that no harm befalls your Lien family. You shall forever remain the Lien family." Upon hearing these tiresome words, the head of the Lien family promptly declared his loyalty. "Master, you speak in vain. We, the Lien family, shall always be a sharp blade under your command. Our Lien family is yours, not merely our own." This sentiment is profoundly understood by every member of the Lien family. Chapter 83. Adjusted to pursuit of the Wind Patrol, Yi Fan responded with a faint smile. "I am aware of your unwavering loyalty, as well as that of your Lien family. Such a fact is undeniable by anyone, and thus I place my utmost trust in you. It is precisely for this reason that I entrust you with the vital task of going to the northern mountain county town. Only those of considerable merit may represent me in such a capacity." The head of the Lien family respectfully replied, "What the master says is indeed true. I shall proceed to make the necessary arrangements and depart immediately." After Yi Fan provided the head of the Lien family with detailed instructions, he set off to prepare. Yi Fan also assigned a few second-tier warriors as trusted aides to accompany him. Half a day later, Yi Fan returned to the county office. Although he harbored a strong aversion to the envoy, he found himself powerless to displace him, if the envoy had no desire to leave. Yi Fan had no authority to compel his departure. Yi Fan's return to the county office was strategic, as he intended to leverage its resources for his journey to the northern mountain county town, thus enabling him to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. Upon entering the office, Tai Xinlan summoned Yi Fan. She addressed him coolly, "Where have you been these past few days? There has been no word of you in the county office. Do you no longer wish to serve in your position as the chief constable? If you are disinclined to continue, simply inform me. There are plenty who can take your place." Yi Fan replied, "Envoy, you have wronged me Diane these past few days. I have been leading the county office personnel in the search for the jade-faced little flying dragon, and I have not rested during this time." Tai Xinlan responded indifferently, "Since you say so, I suppose I must take you at your word. Now, please recount the specifics of your search for the jade-faced little flying dragon, detailing any leads you may have uncovered. If your account is satisfactory, the matter shall be resolved. However, should your explanation fall short, it may become difficult for you to evade responsibility. Disregarding orders from superiors and acting solely on one's own accord is a grave transgression." Tai Xinlan remained skeptical of Yi Fan's claims, having observed from the outset of the search for the jade-faced little flying dragon that he did not appear particularly invested in the endeavor. To suggest that Yi Fan would venture throughout the city in search of news regarding the jade-faced little flying dragon, Tai Xinlan would undoubtedly express incredulity, 1,000-fold. Why Yi Fan's departure from the county office was, in truth, a means to evade his own responsibilities, unwilling to pursue information about the jade-faced little flying dragon on his own accord. To phrase it mildly, one could describe Yi Fan's actions as a form of lethargy in his duties. More harshly, it could be termed dereliction of duty. Since Yi Fan had returned to the county office, he must have devised a strategy, for if he could not resolve matters concerning a girl not yet 20, how could he justify the experiences of 2 lifetimes? With a slight smile, Yi Fan addressed the messenger. Esteemed messenger, I have indeed been diligently seeking news about the jade-faced little flying dragon during this summer period. I have mobilized everyone within the county office, as well as numerous forces throughout the county, to assist you in this pursuit. Regrettably, I had not returned earlier as I had yet to uncover any definitive information. However, I have now acquired specific details regarding the jade-faced little flying dragon, hence my return to report to you. Tai Xinlan replied coolly, What information have you gathered? Please disclose it directly. I am eager to see what gains you have made during this time. Should you have nothing of substance, I shall not accept your explanation. You are surely aware of the consequences should I dismiss your account. You would no longer hold the position of chief constable in the county office. Conversely, if I find your explanation satisfactory, I shall gladly retain you in your role. With utmost respect, Yi Fan responded, Esteemed messenger, through our recent investigations and inquiries, we have confirmed that the jade-faced little flying dragon is indeed absent from my jurisdiction. The latest incident attributed to the jade-faced little flying dragon occurred within the confines of Nanshan County City. If you wish to pursue the jade-faced little flying dragon, it would be prudent to return to Nanshan County City for further investigation. As that area does not fall under my purview, I find myself without the means to assist you, even should I desire to. Tai Xinlan smiled faintly. You genuinely wish to aid me in the search for the jade-faced little flying dragon? Can you assure me that your words are entirely sincere, devoid of any deception? Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, replying, Esteemed messenger, I assure you that my desire to assist you in locating the jade-faced little flying dragon is entirely genuine, without a trace of falsehood. With a slight smile, Tai Xinlan continued, If I were to grant you an opportunity to assist me in this search, would you agree to help? Yi Fan smiled gently. If given the chance, I would certainly endeavor to assist you in finding the jade-faced little flying dragon. Unfortunately, as the creature is not within my jurisdiction, it is not a matter of reluctance, but rather an inability to accept in this moment. Yi Fan's declaration of loyalty required no sacrifice on his part, granting him the potential for recognition from his superior, a prospect he found quite appealing. Tai Xinlan smiled softly, Since you wish to assist me, I shall certainly provide you with an opportunity. You are no longer required to serve in the esteemed position of the county's chief constable. Someone will undoubtedly take your place. I shall directly appoint you as a wind chaser constable of the 6 doors, elevating you to the rank of a 3rd-tier yellow-robe constable, allowing you to accompany me in the investigation of the enigmatic figure known as the jade-faced little flying dragon. I am uncertain if you harbor any objections. Of course, should you have any, feel free to express them, yet they will be summarily dismissed, as you lack the standing to impose conditions upon me. Moreover, this undertaking was a commitment you made to me, expressing your desire to pursue the jade-faced little flying dragon, hence I am entrusting this matter to you. Rest assured, if you cooperate and succeed in eliminating this individual, I shall promote you to the position of deputy constable in the county city. Regardless of your current abilities, I can elevate you to the rank of deputy chief constable. This is indeed an opportunity for your advancement. You must seize it with determination. If you grasp this chance firmly, the days of your soaring success will be imminent. During his tenure at the county office, Tai Xinlan did not remain idle. He has gained profound insights into Yi Fan, who is an exceptionally capable individual. He is well aware of the numerous overt actions Yi Fan has undertaken and comprehends a substantial portion of Tai Xinlan's circumstances. Tai Xinlan believes that should he involve Yi Fan, his endeavors would progress significantly more smoothly. Otherwise, it would be implausible for one to ascend from an ordinary individual to a martial artist of the 1st-tier realm in such a short span, ultimately securing the position of chief constable at the county office. If Yi Fan can indeed assist him, the task of capturing a person like the jade-faced little flying dragon would be vastly simplified. However, individuals like Yi Fan are not easily managed. Yi Fan responded with a faint smile, addressing Tai Xinlan. Esteemed messenger, if this is merely a lateral transfer, I harbor no objections. After all, my service is ultimately for the court and the 6 doors, regardless of the location. However, esteemed messenger, I was originally the chief constable of the county. Your decision to reassign me to a 3rd-tier wind chaser constable represents a demotion in rank. Should I acquiesce to this arrangement, I would be rendered a mere pawn. The positions of chief constable and 3rd-tier wind chaser constable are ostensibly equivalent in rank, both receiving the same imperial remuneration. However, the actual authority wielded by each differs significantly. The position of chief constable in the county grants substantial power and autonomy, far superior to that of a third-tier wind chaser constable. Tai Xinlan smiled gently and remarked, "You may be overthinking this. You are not genuinely the chief constable but merely an acting chief constable. Thus, my appointment of you as a third-tier wind chaser constable is, in fact, a promotion. If you continue to act ungratefully, you will be deemed somewhat oblivious to your own fortune." After a moment of contemplation, Yifan replied, "Esteemed messenger, under normal circumstances, I would not consent to such an arrangement. After all, once I promised to undertake this matter, my rank has significantly diminished, and it has been a considerable struggle for me to attain my current position. To suddenly strip me of this role would indeed cause me great sorrow. However, pursuing the notorious Yumian Shao Fei Long is undeniably the duty of every head of the 6 doors. Therefore, I am willing to accompany you, esteemed messenger, in the quest to locate Yumian Shao Fei Long, and to apprehend him and bring him to justice. Yet, I hope that you will not forget the commitment you made to me and ensure its fulfillment." Tai Xinlan smiled slightly and said, "What I promised you, I will certainly see through. I must admit, I held some disdain for you, but after hearing your passionate words just now, I have reconsidered. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, provided that you wholeheartedly commit to the pursuit of Yumian Shao Fei Long, without any wavering or half-heartedness." Respectfully, Yifan replied to Tai Xinlan, "Esteemed messenger, you can rest assured on this matter. I am a person of unwavering resolve, and what I have promised, I will endeavor to fulfill with all my strength. Since you are willing to meet some of my conditions, I indeed have 2 modest requests I wish to discuss with you, which, if granted, would inspire me to devote myself even more diligently to the task at hand." Tai Xinlan smiled faintly and said, "Speak plainly. I do not appreciate beating around the bush." Respectfully, Yifan addressed Tai Xinlan, "I am aware that you wish for me to accompany you as a head of the wind-chasing division, solely to assist in the search for Yumian Shao Fei Long. Outside of this pursuit, I find myself of no utility to you. I could aptly describe my current predicament as being conscripted by you. Esteemed messenger, I should be enjoying a life of distinction, with a significant portion of Dingyuan County under my influence. Yet, due to your decree, all these prospects have evaporated. This stark contrast is indeed challenging for me to accept. Thus, I request that you appoint an individual of my choosing as the chief constable of Dingyuan County, allowing me to maintain control and foster my own strength, reaping certain benefits for myself. Should you fulfill this request, I would find it much easier to accompany you in the search for Yumian Shao Fei Long." Tai Xinlan's expression turned icy as she replied, "Yifan, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Do you think the 6 doors is your personal domain? Do you truly believe that upon becoming the chief constable of Dingyuan County, you would have absolute dominion and be able to extract ample benefits from it? I must inform you that your actions are tantamount to corruption, and such conduct within the court will face severe repercussions. How audacious of you to disclose these matters directly to me. Do you not believe I am stringent enough in addressing these issues?" Although Yifan's words were both anticipated and unexpected, Tai Xinlan remains perplexed by Yi Xingchen's behavior. With utmost respect, Yifan addressed Tai Xinlan, "Your Excellency, my actions do indeed contravene the regulations of the 6 doors. However, it can be said that individuals like myself, who violate these rules, are innumerable within the 6 doors. Only a select few can assure their own integrity, and even they cannot guarantee the same for their friends and family. Thus, while my requests may exceed the bounds of the 6 doors regulations, they are within the realm of reason. After all, nobody is born with a golden key in their mouth, exempt from the struggle for cultivation resources. As warriors, we are inherently at odds with fate. To elevate our prowess, we require sufficient resources. And where do these resources come from? Naturally, we must procure them through diligent effort. Individuals like us cannot expect resources to be handed to us. Perhaps, for someone of your stature, they might be delivered directly. Therefore, at this juncture, we must devise our own means to acquire resources and enhance our cultivation." Tai Xinlan, with an expression of neutrality, replied to Yifan, "I find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend your actions, yet I shall endeavor to understand them." Despite her strong aversion to Yifan's self-serving manipulation of power, Tai Xinlan feels powerless to prevent such conduct. Her own father was similarly guilty of leveraging power for personal gain. As the saying goes, one must look after oneself, lest heaven punished. Yifan, with a demeanor of utmost respect, inquired, "Your Excellency, does this mean you have acquiesced to my request?" Tai Xinlan responded with an impassive expression, "I have granted your request, but you must undertake actions that contribute to my interests. Should you fail to provide me with something of value, I shall reclaim what I can offer you." Yifan assured her, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, while I may not excel in various endeavors, I possess considerable prowess in locating individuals. Leave the task of finding the jade-faced little flying dragon to me. Should I fail to locate him, I shall submit myself to your judgment. Having resolved to depart from Dingyuan County, Yifan was determined to maximize his own benefits, by placing the county under the control of his own associates. He could continue to exert influence over the entirety of Dingyuan County from afar. Tai Xinlan, maintaining her placid demeanor, stated, "Very well, you may propose who you wish to appoint as the chief constable of this county. However, let it be understood that the individual you recommend must be a first-tier martial artist. Should they fail to meet this criterion, such a person lacks any qualifications to hold the esteemed position of the county's chief constable." Yifan respectfully remarked, "My lord, this is indeed my concern. If you grant my request, I shall certainly find someone suitable." Tai Xinlan responded with a slight smile, "That may be true, but as far as I know, there is currently no one within the county's administration who has attained the realm of a first-class martial artist. Are you under the impression that a foreign monk recites better scriptures, thus desiring to seek an outsider for the role of chief constable?" Yifan replied, "A hero does not question one's origins, and a rogue does not regard age. The recruitment practices of the Six Doors are inherently unique. Anyone who wishes to join may do so. Therefore, my endeavor to recruit an individual into the Six Doors should not violate its principles. Zhao Rudong has already reached the pinnacle of the first-class martial artist realm and is quite eager to join our Six Doors. As such, I am willing to serve as his recommender for entry. All that is required of you, my lord, is to appoint Zhao Rudong as the new chief constable, and I trust this minor matter poses no issue for you." Tai Xinlan smiled slightly, saying, "This matter presents no difficulty for me. Even replacing a county-level chief constable poses no challenge. However, have you considered a crucial question? You should be aware of the sort of person Zhao Rudong was before he became your subordinate. Are you certain that you have completely won him over? Once you recommend him for the position of chief constable, we need to consider whether you can indeed keep him in check. Should he engage in any misconduct or act against the interests of the Six Doors during his tenure, you too shall bear the corresponding responsibilities. I believe you are quite aware of this. Now, I ask you once more, do you still insist on your current plan to make Zhao Rudong the new chief constable of Dingyuan County?" Tai Xinlan had been in Dingyuan County for several days, and out of idle time, he perused the wanted notices of the Six Doors, discovering that Zhao Rudong was the top wanted criminal. Regardless of the severity of one's crimes, as long as they join the Six Doors, they may be accepted, provided their actions do not threaten the safety of the court or the Six Doors. Should an individual's offenses jeopardize the court or the Six Doors, they would be dealt with accordingly. Although Zhao Rudong is marked as the top wanted criminal in Dingyuan County, he has not endangered the safety of the court or the Six Doors. His status as a wanted man arises solely from his theft of a treasure belonging to a martial arts sect, whose leader has connections with the governor of Nanshan County. It is precisely for this reason that Zhao Rudong has become a fugitive sought by the court. Zhao Rudong indeed committed heinous acts of a grave nature, unbeknownst to the court, yet known to Yifan's system. With an expression of calmness, Yifan remarked, "Esteemed envoy, it appears that I have indeed acted in such a manner. Thus, I possess a certain confidence in my ability to perform well. Should Zhao Rudong encounter any issues, I shall bear the responsibility without evasion." Tai Xinlan smiled faintly and replied, "Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further counsel. You are to instruct Zhao Rudong to prepare for his assumption of your current position tomorrow, while you will accompany me to Nanshan County. The jade-faced little flying dragon has re-emerged in Nanshan County. We must apprehend him with utmost urgency. Should we allow the jade-faced little flying dragon to continue his misdeeds, we would be unworthy of the uniforms we wear." Tai Xinlan, a diligent inspector of the Six Gates, possesses a profound sense of justice. While others might pursue the jade-faced little flying dragon merely for the court's reward, Tai Xinlan's motivation diverges. She seeks to capture him swiftly to prevent further harm to innocent maidens. It is this intrinsic respect for Tai Xinlan's motives that compels Yifan to join her in the pursuit of the jade-faced little flying dragon. Otherwise, Yifan would never gamble with his life, for the jade-faced little flying dragon is undeniably a formidable adversary, not easily captured. Yifan has yet to reach the realm of the day after, and to seek out the jade-faced little flying dragon, who has attained the innate realm, would be akin to the old immortal ingesting arsenic, an act of folly. Tai Xinlan, though a powerful practitioner of the innate realm, may still find it a challenge to confront the jade-faced little flying dragon, let alone protect Yifan. Furthermore, Yifan is not the type to entrust his life to another. He desires to take control of his own destiny. Chapter 86. Arrival at Nanshan. After the passage of a day, Tai Xinlan appointed Zhao Rudong as the chief constable of the county office. Although many within the office were discontented with Zhao Rudong's new position, They found themselves powerless to contest it. Yi Fan wholeheartedly supported Zhao Ruidong's appointment, and Tai Xinlan personally issued the command, leaving the dissenters with no recourse. On the third day, Yi Fan set off with Tai Xinlan. The distance from Dingyuan County to Nanshan County is not particularly vast. Riding on swift steeds, they arrived in merely 2 days. Nanshan County was the first prefectural city Yi Fan had encountered since his arrival, and it was undeniable that a prefectural city is indeed grand in terms of scale. It dwarfed Dingyuan County by a factor of 10, with a population exceeding that of Dingyuan County by over 20 times. With such a substantial populace and vast urban expanse, the caliber of martial artists in Nanshan County naturally surged in Dingyuan County. Encountering a third-rate martial artist felt remarkable. However, in Nanshan County, third-rate martial artists were ubiquitous. Even the presence of second-rate or first-rate martial artists is not particularly remarkable. One might even occasionally encounter postnatal realm warriors who surpass the first-rate level in the streets. As Tai Xinlan and Yi Fan entered Nanshan County City together, Yi Fan had spent most of his time in the small town of Dingyuan County, likely having never witnessed grander spectacles. Initially, Tai Xinlan prepared to mock Yi Fan for his lack of worldly experience. However, upon entering Nanshan County City, Yi Fan displayed an air of calm indifference, showing no signs of astonishment. Despite Tai Xinlan's desire to witness Yi Fan's embarrassment, she found herself without an opportunity to in his previous life. Yi Fan frequently mingled within the bustling metropolises of the Huaxia Empire, rendering the ordinary county town of Huaxia far surpassed by the scale of Nanshan County City, whose towering edifices were incomparable. Aside from the presence of martial artists, nothing else in Nanshan County City astonished Yi Fan, nor did it evoke any sense of shock within him. Observing Yi Fan's demeanor, which was exceedingly mundane, Tai Xinlan smiled slightly and remarked, "Yi Fan, this must be your first visit to a county-level city. Why do you appear so unfazed?" Many people, upon encountering such a city for the first time, react with great surprise, and a wit is akin to the shock experienced by villagers when they first arrive in a county town. Yi Fan replied, his expression remaining unperturbed, "Perhaps this is what distinguishes me from them. I approach all matters with equanimity. Hardly anything can elicit a profound sense of shock within me. Therefore, if the esteemed envoy seeks to witness my folly, I advise against expending effort, as it is simply not a possibility." Aware of the lack of amusement in the exchange, Tai Xinlan refrained from further questioning Yi Fan in her mind. She contemplated that Yi Fan's rapid rise to prominence as the pinnacle of Dingyuan County was likely due to his unique disposition and unwavering determination. Tai Xinlan proceeded to escort Yi Fan directly to the headquarters of the Six Doors. A person of Tai Xinlan's stature would certainly not seek accommodation in hotels or inns, which were typically reserved for less notable figures in the martial world. Instead, she always availed herself of accommodations at the Six Doors, where, regardless of her destination, she was assured of luxurious lodgings, an advantage afforded by her status. Individuals like Yi Fan, however, would find no lodging available at the Six Doors of the county or higher echelons. Even if there were accommodations, they would not be extended to someone of his standing. As such, Yi Fan would have to settle for inns and hotels. Having visited the Six Doors in Nanshan County City previously, Tai Xinlan was recognized by most of the personnel there as a person of great distinction. Upon arriving at the Six Gates, Tai Xinlan was promptly ushered within, where she was assigned the most luxurious accommodations. Yi Fan, by association, also reaped some of her good fortune and was granted a commendable lodging as well. The Six Gates in Nanshan County is markedly different from its counterpart in Dingyuan County. Within the Six Gates of Nanshan, there are no ordinary individuals serving as constables. Only martial artists of at least a third-rate realm are permitted to take on such roles. Naturally, even these constables, if they were to venture into a regular county, would command a level of respect that would preclude any ordinary head constable from treating them with disdain. This is largely due to their standing as inhabitants of the county, inherently superior in status. This disparity explains why many martial artists prefer to strive in larger cities, not merely for the abundant opportunities they offer, but also for the myriad advantages that far surpass those available in smaller towns. Every martial artist aspiring to grow typically opts for the experience that larger cities provide. Even disciples from prestigious sects choose to train in grander metropolises rather than in modest counties. Consequently, encounters with disciples from major sects are nearly impossible in small counties, whereas larger cities present a vastly different scenario. In Nanshan County, local sects ensure that their representatives are stationed within the city, albeit their strength must remain restrained, lest they provoke the ire of the court. The court is unyielding. Countless sects have been obliterated by the Six Gates. However, the top-tier sects of the martial world command a level of respect that deters the court from acting recklessly, for the unification of these elite sects possesses the capability to overthrow the entire ruling regime. The court is wary of pressing these martial practitioners too hard, for fear of inciting significant turmoil. Moreover, the martial world is not solely defined by the Tang dynasty. The dynasty must also guard against threats from various adversaries. The current semblance of peace across the martial realm is largely due to the Tang dynasty's ability to fend off incursions from all directions, maintaining order and preventing chaos from engulfing the realm. Otherwise, bloodshed would have long since erupted. Chapter 87. An encounter with great figures upon returning to his quarters, as Huaxia settled onto his bed to commence his cultivation. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing level 1 side quest 2 and successfully acquiring 3 fortune cards. Congratulations on initiating level 2 main quest. Level 2 main quest. Eliminate 3 formidable martial artists from the 3 gangs and frame the county magistrate and the county constable for these deeds. Level 2 main quest rewards. Earn 10 level 2 martial general summoning cards, receive 3 level 2 fortune cards, and successfully unlock level 2 main quest 1 and level 2 main quest 2. Huaxia was not overly astonished by the announcement of this level 2 main quest, as it posed a greater challenge than its predecessor, albeit significantly more demanding than the level 1 main quest. However, this is entirely normal. After all, it is quite reasonable for the first task to be simpler, while the second task naturally presents some challenges, and the third task may prove to be even more arduous. In a task system, it is expected that the difficulties increase as one progresses. This is akin to leveling up in a game. Initially, the adversaries are relatively easy to defeat, but as one advances, the foes become increasingly formidable. Upon comprehending the secondary main quest, Huaxia did not hastily set about its completion. Instead, he chose to continue meditating in a lotus position upon his bed. Warriors of the strengthening realm are not easily vanquished. Even with over 10 warriors of the body refinement realm under his command, defeating a single warrior of the strengthening realm remains a considerable challenge. Silently eliminating a warrior of the strengthening realm is an even greater endeavor. Huaxia must carefully contemplate these matters. Otherwise, a rash action could not only fail to implicate the county magistrate and the county lieutenant, but could also backfire, endangering himself. Currently, Huaxia possesses 3 Zhanzhan cards, yet he refrains from utilizing them frivolously. Within the county office, he has already extracted the talents he deems worthy, and he will not pursue those he finds unworthy. After all, the population of the Tianwu continent is boundless, as are the warriors of the body refinement realm. The act of acquiring those who have studied yellow-tier martial skills differs significantly from that of those who have learned Shin-tier martial skills. Thus, Huaxia intends to retain 3 Zhanzhan cards as a reserve, vowing not to employ them unless absolutely necessary. In the future, he will keep 3 cards of each tier, ensuring he can still acquire talents when the opportunity arises. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During this time, Zhong Xiaojian and Yu Chengyao have repeatedly reported the situations concerning the county magistrate and the county lieutenant to Huaxia. The conflict between the 3 factions and the county officials has deepened considerably. Their actions are driving the magistrate and lieutenant toward a dead end, leaving them no avenue for survival. Without a source of income, the county magistrate and lieutenant will find it impossible to sustain their subordinates, consequently diminishing their power. Naturally, the county magistrate and lieutenant cannot tolerate such a predicament, prompting them to resist. Several confrontations have already occurred between both sides. However, due to mutual restraint, no fatalities have ensued. The 3 factions have refrained from resorting to murder, primarily because, even if they were to eliminate the county magistrate and lieutenant, others would inevitably be dispatched to manage the entire Xi'an County. The Yu Kingdom can endure a lack of control over Xi'an County, but it absolutely cannot permit Xi'an County to completely extricate itself from its jurisdiction. At present, the county magistrate and lieutenant remain relatively manageable. Should they be dealt with, there is a significant risk of the Yu Kingdom's court swiftly retaliating against them. Subsequently, their backers would send reinforcements, while the court would appoint its own officials to govern Xi'an County. Therefore, both the county offices and the 3 factions' powers are relatively restrained in the face of these events. It is solely due to the interest surrounding tax collection that such discord has arisen between them. The 3 factions and 2 clans are reluctant to pay this tax, while the county magistrate and constable seek to maintain their grip on the county office through these revenues. Thus, the discord between the 2 parties has escalated significantly due to this matter. Huaxia is poised to stoke the flames of their conflict further, although he must undertake careful preparations. Otherwise, instead of igniting a fire, he may find himself consumed by it. The strategy for fanning the flames naturally aligns with fulfilling the system's objectives. By eliminating the formidable practitioners among the 3 factions and 2 clans, and framing the county magistrate and constable for these acts, the tensions between the 2 sides will inevitably reach a boiling point. Should he add more fuel to the fire along the way, even the most restrained parties will ultimately resort to conflict. At that juncture, it will be Zhuo Qingqiu's moment to assert his strength. Zhuo Qingqiu intends to employ this strategy to seize control of the county office, gradually dismantling the 3 factions and 2 clans, thereby establishing complete dominion over the entire Sinan County. He has summoned back Huang Wu, an undercover agent from the Qinglong Gang, which is the organization where Zhuo Qingqiu has embedded the most spies. Consequently, the Qinglong Gang is the first faction he plans to target, as it is the largest gang in Sinan County, boasting 13 formidable practitioners. The presence of numerous strong practitioners offers Zhuo Qingqiu ample opportunities to act. By bringing back Huang Wu, he aims to discern the most advantageous targets for his endeavors. Zhuo Qingqiu seeks to achieve the greatest victory at the least cost. He will refrain from engaging the strong unless absolutely necessary. Should he be able to eliminate the formidable practitioners through poison or cunning, it would significantly mitigate potential losses and reduce the risk of exposure. Huang Wu, having been summoned, kneels before Zhuo Qingqiu and respectfully states, "I pay my respects to the Lord. I am unsure why you have summoned me back so suddenly." Zhuo Qingqiu, with an expression of calm neutrality, responds, "I have heard that you share a close relationship with Han Zhengtong, one of the 13 leaders of the Qinglong Gang." Huang Wu replies earnestly, "My lord, while I indeed maintain a cordial relationship with Han Zhengtong, it is solely to fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to me. I assure you, I would never engage in any actions that might jeopardize your interests, so please rest assured." Upon hearing Zhuo Qingqiu's inquiry, Huang Wu immediately fears that his loyalty is being questioned, prompting him to reaffirm his allegiance. Although Huang Wu was summoned from the system, he remains oblivious to his true identity, which has been fabricated for him by the system. The collaboration with the leader of the Qinglong Gang was anticipated by Zhuo Qingqiu, as the Qinglong Gang now faces a life-and-death predicament. If they do not seize an opportunity to escape this dire situation, they may face complete annihilation. In the eyes of the Qinglong Gang's leader, the Huaxia Gang has effectively merged with the county office, resulting in a power imbalance that greatly favors the Huaxia Gang. Most critically, the leader of the Qinglong Gang is unable to preemptively eliminate the Huaxia Gang's influence over the county office. Once the leader of the Qinglong Gang undertook such actions, he unwittingly fell into the trap set by the Huaxia Gang. The entire Qinglong Gang would face annihilation alongside the county office, allowing the Huaxia Gang to rest easy. Among the 3 factions, the Huaxia Gang was inherently the most formidable, while the Qinglong Gang and another gang remained perpetually suppressed. The Qinglong Gang sought assistance from the leader of the other gang, given their history of mutual cooperation. However, upon approaching the leader of the other gang this time, he flatly refused to involve himself in the matter. This left the Qinglong Gang in an exceedingly awkward position. Now, with Zhuo Qingqiu offering a chance for redemption, how could the leader of the Qinglong Gang possibly let this opportunity slip by? With Zhuo Qingqiu's support, even if the leader were to completely eliminate the county office, the court officials would surely not pursue the matter further. If the court officials did not investigate, the Qinglong Gang would face no pressure whatsoever. Moreover, Zhuo Qingqiu currently lacked significant power. Thus, to exert complete control over the county office, he would need the assistance of the Qinglong Gang. This mutual constraint would ensure that Zhuo Qingqiu remained under the Qinglong Gang's influence. With the county office as a strategic asset, the Qinglong Gang could secure a degree of initiative, at least preventing the Huaxia Gang from recklessly attacking the Qinglong Gang members. A day later, under the cover of night, all practitioners of the acquired realm from the Qinglong Gang, led by their leader, stealthily approached the county office. The guards were swiftly dispatched by the Qinglong Gang's blood exchange realm warriors, allowing them to infiltrate the courtyard without the notice of Liao Yongtao and Xu Yifei. Only after the majority of the county office personnel had been eliminated did Xu Yifei and Liao Yongtao realize something was amiss. As they entered the courtyard, they were surrounded by dozens of Qinglong Gang warriors. At that moment, nearly all of Liao Yongtao and Xu Yifei's subordinates lay dead, their bodies piled in a corner. Xu Yifei, his face twisted in rage, glared at the leader of the Qinglong Gang and venomously declared, "Leader Zhu, the previous matter has been thoroughly resolved. My county office has already promised to assist you in identifying the culprit. Why, then, have you led your elite forces to launch a surprise attack on us? Are you truly unconcerned about the court's retribution? If the court's experts arrive here, the Qinglong Gang will surely be consigned to history. Leader Zhu, if you cease hostilities now, we can let this matter rest. The deceased from the county office will naturally be replaced, and as long as we remain alive, the court will not unleash their wrath. What say you to reconciliation?" The leader of the Qinglong Gang replied calmly, "Xu Yifei, do you believe you alone represent the county office? Do you truly consider yourself a significant figure? Let me inform you, once I eliminate every last one of you from the county office today, there will be no turning back. Both you and Liao Yongtao must die for your foolishness that day. You shall pay the price for your reckless actions. Shu Yifei's tone had significantly weakened as he addressed. Master Zhu, what I must convey to you is that the matter concerning your third brother has absolutely no connection to us. Should you proceed in this manner, it would only serve to bring sorrow to the kin and joy to the adversaries. Indeed, it would be a trivial task for you to eliminate us both. However, have you considered that once you do so, the upper echelons of the Qinglong gang would be forced into seclusion within the depths of the mountains? Regardless, you certainly cannot remain in Sahan County. Have you truly contemplated this, Master Zhu? Shu Yifei believed that the leader of the Qinglong gang was fundamentally mistaken, thinking that they had sent individuals to slay the third master of the Qinglong gang. He speculated that after the leader resolved the issues with the county office, he would lead the higher-ups of the Qinglong gang to depart entirely from Sahan County. At this moment, Shu Yifei was genuinely frightened. His thoughts were no longer focused on how to exact revenge on the leader of the Qinglong gang, but rather on how to preserve his own life. He pondered how he might persuade the leader to cease his actions. Given the current circumstances, Shu Yifei dared not make any grandiose statements. The leader of the Qinglong gang smiled faintly and remarked, Shu Yifei, Liao Yongtao, do you truly believe that the two of you can represent the court and the county office of Sahan County? To speak frankly, the county office cannot be represented by mere individuals like yourselves. Only the esteemed county magistrate Zhuo Qingqiu has the authority to represent it. After finishing his statement, Zhuo Qingqiu slowly emerged from behind their encirclement. With a slight smile, he addressed Liao Yongtao and Shu Yifei. You two did not expect this, did you? Throughout your time at the county office, you have never regarded me with any respect, nor have your subordinates shown me any courtesy. Yet, you likely did not foresee that your demise today would be determined by a mere insignificant figure such as myself. The appearance of Zhuo Qingqiu instantly enlightened Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao regarding the source of the leader of the Qinglong gang's audacity. Although Zhuo Qingqiu seemingly held no significant power and had not commanded any authority, they had overlooked his true position. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhuo Qingqiu was the head of the entire county office. Appointed by the court of the Yu Kingdom, he indeed could represent the entirety of the Sahan County office. Once the Qinglong gang had entirely eliminated Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao, Zhuo Qingqiu could seamlessly take control of the county office, as it remained under the jurisdiction of the Yu Kingdom's court. With a simple edict, he could effectively resolve the situation. In his decree, he could state that Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao had instigated rebellion and had been apprehended and executed by him. The court would no longer involve itself in the matter, perhaps merely sending a county deputy and a county guard to assume their roles. At this juncture, Liao Yongtao and Shu Yifei were truly filled with dread. Their sole source of reliance had been completely eradicated by the Qinglong gang. With no means left to threaten the Qinglong gang, their fear only intensified. Chapter 89. The Plan Yifan remarked calmly, I too wish for Miss Tai Xinlan to remain unharmed. However, before I disclose my plans, I wish to inquire about one matter. Where exactly is the enigmatic jade-faced little flying dragon at this moment? The deputy chief of the Nanshan County Guard replied, We are unable to answer your question, as we too are in the dark regarding the whereabouts of the jade-faced little flying dragon. He is a remarkably formidable individual, adept at concealing his movements. Our skilled trackers within the 6 doors have previously attempted to locate him, yet they have never succeeded in uncovering his presence. Unless he chooses to act or make an appearance, it is exceedingly difficult for us to find him. Yifan remarked, If it is indeed so challenging to locate him, then so be it. I would like to inquire whether he is currently in Nanshan County. You must have some knowledge of that. The deputy chief responded, Once again, we find ourselves unable to provide an answer to your inquiry. As we have mentioned, the jade-faced little flying dragon is elusive beyond comprehension. No one can truly ascertain his location. He may have been in Nanshan County yesterday, be present today, and might also be here tomorrow. Yet, it is equally possible that he was in Nanshan County yesterday, in Beishan County today, and may arrive in the illustrious capital of Luoyang by tomorrow. His movements have always been devoid of any discernible pattern. There are places where he might linger for several days if in good spirits, and others where he may depart hastily if displeased. Yifan remarked coolly, From what you suggest, it seems you possess no information on the jade-faced little flying dragon whatsoever. The information you relayed to Miss Tai Xinlan previously about the little shadow was merely conjecture. The deputy chief countered, That is not entirely accurate. The jade-faced little flying dragon has eluded detection within the county, as we have never encountered him committing any acts here. Thus, we brought Miss Tai Xinlan to the county, anticipating that the higher-ups of the 6 doors would soon arrive to escort her back. However, to our surprise, after reporting the situation to the higher authorities, it was as if the matter had vanished without a trace. They failed to respond in any manner. This has left us quite anxious, for we fear we may not be able to adequately protect Miss Tai Xinlan on our OW end. Yifan smiled faintly and said, I have grasped the situation you described. Now, allow me to share my plan with you. I believe my strategy is rather flawless. Once it is fully executed, Miss Tai Xinlan's safety will be assured. At that point, even if he continues his pursuit of the jade-faced little flying dragon, he will undoubtedly be unable to reach him. The deputy chief of Nanshan County urged. Please, go on, Yi Fan replied. The method I propose is remarkably simple. The diversion of attention. We can create a figure more ruthless than the jade-faced little flying dragon. This character may either be a real individual or entirely fabricated. If we were to fabricate this individual and then persuade Miss Tai Xinlan to undertake the task of investigating our invention, she would subsequently cease her pursuit of the person known as Yumian Xiao Fei Long. Once the tumult surrounding this matter has completely subsided, we could safely return Miss Tai Xinlan directly to the divine capital of Luoyang, or we might simply await contact from the higher-ups in Luoyang. If the upper echelons of Lushan Min and Luoyang do not reach out to us promptly, it may indicate that they have pressing matters to attend to. Thus, temporarily neglecting Miss Tai Xinlan.it is also plausible that the higher-ups of Lushan Min wish to test Miss Tai Xinlan's capabilities, which is why they have refrained from dispatching skilled protectors to safeguard her. Regardless of the circumstance, we must ensure the absolute safety of Miss Tai Xinlan. The deputy chief of the Southern Mountain District remarked, what you propose may indeed divert Miss Tai Xinlan's attention in the short term. However, have you considered that should this scheme unravel, the three of us would have to face her wrath? At that point, placating her fury would not be an easy feat even if we managed to deceive Miss Tai Xinlan for a time. We cannot conceal the truth from her indefinitely. Sooner or later, this matter will come to light, and when that moment arrives, how shall we navigate our predicament? Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. Esteemed sirs, your concerns seem rather distant. Our current mission is to address the pressing challenges before us. Rather than speculate on future consequences, we can contemplate those matters later. The immediate issues we face demand our swift resolution. Moreover, it is not impossible to manage the aftermath. Having fabricated the beginning of our tale, we can surely craft its conclusion. Should the truth begin to surface, we can assert that the individual we sought has been apprehended and dealt with. I am confident that, with your abilities, this task can indeed be accomplished, and should you succeed, this endeavor will present no significant difficulty. The deputy chief and the chief of Southern Mountain District exchanged glances, both recognizing the merit in Yi Fan's suggestion. However, they did not relent immediately, continuing their deliberations, for this was no trivial matter. Deceiving a messenger of the authorities is a grave offense, punishable by severe repercussions within Lushan Min. Yet, after half an hour of discussion, they ultimately arrived at the conclusion that they would proceed with Yi Fan's approach. They did not regard it as an ideal solution, but faced with a lack of alternatives, they felt compelled to give it a try. The deputy chief of the Southern Mountain District smiled slightly at Yi Fan and said, since you have conceived this plan, I presume you have also considered what sort of individual we should fabricate. How should we proceed to portray this matter with utmost authenticity? I believe you have contemplated these aspects thoroughly. Surely, you would not merely conjure such a scenario and declare it outright. Chapter 90 Execution with a face full of reverence. Huang Wu addressed Zhu Laosan, Honorable Deputy Leader, today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your rescue. Upon hearing Huang Wu's words, Zhu Laosan felt a significant sense of reassurance. Although he was currently afflicted by a lethal poison, he could distinctly sense that the venom merely suppressed his internal energy rather than being of a fatal nature. Once he survived this ordeal, he vowed to ensure that the one who poisoned him would meet a fate worse than death. Though he was yet unaware of the identity of his assailant, he was determined to uncover the truth. The reason Huang Wu had chosen a poison that incapacitated his internal energy without causing death was not due to any compassion, but rather the necessity to prolong Zhu Laosan's demise for ulterior motives. Huang Wu continued, Deputy Leader, let us combine our strengths and break through to the north, swiftly returning to our gang. Regardless of how many adversaries we face, we shall not be intimidated. Zhu Laosan replied with calm composure, very well, we shall break through to the north and return to the gang at the fastest pace. Zhu Laosan was no longer in a state of despair. Previously, he had successfully withstood the enemy's assault as a wounded man, and now, with the assistance of a martial artist of the fragile realm, his chances of survival had significantly increased. Thus, he resolved to maintain absolute clarity of mind, refusing to succumb to panic. Just as Zhu Laosan prepared to fight for his escape, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. A half-foot-long dagger had pierced through from his back into his chest. Turning to see his assailant, he was shocked to find it was Huang Wu, the very person he had trusted. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he gasped. Why? What is the reason behind this? Have I not treated you well within the Qinglong gang? I cannot fathom why you would betray me. The Qinglong gang is so powerful. Do you truly believe that betraying it will yield favorable outcomes? You must understand the fate that befalls those who betray the Qinglong gang. Surely, when you joined the gang, you were made aware of the consequences faced by those who dared to turn against it. With a serene expression, Huang Wu responded, "There is no reason, for I am a spy sent by another faction. My purpose in approaching you is solely to eliminate you. As for the fate of those who betrayed the Qinglong gang, it will not befall me, for I am not as foolish as they. Did you truly think I harbored feelings for you? With your pig-headedness, I could never develop any affection for you. Furthermore, I do not engage in emotional ties with anyone. Apart from my loyalty to my master, you are merely stepping stones to me, and I shall climb over your corpses to ascend further." As soon as Huang Wu's words fell, Zhu Laosan promptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, utterly enraged by the betrayal of his own kin. After Huang Wu had spoken, he did not linger to engage Zhu Laosan further. Instead, he deftly twisted his dagger, and in an instant, the peak-level warrior of the strengthening realm, Zhu Laosan, met his demise. Although a warrior of the strengthening realm possesses greater prowess than an ordinary person, their strength remains limited. When Huang Wu plunged the blade into Zhu Laosan's heart, the latter did not succumb immediately due to the heart's slightly leftward position, resulting in Huang Wu's strike failing to pierce it completely. This also elucidated why Zhu Laosan was still able to utter words even after being stabbed. Huang Wu twisted his wrist with precision, shattering Zhu Laosan's heart, leading to his instantaneous death. In truth, Zhu Laosan's demise was profoundly unjust. Had he harbored even a modicum of wariness towards Huang Wu, he would not have fallen prey so easily to such a treacherous ambush. Even when confronted by 5 formidable opponents of the strengthening realm, and despite being gravely poisoned and injured, he would still have had at least a 10% chance of escape. Yet, his misplaced trust in Huang Wu ultimately sealed his fate, a stark reminder of the perils of unwise associations. Huang Wu then addressed the other 4 individuals, commanding, "You 4, swiftly manage the scene and proceed as per our original plan. I must hasten back to the Qinglong gang, lest I arouse suspicion." Following his directive, he paid no further heed to the others and swiftly departed the scene. The remaining 4, harboring a sense of resentment, were discontented. After all, they had failed to subdue Zhu Laosan themselves and found their achievements overshadowed by Huang Wu's triumph. However, their displeasure bore no fruit, for the course of events had already been set, compelling them to expedite the subsequent tasks. They were incapable of subduing a warrior of the strengthening realm, particularly one who was poisoned. Thus, their failure to secure the credit could not be laid at Huang Wu's feet, but rather stemmed from their own inadequacies. The 4 hastily arranged the scene, leaving all pre-prepared evidence intact, and promptly exited. Zhu Laosan's lifeless body remained untouched at the scene, awaiting discovery. Shortly thereafter, Huang Yi and his companions returned to the county office. Huang Yi approached Zhuo Qingqiu to report the situation. He neither exaggerated his own contributions nor downplayed Huang Wu's, but instead recounted the events in their entirety. Upon concluding his report, he knelt respectfully before Zhuo Qingqiu, stating, "I am unworthy, and I implore my master to bestow punishment." Zhuo Qingqiu responded with a calm smile. "Zhu Laosan was a peak-level warrior of the strengthening realm. It is reasonable that you were unable to subdue him in such a short time. Although Huang Yi stands before me, Zhu Laosan placed his trust in you. However, the lion's share of credit belongs to him, and thus I shall reward him. While you 4 have made contributions, they pale in comparison to Huang Wu's. What do you think of my words?" Huang Yi respectfully addressed Zhuo Qingqiu, saying, "All matters shall be left to the esteemed judgment of the master. We, the humble servants, have no objections whatsoever." Zhuo Qingqiu replied nonchalantly, "Let us proceed with things as they stand for now. You may withdraw and await the outcome of this affair, after which we shall consider our next steps. The success of Huang Wu's plans will be crucial. Should they falter, we may find ourselves quite occupied. Conversely, if they proceed smoothly, we should soon be able to take control of the county office." Before the chief constable of Nanshan County could set about his designated tasks, Tai Xinlan had already arrived at Yifan's quarters in search of him. Upon seeing her, a broad smile instantly graced Yifan's face. He addressed Tai Xinlan, "My lady, I am curious to know what brings you here today." Tai Xinlan replied coolly, "Yifan, do not feign ignorance. You know perfectly well why I summoned you. Yet, since your arrival, you have done nothing but lounge about, pretending to be lifeless. Do you truly believe I am so easily appeased? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you will face the consequences." With utmost respect, Yifan responded, "Miss Tai Xinlan, I am fully aware of your intentions in bringing me here, I assure you. I have not been idle. In fact, I have made numerous arrangements during my time here. I am confident that within 3 months, if the jade-faced little flying dragon remains in Nanshan County, I will undoubtedly locate him. Tai Xinlan remarked, "You have been cooped up here, hardly stepping outside. You think I am unaware? Now you claim to have made arrangements. Do you expect me to believe you?" Yi Fan asserted, "Miss Tai Xinlan, many matters do not require direct involvement. If we were to handle everything ourselves, we would surely exhaust ourselves in due course. We must leverage our advantages. Only then can we swiftly locate our target without overexerting ourselves. The strength of an individual, no matter how formidable, is limited, whereas the power of a collective is immeasurable. You must have heard the adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant, and no matter how mighty a warrior, when faced with thousands, they find themselves helpless." Tai Xinlan replied, "If that is the case, then perhaps I have wronged you. Pray, enlighten me as to the arrangements you have made. Should your account fail to satisfy me, do not blame me for lacking compassion." Yi Fan, with a respectful demeanor, stated, "In truth, I should have conveyed this to you long ago, Miss Tai Xinlan. However, I was concerned about your time constraints, which is why I withheld this information. To be forthright, I possess some influence in Dingyuan County, and I have redirected a portion of that influence to Nanshan County. Certainly, my modest contribution may seem insignificant to Nanshan Junshin, yet with the inclusion of my humble efforts in the search, we shall undoubtedly expedite the discovery of the elusive Yumian Sheifulong. Moreover, I have devised a plan to lure the serpent from its lair. I am confident that within 3 months, should Yumian Sheifulong remain in Nanshan Junshin, he will undoubtedly fall prey to my machinations." Tai Xinlan inquired, "When did you orchestrate this arrangement? When did your personnel arrive in Nanshan Junshin?" "I am utterly unaware of these matters and have heard not a whisper. Were it not for my inquiries, you would not divulge these details until I ascertain the whereabouts of Yumian Xiaofeilong." Yi Fan replied, "Miss Tai Xinlan, your words are somewhat misplaced. I have long desired to report this matter to you. However, your unavailability has compelled me to delay my communication repeatedly." Tai Xinlan retorted, "Why did you not approach me directly?" "Do not claim that this did not occur to you," Yi Fan, with a respectful demeanor, responded, "Miss Tai Xinlan, you may be somewhat presumptuous. Gaining an audience with you is akin to scaling the heavens. Our respective standings render further explanation unnecessary. Without your summons, I would not have had the opportunity to meet you, and despite my numerous attempts to seek you out, I have consistently been barred at the threshold." Tai Xinlan conceded, "You possess some merit in your argument. Very well, let this matter rest. However, why do you insist on utilizing your own resources to pursue Yumian Sheifulong, rather than harnessing the power of the 6 gates? Do you truly believe your cultivated strength surpasses that of the 6 gates? If so, you are sorely mistaken. While I acknowledge your abilities, I contend that you have yet to attain such prowess." Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I lack such capabilities, and I do not presume that my strength exceeds that of the 6 gates. In fact, my power pales in comparison even to that of a county's 6 gates, let alone a county's 13th. However, Miss Tai Xinlan, have you considered that I am merely a Huang-level 3rd-tier chasing wind constable? Do you believe I possess the qualifications to mobilize personnel from the 6 gates in Nanshan Junshin? I lack this authority, and truth be told, I cannot even summon a single member of the 6 gates." Tai Xinlan stated, "Resolving this issue is not a daunting task. Indeed, you cannot mobilize the 6 gates. However, have you contemplated that I can? Should you inform me of your needs, I will ensure that all personnel from the 6 gates in Nanshan Junshin cooperate with you. This would significantly enhance the prospects of locating Yumian Sheifulong. Do you not concur?" Yi Fan respectfully acknowledged, "Miss Tai Xinlan, I have complete faith in your ability to mobilize the entire 6 gates of Nanshan Junshin. Nevertheless, if you wish for me to command all personnel from the 6 gates, it may prove somewhat challenging as I am, after all, merely a humble 3rd-tier wind chaser within the 6 doors. Despite the backing of Miss Tai Xinlan, the other members of the organization would still likely feign compliance with my commands." Tai Xinlan remarked, "The issue you raise is not without its solutions. Please elucidate how you intend to uncover the whereabouts of the jade-faced little flying dragon. If I were to issue directives thereafter, I have little doubt that the members of the 6 doors in Nanshan County would dare not defy my orders." Yi Fan, with a countenance full of respect, responded, "Miss Tai Xinlan, I am fully aware of your esteemed position within the 6 doors. If you were to issue commands, I am certain that all members in Nanshan County would adhere to them. Regardless of their actual intentions, they would undoubtedly project an image of compliance. This is beyond dispute." Tai Xinlan replied coolly, "You suggest that the members of the 6 doors in Nanshan County would dare to feign compliance with my orders. I firmly believe that they would not risk incurring my wrath." Chapter 92. Initial loyalty. Yi Fan smiled slightly, saying, "Miss Tai Xinlan, your standing within the 6 doors is indeed formidable, and I recognize this. You may even possess the authority to suggest appointments and dismissals regarding the deputy chief and the chief of Nanshan County. whose superiors would certainly take your opinions into account. However, it is evident that in this matter, neither the deputy chief nor the chief would yield. I have come to understand the nature of the jade-faced little flying dragon. And for the sake of your safety, the deputy chief and the chief of Nanshan County would categorically refuse to assist you in locating him, as demonstrated by their previous deception in Dingyuan County. Even if you were to propose the dismissal of the deputy chief and the chief, they would be absolutely unwilling to aid you in your search, for they could not bear the consequences should anything go awry. They are acutely aware that should you pursue their dismissal due to this matter, their superiors would not penalize them on those grounds. Tai Xinlan smiled gently. I had not anticipated that someone so young would possess such insight. Should you continue your career within the Six Doors, you are destined to become a prominent figure. However, this is contingent upon your cultivation keeping pace, as none among the high ranks of the Six Doors are lacking in prowess. Those of insufficient strength, regardless of their talents, cannot ascend to leadership within the Six Doors. Yi Fan replied with humility, Thank you for your kind words, Miss Tai Xinlan. I shall strive diligently to assist you. Tai Xinlan continued, Given the circumstances you describe, it appears that we cannot leverage the power of the Six Doors. Even if we were to attempt to harness their influence, it would yield no effect. What do you propose we do to expedite the search for the jade-faced little flying dragon? Yi Fan spoke with a demeanor of utmost respect, saying, Naturally, it involves cultivating one's own strength and then leveraging that power to seek out what we desire, which simplifies matters considerably. Tai Xinlan remarked, Establishing a force is indeed an arduous endeavor. Moreover, I lack the time to cultivate a faction. As long as Lu Yumian and the little flying dragon continue to exist in this world, they may bring misfortune to another person. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, To develop a new force does require a significant investment of time, money, and energy. However, if we were to subdue a local faction, utilizing the advantages of the local power brokers to locate the little flying dragon would likely be far more straightforward. Now, with the potential to harness Tai Xinlan's strength, Yi Fan felt a sense of dissatisfaction if he did not maximize her capabilities. He aspired to enlist Tai Xinlan's influence to conquer a local faction in Nanshan County, thereby accelerating the growth of his own power. His infiltration into Nanshan County would become swifter. Relying solely on his own development would likely hinder him from reaching his desired aspirations. Tai Xinlan stated, If you have a plan, just articulate it directly. Do not dawdle here with me. Yi Fan, with a respectful countenance towards Tai Xinlan, conveyed, Nanshan County is home to numerous local factions that can be deemed as the entrenched powers of the region. If we could subdue one or two of these factions, it would facilitate our search for the enigmatic little flying dragon. Presently, 3 underground factions dominate Nanshan County: the Qinglong Gang, the Feihu Gang, and the Tianying Gang. The leaders of these 3 gangs are all formidable practitioners of the postnatal realm, and their assistance is pervasive throughout Nanshan County. By subduing just one of these gangs, we could leverage their resources to directly seek out the little flying dragon, making our pursuit significantly more manageable. Tai Xinlan countered, Why should we bother subduing these gangs? We could simply command the 3 factions to assist us in locating the little flying dragon. I find it hard to believe they would dare to defy my authority. If I were to issue a direct order, would they not comply? Yi Fan replied, Miss Tai Xinlan, I am well aware of your esteemed status. Should you choose to exert your influence, it is true that none of these factions would dare to refuse your request. However, if these factions were to learn that the individual we seek is the little flying dragon, a formidable practitioner of the innate realm, do you think they would still have the courage to continue their search? Conversely, if we were to subdue them, even if they were aware of the little flying dragon's strength, they would be compelled to comply with our directive. Of course, this hinges on the crucial condition that we genuinely subdue them, ensuring their absolute obedience to our command. Only then would our plan have a chance of fruition. Tai Xinlan remarked, It seems that subduing these 3 gangs may not be a trivial task. Accomplishing this in a short time frame should prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, I believe it would be prudent for you to devise an alternative approach, for I am utterly disinclined to engage in such Machiavellian intrigues to subdue the factions. Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, Miss Tai Xinlan, this is the most effective strategy one have conceived thus far. Should I be tasked with pondering another method, I fear it would require an extensive period of time to devise one. Of course, if you, Miss Tai Xinlan, are not adept in such cunning maneuvers, you may wholly entrust the task of subduing the factions to me. All I ask is for your support from behind the scenes. I assure you that within a month's time, I will successfully bring all 3 factions under my control, after which locating the jade-faced little flying dragon will be a far simpler endeavor. Tai Xinlan replied coolly, It seems your intention is not merely to subdue the 3 factions for our mutual benefit, but rather for your own personal gain. Yi Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as his ulterior motives were laid bare. Nevertheless, he quickly responded, To claim that my aim in subduing these factions is devoid of self-interest would be disingenuous. After all, no man is entirely indifferent to the allure of power. Thus, I too fervently desire to wield authority. However, my principal motivation in subjugating these three factions is indeed to assist you, Miss Tai Xinlan, in locating the jade-faced little flying dragon. Chapter 93. Understanding the situation, Tai Xinlan smiled subtly and said, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. However, I can only promise to be your support, and I may offer assistance in critical moments, yet I will not personally oversee these matters. The manner in which you choose to subdue the other three factions is entirely at your discretion. I shall not involve myself in these affairs." Given her noble status, Tai Xinlan naturally looked down upon the trifling factions of Nanshan County. Although any one of these factions could assert dominance within a county and wield considerable influence within a prefecture, such power was but a fleeting illusion to someone of Tai Xinlan's caliber. Were it not for her quest to locate the jade-faced little flying dragon, she would never have entertained Yi Fan's audacious request. Yi Fan replied with a calm demeanor, "Rest assured, Miss Tai Xinlan, the task of subduing the three factions in Nanshan County rests solely upon my shoulders. Your role is merely to cooperate with me." If it were solely up to Yi Fan, he would have harbored no confidence in his ability to subdue the third faction. After all, these factions had maintained their foothold in Nanshan County for so long without being supplanted by others, not merely due to the presence of formidable individuals among them, but also because each faction undoubtedly had its own network of connections, whether with the court or the powerful forces within Nanshan County. With someone of Tai Xinlan's stature backing him, Yi Fan felt an unwavering sense of assurance. Given that a figure as significant as Tai Xinlan has personally intervened, even if Yi Fan were to strip the three major factions of their underlying interests, the forces backing these factions would undoubtedly refrain from making things excessively difficult for him out of respect for Tai Xinlan. Tai Xinlan remarked, "Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to approach the deputy chief of the Nanshan County City or the chief of the Nanshan County City. I trust they would be more than willing to aid you in this regard. I will personally speak with both of them, and they will certainly not overlook your needs. Utilize the power of the 6 doors to carry out your endeavors. They will undoubtedly cooperate fully. If they fail to do so, simply bring the matter to my attention, and I will assist you in resolving it. Should you encounter issues that neither the deputy chief nor the chief can address, seek me out, and I will do my utmost to help. However, if I too am unable to resolve the matter, it would be prudent for you to avoid provoking it further and refrain from venturing too close to danger." Yi Fan, with a countenance full of reverence, replied, "I shall certainly keep Miss Tai Xinlan's words etched in my heart." Tai Xinlan replied coolly, "You may handle these matters as you see fit. I will not involve myself excessively." After finishing her statement, Tai Xinlan departed, choosing not to engage further with Yi Fan. Having received Tai Xinlan's permission, Yi Fan was now poised to take action against the three major factions of Nanshan County City. Should Yi Fan manage to gain control over these factions, his power would undoubtedly increase rapidly. With Tai Xinlan's assistance, he felt confident in his ability to consolidate the three factions for his own purposes. Even if he could not secure their absolute loyalty in the short term, by placing his most trusted individuals within these factions, he would eventually gain control over them. Once Yi Fan completed all primary mission objectives, he could commence secondary mission tasks, at which point he could expect the allegiance of postnatal and even innate level experts. The emergence of such powerful allies would simplify the task of dominating the three major factions in Nanshan County City. However, Yi Fan did not intend to act hastily. He recognized that he needed to gather more intelligence about the factions before proceeding with any concrete plans. He needed to understand the conflicts among the three factions, the powers that supported them, and their respective strengths. Only by mastering all this information could Yi Fan systematically erode the faction's influence and ultimately bring them under his control. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yi Fan diligently perused all the materials concerning the three major factions available in the archives of the 6 doors. The 6 doors had amassed comprehensive intelligence on the martial world, and all pertinent information about the three major factions could be found within their extensive database. The current relationship between the three major factions can indeed be described as rather tense. They coexist in the bustling city of Nanshan County, where their interests are deeply intertwined. Thus, it is only natural for conflicts to arise among them. Each faction harbors ambitions of devouring the other two, aspiring to dominate Nanshan County entirely. Unfortunately, the strengths of the three factions are quite comparable, making it exceedingly difficult to annihilate the other two without external assistance. Among these factions, the Qinglong Gang is considered the most formidable, followed by the Feihu Gang, while the Tianying Gang is regarded as the weakest. However, the disparity in power between the strongest and weakest factions is not as pronounced as one might expect. This situation arises from the fact that all three factions are quite astute. willingly surrendering a significant portion of their gains to the various authorities in Nanshan County, which also boasts several powerful forces with innate abilities. It is precisely for this reason that, despite being composed solely of individuals with acquired realms, the three factions have managed to sustain their presence in Nanshan County without facing obliteration. Should Yifan wish to fully subjugate and control these three factions, his actions would undoubtedly encroach upon the interests of the numerous forces within Nanshan County. Even within the 6 doors of Nanshan County, there are individuals who collect tributes from the three factions. Therefore, when Yifan takes decisive action, he will encounter considerable challenges. Even with the formidable backing of Tai Xinlan, whose status is exceptionally unique, a careless maneuver on Yifan's part could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 94. Negotiation. Having made his decision, Yifan is resolute in not retreating. He has already established contact with the vice chief and the chief of the Nanshan County Guards. Both have agreed to his plan and pledged their unwavering support in this endeavor. The tributes received from the three factions by the vice chief and chief are minimal, rendering them almost inconsequential. Should they utilize the three factions to delay Tai Xinlan from seeking the elusive Yume Xiafilong, they would be more than willing to do so. Moreover, Yifan has promised substantial tributes to them if he successfully seizes control over the three factions, an offer that certainly captivates their interest. With the backing of the vice chief and chief, Yifan feels emboldened. The first faction he intends to target is, naturally, the weakest, the Tianying gang. As the saying goes, one should choose the softest fruit to squeeze. Thus, he plans to dismantle them one by one. Although the vice chief and chief do not personally assist him, they have dispatched 10 elite warriors to accompany Yifan to the Tianying gang. The members of the Tianying gang beheld the multitude of individuals arriving from the 6 gates, each one a master of the highest caliber. The leader of the Tianying gang promptly emerged to greet the visitors from the 6 gates. It is well known that the 6 gates are the primary force behind the destruction of various sects and factions within the martial world, leaving desolation in their wake. Virtually no faction can evade their scrutiny or wrath. The Tianying gang, being a relatively insignificant group, naturally dared not oppose the 6 gates openly, nor could they afford to do so covertly. Even with the backing of a powerful ally, they would still treat the members of the 6 gates with the utmost respect, refraining from any confrontation. The one to receive Yifan was, of course, the leader of the Tianying gang. Upon encountering Yifan, the leader's gaze immediately fixed upon him. Regardless of his position or aura, Yifan was undeniably the focal point among the entourage from the 6 gates. The leader of the Tianying gang, having held his position for many years, possessed the discernment to recognize Yifan as the highest-ranking official among the visitors. Addressing the assembly, Yifan spoke calmly. "I am unaware of your esteemed identity, yet I can confidently say that I am acquainted with the upper echelons of the 6 gates. I have never encountered a figure such as yourself before. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, leading such a formidable contingent to the territory of the Tianying gang? We are law-abiding citizens and seem to have committed no transgressions against the regulations of the 6 gates. What brings you here?" Yifan smiled faintly and replied, "I am the newly appointed envoy of the 6 gates, Yifan, tasked with investigating all martial factions within Nanshan County. Any faction that dares to contravene the regulations of the 6 gates will face my authority to eradicate such a defiance." The leader of the Qinglong gang, with a demeanor of utmost respect, responded, "Ah, so you are the esteemed envoy Yifan of the 6 gates. I reiterate, our Tianying gang has not violated any of the 6 gates regulations. May I ask what brings you to our humble establishment?" With a calm smile, Yifan inquired, "Might I request that the leader of the Tianying gang temporarily dismiss the others?" Upon hearing this, Yifan allowed the elite martial artists by his side to depart. The leader of the Tianying gang, not wishing to feign reluctance, also dismissed his senior members, as a formidable practitioner of the acquired realm. He was not intimidated by Yifan in a one-on-one scenario. Thus, after Yifan's request, he graciously cleared the room as well. Now, with only the envoy and himself remaining in the hall, the leader of the Tianying gang addressed Yifan. "Now that it is just the esteemed envoy and myself, feel free to speak your mind, and no one shall overhear our conversation." Yifan smiled gently and said, "I have come today to offer my assistance to you, the leader of the Tianying gang. I can help you completely subdue the Qinglong gang and the Feihu gang." The leader of the Tianying gang, with a calm smile, remarked, "Honorable envoy, this is quite a jest. Neither the deputy chief nor the chief of the Nanshan County can dare to speak of such matters. So how can you guarantee their execution? Moreover, even if you could accomplish this task, what motivation would you have to undertake it for us? It seems there would be no benefit to you in such actions." Yifan smiled faintly and replied, "The inability of the deputy chief and chief of Nanshan County does not imply that I, Yifan, am incapable. My purpose in coming here is not to engage in jest with the leader of the Tianying gang. I am here to negotiate in earnest, of course. My assistance is not without cost. Once I help you thoroughly subdue the Qinglong gang and the Feihu gang, regardless of whether it is the Qinglong gang, the Feihu gang, or the Tianying gang, all three must unite under one banner. You may assume the position of the supreme leader of these three factions, commanding all their members, but I shall be the sole mastermind behind the merger. Every individual from these three gangs, including you, shall be bound to follow my directives. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tianying gang burst into hearty laughter, and after a moment, he replied nonchalantly, "Honorable envoy, has your mind perhaps slipped? My current circumstances are quite satisfactory. Why would I seek a paternal figure to govern me? Is it merely for the control of the other two gangs? If that is your sole intention, it is utterly impossible. If you have come solely for this matter, there is no need for further discourse. I categorically refuse your proposal. I advise you to abandon this futile ambition and leave here promptly. Should you provoke me further, the consequences may be dire." Chapter 96. Deliberation. Yi Fan smiled slightly and responded, "Drive me away? Your tone is rather arrogant. I represent the 6 doors, and you dare to speak of expelling me? It appears you have little regard for the 6 doors, and even less for the laws of the great Tang Empire." The leader of the Tianying gang replied coolly, "Honorable envoy, you are attempting to frame me. If you truly came on behalf of the 6 doors, you would not utter such words. What you are saying has nothing to do with the 6 doors. Your presence here is solely for your personal gain. Threatening our sects for your selfish interests will not be tolerated by us." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Regardless of my purpose here or the manner in which I express myself, the fact that I can bring over a dozen elite martial artists from the 6 doors demonstrates that my visit has the approval of the higher echelons of the organization. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, might makes right, and weakness is a sin. Thus, you are left with but 2 choices, to submit or to perish. Naturally, my counsel would be for you to choose submission. Should you yield to me, you would gain dominion over the other 2 factions, acquiring far more than what you currently possess. You express concern that another figure of authority would overshadow you. Yet are you aware of how many such figures have loomed over you in the past? By submitting to my will, I shall resolve all those past allegiances for you. The tributes you once owed them would no longer be required. What do you think of my proposition?" The leader of the Tianying gang replied coolly, "I harbor no doubt regarding your representation of the 6 doors. However, do you truly believe it fair that your singular faction can suppress all those who stand above me? I trust the intelligence of the 6 doors is quite precise. You must surely know how many lie above me." Yi Fan responded with a slight smile, "My confidence in making such a statement stems from my assurance. I am well aware of the individuals who exert influence over you, including the magistrate of Nanshan County, who is indeed among them. However, I must inform you that even 10 magistrates of Nanshan would not dare to oppose us. Were it not for this certainty, I would not have come here to engage in this discourse." The leader of the Tianying gang replied, "How can I place my trust in your words? After all, talk is but empty air. I could easily make similar claims myself." Yi Fan smiled gently. "Do you believe that if I lacked substantial backing, the deputy chief and chief constable of Nanshan would allow me to come here and act with such audacity? I would likely be restrained before I even had the chance to lead the 6 doors out. Do you know why I chose you as the representative of the 3 gangs? Do you understand why I first approached the Tianying gang?" The leader of the Tianying gang replied, "That I do not know, but I am eager to hear your reasoning." Yi Fan responded with a smile, "I chose your Tianying gang not because you are the weakest of the 3 major factions, but because among the leaders, you are undoubtedly the most benevolent. You have not committed any heinous acts. Hence, I selected you as my partner. Had you been one who revels in villainy, I would have eliminated you first and installed another in your place to seize complete control over all factions in Nanshan County." The leader of the Tianying gang inquired, "What do you imply by that? Are you planning to dispose of the leaders of the other 2 factions?" Yi Fan smiled once more. "The leaders of those 2 factions, who indulge in wrongdoing, are unworthy of serving under me. Their demise is inevitable as for you. While you have not committed egregious acts, you are also no paragon of virtue. Thus, the choice of your fate lies solely in your hands. Whether you choose life or death is entirely up to you. I can grant you 3 days for reflection. Should you remain indecisive after this period, I shall proceed with my strategy, and at that juncture, your pleas for mercy will be of no consequence." After Yi Fan concluded his statement, he departed with an air of nonchalance, choosing not to linger within the Tianying gang. Upon Yi Fan's exit, the leader of the Tianying gang promptly summoned all senior members for a council. The gang boasted 1 postnatal realm expert and 6 first-rate martial artists. Once gathered, the leader divulged the entirety of Yi Fan's assertions made during his visit. The high-ranking officials of the Tianying gang fell into profound contemplation upon grasping the implications of the situation. It was evident that Yifan's arrival was a direct threat to the gang. However, if this menace were solely from Yifan, the Tianying gang would feel no trepidation. Yet, this threat was not solely from him, but also stemmed from the 6 gates of the entire Lanshan County. The 6 gates wielded significant influence over the martial world, and while they typically refrained from intervening, when they did, it was invariably accompanied by bloodshed. One senior member respectfully addressed the leader, stating, "Leader, it is clear that Yifan is taking advantage of our Tianying gang. We do not lack power behind us. We can readily summon our own support. I refuse to believe that a mere Yifan can pose any real threat." The leader of the Tianying gang replied calmly, "A trivial Yifan may indeed lack the audacity to act alone. However, my concern extends beyond him to the forces that stand behind him. Should our own backing prove inadequate to contend with Yifan's allies, our entire gang may find itself in dire straits, and at that point, even our most fervent pleas for mercy would be futile." Judging by the over a dozen first-rate martial artists Yifan brought along, it was apparent that both the deputy chief and the chief constable of Nanshan County were aligned with him. Otherwise, a mere first-rate martial artist like Yifan would never possess the authority to summon such a formidable contingent. If Yifan's backing were solely the deputy chief and the chief constable of Nanshan County, we need not be overly concerned. However, I fear there may be even greater powers behind him. A different senior member interjected, "Leader, both the deputy chief and the chief constable of Nanshan County are certainly not fools. Their willingness to indulge Yifan in such matters suggests that they are supported by a far stronger backing. Otherwise, they would surely hesitate to provoke the county magistrate, who is the sole true martial realm expert in our entire jurisdiction." The leader of the Tianying gang acknowledged, "I share your perspective. Had I not considered this, I would have outright dismissed Yifan long ago. Our current task is to ascertain the extent of the power that stands behind Yifan, and whether this force has the capacity to genuinely suppress the Nanshan County governor as well as the prominent families within. Should the strength behind Yifan truly possess the ability to decisively dominate the Nanshan County lord and the various influential families in Nanshan City, then our surrender to him would not be an inconceivable proposition. Conversely, if Yifan's backing is only marginally stronger than our own, or perhaps even weaker, we must deliberate cautiously before contemplating a shift in allegiance, for such a transition is not easily achieved. Should we falter in this endeavor, it is likely that the upper echelons of our Qinglong gang would face complete eradication. The leader of the Tianying gang currently finds himself ensnared in a web of indecision. On one hand, he yearns to submit to Yifan, yet on the other, he harbors concerns regarding the adequacy of Yifan's strength to offer him protection. Why does the leader of the Tianying gang wish to ally with Yifan? It is, of course, due to the promises Yifan has made, which could enable him to seize control over the 3 major gangs. This leader has dreamt of achieving this ambition, yet he knows that such a feat cannot be accomplished by his efforts alone. With Yifan now presenting an opportunity, it is only natural that he feels tempted, though he remains cautious about the true might of Yifan's backing. One of the senior members of the Tianying gang remarked, "Esteemed leader, we must indeed approach this matter of allegiance with utmost prudence. Why Yifan appears to have emerged rather suddenly, necessitating a thorough investigation into his background. We shall deploy our entire intelligence network to scrutinize him. If our findings prove favorable, then we may indeed pledge our loyalty to Yifan. Conversely, should our investigation yield unfavorable results, we will inform our own backing force, urging them to thwart Yifan's encroachment." Another senior member concurred, "Esteemed leader, I share your sentiments. Although our gang seems to be one of the 3 major factions, we have persistently occupied the lowest tier among them. Many favorable outcomes have been claimed by the other 2 factions, leaving us to contend with the least desirable options. Perhaps this time presents us with an opportunity for resurgence. If our inquiries reveal that Yifan possesses the strength to assist us in establishing dominion over the 3 factions, we should not hesitate to acquiesce to his demands. After all, having anyone assume the role of our patriarch would suffice. Furthermore, the governance from the county lord has often been unjust toward us. Liberating ourselves from such control could pave a promising path forward." After deliberation, the senior members of the Tianying gang reached a definitive conclusion. They would first utilize their intelligence network to investigate Yifan. Should they discover that the force backing Yifan is sufficiently formidable, they would lead their entire gang in surrendering to him, thus supporting his endeavors. Conversely, if their investigation reveals that Yifan's backing is inadequate, they would betray him to their own power. The forces backing Yifan are insufficiently formidable, which naturally renders them unafraid of any potential sanctions or reprisals he might impose. Upon returning to the 6 gates, Yifan did not engage in any activities. Instead, he retreated directly to his chamber for seclusion. The reason Yifan granted them time for contemplation was to allow them to comprehend the power that lies behind him. Once they grasp this, they will undoubtedly pledge their allegiance to him wholeheartedly. Yi Fan had inadvertently revealed the circumstances regarding Tai Xinlan, and if the intelligence operatives of the Tianying gang desired to uncover this information, they would certainly be able to do so. The prominent figures from Luoyang, if not foolish, would certainly opt to collaborate with Yi Fan, given the immense allure he presented, an allure the leader of the Tianying gang would find irresistible. Having lingered in Nanshan County for such an extended period, the leader must have aspired to dominate the entire faction within the region. However, it is utterly impossible for him to achieve this solely through his own strength, and the forces backing him are likewise incapable of assisting him in establishing control over the factions in Nanshan County. Thus, in this context, Yi Fan has extended him a glimmer of hope. Once the leader becomes aware of Yi Fan's true circumstances, he will undoubtedly be tempted. Yi Fan merely needs to remain within the 6 gates, awaiting the Tianying gang leader's arrival, of course. If 3 days pass without the leader seeking him out, it would indicate that some issue has arisen, at which point Yi Fan will inevitably activate his contingency plan. Yi Fan is prudent enough not to place all his eggs in one basket. After all, should one basket break, he would still have eggs in the others. During this period, Tai Xinlan has refrained from disturbing Yi Fan. He is, after all, a person who values promises. Since Yi Fan assured him he would locate the jade-faced little flying dragon, Tai Xinlan has placed his trust in him. Should Yi Fan fail to deliver the jade-faced little flying dragon, Tai Xinlan possesses methods to convey that he is not easily deceived. Yi Fan feels quite pleased that Tai Xinlan has not caused him any trouble or added to his burdens. However, he is acutely aware that, despite Tai Xinlan's usual silence, he is decisively swift in action. The deputy chief of Nanshan County and the chief of Nanshan County have also refrained from contacting Yi Fan, as they are preoccupied with orchestrating matters in Donghua County. They have no time to engage in discourse with Yi Fan, who, in their eyes, is merely a tool for their utilization. Once they have exhausted his utility, they can simply discard him. Chapter 98. Huang Ershi spoke with a face full of respect. Master, your strategy is truly exceptional. You have not erred in a single detail. The 2 clans and the gang indeed lack the capacity to assemble an army of 10,000. However, should the forces behind them desire to form such an army, it would likely be exceedingly simple in light of the circumstances. I firmly believe we should assist the 2 clans in petitioning the higher authorities to organize a military force of 10,000 men. Huang 22 and Huang 23 readily concurred. Their agreement was not born out of animosity towards Huang 21, but rather a commitment to pragmatically support Zhuo Qingqiu in his endeavors, hence the apparent discord among them. Zhuo Qingqiu, with a serene smile, remarked, "Proceed as per the original plan. Convince your respective supporters to endorse the formation of a 10,000-strong county army. Naturally, they will dispatch confidants to collaborate with you in governance. Your acquiescence to their presence will suffice. Once the army is fully established, we shall address the confidants and ensure their complete subjugation, while also decisively uprooting the 2 clans." The trio, Huang 21 and his companions, respectfully acknowledged, "We understand, my lord." After meticulous deliberation, the 3 proceeded to their respective clans. Huang 21 made his way directly to the headquarters of the Tiger Shark Gang, where he was received by Ma Bin. As not only a practitioner of the blood exchange realm, Huang 21 had also aided Ma Bin in maintaining control within the county. Thus, Ma Bin's demeanor towards him was far from dismissive. Ma Bin, with an impassive expression, addressed Huang 21, "Zhongwei, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be managing affairs within the county? We cannot allow members of the other clans to encroach upon our territory. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage. Presently, we are but a single gang against 2 clans, and I fear they may conspire against us collectively." Zhongwei was the alias used by Huang 21 as an undercover agent. Ma Bin, understandably paranoid after having eliminated 2 significant factions, was apprehensive about the potential downfall of the Tiger Shark Gang. Should that occur, it would spell his utter ruin. With utmost respect, Huang 21 addressed Ma Bin, "My lord, I come bearing urgent matters for your consideration. I have inadvertently learned that the other 2 individuals sharing control of the county intend to form an army, each aspiring to assemble a force of 4,000 men. Should they successfully organize such a contingent, our Tiger Shark Gang would find itself at a severe disadvantage. Thus, we must also endeavor to establish a military force of 4,000. Ma Bin, with a nonchalant smile, replied, "You need not worry so. Forming a legitimate army of 4,000 requires significant resources, along with ample weaponry and armor. Even if the other 2 clans pooled all their assets, they could not muster such an 8,000-strong force. So there is no need for excessive concern on your part." Huang 21 responded, "My lord, initially, I shared your sentiment, which is why I did not regard the matter with urgency. However, I have discreetly gathered intelligence suggesting that they do not intend to finance the army from their own clan's wealth. Rather, They seek to procure funds from their external influences. I remain unaware of the nature of these external forces, but upon hearing this information, I felt compelled to inform you immediately, my lord. Upon hearing Huang Ershi's words, Ma Bin was instantly struck by an uneasy feeling. The two clans certainly lacked the strength to assemble an army of 8,000 men. However, if the powerful entities behind them wished to form such a force, it would be an effortless endeavor. With a demeanor of utmost respect, Huang Ershi addressed Ma Bin, inquiring, "Esteemed leader, do they truly harbor immense power behind them? If that is indeed the case, we should prepare ourselves without delay. Even if we cannot contend against them, we must at least strive to survive under their looming threat." Huang Ershi feigned ignorance remarkably well, and Ma Bin replied with a calm expression, "There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Not only do the two major clans possess backing, but we too have our own supporters. Thus, we are not intimidated by any forces behind them." Huang Ershi pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "Leader, if that is the case, we can solicit our own backing to establish a 4,000-man army, which would render us unafraid of the other two clans." Ma Bin replied with an air of indifference, "This matter cannot be decided solely by me. I must consult with those behind me to ascertain its feasibility." Despite his words, Ma Bin had already resolved to form such an army. If he could gradually utilize the strength behind him to establish this force for his own purposes, he would be more than willing. Moreover, he could even reap some additional benefits. He could not indefinitely supply resources to his faction without receiving anything in return. At long last, an opportunity to reclaim some advantages had presented itself, and he certainly would not let it slip away. Furthermore, should he successfully establish this army, both his status and influence would undoubtedly be elevated. If he could truly command such a force, he would speak with greater assertiveness when engaging with his supporters. Unlike now, when he was merely subject to their accusations, replaceable at a moment's notice, a mere insignificant figure at the innate realm, Ma Bin maintained his composure, stating, "Continue to monitor those two in the county office. Should they commence any actions, even before I have received confirmation from my backers, I will not hesitate to take direct action. We cannot allow the other two clans to gain an upper hand, for if they do, our Tiger Shark gang may find itself in peril. After all, 2 mouths to feed are better than 3. If the opportunity arises, the other two clans will undoubtedly unite to eliminate me and the entirety of our Tiger Shark gang. Thus, your role in the county office is of paramount importance. You must keep a vigilant watch over Zhuqingqiu. He is undoubtedly a formidable character. He has yet to reveal his true potential. But once he does, controlling him could prove exceedingly difficult." And Ma Bin nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are indeed correct. Return and commence your preparations. I shall ensure that the manpower you require is delivered to you within 3 days. The weapons and armor necessary for recruitment will be meticulously prepared within a month, and I will expedite the provision of the military salaries as swiftly as possible. Rest assured, the military pay will certainly reach you before the arrival of the weapons and armor." Respectfully addressing Ma Bin, Huang Ershi remarked, "Esteemed leader, your wisdom is unparalleled, and I have no doubt that you will guide us to greater heights." After engaging in pleasant conversation with Ma Bin for a considerable time, Huang Ershi took his leave. Approximately half an hour later, Huang Ershi returned to the side of Zhuqingqiu. With a gentle smile, Zhuqingqiu inquired, "How did it go? What did Ma Bin have to say?" Huang Ershi replied, "Reporting to my master, everything is unfolding as you anticipated. Indeed, Ma Bin possesses substantial influence, and he has agreed to our proposals, preparing for us to commence our endeavors immediately. I believe that once we initiate our actions, the two factions will certainly not display weakness. They too will engage, by that time. Assembling an army of 10,000 will pose no difficulties, and we could even muster a greater force. Ma Bin has already consented to the formation of a 4,000-strong army." Zhuqingqiu smiled slightly and said, "All of this is your achievement. You have performed admirably. Since you are the first to accomplish this task, all newly recruited soldiers from the county office will be under your command. The other two shall serve as your aides, although officially, the 3 of you will jointly oversee operations. However, geographically, you shall be the general of this army, with the other 2 acting as your deputy generals." With utmost respect, Huang Ershi responded, "I am deeply grateful for your guidance. My master, I shall spare no effort in assisting you to resolve these matters. I vow to train an exceptionally elite army for you." Zhuqingqiu smiled gently, "I have faith in your capabilities. You indeed possess the talent to cultivate a distinguished army." After another hour had passed, Huang Ershi returned, this time accompanied by Huang Ershi. With respect, he addressed Zhuqingqiu, "Reporting to my master, I have successfully resolved matters on my end. The Zhang family has agreed to form a 4,000-strong army. However, they are apprehensive about granting me sole command over such a large force. They intend to dispatch several direct descendants from their family to co-manage the army alongside me. Zhuqingqiu smiled slightly and replied, "Then who shall hold the initiative?" Huang Ershi stated, reporting to my master, "I regret my inability to secure the initiative. The current head of the Zhang family has requested that I co-manage this army with his son. I humbly beseech your pardon for my shortcomings." Zhuqingqiu reassured him, "This matter is not your fault. The Zhang family is, after all, a lineage-based power, and it is only natural that they would not readily trust an outsider. Achieving half the initiative is commendable. Let us invite the son of the current family head to join us, and we shall gradually address the situation thereafter. This army is undoubtedly trained for my own purposes. Should anyone dare to intervene, I would swiftly sever their head from their shoulders. However, in the initial stages, we must refrain from any actions. Once we have successfully gathered this entire army, we may then devise our further plans." Huang 22 respectfully addressed Zhuqingqiu, saying, "I shall faithfully obey the master's commands." Shortly thereafter, Huang 23 returned to the county office. The circumstances of Huang 23 were not dissimilar to those of Huang 22. The Hu family was also reluctant to allow Huang 23 to take the initiative. Consequently, the current head of the Hu family had sent his son to the county office. Zhuqingqiu surveyed the assembly and, with a subtle smile, remarked, "It appears that the factions from both clans do not regard me with the seriousness I deserve. They truly believe they can send whomever they wish into my county office." Huang 21, with a demeanor of utmost respect, inquired, "Master, your words seem to carry a deeper significance. What are your intentions for the forthcoming matters?" Zhuqingqiu replied with a slight smile, "To oppose their attempts to establish an army within the county office. I am curious to see if they can recruit troops here without my approval." Huang 21 pondered, "Does the master intend to retreat by advancing, using our progress to compel their retreat?" Zhuqingqiu affirmed, "You are not mistaken. Should they fail to meet my satisfactory demands, I shall not permit them to establish an army here. If they attempt to do so without my consent, the court will certainly intervene, rendering their efforts futile. At that point, they will have no choice but to concede to my demands. Should the two clans attempt to independently form an army, it would be utterly impossible without my cooperation. The moment they disclose their intentions to recruit troops, the Great Yu dynasty will teach them a lesson. The dynasty will never allow an army outside its own to operate within its territory. This is precisely why, despite having ample financial resources to form armies over the years, they have refrained from doing so. In contrast, Zhuqingqiu, as the magistrate of Sinan County, possesses both the qualifications and the capability to establish an army for Sinan County. Naturally, if Zhuqingqiu were to fund the formation of his own army, the two clans would vehemently oppose such an occurrence, determined to thwart any efforts to assemble a military force. Various factions would not permit the army of the Great Yu dynasty to manifest in this region, which can be deemed a pivotal location. The entity that truly occupies this territory will gain a strategic advantage, although the resources produced here are limited and the potential benefits and value are not substantial. The reason that numerous nations are fixated on this location is due to its exceptional significance, holding immense importance both militarily and politically. The Great Yu dynasty has placed Zhuqingqiu here, intending to utilize him to deter the Tang dynasty from coveting this territory. But a dynasty that has endured through the ages is not easily provoked. Should the Tang dynasty indeed set its sights on this land, the Great Yu dynasty would find itself powerless to intervene. However, as the years have passed, the Tang dynasty has refrained from making any moves on this place. This is largely due to the internal strife surrounding succession within the Tang dynasty, which has left them little time to attend to affairs beyond their borders. Within the headquarters of the Sixth Fan Gate, Yifan addressed Tai Xinlan with utmost respect, stating, "Miss Tai Xinlan, we have successfully subdued the Tianying gang. If you grant me just over half a month, I assure you I will bring the remaining two gangs under our control. By that time, locating the jade-faced little flying dragon will pose no challenge whatsoever. Furthermore, should we indeed find the jade-faced little flying dragon, there will be no need for you to intervene personally. We can simply overwhelm it with the numbers from the three major gangs. All you need to do is hold off the jade-faced little flying dragon." Tai Xinlan replied coolly, "Your words imply that you underestimate me. Do you believe I cannot contend with the jade-faced little flying dragon?" Yifan, maintaining his respectful demeanor, responded, "Miss Tai Xinlan, that is certainly not my intention. The mere jade-faced little flying dragon could hardly be your match. However, you are a treasure of immense value. Such matters should not necessitate your direct involvement. We shall not allow a creature of its caliber to escape unscathed." Tai Xinlan stated icily, "The jade-faced little flying dragon has harmed my dearest friend, and come what may, I shall personally deal with it. Your task is solely to locate the jade-faced little flying dragon. I am at your disposal for any assistance you may require until you find it. However, Should the time elapse without you providing me with its whereabouts, I shall reclaim all that I have granted you. With unwavering respect, Yi Fan assured her, Miss Tai Xinlan, rest assured, I shall diligently fulfill my commitments to you. At present, there is indeed a matter that requires your assistance. If you could help with this, I would swiftly consolidate the 3 major gangs in Nanshan County. Once I have fully unified them, procuring the jade-faced little flying dragon will be far more manageable. Tai Xinlan replied with indifference, if there is something you need me to do, simply state it directly without any circumlocution. Yi Fan, still maintaining his respectful stance, said, I require you to impose sanctions on the Qinglong gang and the Feihu gang. Miss Tai Xinlan, please lead your 6 Fangate members to seal their assets and eliminate their leaders. This will enable me to rapidly consolidate the 3 major gangs in Nanshan County. Tai Xinlan softly remarked, I can assist you in sealing off the assets of the Qinglong gang and the Feihu gang, but I absolutely cannot condone the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Even if it is necessary to locate the individual known as Yamian Xiafilong, I will not resort to such wanton violence. Yi Fan, with an expression of utmost respect, replied, Miss Tai Xinlan, you may have misunderstood. Please inquire further. The leaders of the Qinglong gang and the Feihu gang are indeed notorious for their heinous deeds. Their demise could be seen as an act of righteous justice. Rest assured, eliminating them will not constitute the killing of innocents. Tai Xinlan countered, if they have committed such egregious crimes, why has the court not apprehended them directly? Are the 6 doors and the Nanshan prefect merely idle? Shouldn't these matters fall under their jurisdiction? Yi Fan responded, Miss Tai Xinlan, having just departed from the capital Luoyang, you may not yet grasp the treacherous nature of the Jianghu. The Qinglong gang and Feihu gang are backed by the Nanshan prefect, who would naturally refrain from acting against his own subordinates. Moreover, the agents of 6 doors, out of deference to the Nanshan prefect, are equally hesitant to confront these gangs. If you were to eliminate the leaders of both gangs, the citizens of Lanshan County would undoubtedly express their profound gratitude to you. Tai Xinlan replied coolly, if the leaders of the Qinglong gang and Feihu gang are indeed as villainous as you claim, then surely the leader of the Tianying gang must also be equally culpable. Why do you continue to collaborate with him? Why not eliminate the leader of the Tianying gang as well? Yi Fan addressed Tai Xinlan, Miss Tai, I am also constrained by circumstances. To swiftly gain control over the 3 major gangs, we must retain 1 elder from among them. Should we eliminate all the leaders of the 3 gangs, it would prove rather challenging to assert our dominance thereafter. However, if we were to dispatch 2 of the leaders and leave 1 alive, the surviving leader, motivated by the deaths of the others, would naturally be inclined to serve us diligently. The key reason for sparing the leader of the Tianying gang is that, unlike the other 2, he possesses a semblance of conscience and has not descended into complete madness. Thus, I chose to collaborate with him. That I hope Miss Tai Xinlan comprehends my reasoning. Tai Xinlan replied evenly, I understand your perspective clearly. I will promptly seek out the 6 doors to verify your claims. Should your assertions prove true, I will not hesitate to take decisive action against the Qinglong gang and Feihu gang leaders. However, if I discover that you have deceived me, do not expect me to show mercy. Yi Fan responded calmly, Miss Tai Xinlan, feel free to investigate this matter. If the truth reveals otherwise, I will accept any consequences. If Miss Tai Xinlan discovers that this matter is indeed as you have described, I kindly ask her to expedite the resolution of this issue, for only then can our subsequent plans proceed more smoothly. Miss Tai Xinlan replied with a hint of indifference, I am well aware of the situation you speak of, and I shall, of course, verify the details in the shortest possible time. During this interim, you must swiftly gain complete control over the entire Tianying gang. Once I have addressed my affairs, you shall promptly seize the other 2 factions. I do not wish for extraneous complications to arise. 3 days later, Miss Tai Xinlan had thoroughly investigated the specifics of the Qinglong gang, Feihu gang, and Tianying gang. She realized that Yi Fan had not deceived her. While others might have hesitated to act against the 3 major gangs due to the formidable strength of the Nanshan prefect, Miss Tai Xinlan felt no such trepidation. She directly ordered the agents of the 6 gates to seal all establishments belonging to the Qinglong gang and Feihu gang. Naturally, the leaders of both gangs were swiftly apprehended by her, for she showed no leniency towards those who engaged in criminal activities. In fact, Miss Tai Xinlan executed both of them without hesitation. She even personally visited the residence of the Nanshan prefect to issue a stern warning. Miss Tai Xinlan demanded that the prefect refrain from providing any support to the 3 factions, and more importantly, he must not obstruct Yi Fan's consolidation of power over them. Within the Nanshan prefect's residence, he and his military advisor were deliberating strategies. The prefect addressed his advisor, do you possess any viable solutions? If we continue to allow the agents of the 6 gates to act with such impunity, my forces will diminish by at least 1/10, and my annual revenue will decline by 1/5. Yet this is not the most alarming aspect. The true danger lies in the possibility that if my subordinates realize I cannot protect them, how could I possibly rely on them in the future? Even if they fear my authority and refrain from rebellion, they certainly will not remain united with me. The advisor replied calmly, my lord. I must confess that I have no strategies to offer. After all, the actions are being carried out by the agents of the Six Gates. If they were merely from the Nanshan branch, we could employ coercion or persuasion. However, this time, the perpetrator is the sole daughter of a high-ranking official from the Six Gates in Luoyang. If she were to feel aggrieved here and spoke ill of us upon her return to the capital, our positions may very well be jeopardized. The Nanshan prefect retorted coldly, am I to endure such circumstances in silence? Must I refrain from taking any action? If that is the case, does it not render my position as the Nanshan prefect exceedingly frustrating? The advisor, maintaining his composure, replied, as the saying goes, one must endure minor grievances to achieve greater ambitions. If we cannot tolerate this small matter, how can we ever hope to accomplish significant undertakings? The actions of Tai Xinlan at present are indeed a slap in our faces. However, what he undertakes represents the authority of the court, and in this matter, we hold no justification. Thus, even if this escalates to our higher-ups, they will offer us no protection. Therefore, rather than provoking a significant conflict with Tai Xinlan, it would be wiser to acquiesce to his wishes for the time being. Eventually, Tai Xinlan will depart from Nanshan County, and he is unlikely to covet the trifling gains of this place. Once he has left, we can reclaim the benefits he has usurped. Although we may suffer a loss of prestige in the interim, it is an unavoidable circumstance. We cannot engage in a head-on confrontation with Tai Xinlan over the lives of two individuals. That would be an exceedingly imprudent choice. The county guard spoke with an expression of indifference. I am fully aware that such a course of action would be highly unwise. I simply cannot swallow this indignity. The strategist addressed the county guard. My lord, I have dispatched personnel to investigate thoroughly. The individual seeking to usurp the interests of our three major factions is none other than a minor first-tier martial artist named Yifan. It appears that Tai Xinlan has some business requiring Yifan's assistance, which is why she has orchestrated this maneuver against our factions. If you find it intolerable, we can take action against Yifan once Miss Tai departs. At that time, you may torment him at your discretion, for he is the root of all this trouble. The county guard replied. Is there truly no connection between Tai Xinlan and this Yifan? If we act against Yifan after Miss Tai has left, will she not be displeased? Should she become aware of our actions and express dissatisfaction, we may find ourselves in a precarious position. The strategist calmly responded, my lord, there is no need for concern. I have thoroughly investigated the matter. Wei Yifan is merely a minor figure whom Miss Tai encountered upon her arrival in Nanshan County. After a person of her stature departs, she will certainly no longer maintain any ties with someone like Yifan. Even if they were to continue their association, it would only be superficial. Even in the worst-case scenario, we can reclaim the interests of the three major factions. If necessary, we can extract benefits from Yifan and then bring him under our command. The county guard remarked, Yifan is ultimately associated with the Six Doors. If we wish to act against someone from the Six Doors, it seems that even without Tai Xinlan's interference, we would have to contend with the captain of the Nanshan County Constabulary. The strategist replied coolly, my lord, this is not the time for such considerations. What we need to do now is observe the developments. Let us first see what Tai Xinlan intends to do after aiding Yifan in acquiring the interests of the three factions. We must ascertain Miss Tai's intentions before proceeding with our decisions. At this moment, speculating on these matters serves no purpose. The governor of Nanshan spoke softly. I comprehend the situation you have described. Please continue your investigation into this matter. Once you have gathered any results, inform me promptly, for I must maintain control over the intelligence at the earliest opportunity. Only then can we ascertain our subsequent actions. Chapter 101. Tai Xinlan's status and identity are exceedingly elevated, and the governor of Nanshan is well aware of this. Should Tai Xinlan indeed choose to take action against him, the governor would have no opportunity for resistance. Despite being a formidable figure at the true martial realm, he finds himself powerless in the presence of genuine masters. While no one from the martial world would dare eliminate a governor of the court, a governor is at the mercy of the true higher-ups within the court, whose mere words could easily replace him. It is precisely for these reasons that the governor of Nanshan dares not entertain any thoughts of rebellion against Tai Xinlan. Even if Tai Xinlan sought to absorb his power, he would not dare voice any grievances. Even if resentment brewed within him, he would not dare to display it. The deputy chief of Nanshan City and the chief of Nanshan City were both on edge after Tai Xinlan's arrival. Should any issues arise on their territory due to Tai Xinlan, they would undoubtedly bear the consequences. Thus, they complied with Yifan's instructions to fabricate a second scene, engaging in an endeavor that was entirely fabricated. After Tai Xinlan dealt with the leaders of the Qinglong gang and the Feihu gang, Yi Fan returned directly to the Tianying gang's headquarters. This time, everyone in the Tianying gang showed profound respect towards Yi Fan. No one dared to act otherwise. Yi Fan's backers had neutralized the leaders of the Qinglong and Feihu gangs and sealed all their assets, prompting the governor of Nanshan to remain utterly silent. The leader of the Tianying gang immediately recognized the immense power behind Yi Fan. Although he was unaware of the exact level of this backing, it was certainly beyond his capacity to offend. Now that Yi Fan represented him, he could eliminate the leader of the Tianying gang at any moment. The leader understood that if Yi Fan chose to do so, many high-ranking members of the Tianying gang would be eager to assume the role of leader. Therefore, it was imperative for the leader to perform exceptionally well. Failing to satisfy Yi Fan would spell the end of his reign. Now, with the ability to completely control the three gangs in Nanshan City, the leader felt immense joy. This had been his long-cherished aspiration, and to see it come to fruition brought him great happiness. In the leader's chamber, he respectfully addressed Yi Fan, saying, "Lord Yi Fan, I am uncertain of your intentions for this visit. Please feel free to convey any instructions. I shall exert myself to assist you in any matters." Yi Fan smiled slightly and remarked, "Your attitude pleases me greatly. If you maintain this mindset, I can assure you that you will forever hold the position of the leader of the Sky Eagle gang. Your status will remain unshaken. Furthermore, there will be opportunities for your advancement, and the Sky Eagle gang will continue to flourish. However, should I discover even the slightest hint of disloyalty from you, I will undoubtedly replace you without hesitation. This is beyond question." The leader of the Sky Eagle gang, bowing respectfully as if he were a humble dog, responded, "Rest assured, Lord Yi Fan, and no matter what transpires in the future, I will steadfastly uphold this mindset. My loyalty to you will remain unwavering. You need not worry about this matter." Yi Fan smiled gently and replied, "That is splendid. I have come to you because there are matters that require your attention. You are aware of the situations concerning the Azure Dragon Gang and the Flying Tiger Gang, correct? I need you to prepare by first absorbing all operations of the Azure Dragon Gang and the Flying Tiger Gang, and subsequently, to fully integrate their personnel." The leader of the Sky Eagle gang, with utmost respect, stated, "Lord Yi Fan, if the court does not intervene in this matter, I am entirely capable of managing it myself. However, should the court become involved, I cannot guarantee success." Yi Fan replied calmly, "Now that I am here, it is clear that the court will not interfere with these affairs. You may also take possession of the assets that the court has seized from the Azure Dragon Gang and the Flying Tiger Gang. They will not trouble you. You merely need to negotiate with the officials from the 6 doors regarding the confiscated assets, ensuring that your dealings are appropriately measured. There is no need for excessive appeasement. As you consolidate the assets of the Sky Eagle gang, they will ultimately be transferred under my name, and I certainly do not wish to lose too much." The leader of the Sky Eagle gang understood the implications of Yi Fan's words. He promptly assured, "Rest easy, Lord Yi Fan, if you have already made your arrangements, I will ensure that within the shortest possible time, I will gather all personnel and assets from the other 2 gangs. I will not betray your trust." After issuing a series of instructions to the leader of the Sky Eagle gang, Yi Fan departed. Given Yi Fan's current status, engaging in such activities could easily provide his enemies with evidence to undermine him. Nevertheless, he was backed by Tai Xinlan, rendering him impervious to any threats. However, once Tai Xinlan departed and could no longer assist Yi Fan, his adversaries would exploit such evidence against him. At that point, Yi Fan would likely find himself in grave peril. Thus, he must avoid entangling himself in these matters. All of this must be entrusted to the leader of the Sky Eagle gang, and even if someone sought to challenge him in the future, Yi Fan would provide protection for the leader of the Sky Eagle gang. No one can say anything to him. However, if these matters were to take on a different state, then I would continue to simplify them. Thus, in such circumstances, Yi Fan unhesitatingly entrusted all affairs to the leader of the Tianying gang, choosing instead to depart himself. After Yi Fan's departure, the leader of the Tianying gang did not linger in anticipation but rather opted to take decisive action. Once he chose to act, he seamlessly began to seize the assets of the other 2 major factions. This undertaking had been long prepared by the leader of the Tianying gang, allowing him to proceed with methodical assurance. As the Tianying gang absorbed the assets of the 2 rival factions, the leader of the Qinglong gang, in a tone of calm disdain, addressed Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao. "Now you should understand why I am unperturbed by the destruction of your county office. You 2 frequently threatened me with the imperial court and even dared to send people to attack my 3rd brother, resulting in his untimely demise. However, today, I intend to ensure that your deaths are unmistakably clear. You shall bow and apologize to my brother in the afterlife." Through recent inquiries and circulating rumors, the leader of the Qinglong gang had come to firmly believe that it was Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao who had conspired with the Huaxia gang to bring harm to his brother. Naturally, He would not allow these two murderers to escape justice. Liao Yongtao interjected, "Leader Zhu, do you possess any evidence for your claims? I assure you, I have not participated in such deeds, and I find myself bewildered by the circumstances that have led to my current plight." Turning to Shu Yifei, he implored, "Shu County Lieutenant, did you truly conspire with the Huaxia gang? You must clarify this to Leader Zhu immediately, for I genuinely know nothing." Shu Yifei replied, "Liao County Lieutenant, I too am utterly confounded. Although rumors abound throughout Sahan County suggesting that we, the Xinya faction, have allied with the Huaxia gang to eliminate the Qinglong gang, these are mere fabrications. I have not even laid eyes on the Huaxia gang's leader recently, let alone collaborated with him to dismantle the Qinglong gang. Moreover, what benefit would I gain from such an alliance? I stand to lose everything. Why would I conspire with the Huaxia gang against the Qinglong gang?" Liao Yongtao countered, "Then why, after a dispute with Yu Kai, was Zhu Laosan murdered? Shu Yifei, you must provide a reasonable explanation to the leader of the Qinglong gang." Turning to the leader of the Qinglong gang, Liao Yongtao pleaded, "Leader Zhu, I truly know nothing of this. I implore you to show mercy." Liao Yongtao attempted to vehemently cast blame on Shu Yifei while simultaneously seeking clemency from the leader of the Qinglong gang. He hoped to sever ties with Shu Yifei, shifting all culpability onto him while preserving his own life. Shu Yifei confronted Liao Yongtao. "What do you mean by this, Liao Yongtao? Recently, you are undoubtedly aware of my circumstances. Your current words seem to imply a desire to absolve yourself entirely." A quarrel erupted between Liao Yongtao and Shu Yifei, their earlier grievances now exacerbated by the looming specter of death. The leader of the Qinglong gang coldly remarked, "There is no need for further bickering between the two of you, for any disputes you engage in are utterly futile. Regardless of your arguments, I shall never place my trust in you. Today, your demise is an inevitability. The only question that remains is whether you have any final words to utter. Should you have any unspoken sentiments, I suggest you voice them swiftly. Otherwise, when you meet the King of Hell, he might just admonish me for my lack of humanity." Given the situation has escalated to this point, the leader of the Qinglong gang can no longer harbor any faith in Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao. Even if he were at fault, he would never admit it. He would simply persist in his wrongness. Both Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao realized that their words held no power at this juncture. Even if they were to kneel and plead for mercy, it would yield no effect. Thus, exchanging glances, they instantly comprehended each other's intentions to collaborate and break free. Having worked together for many years, they had developed a certain level of tacit understanding. They jointly decided to make their escape towards the south, not because the defenses were weaker in that direction, but rather because the leader of the Qinglong gang resided directly to the north. By heading south, they would maximize their distance from him, thereby significantly increasing their chances of escape. After all, the leader of the Qinglong gang was a formidable innate realm expert, and a confrontation between innate realm warriors and those of the acquired realm was almost akin to a foregone conclusion. Even if they were to strike together, it was uncertain how long they could withstand the onslaught of an innate realm master. The leader of the Qinglong gang, witnessing their flight, did not rush to intervene. Instead, he observed with a cold smirk. The Qinglong gang boasted 4 blood exchange realm experts, all of whom accompanied their leader this time, in addition to more than a dozen formidable acquired realm warriors. If such a force could not subdue Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao, the leader would undoubtedly question the combat prowess of his subordinates. His restraint in not attacking was a means to hone the skills of those beneath him. For such grand conflicts were indeed rare. In recent years, life and death battles among acquired realm warriors had dwindled, let alone those among blood exchange realm fighters. Though Shu Yifei and Liao Yongtao were both peak blood exchange realm warriors, they found themselves severely suppressed against 4 blood exchange realm experts and a multitude of acquired realm warriors. However, they took solace in the fact that the leader of the Qinglong gang was not hastily engaging in combat. This afforded them a glimmer of hope for escape. Had the leader chosen to attack immediately, their survival would have been nearly impossible. Zhuo Qingqiu, observing the clash of blood exchange realm warriors, felt a stirring longing for the power possessed by such fighters. Zhuo Qingqiu silently vowed that once he had fully mastered his current capabilities, he would swiftly elevate his own strength. The leader of the Qinglong gang approached Zhuo Qingqiu and, with an expression of calm indifference, addressed him, "My lord, may I inquire about your opinion on the warriors under my command?" Zhuo Qingqiu replied with a faint smile, "Chief Shu, your subordinates are indeed quite impressive." After Tai Xinlan's departure, Yi Fan did not linger unnecessarily. He made his way directly to the new headquarters of the Tianying gang, which was currently at the zenith of its power in the entire Nanshan County city. Few forces dared to provoke the Tianying gang, and the guards at the entrance appeared notably more confident. Among the gatekeepers was a high-ranking member of the Tianying gang. Upon his arrival, Yi Fan was promptly escorted to the headquarters. The decision to station high-ranking members at the entrance was to prevent any potential misunderstandings with individuals of Yi Fan's stature. Although the leader of the Tianying gang lacked exceptional abilities, his attentiveness to detail was commendable. Upon reaching the headquarters, the leader of the Tianying gang respectfully addressed Yi Fan. Master Yi Fan, I am honored to report that I have successfully completed all the tasks you entrusted to me. If you have any further assignments, please do not hesitate to let me know. I assure you that my subordinates and I will do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Yi Fan responded with a slight smile. You have indeed performed admirably. Now, could you provide me with a detailed explanation of the current structure of the Tianying gang? The leader of the Tianying gang, with a look of utmost respect, replied, Master Yi Fan, our gang is currently divided into 29 branches, each responsible for overseeing one or several streets. Yi Fan inquired nonchalantly, and what about your sources of intelligence? The leader answered, still with great deference. Master Yi Fan, our intelligence is derived entirely from the lower ranks of our members. When they discover any significant events, they record the information and send it directly to the headquarters. The headquarters then categorizes and compiles the information, storing only the most critical intelligence while discarding the less important details. Whenever we require information, we can mobilize the entire Tianying gang for reconnaissance. Yi Fan remarked thoughtfully, such extensive regulation may be somewhat cumbersome. Thus, the Tianying gang must undergo reform. What are your thoughts on this? The leader of the Tianying gang responded respectfully, Master Yi Fan, if you believe that our system is indeed cumbersome, then it is so. If you assert that reform is necessary, then it is undoubtedly required. Should you have any suggestions or insights, I will ensure that we adhere to your recommendations. If the adults have not yet formulated their opinions and suggestions, the subordinates can initially propose some ideas for the adults, allowing them to amend and correct later. The leader of the Sky Eagle gang can be described as a man with a strong will to survive. Currently, he is utterly submissive to Yi Fan, harboring no thoughts of defiance against him. Such individuals can prove to be exceptionally useful, yet one must possess formidable power to maintain control over them. Should there come a day when one lacks the strength to command such a person, they may very well turn against you. Thus, while these individuals can be employed, they should never be overly relied upon. Yi Fan is exceedingly confident in his ability to manage such individuals, displaying no concern for them slipping from his grasp. Consequently, he does not intend to replace this person, as doing so would only invite a multitude of complications. The leader of the Sky Eagle gang is currently assisting Yi Fan in overseeing the Shadow gang, ensuring the absolute stability of the Sky Eagle gang is of paramount importance. With a faint smile, Yi Fan remarked, since I have indicated that the system requires reform, I naturally have a preliminary reform plan in mind. Allow me to share my reform proposal with you. You can then implement the changes accordingly. The leader of the Sky Eagle gang responded with utmost respect, Lord Yi Fan, please feel free to articulate your reform requirements. Once you delineate the conditions, I shall lead the members of the Sky Eagle gang to execute the reforms, ensuring we meet your expectations in the shortest possible time. Yi Fan nodded slightly and replied, reform is, in fact, quite straightforward. The Sky Eagle gang does not require an excessive number of branches. 6 branches will suffice. These 6 branches consist of the Intelligence Hall, which oversees information control, the War Hall, responsible for external conflicts, the Punishment Hall, which manages penalties, and the Personnel Hall, which handles promotions within the Sky Eagle gang. The final 2 branches are the General Hall, which governs all other branches, and the Finance Hall, which oversees the financial assets of the Sky Eagle gang. All financial expenditures must be approved by the Finance Hall. Do you understand the specific delineation of the 6 branches of the Sky Eagle gang? The leader of the Sky Eagle gang respectfully replied, I am already aware of the matters you have mentioned, my lord. Dividing the organization into 6 branches poses no issue, and I can assure you that I will establish these 6 branches within 3 days. However, achieving the level of organization you desire may require nearly a month. Yi Fan coldly responded, a month is far too long. I cannot afford to wait that long. I can grant you a maximum of 8 days. If I do not see progress within that time frame, I will find someone else to handle these matters. After 8 days, I will have further arrangements to make, and I do not wish to see you in the same state, having failed to accomplish the tasks I have assigned. As the saying goes, without pressure, there can be no motivation. If Yi Fan does not impose some pressure on his subordinates, how can he expect them to exert themselves in his service? Moreover, the span of 8 days represents the absolute minimum threshold for Yi Fan, as he indeed has other commitments post this period. Sometimes, one does not realize the extent of another's potential until they are compelled to push them. The leader of the Sky Eagle gang possesses immense latent capabilities. One could describe him as remarkably gentle yet formidable. In all of Night Star's 2 lifetimes, he has encountered but a single individual of such caliber. the leader of the Sky Eagle gang simply remains unaware of his own potential, and Yifan seeks to assist him in unlocking it. Chapter 104. The 6 halls. Yifan continued, stating, I currently have no substantial demands regarding the establishment of the other halls. However, the creation of the Intelligence Hall must be approached with utmost diligence, as it will serve as a critical resource for my forthcoming endeavors. There must not be the slightest oversight. I shall closely monitor the affairs of the Intelligence Hall. Once established, it will be essential to cultivate a cadre of operatives dedicated to gathering intelligence, ensuring that we do not adopt the previous laxity. The operatives within the Intelligence Hall will also be categorized by rank, divided into 3 tiers corresponding to the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate martial artists. Those who do not meet these standards will merely be regarded as ordinary intelligence gatherers, lacking the qualification to be operatives. Of course, this classification is provisional. As the Sky Eagle gang strengthens and cultivates practitioners of the true martial realm or higher, operatives will have the opportunity to advance in rank. Those trained in intelligence gathering postnatal will be designated as 4th-tier operatives, while those with innate abilities will naturally be classified as 5th tier. Following this logic, practitioners of the true martial realm will be recognized as 6th-tier operatives. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the leader of the Sky Eagle gang instantly perceived that Yifan is indeed a person of grand ambitions. The Intelligence Hall has only just begun to take shape, and Yifan is already intent on formalizing its structure and categorizing its operatives. This notion, while seemingly trivial, underscores Yifan's belief that the Sky Eagle gang will soon boast even more formidable warriors. The idea of utilizing true martial realm experts as operatives was something the leader had never contemplated. The leader of the Sky Eagle gang, with a look of deep respect, replied, Lord Yifan, I have duly noted your arrangements. I shall endeavor to fulfill your directives in the shortest possible time. Although he harbored some skepticism regarding Yifan's grand assertions, he recognized that, as Yifan's subordinate, his only recourse was to execute the orders without question. Yifan was quite satisfied with the leader's demeanor, for he himself was merely a first-rate martial artist, and had yet to attain the pinnacle of that realm. Fortunately, he encountered a soft-hearted leader like the chief of the Sky Eagle gang. Had he come across a more resilient individual, his plans might not have unfolded so seamlessly. Yifan remarked calmly, Then go ahead and attend to your affairs. During this period, I shall retreat within the confines of the Sky Eagle gang. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I must establish the intelligence framework of the Sky Eagle gang within the shortest possible time, as my superiors intend to utilize the intelligence department in 10 days. Should you fail in this endeavor, they will undoubtedly replace you with someone more capable. I trust you do not wish to be ousted. If that is the case, then exert yourself diligently. The leader of the Sky Eagle gang responded with utmost respect. Master Yifan, rest assured, I shall not let you down. After imparting a few instructions to the chief, Yifan proceeded to the most opulent area of the Sky Eagle gang's headquarters to commence his meditative training. Indeed, it was quite comfortable to direct others from such a position, without the need to personally engage in every task. The chief of the Sky Eagle gang proved to be an exceptionally competent subordinate. Shortly after Yifan issued his orders, the chief began to execute them. That very evening, Yifan's commands had thoroughly permeated the entirety of the Sky Eagle gang. A complete mobilization ensued. And by nightfall, the leaders of the 6 major departments were definitively established, with the specific structure of each department meticulously outlined. The intelligence department in particular was delineated with remarkable precision. Regardless of the circumstances, the intelligence department was a focal point of Yifan's attention, and the chief of the Sky Eagle gang was acutely aware of this. Having recently acquired such substantial power, he was not inclined to relinquish it so swiftly. Moreover, the loss of his authority could lead to severe repercussions, even the jeopardy of his life. Naturally, the chief was determined to safeguard his existence, thus he approached every task with utmost diligence. Most of the members within the Sky Eagle gang were individuals cultivated by the chief himself, ensuring that his commands were effectively communicated. Had another person been tasked with relaying these orders, the results may not have been as impactful. Even the newly integrated members from the Azure Dragon gang and the Flying Tiger gang lacked the capacity to instigate any significant upheaval. In a mere 3 days, the chief successfully established all 6 factions. Not only were these factions formed, but the 300 operatives of the intelligence department were also thoroughly selected. Remarkably, the combat capabilities of the intelligence department surpassed those of the battle halls, as all 300 members were martial artists of at least 3rd-tier status. Although the department boasted only 3 first-tier martial artists and a mere 25 second-tier, the remainder were all 3rd-tier warriors. This constituted an immensely formidable force. Even the 6 gates of Nanshan County would find it challenging to amass such strength in a short span of time. Yi Fan had been meticulously observing the actions of the leader of the Sky Eagle gang, whose diligent and capable demeanor instilled a profound sense of trust in Yi Fan. Consequently, he entered into a profound state of seclusion, fully convinced that the leader of the Sky Eagle gang would successfully resolve all matters within 10 days. Chapter 105. The beginning on the 9th day, the intelligence department of the Sky Eagle gang was thoroughly established to meet Yi Fan's expectations. Simultaneously, the deputy chief of Nanshan County once again sought out Yi Fan. The deputy chief convened with Yi Fan at the headquarters of the Sky Eagle gang, stating gravely, "Yi Fan, everything you requested has been meticulously arranged. It is now time for you to take action. Consider how you might discreetly lure Miss Tai Xinlan without her perceiving any ulterior motives from us. Should she become aware of our intentions, we could find ourselves in a precarious position, as the chief of Nanshan County would need to report to higher authorities for any removal, which requires their explicit approval. However, at our level, Miss Tai Xinlan can easily eliminate us without such formalities. After dedicating a significant portion of my life to attain the position of deputy chief, I assure you, should I be ousted, I will hold you accountable." The deputy chief spoke candidly, a sentiment he had not dared express in the presence of the chief during his previous tenure. With the chief currently stationed in Beishan County, the deputy felt emboldened to voice his concerns to Fan. In response, Yi Fan respectfully addressed the deputy chief, saying, "Esteemed deputy chief of Nanshan County, rest assured that I share your apprehensions regarding this matter. I am committed to executing this task flawlessly, for attaining my current position was no small feat, and I certainly do not wish to be unceremoniously expelled from the 6 doors." The deputy chief replied, "Your perspective is commendable. Please lay out your plan for me, so I may assess it for any potential oversights. If there are any deficiencies, I will assist in rectifying them. We are, after all, inextricably linked in this endeavor. If one falters, the other shall inevitably follow." Yi Fan, with utmost respect, articulated his strategy. "Sir, my proposal is for you to implore Miss Tai Xinlan to travel to Beishan County to apprehend a man named Xing Ci. When you beseech her, it is imperative to convey that both the Nanshan and Beishan branches of the 6 doors are at an impasse regarding Xing Ci. Although his prowess is not particularly formidable, he possesses exceptional skills in evasion, eluding numerous agents from both branches without a trace. With Miss Tai Xinlan's remarkable strength and my assistance, I hope she will accept this mission to safeguard the peace of our region. With Miss Tai Xinlan's kind heart, he would undoubtedly not neglect the individual known as Xing Ci. He would surely prioritize dealing with Xing Ci over continuing the pursuit of the jade-faced little flying dragon. By doing so, Miss Tai Xinlan's safety would be assured." The deputy chief of the Nanshan prefecture spoke, "Are you certain that the plan you propose is genuinely feasible? If it proves unworkable, we both risk incurring Miss Tai Xinlan's displeasure." Yi Fan replied calmly, "Given the circumstances we find ourselves in, do you believe we have any alternatives? We are devoid of other options and must inevitably proceed with this course of action." The deputy chief reassured him, "Rest assured, Miss Tai Xinlan possesses a remarkably kind disposition. Even if she ultimately uncovers our deception, understanding that we acted to curry favor will likely result in little more than mild discontent. She would certainly not direct her wrath towards us." The deputy chief of Nanshan prefecture continued, "While Miss Tai Xinlan may not hold me accountable, she is likely to be incensed with you. You have audaciously leveraged her goodwill to amass such significant influence. Should she discover the extent of your deception, she may not so easily forgive you." Yi Fan asserted, "Deputy chief, this matter is solely my responsibility and does not require your concern." The deputy chief replied, "I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. You must resolve them on your own. However, there must be no complications arising from Miss Tai Xinlan's side. Should any issues occur there, even 1,000 deaths would not absolve you of your transgressions." Yi Fan, with a serious expression, stated, "I am fully aware of this. Miss Tai Xinlan will always be of utmost importance." After their exchange, the deputy chief of Nanshan prefecture departed, needing to report back to Miss Tai Xinlan at the headquarters of the 6 doors. His visit was merely to confer with Yi Fan, as he was a pivotal figure in this plan. Any failure stemming from Yi Fan's actions would pose a significant problem. Shortly thereafter, the deputy chief returned to the headquarters of 6 doors. Upon reaching the room where Miss Tai Xinlan resided, he knocked on the door. Once confirmed that it was indeed the deputy chief, she invited him in. Miss Tai Xinlan inquired, "Deputy chief, what brings you here at this hour?" The deputy chief, in a subdued tone, responded, "Miss Tai Xinlan, I have an urgent matter to report to you." She replied coolly, "What is it that you wish to convey? Have you uncovered any leads on the jade-faced little flying dragon? If you have indeed found any information, I would not hesitate to reward you generously." From the tone of Tai Xinlan, it is evident that she harbors an intense hatred for the jade-faced little flying dragon. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed alone from the capital, Luoyang, across 1,000 miles to seek out the jade-faced little flying dragon. In Chapter 106, the Deputy Chief of the South Mountain District's constabulary spoke respectfully. Miss Tai Xinlan, we have yet to obtain any information regarding the jade-faced little flying dragon. The elusive nature of the jade-faced little flying dragon has left even our 6 doors in South Mountain District at a loss. We are utterly unaware of whether the jade-faced little flying dragon still resides within our territory. Nevertheless, our 6 doors personnel have been tirelessly searching for any news about the jade-faced little flying dragon, and we will inform you at the earliest opportunity should we uncover any leads. Tai Xinlan replied coolly, if there is no information at all, what business do you have coming to me? Please speak plainly. There is no need for hesitation. The Deputy Chief of the South Mountain District promptly divulged all matters concerning Xing Ci. He continued, Miss Tai Xinlan, if we allow this individual, Xing Ci, to continue his nefarious deeds unchecked, both our South Mountain District and North Mountain District's 6 doors will be utterly disgraced, and it could potentially tarnish the reputation of the entire Court's 6 doors. The chief constables from both our districts are present in South Mountain, yet we find ourselves powerless against Xing Ci. Thus, we implore you, Miss Tai Xinlan, to assist us in dealing with this man. Tai Xinlan remarked indifferently, you two, representing the 6 doors of your respective districts, have failed to locate him despite your numbers. Do you truly believe that I alone possess the capability to find someone named Xing Ci? If you wish to use this as an excuse to neglect the search for the jade-faced little flying dragon, you need not fabricate various justifications. Even if you choose not to pursue someone like the jade-faced little flying dragon, I am equally at a loss. The Deputy Chief of the South Mountain District insisted, Miss Tai Xinlan, what I have stated is nothing short of the truth. Xing Ci is indeed a person of unspeakable wickedness. To say he deserves 1,000 deaths would not be an exaggeration. Yet, our 2 6 doors are utterly inept. You have an individual named Yi Fan under your command, whose abilities are formidable. If you, Miss Tai Xinlan, were to take him to Donghua County, you would undoubtedly be able to resolve the threat posed by this nefarious Xing Ci in the shortest time possible. Tai Xinlan responded with a calm demeanor. Are you certain that everything you claim is true? Should I discover that you are deceiving me, you will certainly face dire consequences. The Deputy Chief of the South Mountain District, recognizing the gravity of the situation, feared that revealing the truth might serve no purpose. Offending Tai Xinlan was one matter, but incurring the wrath of the Chief Constable of South Mountain District, his superior, would lead to his own ruin. Thus, he felt he had no other choice but to persist down this treacherous path. The Deputy Chief Constable of Nanshan County, with unwavering determination, declared, Miss Tai Xinlan, even if you were to grant me 100-fold courage, I would not dare to deceive you. Tai Xinlan replied, if that is the case, I shall first attend to this individual named Xing Ci, and subsequently deal with that beast known as the jade-faced little flying dragon. She continued, do you know where Yi Fan is at present? The Deputy Chief Constable responded, Yi Fan is currently occupied with matters pertaining to the Sky Eagle Gang. I am unaware of the specifics. Tai Xinlan commanded, you must promptly retrieve Yi Fan for me. If someone like Xing Ci remains in this world, even for a single day, countless innocent citizens may suffer as a consequence. Thus, I must hasten to eliminate this threat. The Deputy Chief Constable affirmed, understood. After approximately half an hour, Yi Fan was brought back by the Deputy Chief Constable of Nanshan County. Upon entering Tai Xinlan's chamber, Yi Fan respectfully stated, Miss Tai Xinlan, the intelligence department has been fully established, I have already set it in motion, and I believe it won't be long before the jade-faced little flying dragon reveals his true colors. However, if he has already departed from Nanshan County, I shall have no means to pursue him. Tai Xinlan clarified, I did not summon you today regarding the jade-faced little flying dragon, but rather concerning another matter involving Xing Ci. She then recounted the entirety of the situation regarding Xing Ci to Yi Fan. With utmost respect, Yi Fan responded, may I inquire what your intentions are, Miss Tai Xinlan? Regardless of the orders you issue, I shall execute them with the utmost diligence. Should you require me to locate Xing Ci, I shall focus my efforts on finding him. Conversely, if you wish me to seek the jade-faced little flying dragon, I shall direct my energies towards him instead. Tai Xinlan replied nonchalantly, is it not possible to pursue both individuals simultaneously? Utilize the Sky Eagle Gang to search for the jade-faced little flying dragon, while you employ the resources of the 6 gates to locate Xing Ci. Previously, the 6 gates refrained from assisting me in the pursuit of the jade-faced little flying dragon out of concern for my safety. Now, as the request to find Xing Ci comes from the 6 gates, it is only fitting that their personnel take the lead in this endeavor. Your role will be to direct the 6 gates forces to locate Xing Ci. Do you possess confidence in your ability to find him? Yi Fan, with a respectful demeanor, replied, Miss Tai Xinlan, I am well acquainted with the preferences and most aspects of the jade-faced little flying dragon situation. which is why I am bold enough to assert that I will find him within 3 months. However, I have no knowledge of Xing Ci whatsoever, and thus I cannot make any claims about when I might locate him. It is entirely possible that I may not find him at all. Tai Xinlan turned to the Deputy Chief Constable of Nanshan County and instructed, "Please retrieve all available information regarding Xing Ci and allow Yifan to review it thoroughly." The Deputy Chief Constable of Nanshan County, displaying a countenance of utmost respect, addressed Tai Xinlan. "Yes, Miss Tai Xinlan, I shall attend to the matter you have mentioned at once." Tai Xinlan nodded affirmatively, urging the Deputy Chief Constable of Nanshan County to expedite the task. Chapter 107. Departures. With Qingqiu endeavored to communicate with the system through his mind. "System, is my transmigration and rebirth your handiwork?" The system replied in a neutral tone. "Indeed, the host's transmigration is a creation of this system. However, should the host harbor any dissatisfaction regarding this journey, you may certainly voice it. The system can return the host to the place of their demise free of charge." Zhuo Qingqiu hastily responded, "There is absolutely no need for that. I am exceedingly content with this transmigration. System, you must be my golden finger, right? Could you enlighten me on your functions?" The system, maintaining its even tone, elaborated. "The system possesses but one function, which is to assign mainline tasks. There are 12 mainline tasks in total, corresponding to the 12 ranks of martial artists. Upon completion of a mainline task, the host will receive rewards from the system, which are categorized into 3 types: the adhesive card, the side quest card, and the martial artist summoning card. The adhesive card aids the host in acquiring the techniques and treasures of their enemies. The side quest card, when obtained, unlocks additional side quests, completion of which grants corresponding martial artist summoning cards. The martial artist summoning card is fundamental to the system. Upon obtaining it, the host can summon martial artists of corresponding ranks to assist them, and these summoned martial artists will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host. The adhesive cards, side quest cards, and martial artist summoning cards are further divided into 4 tiers: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, corresponding to the martial artist realms of ascendancy: true martial, innate, and acquired. Upon the system's comprehensive explanation of its functions, Zhuo Qingqiu grasped its capabilities fully. The adhesive card serves to enhance one's own strength by absorbing the attributes of foes. The side quest card increases the number of tasks available, thereby allowing the host to acquire more martial artist summoning cards. The martial artist summoning card summons loyal martial artists to aid the host, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of achievement in this realm of Tianwu. Zhuo Qingqiu calmly stated in his mind, "I now comprehend the system's functions. What is my first mainline task?" A prompt resonated within Zhuo Qingqiu's consciousness. System mainline task 1 is currently being generated. System mainline task 1 has been successfully generated. Task level: 1. Task difficulty: 1 star. Task explanation: eliminate Wu Go. Task items: none. Task reward: unlock mainline task 2. Other rewards are unknown. Zhuo Qingqiu inwardly cursed and murmured, "Is a 1-star task truly this challenging? I am merely an ordinary individual devoid of martial prowess, yet I am tasked with slaying a martial artist at the body refinement stage. Even though I was once the most formidable special forces operative of the Huaxia Empire in my previous life, facing a body refinement stage martial artist unarmed leaves me with scant assurance. The realms of the 3 innate stages are governed by the powers wielded by the warriors of the tempered body realm, which have ascended to the pinnacle of the former life of Zhuo Qingqiu. It is said that his strength is at least 300 pounds in each arm. Zhuo Qingqiu, with his currently feeble limbs, finds that the likelihood of vanquishing Wu Go is less than 1 in 10. Addressing the system, Zhuo Qingqiu implores, "Dear system, esteemed system, I noticed that other protagonists who traverse dimensions are bestowed with beginner gift packs. Having just arrived in the Tianwu continent, might you also grant me a beginner gift pack?" The system responds, "What the host states holds some merit. Hence, I shall provide you with a beginner gift pack. The gift pack has been added to your system space backpack, and you may retrieve its contents at your discretion. The method to claim the gift pack is remarkably simple. Merely recite the phrase 'claim the beginner gift pack,' and it shall appear beside you. A gentle reminder: manifesting items from the void is inherently miraculous. I advise you to execute this in solitude. Should it attract the attention of others, your demise would be a trivial matter, but having to select another host would be rather disconcerting for me. After all, the sensation of transitioning through the void induces a profound vertigo." Upon hearing the system's words, Zhuo Qingqiu felt no anger, but rather examined his beginner gift pack. Upon inspection, 3 items emerged from the system space backpack: a yellow-grade inferior weapon dagger, a yellow-grade inferior technique called Supreme Skill, and a yellow-grade inferior martial art known as Spirit Serpent Palm. Finding himself within the confines of his room, Zhuo Qingqiu confirmed the absence of any hidden observers. He drew his bed curtains, unveiling all the items from his beginner gift pack. He discreetly concealed the dagger within his boot. Its diminutive size ensured that, unless he chose to reveal it, no ordinary person would discern its presence. The yellow-grade inferior martial art was also secured, tucked beneath his clothing. It is worth noting that ordinary individuals cannot cultivate martial arts. Only by transcending the acquired realm and generating internal energy within their bodies can they embark on such practices. Huaxia extracted the technique and began to study it meticulously. Ordinary individuals can cultivate techniques to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for breakthroughs, thus enabling them to practice internal martial arts. Initially, Huaxia regarded the yellow-grade inferior supreme skill with disdain. However, after perusing its outline, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. The outline of the supreme skill states, Supreme Skill, a defiance against the heavens for progression. This technique can encompass all forms of martial arts content within the universe, thereby enhancing oneself. After practicing the supreme skill, one may continue to cultivate other techniques, allowing the supreme skill to absorb and augment its power. Such an advanceable technique, even during the Tang dynasty, had not crossed Huaxia's ears, thus he recognized that he had stumbled upon a treasure. With resolute determination, Huaxia resolved that the supreme skill would henceforth be his primary cultivation method. As long as he gradually elevates the level of the supreme skill, he firmly believes that one day he will surpass the inherited martial arts of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's inherited martial arts is a celestial grade classic. Huaxia is not in a hurry to complete the first main quest of the system. Rather, he intends to first cultivate the supreme skill and break through to the body refining realm. Only then will he tackle the system's initial main quest, as there is no stipulated time frame for its completion. Should Huaxia achieve a breakthrough to the body refining realm before confronting Wu Go, he is confident that his chance of success would undeniably reach 100%. Upon returning to his lodgings, just as he settled down on his bed to begin his cultivation, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing level 1 side quest 2, successfully obtaining 3 fortune cards. Congratulations on unlocking level 2 main quest. Level 2 main quest. Eliminate 3 warriors from the 3 clans and frame this incident on the county magistrate and the county captain. Level 2 main quest rewards. Obtain 10 level 2 military general summon cards, receive 3 level 2 fortune cards, and successfully unlock level 2 main quest 1 and level 2 main quest 2. Huaxia was not overly surprised by this level 2 main quest. Although it is significantly more challenging than the level 1 main quest, such an increase in difficulty is entirely reasonable. After all, it is normal for the first task to be simpler, while the second naturally presents greater challenges, and the third may prove even more arduous. In a task system, the difficulty typically escalates as one progresses. Akin to leveling up by defeating monsters, initial foes are relatively easy to vanquish, but as one advances, the adversaries grow increasingly formidable. Upon grasping the details of the level 2 main quest, Huaxia did not rush to fulfill it. Instead, he continued to meditate and cultivate upon his bed. Killing a warrior of the body refining realm is no trivial feat even with over 10 warriors of the body refining realm under his command. Slaying a singular warrior of the body refining realm remains a formidable challenge. Silently eliminating such a warrior compounds the difficulty manifold. Huaxia must carefully contemplate these matters. Otherwise, a hasty action could not only fail to implicate the county magistrate and the county captain but could also backfire, bringing calamity upon himself. Currently, Huaxia possesses 3 fortune cards, yet he refrains from utilizing them recklessly. Within the county office, he has already extracted all the individuals he deems worthy. Those he considers unworthy shall not be touched. After all, the populace of the Tianwu continent is boundless, and the body refining realm warriors are equally abundant. It is not the same to absorb those who have practiced yellow-grade martial arts as it is to absorb those versed in Xin-grade martial arts. Therefore, Huaxia intends to reserve 3 fortune cards as a contingency. He will not employ them unless absolutely necessary. In the future, he will maintain 3 cards of each level, ensuring he is prepared to absorb when the opportunity presents itself. Time has swiftly elapsed, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhong Xiaojian and Yu Qingyao have repeatedly communicated the circumstances of the county magistrate and the county lieutenant to Huaxia. The conflict between the 3 factions and the 2 clans with the county magistrate and county lieutenant has deepened significantly. The actions of the 3 factions and 2 clans are unequivocally driving the county magistrate and county lieutenant towards a dead end, leaving them no room for survival. Without a source of income, the subordinates of the county magistrate and county lieutenant will inevitably become unsustainable, leading to a substantial decline in their power. Naturally, the county magistrate and county lieutenant cannot endure such a predicament, thus inciting their resistance. Several clashes have already occurred between the two sides. However, due to mutual restraint, there have been no fatalities. The reason the three factions and two clans have refrained from resorting to lethal violence is that even if they were to eliminate the county magistrate and county lieutenant, the authorities would still appoint others to govern the entire Sahan County. The Yu Kingdom could tolerate a lack of control over Sahan County, but it would absolutely not allow Sahan County to be completely severed from its influence. Currently, the county magistrate and county lieutenant are still relatively manageable. Should they be disposed of, there is a significant risk of being swiftly dealt with by the authoritative forces of the Yu Court. Following this, their backers would send replacements, and the Yu Court would appoint new rulers for Sahan County. Therefore, both the power of the county office and the influence of the three factions and two clans remain cautious in the face of these developments. It is only due to the conflict over tax benefits that such strife has arisen. The three factions and two clans are reluctant to pay these taxes, while the county magistrate and county lieutenant seek to utilize this revenue to maintain their grip on the county office. Thus, this dispute has escalated into a multitude of conflicts. Zhuqiangqiu is poised to stoke the flames further, yet he must prepare meticulously. Otherwise, his attempts to ignite the situation may backfire. The strategy to incite conflict aligns with the completion of systemic tasks. By eliminating a formidable practitioner among the three factions and two clans, and framing the county magistrate and county lieutenant for the act, tensions will inevitably escalate. Should further provocations occur along the way, even with restraint, both sides will likely be drawn into combat. At that point, Zhuqiangqiu will unleash his power. He intends to first seize control of the county office through this means and subsequently eliminate the three factions and two clans, ultimately asserting complete dominance over Sahan County. Zhuqiangqiu has summoned Huang Wu, an undercover agent from the Qinglong Gang, which is the faction he has infiltrated most extensively. As such, the Qinglong Gang is the first faction Zhuqiangqiu plans to target, being the largest gang in Sahan County, boasting as many as 13 formidable practitioners. With a greater number of strong practitioners, Zhuqiangqiu naturally has more opportunities to strike. His aim in calling back his informant is to discern the optimal target for his actions. Zhuqiangqiu seeks to achieve the greatest victory at the least cost. Should he be able to dispose of formidable practitioners without direct confrontation, he will certainly refrain from engaging them. If he can eliminate these strong practitioners through poison or cunning stratagems, Zhuqiangqiu would significantly reduce unnecessary losses and further minimize the risk of exposure. Summoned back, Huang Wu knelt on the ground, respectfully addressing Zhuqiangqiu. I have met with the Lord. I am unaware of the reason for your sudden summons of a humble servant. Zhuqiangqiu, with an expression of indifference, replied, I have heard that you share a commendable rapport with Han Zhengtong, the 13th chief of the Qinglong Gang. Huang Wu, with utmost respect, responded, I report to you, my lord, that although I maintain a very good relationship with Han Zhengtong of the Qinglong Gang, my intention was solely to fulfill the tasks assigned by you. I would never engage in actions that could jeopardize your interests. I implore you to have faith in me. Upon hearing Zhuqiangqiu's inquiry, Huang Wu naturally assumed that his loyalty was being questioned, prompting him to promptly affirm his allegiance to Zhuqiangqiu. Despite being summoned from the system, Huang Wu remained oblivious to his true identity, which had been fabricated for him by the system. After Zhuqiangqiu resolved matters with the leader of the Qinglong Gang, he returned to his office in the county. The leader of the Qinglong Gang made his way back to his faction, accompanied by the second-in-command and two formidable martial artists, who followed Zhuqiangqiu into the county office. The final resistance from Xu Yifei and Liao Yongtao resulted in the demise of two martial artists from the Qinglong Gang. However, both Liao Yongtao and Xu Yifei met their end at the hands of the Qinglong Gang leader during their final struggle. The leader, taken aback by his momentary lapse in vigilance, mourned the loss of two of his strong martial artists, which was indeed a heavy blow to him. Thus, Zhuqiangqiu successfully completed the second-level main quest, and was on the verge of receiving the loyalty of 10 formidable martial artists. With these 10 martial artists at his command, he would be able to maintain control even if the leader of the Qinglong Gang sent several experts into the county office. Upon returning to his room within the county office, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Zhuqiangqiu's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the second main quest. You are rewarded with 10 level 2 martial artist summoning cards and 10 level 2 blessing cards. Congratulations on unlocking level 2 side quest 1. Establish a military force of 500 personnel. Successful completion will yield 3 level 2 blessing cards. Level 2 side quest 2. Establish a force of 200 county officials. Successful completion will yield 3 level 2 blessing cards and unlock the third main quest. Once the system's notifications concluded, Zhuqiangqiu finally relaxed his mind. With the imminent loyalty of 10 formidable martial artists, he could now focus his efforts on managing the county office. Zhuqiangqiu refrained from summoning the 10 strong martial artists immediately, as he still needed the assistance of the Qinglong gang to bolster the county office's strength. Should 10 strong martial artists suddenly appear under his command, the Qinglong gang would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance against him. Consequently, many of Zhuo Qingqiu's forthcoming plans would become unfeasible in light of this. He resolved to have his formidable martial artists discreetly integrate into the county office without drawing attention to that time. By openly aligning himself with the leader of the Qinglong gang, Zhuo Qingqiu would not only gain control over his subordinates, but also lay the groundwork for his forthcoming plans. Naturally, it would be imprudent to incorporate all 10 martial artists of the strong body realm into the county office, as such a move would surely arouse suspicion. Zhuo Qingqiu intended to allow only 4 of these martial artists to join the county office, while the others would be directed towards the 3 gangs and 2 clans. Having thoroughly secured the county office, Zhuo Qingqiu's next objective was, of course, the 3 gangs and 2 clans. Once Zhuo Qingqiu had organized the system, he exited his chamber and proceeded to the hall of the county office. Upon arrival, Zhuo Qingqiu summoned the second-in-command of the Qinglong gang, who displayed considerable deference towards him. Despite harboring a deep-seated disdain for Zhuo Qingqiu, and hardly considering him a worthy adversary, he maintained a faade of respect, as mandated by the leader of the Qinglong gang. He possessed the authority to command any force within the county office, yet he was compelled to show respect to Zhuo Qingqiu. When the second-in-command arrived, he respectfully addressed Zhuo Qingqiu, saying, "I am at your service, esteemed county magistrate. Please, do not hesitate to convey your needs. I shall endeavor to fulfill them to the best of my abilities. Should I find myself unable, I shall enlist my elder brother's assistance on your behalf." With a slight smile, Zhuo Qingqiu replied, "I merely wish to inquire about the current strength of the county office." The second-in-command respectfully responded, "Following your extensive purge, esteemed county magistrate, the county office is now quite diminished. The total number of personnel barely exceeds 100, and most of these are elderly, infirm, or otherwise incapable, rendering them of little practical use." After the Qinglong gang breached the county office, they executed the majority of the martial artists, leaving behind a mere remnant of ordinary citizens. In light of this situation, those ordinary individuals felt their safety was compromised, prompting many to flee. The few who remained are largely the weak and the ill. Had the county office not been operating under the auspices of the imperial authority, it might well have ceased to exist. With an expression of calm, Zhuo Qingqiu addressed the second-in-command of the Qinglong gang. "What do you propose as the path forward for the county office? How can it grow and thrive? After all, in my pursuit of collaboration with the Qinglong gang, I will require some measure of strength. Otherwise, relying solely on our nominal alliance would yield little benefit for the Qinglong gang." Upon hearing Zhuo Qingqiu's words, the second-in-command acknowledged their wisdom. However, he understood that nurturing a power base necessitated substantial financial resources and various assets, and reviving the county office would similarly demand an influx of wealth and resources. Previously, the county office had been in a state of dire poverty, lacking any meaningful influence. The ambition to recruit and expand was utterly fanciful without the requisite funds and resources. The esteemed second-in-command of the Qinglong gang respectfully addressed the county magistrate. "Sir, in order to develop the county office, a substantial amount of wealth and resources is essential. However, we find ourselves lacking in both, leaving us at a loss as to how we might advance the county's interests." Zhuo Qingqiu smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, our county office is devoid of both funds and resources. Yet is it not true that the Qinglong gang possesses a considerable abundance of both? In this regard, our perspectives align. I believe the Qinglong gang should extend its support to us in terms of finances and resources. Only then can our county office flourish, enabling us to collaborate with the Qinglong gang in the governance of Sinan County." Observing Zhuo Qingqiu's demeanor, the second-in-command of the Qinglong gang found it quite amusing. Zhuo Qingqiu truly seemed to be indulging in fanciful dreams. While the Qinglong gang indeed wielded significant financial and resourceful might, such assets were barely sufficient for its own expansion, let alone for the development of the county office. It was laughable. Zhuo Qingqiu was naively optimistic, believing that his collaboration with the Qinglong gang would grant him a sense of security. The reason the Qinglong gang allied with Zhuo Qingqiu was not due to admiration for his character, but rather a strategic interest in his status and position. Huang Wu then began to recount his observations during his time with the Qinglong gang. "My lord, from the information I have gathered, the 3 gangs and 2 clans maintain close, albeit unofficial, connections. While they are not under any single authority, their relationships appear to be quite amicable. I have often witnessed their clandestine interactions. Due to my humble standing within the Qinglong gang, I have been unable to glean many significant details, but I have been diligent in my inquiries. Han Zongtong, the 4th adopted son of the gang leader Zhu Hao, was a carefully selected choice for the task assigned to me by you, my lord. From him, I have been able to uncover further insights. For instance, The leader Zhu Hao is known for his impulsive nature and lack of strategic thought. Once he sets his mind on something, it becomes an unyielding decree. Conversely, if he takes a disliking to someone, no amount of persuasion will alter his stance. His martial prowess is not particularly impressive, relying instead on his commanding voice. However, his sense of justice and loyalty commands the respect of his brothers. Notably, he has 10 adopted sons, each with their own strengths, who are all prominent figures within Sinan County. When united, these 10 brothers are nearly invincible. Besides the esteemed leader Zhu Hao, the Qinglong gang also comprises Zhu Lao Heir, Zhu Lao San, and the youngest, Zhu Kaiyun, who are respectively known as the second in command, third in command, and little sister. Despite being the youngest, Zhu Kaiyun has already attained a formidable level of martial arts. Among them, only Zhu Hao possesses the most volatile temperament and the least martial skill, yet he is the eldest brother of this familial gang. Standing over 8 feet tall, he certainly embodies the image of a leader, exuding a commanding presence. Nevertheless, he is also notorious for his many vices, including a fondness for women, wealth, and indulgent pleasures. To establish a gang of ruffians, one might say that the term ruffian is embodied to its fullest extent. Zhu Lao Heir, the second in command, stands in stark contrast to the chief. When there are no pressing matters at hand, he enjoys indulging in calligraphy and painting, exhibiting a quick and agile mind. Most of his time is devoted to serving as a strategist for Zhu Hao. The various affairs of the gang are also managed by Zhu Lao Heir, who, being the younger brother, is entrusted by Zhu Hao with great confidence. He certainly lives up to his elder brother's expectations, ensuring that the Qinglong gang is managed in an orderly fashion. He can indeed be regarded as the true leader of the Qinglong gang. Yet he forbids others from perceiving or addressing him as such, deeming it a profound disrespect. After all, his elder brother has treated him well, despite lacking in capability compared to him. Zhu Lao San possesses a strikingly handsome appearance and tends to be rather uninvolved in the gang's affairs. Nevertheless, he is obedient and follows orders diligently. Anything proposed by his elder or second brother, he will pursue with utmost effort. Though his actual combat skills may fall short, he excels in posturing and showing off. He is particularly conscious of his image, paying great attention to his martial prowess, appearance, and manner of speech, never resorting to vulgar language. However, he shares a close bond with Zhu Kaiyun, often seeming more like sisters than siblings. Zhu Kaiyun has a penchant for things typically favored by girls, and in Sinan County, many young women admire him. Zhu Hao, the esteemed leader, has introduced him to numerous potential matches, including many who have approached with proposals. Yet, he appears indifferent to these advances, consistently presenting an aloof and imposing demeanor. Over time, while many girls may harbor admiration for him, they no longer dare to entertain the possibility of drawing closer. Zhuo Qingqiu listens intently, analyzing and comprehending the situation. After elaborating on various reasons, he intends to convey that the Qinglong gang is indeed very united. He questions Huang Wu, inquiring if there are any internal disputes among them. If that were the case, it would be challenging to infiltrate the Qinglong gang and incite internal strife. Huang Wu, with a face full of respect, replies. On the surface, they appear remarkably united, and Zhu Hao's 10 adopted sons are fiercely loyal to him. Huang Yi confidently asserts, if the objective this time is to employ a flanking maneuver against the Qinglong gang, the prospects may be quite slim. First and foremost, in terms of both talent and martial arts, he possesses significant advantages within the Qinglong gang. Particularly, Zhu Lao Heir, the second in command, is exceptionally astute. At this point, Zhuo Qingqiu inquires, do you have any clever strategies? With a calm demeanor, Zhuo Qingqiu responds, for now, let us not consider breaking through from within the Qinglong gang. Rather, we should contemplate an external approach. How well do you know Han Zhengtong? Given your current relationship with him, do you think you could poison him and then frame him for crimes against Xu Yifei? As long as the Qinglong gang confronts Xu Yifei, we can leverage the Qinglong gang's strength to seize control of the county government, and only after gaining such power can we begin to strategize for the entire Sinan County. Huang Wu respectfully stated, I report to you, my lord, that given my current relationship with Han Zhengtong, discreetly resolving this matter would pose no difficulty. However, this endeavor necessitates your full cooperation. Should you lend me your unwavering support, there would be no obstacles to our success. Furthermore, the 2 undercover agents within our faction can provide auxiliary assistance from the sidelines. With meticulous planning, this undertaking would be entirely feasible. Zhuo Qingqiu replied with an expression of calm indifference. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? Do you possess any effective strategies to eliminate our adversary without arousing suspicion? Han Zhengtong remarked, by leveraging the current tensions between the county office and the Qinglong gang, we can direct the county officials to a specific location. Once there, should he make an appearance, we can orchestrate Han Zhengtong's demise at that very site. When the Qinglong gang investigates, even if that individual had 100 alibis, he would find it nearly impossible to justify his actions. Given the deteriorating relationship between the Qinglong gang and the county office, the Qinglong gang would not permit the county to offer any explanations. They would unequivocally demand that Su Yifei surrender the perpetrator. Should Su Yifei refuse to comply, the temperament of the Qinglong gang's leader would ensure that he would not let the matter rest. The Qinglong gang leader would likely retaliate against the county office, at which point dismantling their power would become a trivial matter. Once we neutralize the county's strength, our forces can swiftly seize control of the county office. At that juncture, my lord's position in the entire Sahan County would be secure, allowing us to proceed with our subsequent plans. Chapter 109. Untitled at this moment, the leader of the Qinglong gang calmly addressed Su Yifei and Liao Yongtao. Now you should understand why I am unafraid to annihilate your county office. You two have previously threatened me with the authority of the court and even dared to send assassins after my third brother, resulting in his untimely and mysterious death. However, today I intend for your demise to be unequivocal. I will ensure that you pay your respects to my brother in the afterlife. Through diligent investigation and the rumors circulating during this period, the leader of the Qinglong gang had come to firmly believe that Su Yifei and Liao Yongtao had conspired with the Tiger Shark gang to bring harm to his brother. Naturally, the leader would not let the two murderers go unpunished. Liao Yongtao retorted, "Zhu Gangzhu, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? I assure you, I have never engaged in such actions. I find myself bewildered by the current predicament." Turning to Su Yifei, Liao Yongtao pressed, "County Officer Su, did you indeed conspire with the Tiger Shark gang? You must clarify this with Zhu Gangzhu immediately. I genuinely have no knowledge of such matters." Su Yifei responded, "Liao County Wei, I remain utterly perplexed by the situation. Although rumors abound throughout Sahan County suggesting that our faction has allied with the Tiger Shark gang to undermine the Qinglong gang, these are mere fabrications. I have not even encountered the leader of the Tiger Shark gang recently, let alone collaborated with them to eliminate the Qinglong gang. Moreover, what advantages would I gain by eliminating the Qinglong gang? If I stand to receive no benefits, why should I ally myself with the Huaxia gang to address this issue?" Liao Yongtao remarked, "Then why, after you Kai had a dispute with the leader of Zhu Laosan, was Zhu Laosan subsequently murdered? Su Yifei, you must provide a reasonable explanation to the leader of the Qinglong gang." Liao Yongtao turned to the leader of the Qinglong gang and said, "Zhu gangs, I truly have no knowledge of this matter. Please, in your magnanimity, spare my life." Liao Yongtao was simultaneously hurling accusations at Su Yifei while begging for mercy from the leader of the Qinglong gang. He sought to absolve himself from all responsibility, casting the blame entirely onto Su Yifei, hoping that the leader of the Qinglong gang would spare him. Su Yifei confronted Liao Yongtao, saying, "What do you mean by that? You are well aware of my current predicament. Are you attempting to distance yourself completely from this situation?" The conversation between Liao Yongtao and Su Yifei quickly escalated into a quarrel, intensifying their existing tensions as they faced a life-or-death situation. The leader of the Qinglong gang coldly interjected, "There is no need for you two to continue your bickering, as any argument between you is utterly futile, and no matter what you say, I will not believe either of you. It is certain that both of you shall meet your demise today. Now, if you have any final words, you ought to speak them hastily. Otherwise, when you face the King of Hell, he may admonish me for not teaching you the ways of humanity." Having reached such a critical juncture, the leader of the Qinglong gang could no longer place his trust in Su Yifei or Liao Yongtao. Even if he were in the wrong, he would never admit to it. He would rather persist in his errors. Both Su Yifei and Liao Yongtao realized that their words held no weight. Even if they knelt to plead for mercy, it would be in vain. They exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending each other's intentions, and resolved to cooperate in a bid for escape. Having worked together for many years, they had developed a certain tacit understanding. Together, they chose to break through towards the south, not due to the weakness of the southern defenses, but because the leader of the Qinglong gang was positioned directly to the north. By fleeing southward, they would place the greatest distance between themselves and the leader, thereby significantly increasing their chances of escape. After all, the leader of the Qinglong gang was a formidable innate level expert, and facing such a powerful opponent would be a daunting challenge for any postnatal cultivator. Even if they both struck simultaneously, they might not withstand many blows from an innate level master. Observing their attempt to flee, the leader of the Qinglong gang did not rush to attack but merely wore a cold smile. The Qinglong gang boasted 4 blood exchange level experts, all of whom accompanied the leader on this occasion, alongside more than 10 powerful innate level martial artists. If such a lineup is unable to defeat Su Yifei and Liao Yongtao, then the leader of the Qinglong gang will inevitably begin to doubt the combat prowess of his subordinates. The leader refrains from intervening precisely to hone the abilities of those under his command. Encounters of this magnitude are exceptionally rare in recent years. Life and death battles among warriors at the Strong Realm have become increasingly scarce, let alone those at the Blood Exchange Realm. Although Xu Yifei and Liao Yongtao are both pinnacle warriors of the Blood Exchange Realm, they find themselves severely suppressed when confronted by 4 formidable opponents of the same realm and over a dozen warriors of the Strong Realm. However, Liao Yongtao and Xu Yifei take solace in the fact that the leader of the Qinglong gang is not in a hurry to act. This delay affords them a chance to escape. Had the leader chosen to engage directly from the outset, their survival would have been all but impossible. Zhuo Qingqiu watches the battle among the Blood Exchange Realm warriors. Feeling an intense yearning for the power they possess, he silently vows that once he has fully mastered the current situation, he will strive to elevate his own strength as swiftly as possible. The leader of the Qinglong gang approaches Zhuo Qingqiu and, with an expression of calm indifference, inquires, "My lord, what are your thoughts on the warriors under my command?" Zhuo Qingqiu replies with a gentle smile, "Chief Xu, your subordinates are indeed quite impressive." The leader of the Qinglong gang responds, "My lord, it appears that you currently lack any genuine powerhouses under your command. If you wish to exert control over the entire county office, it may prove somewhat challenging. Would you like me to send a few experts to assist you at the county office? This way, you can establish sufficient authority there. Rest assured, my lord, should anyone I send dare to show you disrespect, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure they face dire consequences. What do you think of my proposal, my lord? If you find it agreeable, feel free to select a few individuals from among them. Regardless of whom you choose, I am willing to comply." Half a day later, the Strong Realm warrior Liao Yongtao arrives at their meeting place, as the leader of the Qinglong gang's dark guards. He is here to report the findings of their investigation. Liao Yongtao respectfully bows to the leader and states, "I greet you, my lord." The leader of the Qinglong gang replies nonchalantly, "Speak plainly. There is no need for such formalities. Just convey what you have discovered." Upon hearing these words, Liao Yongtao promptly begins to relay the information he has gathered. He swiftly recounts all that he has learned to the leader of the Qinglong gang. Liao Yongtao's investigation reveals the conflict between Zhu Laosan and Yu Kaifeng, which culminated in Zhu Laosan's murder. Furthermore, individuals dressed in county office attire were found at the scene of Zhu Laosan's demise. Liao Yongtao, however, has not been able to delve deeper into the matter, not due to incompetence, but rather because of the limited time available for investigation. The leader of the Qinglong gang then asks Liao Yongtao, "What is your perspective on this situation?" Liao Yongtao, with a countenance full of respect, spoke, "Esteemed leader of the gang, I sense that this matter is exceedingly peculiar. Although Yu Kai and the third leader have had their disagreements, a person of Yu Kai's ilk would hardly dare to take action against the third leader. I suspect that it is another gang or family that has slain our third leader, framing the hapless Yu Kai for the deed." The leader of the Qinglong gang replied with an expression of indifference, "Regardless of who has taken my third brother's life, I shall ensure that they find no solace in life or death. Continue your investigation into this matter, and report to me any leads you uncover." Liao Yongtao respectfully acknowledged with an eye before departing. Zhu Laoer, the second in command of the Qinglong gang, addressed the leader, "Brother, while it remains uncertain if Yu Kai is indeed the culprit, he must bear some responsibility for the death of the third brother. We cannot simply let him go unpunished, even if he is connected to the county office." The leader of the Qinglong gang coldly asserted, "Yu Kai is certainly destined for death, regardless of whom this conspiracy involves. Once I uncover the truth, I shall ensure he finds no place to rest in peace. I shall first take Yu Kai's head to honor my third brother, and when I find the true killer, I will offer my brother the solace of justice." Zhu Laosi suggested, "Should we not storm the county office and eliminate everyone within?" Given his reckless nature, such a fervent suggestion was unsurprising. Zhu Laoda, the leader, replied, "Laosi's emotions are running high. Therefore, I shall refrain from participating in this operation. You are to remain at headquarters to safeguard it, while we handle the other matters." After issuing his command, the leader, accompanied by Laoer and the elite members of the Qinglong gang, set forth towards the county office. Zhu Laosi was left behind at the Qinglong gang's headquarters. The leader was a person of unwavering authority. His words were law, and none dared to oppose him, not even the impassioned Zhu Laosi. With a formidable force of over 100, the Qinglong gang advanced towards the county office. Among them were nearly 13 martial artists, a testament to the gang's wealth and formidable strength. Zhu Laoer respectfully inquired of the leader, "Brother, what is our stance towards the county office with such a massive deployment? Are we intent on razing it to the ground? Though the county office may be weak, they still possess some strength. If we are to eradicate their entire force, it may prove challenging with our current numbers. Moreover, we have yet to clarify the situation. Rushing in may be unwise." The leader of the Qinglong gang replied matter-of-factly, who said I intend to eliminate everyone in the county office. I merely wish to see to it that Yu Kai is dead. This incident could not possibly have been perpetrated by the county office. The county magistrate and constable are not foolish enough to kill one of our own. This matter is undoubtedly the handiwork of the other 3 factions and 2 clans. My intention is merely to establish an imposing presence in the county office. Furthermore, I aim to showcase the might of our Qinglong gang, making it abundantly clear that those who dare to provoke us shall face dire consequences. The deputy leader of the Qinglong gang remarked, "Brother, is this a case of killing a chicken to frighten the monkeys?" However, using the county office as the chicken may prove somewhat challenging. If the county office puts up a fierce resistance, shall we engage them in battle or refrain? We must not find ourselves in a predicament where we cannot retreat, for that would be most uncomfortable. The leader of the Qinglong gang scoffed and replied, "The county office lacks the audacity to oppose us. If they truly possessed such boldness, they would not have remained silent while we paid not a single tax. Their choice to merely voice public condemnation, without any tangible action, indicates their fear of our 3 factions and 2 clans. Thus, establishing our authority through the county office is indeed the most effective method, and it serves to demonstrate our strength to other gangs as well." The leader of the Qinglong gang was exceedingly confident in this endeavor, possessing a deep understanding of the county office, which he deemed populated by 2 feeble individuals, the county magistrate and the county lieutenant. They harbored no fear of the Qinglong gang. Should the gang truly take action, the magistrate and lieutenant would undoubtedly surrender the culprits to quell the rage of the Qinglong gang. After approximately half an hour, the leader of the Qinglong gang, accompanied by his followers, arrived at the entrance of the county office in a grand procession. Naturally, the county office could not remain unresponsive to this display. At that moment, all forces of the county office had gathered at its entrance, with the magistrate and lieutenant's personnel assembling there as well. Although the magistrate and lieutenant often found themselves at odds, they displayed remarkable unity in the face of a common enemy. Otherwise, they would not have been able to maintain their positions in Sahan County for so long. Despite the assembly of all their subordinates, they remained somewhat vulnerable when confronted by the Qinglong gang. Even when combined, their forces could not match the number of individuals the Qinglong gang had brought. Thus, the magistrate and lieutenant were still at a disadvantage. And the personnel within the county office felt a sense of trepidation, having never truly engaged with the members of the 3 factions and 2 clans. Chapter 110. Dialogue among brothers. The chief of the Nanshan County City Guard stated calmly, "Although our 6 doors serve as an institution employed by the court to regulate the sects of the martial world, our influence over these sects is indeed considerable. However, when it comes to the White Lotus sect, which lurks in the shadows with no specific location, we possess no means of restraint. Such sects are classified as heretical, and eradicating them would yield significant contributions for us." The chief of the Beishan County City Guard replied, "I am well aware of the issues you raise, but have you ever considered that the White Lotus sect represents the greatest calamity for the entire martial world, as well as for the court itself? Although we are currently merely facing a faction of the White Lotus sect, have you considered that even a smaller branch of this sect would likely have formidable individuals at the true martial realm presiding over it? Relying solely on the 6 doors of Nanshan County and Beishan County to suppress them may prove inadequate. There is a significant risk that we could be overpowered by them, which would lead to dire consequences for us." The chief of Nanshan County remarked, "What solutions do you propose? We have already reported to our superiors, yet no directives have been issued thus far. We must await their instructions before proceeding further." The chief of Nanshan County continued, "We have also reported the matter concerning Miss Taixinlin, but no updates have been relayed from our higher-ups. What could possibly be the situation? Is there an issue with our superiors?" The chief of Beishan County replied, "What troubles could the officials possibly be facing? We should focus on our own duties rather than speculate on their thoughts. If we entertain negative notions, we might inadvertently entangle ourselves in trouble. We ought to concentrate on our responsibilities and not dwell on matters beyond our purview. If the White Lotus sect dares to continue their reckless actions, we shall consolidate the strength of the 6 doors to confront them. At that point, I would be astonished if the 2 county governors remain inactive. If they do, I would suspect that they are indeed under the influence of the White Lotus sect." The chief of Nanshan County cautioned, "Brother, there are times when one may speak freely over meals, but words must be chosen wisely. The comments you have made today are only between us. Should they fall into the ears of those with ill intentions, we could find ourselves in considerable trouble. Let us refrain from discussing this further," the chief of Beishan County suggested. "Then let us shift our focus away from this matter and discuss Yifan instead. Are we truly to take orders from this young fellow? I, for one, will not heed his command." The chief of Nanshan County responded, "You need not concern yourself with such matters. Yifan is indeed a shrewd individual. Although he has leveraged Miss Tiexenlin's influence to bolster his own power, he is certainly not one to act without prudence. If he were, I would never consider collaborating with him. He will not attempt to command us outright. At most, he will offer superficial guidance without meddling excessively in our affairs. However, we must make every effort to cooperate with him publicly, ensuring that Miss Tiexenlin does not perceive any discord or flaws in our actions. If she discovers our deception, while we may not suffer immediate repercussions, offending a scion of a high-ranking lineage could significantly impede our future prospects. Thus, we should strive to avoid crossing her and endeavor to curry her favor, especially when the higher echelons of the six doors eventually seek her out. We have garnered the admiration of the esteemed sixth-floor officials, as well as that of Miss Tai Xinlan. It is only through such endeavors that a mutual victory can be achieved. The chief constable of Beishan County remarked, "Brother, whatever you say shall be taken as truth. It is your astute intellect that has enabled us to reach this esteemed position over the years. I firmly believe that you will guide me to even greater heights. I need merely to keep pace with your footsteps." In response, the chief constable of Nanshan County stated, "Spare me your flattery. I assure you, such sentiments are of no consequence. You would do well to focus on enhancing your own cultivation. Even if you were to secure a higher position in the future, without a breakthrough in your conduct, it would amount to naught. Consider this. Should a vacancy arise above, but your cultivation remains stagnant, do you truly believe that your innate prowess will allow for further ascension? Unless you achieve remarkable feats, it is simply impossible for you to rise further. Conversely, should you attain a breakthrough to the Zhenwu realm, even in times when talent is scarce, you may still ascend the ranks in this martial-centric continent. Strength is our most reliable safeguard. You must always bear this in mind." The chief constable of Beishan County replied, "Rest assured, brother, for I have already reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. I shall strive even harder to cultivate and break through to the Zhenwu realm. I will not bring shame upon you." Unbeknownst to him, the chief constable of Nanshan County had long surpassed the Zhenwu realm. He merely presented himself as an innate realm practitioner. His reasons for this faade were not rooted in deceit, but rather in the belief that revealing his true capabilities would serve no purpose, given the current lack of opportunity above. To expose his prowess now would only invite suppression from those in higher positions. After all, to ascend, one must eliminate rivals. Thus, he chose to conceal his true strength. He awaited the day when a vacancy would arise, at which point he would reveal his cultivation, enabling him to vie for a higher position. The chief constable of Nanshan County continued, "Were you to invest less of your energy in the affairs of women, you would undoubtedly have already broken through to the Zhenwu realm. Understand that your innate talent surpasses mine.